untuk jadi profesional ni, kita bersaing dengan semua yang padu-padu, semuanya reti main, boleh compete dekat Pro League. So bagi saya kena training hard untuk fight diorang lah. Sebab saya pun off lane, so saya mechanical saya kena training personal skill, saya kena training sendiri. So bagi saya agak susah lah sebab nak buy one, semua perlukan mechanic skill yang tinggi.
Pengalaman yang membesarkan kita, bukan bakat yang membesarkan kita. So kita akan tahu apa yang akan berlaku. Kita akan tahu, oh ni yang akan terjadi. Bakat ni just only bakat. Kita boleh main tapi kita tak tahu kalau kita buat ni betul ke.
Bagi saya experience lah. Sebab kalau bakat tu perlu, tapi yang main dalam Pro League ni semua ada bakat. Semuanya walaupun diorang ni bukan jenis yang berbakat tapi diorang usaha, tapi semuanya sama, skill semua sama. Kita bermain offline tournament, kita pandai kawal kita punya mental, kena psycho, kita macam mana kita nak menang, macam tu je lah. Bagi saya experience lagi penting daripada bakat.
Bakat lebih penting dari pengalaman. Kalau ada pengalaman tapi tak ada skill, sama je.
Umur ni memberikan faktor yang baiklah untuk semua bidang. Tidak semestinya main game, semua bidang umur ni baiklah. Kerana kalau kita masih muda, otak kita masih fresh dan kita boleh berfikir di luar kotak. That's why umur paling penting lah.
Nak jadi professional gamer tu boleh, tapi kena ada usaha yang lebih lah. Kalau kekalahan itu normal, sebab kita bermain game kan, ada kalah ada menang. So kalau kalah pun jangan down, jangan putus asa, kita terus bangkit dan buat baru.
Best rookie, tough. There's a lot of good players out there. I feel like it's between 3 players. I would say it's between AJ, Evie, and Sapat.
I'll pick Sapat because he has the potential. He just needs a little bit more experience. And Sapat, I just feel like his potential has not been reached yet, and that's in a way kind of scary also.
Kepada korang yang nak jadi pro player kan, teruskan usaha korang, jangan putus asa, jaga mental korang apa semua. Kalau orang marah tu itu biasa. Just kuatkan mental korang tu je.
Saya rasa saya akan menjadi pro player sampai skill saya hilang.
Selagi ML ni hidup, saya akan teruskan sampai dia betul-betul dah tak boleh main, dan baru saya akan try cari game lain lah, fokus kat game lain.
Saya harap saya akan bangkit. Once again, OS FM.
Hello.
Test.
Santai ya. Assalamualaikum. Nice. Boleh. Nice.
Hello.
Test. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Hello. 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Dengarkan suara aku.
Dengar.
Jelas.
Macam ni kau dengar kuat tak?
Duduklah.
Mana sini?
Duduklah sebari mana-mana pun.
Macam ni.
Biasanya dekat mic check macam-macam lah kita dengar command. Lepas tu kalau dapat kill tu macam biasa kita orang akan jerit nice. I paling suka jerit nice.
Part yang kita orang jerit ramai-ramai lah. Lepas tu kita orang alhamdulillah syukur semua tu lah.
Yang best partnya bila saya cakap nice tu. Yang nice tu buat kita orang semua hype lah.
Nice. Boleh nice. Mantap. Tahu. Stand kau. Dia belikan.
Panik!
Kan.
Lagi seorang.
Mati. Nice, guys. Dia lebih didi.
Kau mati.
Jangan terlampau nafsu ya, hati-hati.
Aku mati.
Kiki, tengok Kiki.
Seno, kena tengok.
Alah.
Jangan bernafsu guys. Jangan bernafsu.
Belah, bubar. Jangan nafsu. Ku coba
Mencintaimu hanyalah when I see your face.
Sabar Yin. Jangan keluar dulu.
Santai.
Aku ada.
Dengar aku. Aku ada sikit.
Dengar aku.
Jangan masa guys. Balik. Respect enemy.
Santai.
Respect enemy please guys.
Pecah lah kau.
Slow. Santai.
Pose.
Santai.
Dia
tengok belakang. Santai.
Aku mati.
Santai. Santai. Baik.
Sabar, aku mula ni. Santai. Elisa miskin.
Santai. Kalem.
Santai. Benek. Benek di belakang.
Okey, kita boleh end. Boleh. Santai ya. Assalamualaikum. Nice.
Hey, nice lah guys.
Nice.
Ciao mana?
Nice. Mantap.
Okay, nice. Back.
Lapu.
Nice.
Dari mana? Nice. Tak mati.
Minggu ini adalah minggu yang terakhir untuk regular season.
Sangat rasa nak menang.
Perasaan saya sangat nervous.
Perasaan tak sabar untuk playoff lah.
Gementar sebab nak kena cuba yang terbaik untuk game yang akan datang. Format kami tak stable, kejap naik, kejap turun. So kami akan cuba untuk stablekan kami punya prestasi.
Pasukan bosku untuk match terakhir mereka di musim Liga ini sedikit sedih tidak mampu memberikan pertunjukan yang begitu mantap.
Thank you kepada tim bosku. This is diorang punya final match.
Pasukan Red Esports menendang Ripon Esports keluar daripada layaknya masuk ke pusingan playoff.
Terima kasih dan tahniah juga kepada tim Reborn Sport. Mereka bermain dengan sangat bagus tetapi sampai sini saja perjalanan mereka di mana tim Red Esports telah memegang diorang punya takhta dan tunjuk yang mereka adalah tim yang lagi kuat.
Minggu ini adalah minggu yang terakhir untuk regular season. Saya rasa ini adalah penghujung untuk semua tim. Saya rasa semua tim dah buat yang terbaik. Kita akan tunggukan dekat playoff nanti.
Happy sebab kita dah nak masuk ke babak playoff. Babak playoff tu lah yang hari yang kami tunggu-tunggu untuk kami all out kat situ.
Perasaan saya sangat rasa nak menang sebab minggu ke-8 ni minggu yang penting lah untuk kita orang. Sebab kata saya Jin, minggu ni go big or go home.
Perasaan saya sangat gembira, terkejut apa semualah sebab sekarang dah minggu ke-8, masa sangat sekejap je kan.
Perasaan kita orang happy sebab kita orang dapat pergi ke upper bracket dan itulah tak payah nak buat swab test dah.
Happy sebab kita orang dapat fokus penuhnya kepada playoff lepas ni.
Gembira lah kerana first time main join MPL ni. Walaupun prestasi kita orang teruk, tapi kita orang cuba yang terbaik.
Perasaan saya sangat nervous sebab nak memastikan kami pergi ke playoff.
Perasaan tak sabar untuk playoff lah sebab ni dah minggu akhir dah, so kita orang buat yang terbaik lah.
sangat sekejap lah. Sebab berapa week, 8 week, so sekejap sangat. Dan kalau kita orang ada rezeki untuk like ke playoff, ya, kita akan buat yang terbaik lah di playoff.
Alhamdulillah, performance Todak sepanjang regular season ni berjalan dengan lancar. Just kita orang nak kena ready ataupun sediakan sedikit meta-meta baru untuk playoff nanti supaya enemy ataupun pihak lawan tak dapat nak baca kita orang punya gameplay lah.
Performa orang boys daripada week 1 sampai week 8 sangatlah tidak konsisten lah. Kejap menaik, kejap menurun. Kita orang dah cuba buat yang terbaik tapi still sama. Kalau kita orang dapat layak ke playoff, kita akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk peminat-peminat orang boys di luar sana.
Kita orang memang rasa confident untuk ke upper bracket sebab kita orang yakin kita orang akan kalahkan Todak 2-0 dan Rebound 2-0.
Saya rasa memang confirm sudah RAC masuk upper bracket, dan kalau kita menang 2-0 pun, kalau kalah pun 2-1 masih upper bracket lah kita orang.
Okay, bagi saya tim yang akan perform dengan baik di playoff Todak, sebab saya nampak daripada regular season performance dia orang stabil dari awal season sampai sekarang.
Saya rasa Todak lah. Tapi ada juga lagi satu tim iaitu Esports. Kedua-dua tim ni adalah salah satu boleh katakan konsisten, yang paling konsisten untuk regular season.
Tim Todak dengan Suas sebab dia keep momentum ke atas.
Bagi saya tim yang akan perform Orange, Suhas, Todak, sebab diorang punya performa dekat regular season pun sangat baik, macam memang hebat lah dekat regular season. So mungkin diorang akan mendominasi di playoff.
Saya rasa tim Orange sebab dia sekarang tengah win streak kan. So diorang ada momentum dia, maybe dekat playoff, saya tak tahu, maybe dia akan perform.
Ya, saya rasa yang perform di playoff adalah Todak dan Suas lah. Bagi saya diorang berpengalaman lah daripada segi draft and rotation.
Actually kita pun tak tahu apa yang akan jadi waktu playoff nanti. Macam-macam boleh jadi sebab tu dah dikatakan nak kena all out sebab takut tersingkir kan. Tapi daripada pandangan saya, yang akan perform waktu playoff adalah tim yang upper bracket lah, sebab diorang konsisten kan waktu regular season. So maybe waktu playoff diorang pun akan keep the consistency lah.
You're now rocking with the legendary stunt. And it ain't over until we say it's done. You know what it is. Let's go, baby.
You know I came up from nothing. It's the sun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches. Legends, we fight to the dawn. Heroes all along, don't have to do it alone. Nah. 5-1-5 party victory lap. Find our enemies, maniac, yeah. We're looking out for the world. Everyone, you know they heard stop. Here with the team, don't stop. Fiery heart of a dragon, attack is unlocking. If we stick together, we'll end up on top.
Every challenge, the level of a queen, but we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. Don't have to go solo, cause you're not alone, Together we are heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies bow down to your hero.
Fight of our lives, gotta survive. Walking the 515. About to go live, party or die. We go savage tonight. Step in the spot with my crew. Together we're stronger than ever. You know how we do. Will we start your through? Victory's ours. I would have thought you knew. We're unstoppable. MVP defeat ain't optional. This ain't hard to do. Our team achieve the impossible. My whole squad is lit. Ain't from a target that is hard to hit. Legendary when we rockin' it. Ain't no stopping this.
Got in my mind, feeling like a sinner. Look at your eyes, I'm fighting like a winner. Triple killer, yeah. You know I deliver.
criminal. Send this thing in personal. Taking it one at a time. Being a beast in the crowd. Face just like an angel, but I bet just like a devil. That's what it is. So if you turn your back, I make sure I back. Every challenge, the level of a queen, but we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. I bring hell from below, I leave you begging for more. Together we are heroes, heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable, unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies bow down to your hero.
First time I met Zon tu bila I betul-betul masuk pro scene. Waktu tu dekat Mystic Burden.
Saya tak banyak cakap dengan dia sebab saya lagi rapat dengan Dom dengan Fix sebab diorang lagi masuk air kan. Lagi nakal kan sebab Zon ni nampak baik-baik je. Saya tengok dia rajin lah sebab dia bangun-bangun dia terus kat game.
Jumpa Ciku time tu, saya jumpa dia pun dia senyap. Tapi bila dah kenal ni, mulut dia paling bising.
Persepsi saya time jumpa Ciku disebabkan mata dia sembab apa semua. Dia punya watak waktu tu pelik sikit lah kan. Nampak macam tak terurus apa semua.
Nama saya Muhammad Zulul Syam bin Muhammad Nur. In-game name saya ialah Zon.
Hello, nama saya Muhammad Daniel bin Muhammad Fuad. IGN saya Ciku dan umur saya tahun ni 20.
Saya start jadi professional gamer ni start 2017 hingga sekarang.
Sejak 2018.
Okay, so daripada Mystic Burden tu dulu terdiri daripada Kuja, Hangus, Ashi dengan Denas dalam pasukan saya. So kita orang start daripada bawah juga. Kita orang dari qualifier kot tak silap.
Sebelum saya Stodak, skuad lama saya nama Fruity Warrior. Dalam skuad tu yang kapten kita orang ialah Sto. Tim dulu ada Nenas dengan Mun juga. Lepas tu start diorang keluar lah saya masuk kat Fruity Warrior tu.
Alright, saya punya pengalaman time first MPL bermula tu memang sangat nervous lah dengan tim tu kan sebab kita orang first time and kita orang antara tim yang underdog.
I rasa Zon ni dia seorang yang player yang fokus lah. Yeah, he can make miracle happen lah.
Kalau sebelum game dia akan bagi motivasi kat kita orang. Dia akan cakap benda-benda perlu macam disiplin ke, lepas tu jaga mental, jangan koyak semualah. Lepas tu kalau in game dia leadership dia memang bagus lah kalau dalam in game. Dia takkan fokus diri dia je. Dia akan fokus kat kita orang sekali. Maybe kita orang buat salah, dia akan tegur tapi in the good ways. Dia punya IQ memang bagus lah. Dia boleh berfikir sambil bermain.
Gameplay, tapi kalau gameplay tu memang saya tak boleh nak cakap lah sebab dia punya gameplay tu dia memang ada talent lah. Dia memang sangat-sangat berbakat lah dalam game ni. Sebab bagi saya just dia punya perangai je lah. Tapi gameplay dalam game tu memang power lah cakap.
Dalam game tu memang dia betul-betul fokus lah. Dia macam stres lah sebab ni kan macam dia anggap ni kerja dia.
For me, Zon ni dia both gifted dengan hardworking lah. Walaupun dia tahu yang dia punya skill tu dah up, tapi dia still hard work untuk keep that consistency lah, untuk improve more.
Ciku ni dia jenis yang suka makan McD. Kalau boleh hampir setiap hari dia nak order McD.
Tentang Ciku yang saya nak share lah, dia tu adalah dia seorang ada penyakit, dia asma, tapi dia sangat minat kepada kucing. Dia memang suka sangat kucing. Dia ada dua ekor kucing, seekor betina nama dia Cika dan seekor lagi jantan bernama Caki. Caki satu lagi, Caki.
Dia paling minat mamak. Dia selalu kalau ajak saya lepak, dia memang nak mamak. Kalau saya ajak macam kedai lain dia tak nak. Dia nak mamak sebab dia satu suka makan Maggi goreng mamak and dia selalu order air extra jos anggur, susu 2. Dia minum seorang 2.
Zon adalah seorang yang sayangkan teammate dia. Dia memang sayangkan teammate dia. Dia lovely person. Dia ada masalah ke apa, dia suka pendam. That's why. Dia tak suka luahkan dekat kita orang. Kalau dia masalah, dia akan pendam and he try to solve the problem by himself. Yeah.
Sebenarnya hobi saya bermain drone ni disebabkan saya punya hobi yang asal adalah bermain game. Tapi bermain game ni sudah menjadi saya punya kerjaya kan. Dan dalam masa yang sama saya cuba cari benda lain, iaitu saya ada jumpa drone, bermain drone. Setiap kali saya bermain drone, saya dapat rasakan yang saya tidak langsung memikirkan tentang apa-apa. Sebab saya tengah fokus untuk kawal benda tu kan.
Kalau Zon bukan seorang professional player, saya rasa sekarang ni dia dekat rumah saya kot, tengah pasang aircon.
Okay, kalau Zon bukan seorang pro player, saya rasa dia akan jadi ustaz kot. Sebab dia orang yang beragama sikit lah. Kalau dalam tim ni, dia memang dia je. Dia yang kuat solat, dia yang mengaji, dia yang pergi masjid, solat Jumaat, memang dia je. Saya rasa kalau dia tak jadi pro player, dia memang jadi ustaz kot. Dia ustaz, dia jaga masjid.
Antara dia akan jadi coach ataupun seorang analisis ataupun dia boleh jadi streamer lah.
Stream ni best sebab kat situ pun saya dapat mengajar orang. Macam orang tanya, "Cik, kenapa buat item ni?" So saya jawab, sebab anime ni banyak SCC ke, banyak stun ke apa. Kat situ kita boleh ajar orang untuk macam siapa yang tak tahu pasal item ke, pasal rotation ke, kat situ kita boleh mengajar sebab kita berpengalaman.
Saya rasa kalau saya tidak lagi menjadi seorang pro player, maybe masih dalam kerja yang sama, Esports. Maybe saya ada tim saya sendiri kot. Sama ada owner ataupun coach.
Kalau Zon jadi coach, saya rasa dia memang akan jadi coach yang baik lah. Sebab dia ada dia punya experience, dia ada dia punya idea, dia tahulah kalau bab in-game macam mana, dia tahu semua benda lah. Maybe strategi pun dia akan buat yang terbaik lah kalau dia jadi coach. Sebab dia ada idea dengan IQ dia kan. Kalau maybe ni dia tak ada pro player, dia jadi coach memang okey lah.
Kalau saya dah tak jadi pro player, saya maybe akan jadi streamer ataupun jadi analisis. Sebab buat masa sekarang ni pun kita orang kat Todak tak ada analisis and coach. So benda tu sendiri saya dapat belajar untuk analisis. Sebab macam setiap match kalau kita nak lawan enemy, saya akan tengok game diorang, apa habit diorang, apa diorang punya draft. Macam kalau diorang bawa diorang band ni, kenapa diorang band ni, kalau diorang pick ni, kenapa diorang pick ni. So benda tu saya dah belajar daripada season 4. So sampai sekarang benda tu kat Todak saya dah biasa.
Impian saya untuk di masa sekarang adalah mencapai di level-level yang saya belum capai lah.
Kalau moving forward, saya nak semestinya nak menang World Championship lah. Itu je target saya, lepas tu saya nak berhenti.
Perkara yang motivate saya untuk teruskan jadi pro player ni kemungkinan diri saya sendirilah. Sebab saya seorang jenis yang akan work hard untuk dapatkan something yang saya tak dapat lagi. Jadi every time saya work hard, saya akan pesan kat diri saya, hari ini saya akan jadi orang yang lebih baik daripada hari semalam.
Kalau berapa lama lagi saya akan jadi pro player, saya rasa lama lagi. Tapi dengan kesihatan diri saya sekarang, untuk kebaikan semua orang, kita tak nak menyusahkan semua orang, saya rasa tahun ni last kot. Saya berkompetitif dalam ML.
MPL ni telah mengubah kehidupan saya. Disebabkan adanya MPL ni, dia punya interview semua, dia membuatkan saya punya pendiam tu ataupun saya punya malu tu dah hilang sikit lah. Jadi disebabkan tu, Mobile Legends membantu saya.
no one, Phobius. Offer your eyes to me, and I will grant you power.
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-7 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh Mac Delivery, Digital Telco Rasmi Yudu, rakan isukan TikTok, Secret Lab dan Esports Charts. Serta MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini disokong oleh KBS serta ESI. Dan hai, saya Fira Fendi. Anda masih lagi bersama saya di MPL Quickie untuk hari ketiga, iaitu hari terakhir playoff kita kali ini. Dan seperti biasa, apa kata saya perkenalkan dulu rakan-rakan saya di MPL Quickie kali ini kerana saya bersama Lafel, Sif dan juga Uncle Cikano.
Grand final day. I'm so ready. Hari Ahad lagi pun.
Betul.
Hari Ahad lagi pun. Masa esok cuti.
Hari ini juga kita tahu siapa yang bakal menjadi champion. Wah.
Sambutlah seorang.
Angka dia macam nak masuk tapi macam okey, aku tunggu Fira habis dulu.
Ya, takkan Angka nak potong.
Betul.
Tapi ya, memang pada hari ni Angka rasa macam cukup-cukup bersemangat sebab 3 tim yang lawan hari ni semua kuat-kuat.
Betul?
Ya, honestly, I tak sangka. Okey, ramai orang cakap Todak, Suhas, final. Diorang memang final. Tapi lower bracket final. Ramai orang tak sangka RSG akan ke atas sekali. Ya, betul. And then especially Todak. Siapa sangka Todak lawan dekat lower bracket?
Betul, dan kali ini merupakan banyak yang baru sebab kita juga bermain format best of 7. Tapi kita banyak lagi benda nak borak. Apa kata kita recap dulu apakah yang terjadi di semalam, iaitu hari kedua playoff. Jadi mari kita lihat dulu video yang disediakan.
Playoff MPL Malaysia sekarang menjelang ke peringkat terakhir dan aksi-aksi dipersembahkan oleh semua pasukan semakin sengit dan menarik. Todak, juara musim lalu, meneruskan perjalanan playoff mereka dengan menewaskan Geek Fam 2-0.
Tetapi tidak bermakna kerana pasukan Todak akan berdaya mara ke pusingan seterusnya.
Red Esports membuktikan lagi merah adalah warna yang lebih cerah berbanding orange.
Inilah dia benda yang dicari oleh pasukan Red Esports, mendapatkan kill demi kill. Tetapi sayangnya kita tengok dia mendapatkan kill balas, tak mampu juga.
Seterusnya, RSG Malaysia memecahkan momentum Suhas Evos dan memastikan kelayakan ke Grand Final dan juga MSC 2021. Once again, Todak berjaya tumpaskan Red Esports. Harapan mereka untuk menjadi back-to-back champions pertama di MPL Malaysia masih ada.
Ciku berjaya dijatuhkan tetapi line didapati oleh Harry dan akan dimusnahkan oleh Ciku, memberikan shutdown dan juga double kill.
Besok hari guys, siap.
Bagilah pukul dulu.
Sabarlah.
Hanya 3 pasukan yang tinggal. Pasukan manakah akan menjadi champions MPL Malaysia season ke-7 dan mewakili Malaysia untuk MSC tahun ini?
Jadi itu adalah recap tentang perlawanan semalam. Semalam kita ada 4 match dan kita dah nampak grup daripada upper bracket pun telah terkeluar seperti Orange Esports. Tapi apa kata sekarang kita bercakap dulu tentang perlawanan pertama, iaitu di antara Geek Fam menentang Todak 2-0. Sif.
Bagi saya dah boleh menjangkakan sebab Todak defending champion. Satu lagi, walaupun mereka kalah di upper bracket tapi kalah dengan pasukan yang boleh katakan masuk di hari playoff sangat-sangat berubah. Saya tak rasa itu adalah pasukan RSG. Itu adalah pasukan RSG gila.
Okey, Angka teruskan.
RSG gila ya.
Okey, pada Angka kan Todak masa banning phase, diorang sangat-sangat bijak tau. Diorang keluarkan hero zone, diorang keluarkan hero dominance. So bila dominance dengan zone tak boleh nak buat deadly combo diorang, terus Geek Fam macam lumpuh sikit tau diorang punya rotation, diorang punya serangan semua. So dekat situ yang Todak betul-betul create peluang diorang sendiri untuk dapatkan kemenangan.
Dan berbalik kepada apa yang Uncle cakap, kita nampak kedua-dua match Todak ban Chow dan juga Grok. Jadi kedua-dua match juga Zon menggunakan Natalia. Jadi Lafel, adakah you rasa itu disebabkan punca untuk kekalahan Geek Fam semalam?
Sekarang kita dekat playoff. Kita kena bawa 100% dekat setiap game. The best draft, the best gameplay. And team Todak diorang tahu kalau nak hentikan Geek Fam main 100%, mereka kena stopkan Zorn. Jadi bila dah buang Chow, bila dah buang Grok, Uncle pun dah cakap, kalau buang Hero Dominus, Geek Fam diorang akan main sebaik yang mungkin. Tapi tanpa 100%, mereka tak boleh kalahkan Todak.
Jadi itu adalah tentang perlawanan pertama. Dan perlawanan kedua kita ada Red Esports menentang Orange Esports 2-0. Uncle memang dah jangka ke macam mana?
Uncle boleh kata yang Uncle tak jangkakan, tapi Uncle bangga tengok improvement diorang, komitmen diorang, kesungguhan diorang daripada lepas habis regular season. Yes, Uncle ada cakap dengan diorang yang tahap diorang bukan championship material lagi walaupun kita dah layak kat playoff. So apa yang diorang perlu buat is lepas raya betul-betul masa diorang dah balik semula ke gaming house, 12 jam, 14 jam sehari training, and alhamdulillah walaupun masa tu singkat, diorang dapat tunjukkan improvement yang besar, and then diorang dapat tunjukkan sesuatu yang baru.
Tapi kalau kita tengok pun untuk pasukan Red Esports daripada regular dengan playoff, nampak ada kematangan tau dari segi permainan, in terms of bila buat decision, nampak mereka tahu apa nak kena buat. Sebab mungkin 3 minggu tu bagi saya sudah cukup. Tapi kalau kita beri lebih banyak, saya percaya hari ini mungkin ada perlawanan Red Esports.
Adakah ini juga disebabkan dengan penambahan coach, Uncle?
Ya, Uncle rasa penambahan coach memberikan satu extra firepower sebenarnya, especially untuk buat analisis tentang kekuatan pasukan lawan. Okey, ini sebenarnya yang tak ada dekat kebanyakan tim yang tak ada coach. Kebolehan untuk analis kekuatan pihak lawan.
Dan bercakap tentang Orange Esports, Lafal, macam kita tahu Orange Esports sangat perform bila diorang bermain secara offline. Tapi macam kita tahu semalam merupakan game secara online. Jadi adakah bila Mali tak ada dan itu kurangkan untuk psycho enemy, benda tu juga menjadi punca salah satu kekalahan diorang semalam?
Saya suka point Fira. And yeah, memang betul. Kita nampak Orange Esports bila diorang on stage, diorang punya level semangat, diorang punya energy betul jauh lebih tinggi. Diorang punya communication on point. Jadi mungkin betul bila main dekat rumah, diorang tak ada equipment macam headset yang boleh dengar every single conversation antara dia dengan kawan-kawan dia. So mungkin benda tu effect diorang punya performance. Tapi macam mana pun kita juga kena tengok macam mana Red Esports grow. And kalau awak semua fans kepada Red Esports patut rasa bangga sebab diorang punya performance daripada regular season sampai ke playoff, pada saya memang sangat-sangat membanggakan. Dan Orange Esports juga saya rasa pada next season mereka akan come back stronger.
Dan berbalik kepada apa yang Sis cakap tadi tentang RSG Malaysia, kita tahu perlawanan ketiga semalam adalah di antara RSG menentang Suhas Evoz 2-0. Dan sebelum ni RSG juga pernah mengalahkan Suhas Evoz. Jadi you rasa, Sif, adakah Suhas Evoz masih lagi dibayangi dengan kekalahan selepas semalam dan juga sebelum-sebelum ni?
Tak, bagi saya pasukan Suhas Evoz buat apa yang mereka rancang. Tapi RSG, mereka dah ada satu chemistry yang cukup padu. Masuk Zakus, sebelum ni mereka masuk kat Izanami. Kita dapat lihat Zakus dan nampak macam dah main dekat lebih 5 tahun. Dan memang chemistry tu yang diorang build, and then baru diorang masukkan gameplay. Sebab saya percaya kalau nak jadi pasukan yang baik, teamwork sangat-sangat penting.
Tapi untuk Suhas Evoz, kita tahu Suhas Evoz merupakan satu tim yang sangat kuat yang disebut-sebut mungkin menjadi champion untuk kali ini. Tapi pada Uncle, apa yang patut Suhas Evoz lakukan hari ini untuk tidak ulangi lagi kesilapan mereka yang semalam?
Okay, first is diorang punya drafting kena betul-betul teliti lah. Especially dengan Todak yang sekarang kita dah tengok Ciku main kat side lane tiba-tiba. And dalam masa yang sama juga, lepas match pertama, lepas match kedua, Ciku main dekat jungler. Formis main jungler, Formis main side. And macam-macam hero diorang keluarkan, macam-macam meta diorang. Especially pada angka sekarang ni, strongest meta yang Todak pernah keluarkan adalah Momo bermain tank bahagian side lane. Lepas tu Moy pun nak guna lagi satu tank. So bila late game, 2 tank yang kat depan ni susah betul nak jatuh tau. So Ciku dengan Formis dengan Moon, diorang ada ruang yang cukup, masa yang cukup untuk kalahkan enemy yang kat depan dia.
Ya, nampaknya sekarang double tank dah makin menjadi-jadi
Honestly, I suka meta sekarang because meta sekarang sangat-sangat flexible. Tapi pada I, untuk wrap it up very quickly, di mana team Suhas Evoz, mereka punya basic sangat-sangat kuat. Tapi macam mana kita casters pun semua dah cakap, mereka dah start senang untuk dibaca. Jadi untuk hari ni, kita nak nampak sesuatu yang baru di mana team sebelah pun tak boleh nak expect apa diorang nak lakukan.
Dan selepas ini kita akan tengok playoff bracket, tapi short and simple. Lafal, I nak tanya tentang perlawanan terakhir iaitu di antara Todak menentang Red Esports 2-1. Semalam sangat-sangat sengit, tapi Todak masih lagi menunjukkan mereka adalah tim terkuat. Apa pandangan you?
Memang perbezaan experience saja. Sebab game tu Red Esports boleh menang tapi hanya satu mistake kat lot itu mengubah segala-galanya.
Jadi disebabkan kita dah tahu apakah yang terjadi semalam dan kita nak tahu hari ini adakah siapa yang akan bermain untuk Best of 5 dan Best of 7. Jadi apa kata kita lihat dulu playoff bracket.
Yep. Untuk low bracket, kita akan melihat perlawanan di antara pasukan Todak menentang pasukan Suhas Esports. Perlawanan pembukaan hari ini, kita akan gunakan Best of 5. Untuk kali pertamanya di dalam musim yang ketujuh ni, akan ada perlawanan Best of 5. Kita pernah dengar pasukan Todak, dia tidak selesa bermain dengan Best of 5. Tetapi mungkin sesuatu yang akan menarik berlaku di antara pasukan Todak menentang pasukan Suhas Esports.
Dan di Grand Finals, RSG dah menunggu pemenang di antara Todak ataupun Suhas Esports. So, untuk Grand Finals, kita akan main Best of 7. Ni satu pembaharuan yang dibawa untuk MPL MY season ke-7 sekarang ni.
Yeah, and honestly, boleh dikatakan selepas ini pada musim ke-8 mungkin kita boleh bincangkan adakah advantage yang besar pada bahagian atas atau bawah, because mungkin maksimum total of 12 game yang akan dimainkan, Fira.
Dan kita dah tahu playoff bracket, kita dah tahu siapakah yang akan bermain untuk Best of 5 dan juga kemungkinan akan bermain untuk Best of 7. Jadi apa kata sekarang kita lihat dulu jadual perlawanan untuk hari ini. Dan perlawanan pertama adalah di antara Suhas Esports menentang Todak. Manakala perlawanan kedua adalah di antara RSG Malaysia menentang pemenang lower bracket final.
Yeah, and again, dekat sini RSG disebabkan Best of 5, mereka boleh study opponent mereka. Mereka boleh nampak apa Todak nak lakukan, boleh nampak apa Suhas Esports nak lakukan. Dan pada mereka yang dekat lower bracket, benda yang bagus, diorang ada momentum. Diorang dah warm up. Tapi juga boleh dikatakan, mereka dah penat.
Ya, betul. And especially Best of 5. Kemungkinan pasukan yang menang ni, diorang dah habis guna dah meta-meta diorang. So, RSG yang dekat atas ni ada banyak sangat advantage sebenarnya.
Tapi sebab dekat lower bracket kita ada Todak. Todak merupakan salah satu pasukan yang hero pool yang sangat-sangat besar. 50 kali hero. So saya merasakan banyak meta yang masih lagi Todak boleh gunakan untuk berhadapan dengan Suhas dan kemungkinan untuk berhadapan dengan RSG sendiri.
Dan kita tahu sebab ini merupakan hari yang panjang. Jadi apa kata anda semua jangan lupa untuk menggunakan kod yang tersedia untuk mendapatkan 6 pieces nugget secara percuma daripada Mac Delivery. Tapi caranya adalah jangan lupa untuk gunakan minimum spend RM50 dekat application ataupun website McDonald's. Sangat mudah je lah, Fel. Gunakan kod apa?
Ya, just letakkan kod MPL Nuggets dan anda akan dapat 6 free chicken nuggets.
Betul tu. Tapi apa-apa pun, kita dah tak sabar nak lihat perlawanan hari ini. Tapi mari kita lihat dulu video headline yang disediakan untuk perlawanan pertama.
Akhirnya, kita dapat saksikan pertarungan antara kedua-dua powerhouse di peringkat playoff. Perlawanan ini adalah perlawanan Best of 5 pertama di sepanjang musim ini. Adakah ini satu advantage yang besar kepada Todak yang mempunyai lebih banyak pengalaman? Ataupun Suhas Esports tetap mempunyai kekuatan mental yang mencukupi untuk menamatkan perjalanan Todak? Pada masa yang sama, pasukan manakah yang anda lebih gemar untuk menjadi wakil MSC Malaysia?
Siapakah pasukan yang akan mendapat slot untuk layak ke MSC kali ini? Macam kita tahu, MPL Malaysia nombor 1 dan nombor 2 akan mewakili Malaysia untuk ke MSC selepas ini. Jadi Lafel, di antara Suhas Esports dan juga Todak, kita tahu kedua-dua tim mempunyai formasi yang sangat bagus. Jadi, you rasa adakah hari ini diorang akan buat menggunakan meta yang sebelum-sebelum ini diorang gunakan, ataupun diorang akan menggunakan meta yang tak pernah lagi player-player dan juga tim Malaysia gunakan?
Okey, bila kita cerita pasal Best of 5, nombor 1 stamina. Diorang punya penat main game 1 sampai game ke-5. Jadi, meta apa yang diorang lakukan pun kita kena tengok. Pada game ke-5, diorang sepatutnya dah start guna meta yang senang. Meta yang diorang tak boleh fikir banyak sangat sebab at that time diorang punya penat, diorang dah tak boleh fikir. Tapi macam mana Sif pun awal tadi cakap, di mana Best of 5, kemungkinan besar diorang akan keluarkan semua sekali meta yang dia ada. And pada pendapat saya, mereka lagi bagus untuk lakukan tu disebabkan masuk kepada MSC adalah satu benda yang pada pendapat saya jauh lebih penting.
Ya betul. betul. Dan sekarang ni kemungkinan pasukan Suhas sendiri, bagi saya kalau mereka fokus utama mereka pada hari ini mungkin bukan untuk jadi juara, tapi untuk melayakkan diri ke MSC. Sebab bagi saya itu mungkin jadi satu pencapaian yang cukup merangsangkan bagi pasukan mereka sendiri. Memandangkan mereka boleh dikatakan pada awal hari untuk minggu yang pertama tak ada siapa pun jaga mereka akan masuk ke tempat ini.
Dan bercakap tentang meta, apa yang Uncle harapkan macam hari ini tim apa yang diorang gunakan seperti meta di Filipina ke, apa yang Uncle harapkan?
Uncle harap kita akan nampak meta-meta baru yang tak pernah kita nampak sebelum ni dibawa masuk ke playoff. Itu je yang kena.
Betul tu. Tapi rasanya tanpa membuang masa, apa kata kita lihat dulu player line up untuk perlawanan pertama hari ini.
Yap, dan untuk pasukan Todak seperti biasa daripada hari pertama untuk playoff, mereka masih lagi mengekalkan pemain yang sama. Dimulakan dengan Moon, Momomoy, Momo dan juga Moy, Ciku dan juga Momin.
Sedap bila awak sebut.
Kreatif lah awak.
Moon, Momomoy. Tapi seperti yang kita boleh jangkakan, nampaknya daripada awal even Lafayette pun pernah bagi tahu kemungkinan Todak ni dia nak try out masa regular.
Yes,
dan nampaknya mereka dah jumpa pun.
Dan pada pendapat saya sepanjang playoff ni Formis main dengan sangat bagus. Jadi saya nak tengok performance dia untuk hari ni lawan dengan Suhas Esports.
Dan kita tahu Todak ada 10 orang player dan ini merupakan 5 orang line up yang sering digunakan. Jadi Uncle rasa adakah ini line up yang sangat sesuai untuk mewakili Malaysia ke MSC?
Pada Uncle, line up ni dah cukup kuat, and then just perlu beri Moy dan Momo sedikit masa lebih lagi untuk diorang develop chemistry yang lebih kuat.
Jadi kita dah lihat line up untuk Todak MLBB. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula untuk Suhas Esports?
Okey, kat sini kalau kita dapat tengok dekat skrin untuk Suhas Esports, mereka masih lagi mengekalkan HY, DACE, AJ, Box dan EV. Kita punya regular season MVP dengan best rookie dekat dalam satu pasukan. Jarang sekali berlaku sebenarnya. Tapi inilah kekuatan yang ada pada Suhas.
Ya, dan kita boleh nampak Box berjaya untuk mendapatkan Savage pada hari pertama. Jadi kita kena tengok macam mana Fira pun tadi ada tanya. Adakah disebabkan kekalahan semalam, hari ini mental diorang down? Kita kena tengok sama ada mereka ada mental champions untuk cakap kita kalah semalam tapi kita still boleh menang hari ini.
Adakah diorang akan reset semula mental tu ataupun masih lagi dibayangi dengan apa yang terjadi semalam? Jadi kita dah tahu siapakah yang akan bermain untuk hari ini. Sekarang kita nak bercakap pula tentang talent prediction. Macam biasa, selepas talent prediction kita ada audience prediction. Jadi sebab hari ini merupakan hari terakhir playoff kita, kita nak tengoklah siapakah yang menjadi pilihan English caster kita untuk perlawanan pertama. Okey. Kali ni English caster kita tak sefahaman.
Yes.
Okey, Terence memilih Todak, Gideon memilih Suhas Esports, Tafa memilih Todak MLBB.
Dan saya rasa ini memang membayangkan macam mana susahnya kita nak pilih antara kedua-dua tim ni sebab dua-dua tim ni sangat kuat. Kita tak boleh cakap confirm lah tim tu menang dah.
Diorang split.
Yes, please.
Fair. Diorang tak nak nampak bagus. Jadi ini adalah pilihan English caster kita. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula pilihan BM caster. Okey, BM caster kita ketiga-tiga memilih Todak MLBB. Arta juga analisis kita.
Ya, nampak gayanya mereka lebih pada tengok pada bahagian number. Sebab kita kena ingat di mana Todak diorang adalah previous champion. So macam mana kita cerita tadi, the champion mentality. Di mana tak kisah diorang kalah semalam, diorang kalah minggu lepas, diorang kalah bulan lepas. Hari ni yang penting dan hari ni yang diorang kena perform.
Betul tu. Tapi kita dah tengok semua caster kita. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula pilihan kami berempat. Di quickie ni selalunya sama, kadang-kadang tak sama.
I dengan Gideon. You and me. Kita berdua je percaya.
Make a wish people. Make a wish people punya connection. So, kita bertiga memilih Todak MLBB dan Lafel memilih Suhas Esports. Adakah ini kerana you masa yakin yang Suhas Esports memang mempunyai mentality champion?
Sebab dekat sini, kenapa I personally pilih Suhas Esports? Sebab kita selalu nampak diorang punya players. Sekarang ni saya pilih Suhas Esports untuk menang sebab saya percayakan dengan diorang punya management. Saya percayakan dengan Padel, saya percayakan dengan Matthew di mana diorang dah lalui benda ni berkali-kali. Diorang akan cakap kat players, it's okay. Kita still boleh menang asalkan kita stick dengan kita punya own strategi.
Dan tapi apa-apa pun kita harapkan kedua-dua pasukan menunjukkan performance yang sangat baik. Jadi apa kita sekarang kita lihat pula pilihan penonton sendiri. Okey, daripada audience prediction adalah 86%.
Make a wish people.
Kuat betul
14% memilih Todak MLBB. Nampak? Ini memang sangat jauh.
Kalau tak salah saya, ini kali pertama pasukan Todak tidak ada major
vote.
Betul lah.
Tak pernah. Mungkin sebab kita nampak Suhas Esports juga mempunyai makin lama makin banyak penyokong dan juga fanbase.
Betul. Ini antara benda yang saya suka pasal MPL di mana awal-awal sesiapa yang baru masuk mungkin orang macam okey kenal tak kenal, tapi dengan diorang punya performance makin lama makin orang percayakan diorang dan makin lama diorang menjadi fans.
Ya, betul.
Dan macam biasalah, kita ada perlawanan yang hebat. Kita ada MLBB, tapi bila dengar
lupa
bunyi
ada
bila dengar bunyi itu bermakna kita ada 300,000 diamond giveaway. Setiap hari kita dah cakap yang you guys bakal mendapat 100,000 diamond dan caranya sangat senang.
Yes, dekat sini ada soalan untuk you guys jawab. Soalan pertama adalah what are the 3 quantity options for chicken McNuggets, ataupun kepada BM speakers, berapakah option bilangan nugget yang ada, dan juga apakah makanan kegemaran McDonald anda dan kenapa? Dan Fira, macam mana diorang nak jawab?
You guys kena pergi sekarang, komen jawapan yang betul, letakkan Instagram handle, make sure komen di YouTube stream dan menggunakan hashtag McDeliveryXMPL Malaysia. Sekarang jangan buat next week pula.
Yes, sebab minggu depan memang tak dapat.
Tengok hari ni.
Tengok replay memang tak dapat.
Memang tak dapat. Dan setiap hari kita akan memilih kita memilih 40 orang pemenang. Kejap lagi kita akan mention siapa yang akan menang. Jadi pergi sekarang komen cepat-cepat kerana kalau lambat tak dapat. Jadi ni tentang kita punya giveaway 300,000 diamond. Okey, dia dah cakap tag-tag tu maksudnya dia nak belah. Dia nak gerak. Tapi bukan tu je, sebab McDelivery ada banyak lagi giveaway. Kerana bukan itu saja. Kalau you guys pergi sekarang dekat social media Instagram McDonald's Malaysia, diorang ada buat final prediction contest McDelivery. Cara dia adalah teka berapa lama perlawanan final hari ini akan berlangsung. Teka. Orang fikir 5 jam ke? 4 jam ke? Okey. Dekat sini kasta akan pening. Sebab kita tahu best of 5 and best of 7. Tapi cara untuk join ni adalah teka berapa lama perlawanan final hari ini akan berlangsung. Sebab hadiah terkumpul dia adalah 100,000 diamond. Dan akan memilih 20 orang yang teka dengan betul. Tapi tu kalau 20 orang teka betul, maksudnya 100,000 split 20 orang. Kalau hanya seorang saja yang betul, maka seorang tu akan dapat semua 100,000 diamond.
Tak, dia sebenarnya percakapan ni doa tau.
Nanti dia cakap 36 minit. 52 minit.
Bayangkan kalau 20 orang cakap macam tu.
Kalau 40 orang lah. 3 jam ke apa ke total. Tapi kita tak tahu. Tapi macam saya cakap lah.
Baru ada minggu depan.
Jangan lupa untuk pergi ke social media Instagram McDonald's sekarang untuk join giveaway tadi. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata anda semua scan dulu keempat-empat QR code yang anda lihat sekarang. Kerana kita ada Facebook, kita ada Instagram, kita ada TikTok dan juga kita ada grup. Kerana MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini, kita bukan saja bersiaran langsung di Facebook, tapi kita juga bersiaran langsung di TikTok. Dan Lafel bercakap tentang MPL. Macam yang kita bagi tahu sebelum ni, selepas habis je MPL ni, kita akan ada MSC.
Ya, MSC sememangnya I'm very very excited. Sedangkan hari ini playoff finals, I dah very excited. Kepada semua fans Mobile Legends, make sure you guys tengok perlawanan hari ini untuk tengok siapakah wakil kita yang akan membanggakan kita dekat MSC lawan dengan tim-tim international yang lain.
Betul tu. Dan MSC akan berlangsung pada 7 Jun sehingga 13 Jun 2021. Juara dan naib juara bagi MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini yang akan mewakili Malaysia seperti yang Lafel cakap tadi. Dan rasanya semua orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan pertama, adakah akan menjadi 3-0
Honestly untuk saya, sorry kepada semua caster, tapi saya memang harap game-game yang panjang. Harap kita go full games because again, semua tim yang bermain, I rasa fans pun nak tengok apakah meta-meta yang terbaik yang diorang boleh lakukan. Dan lagi banyak game, lagi banyak meta kita akan nampak.
Dan sebab kita tahu ini merupakan best of 5, jadi kemungkinan ada 1-1 kita pun tak tahu. Tapi Lafel bercakap tentang hari inilah, Suhas Esports dengan Todak. First match, you rasa apa yang diorang tengah buat sekarang?
Okay, so biasanya first match is the match yang kita orang akan warm up sikit. So bila kita warm up, mungkin kita tak keluarkan the best draft kita lagi. Dia antara dua strategi. Number 1, keluar best draft supaya kita ada momentum. Ataupun number 2, keluar draft yang kita boleh eksperimen sikit untuk tengok apa yang enemy team nak lakukan. Because again, best of 5, kita tak boleh nak keluarkan segala mental capacity kita pada game pertama. Takut nanti karang selepas game ketiga kita dah start pancit dah. Kita punya shot calling ability tu dah tak ada. So Antara hero yang mungkin bagus untuk meta-meta macam ni adalah hero macam Fermis, hero macam Bane, hero macam Estes.
Dan rasanya semua orang dah tak sabar. And saya pun dah tahu caster dah get ready. And guys, apa kata marilah kita lihat perlawanan pertama hari ini di antara Suhas Esports menentang Toda MLBB. And caster, take it away.
Thanks, Fira. This is the grand finals of the MPL Malaysia Season 7, which is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery, official digital telco, Yudu, as well as partners in esports, TikTok, Secret Lab, Esports Charts, and is supported by KBS and ESI. Welcome, everybody, to Championship Sunday. My name is Gideon Q. This is Icy Baby 12. This is Adrius Adafat. This is the day we will see our representatives move on in towards MSC and for local glory. How are you boys feeling?
I'm feeling excited here. I cannot wait to see what is going to be happening in today's match here, because who would have thought Toda and Suhas Esports, one of the top two coming in from regular season here in the lower bracket finals.
Yep, it's certainly a result that no one could have anticipated. These two, they were the respective top positions of Group A and Group B. Seeing them meet in the lower bracket finals is something quite unprecedented. But before we move on, once again, we have to remind you guys, we got a special deal for you provided by official digital telco Yudu. If you're a new user and you join Yudu, you can get a 20 gig MLBB add-on, and it's just 3 ringgit. On top of that, you'll get 100 free diamonds. So what are you waiting for?
With so much on the line, it only makes sense to go with the most reliable source, and that's going to be Yudu, powered by Cellcom. And speaking of how much is on the line here today, lower bracket finals here, Suhas versus Todak. As you mentioned before, nobody expected it, but why Todak this time around?
You know, Toda has been one of the most consistent teams personally, in the sense where they have so much flexibility.
So many 2-1 games.
And, you know, that's the thing. They're so consistent in being 2-1s just because they are willing to be experimental to a certain degree.
That's fair.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of teams here, even me and Arthur had this discussion off the side as well, saying that Suhas Esports is starting to be easily readable. And a lot of teams are starting to realize that as well, because if you think about it here, in the playoffs, we've seen dynamic changes from every single team. But for Suhas Esports, personally, it felt a little bit, nothing much has changed.
Well, I mean, he does bring a good point. RSG did take a game off. Well, not even take a game, knocked them down into the lower brackets. No big deal. They're sitting in the grand finals. But do you think because of this readability that they have to kind of turn this around?
Well, it's gonna be something to really pay attention to, but keep your eyes peeled, everyone. We're about to introduce our lower bracket finalists.
And that's going to be both of your finalists here today in the lower bracket finals. Only one team may move and progress forward to the final event, and the other one will have to bow out. And now, Sadafa, you've mentioned in the predictions that you want Toda was going to take this away. Are you on the same opinion with Terrence about Suha's performance overall?
I will certainly agree that while Suhas Evos has had very consistent and successful performances, the fact that they've mainly remained the same the whole time makes it quite easy for other teams to predict what they're about to do. But I'm about to predict what you guys are about to do, and that's using this code here, MPL Nuggets, on your Mac delivery order of at least 50 ringgit in order to get yourself free 6-piece chicken McNuggets.
Ooh, delicious nuggets that you could be eating right now. And anybody who's having a watch party with your friends, or you've got a couple of people over with your family, you know, your neighbors are watching in from their own houses, but you're looking at each other through the window because you want to be close, but not really, then order yourself some Mac delivery through their application, through their website, and use that code. And then maybe you can kind of flex on them a little bit. It's like, 9 nuggets? Well, I got 15.
Don't worry, the nuggets here is small enough to fit through the window, so it's okay.
You're just throwing them through the window to the other side.
I'm more wondering what nuggets are big enough to not fit through the window.
Also a very good point. But with that being said, we got to focus on this upcoming game. Expected drafts, because we've seen quite a lot coming out of Todak. And, you know, Farmis has been, you know, literally floating around the meta as of yet.
That's the thing, right? We saw a couple of Farmis picks here, but it hasn't been really extremely successful yet. Maybe we might pull it off in today's games, but the things I want to bring up here right now is that, you know, I know we are siding on Todak a little bit more, but in your case here, this is where I'm going to give you a little bit more points here, is that Suhas Evos, arguably, they're one of the most, I would say, consistent team in a sense where they don't exactly go out of the box, even though they have box in the team here, is that they play around Box's hero pool, they play around HY's hero pool, and also the Ace here, and they don't exactly vary a lot. And over the time here during regular season, we start to see similarities between other teams. But in this case here, now in the lower brackets here, I have two things that I worry about here. People won't expect them to bring something new. If they do bring something new, it's going to be a wow factor, but it is going to be a hit or miss.
Hit or miss? I don't know. This one's rough. It's kind of rough, and it's very difficult to predict whether or not they're going to have a different draft. We haven't seen too much just yet, but based on the data that we have right in front of us, we can't say much about it. But let's jump in towards that draft and answer those questions straight away. Todak immediately banning out Cho. We're seeing a pattern here against Suhas Evos.
Yeah, this thing I want to bring up right now here is that it's no longer a usual best of 3 here. You know, having those hit or misses surprise factor is going to catch teams off guard one game. But when it comes to best of 5s here, it's all about stamina, it's all about consistency, it's all about playing the game as efficiently as they can. So if Suhas Evos decide to cheese a strat in one game here, Todak may lose a game, but they will start to realize it in game number 2.
Something important to note as well is that whichever team does end up victorious in this best of 5 is moving on to the grand finals, which is a best of 7. That means that whichever team does manage to do so has the potential to play up to 12 games in a single day, and that is going to take a lot of stamina. You might think at first, we should try to save some energy in order to make it so that we can still play at full power, but you can't afford to reserve any of that energy right now because your life is on the line.
Yeah, I think in this situation, it's like the easiest way to get out of this, win that 3-0, take this best, kick this best out of 5 out of the park, and then get ready, prepare the mentality for the grand finals. And I think, you know, both Todak and Suhas Evos, a little bit of a disadvantage for Suhas Evos because Todak has had that experience of best of 5s and best of 7s in that regard.
Now, I'm really surprised that Todak actually decides to ban the Ling here, considering that they have experience playing the Kufra for themselves as well. It seems like they don't exactly want to force Moon to play on tank role, rather than, you know, keeping him on the mage role here and be having more single-handedly tanking for the team here. It might be that kind of strategy, I might be wrong, but there has been a trend lately as well, double tank compositions. I don't know, Suhas Evos, will they be able to adapt here? Seems like, based on bans here, nothing much has changed coming from Suhas Evos, but Todak has been extremely flexible in terms of their bans here.
Speaking of the double tank composition as well, we do see more and more teams are leaning towards that direction, oftentimes having a tank in the side lane where you would normally see the fighter position. And in that situation, I am a little bit concerned for HYHY. Having the Cho banned out means a lot of the rest of his hero pool is either heroes that he's not the most comfortable playing or are no longer as effective in the meta, such as the Lapu Lapu we saw yesterday here. And I'm worried that this could be a worry worry for Suha's Evos, as after all, despite their consistent performances, they do tend to lean back towards these comfort hero picks, and thus as a team, their hero pool is not necessarily that large.
Well, I think mainly because Suha's Evos, they have very dedicated roles for each of their players. They aren't as flexible as Todak, where, you know, Formace and Chico are pretty much interchangeable with each other. And the same goes for almost similarly for Momo and Formace. Moy, on the other hand, he's dedicated to play that support and tank position. And the same goes for D-Ace. The only people who kind of go out of their way is Formace as well as AJ. AJ, he used to play Boxia in the side lane when Alice was in meta. Sorry, not AJ. Eevee was playing Boxia in the side lane when nobody else really was, especially up against Alice meta compositions. It's tough, and you don't expect to be able to play Gato Kacha up in the top side. You don't expect to be able to play Rock up in towards top side as well.
Well, it seems to me here in the lower bracket finals here, to open things up here, they are going to be testing the waters here. Very, you know, standard bans coming from both these teams here. Respect heading into each side. But now, Toda, Blue being up for grabs here, do they want to prioritize on that pickup from the get-go? It might happen. Or are they just going to secure the E for themselves? But it seems like they are going to go for the Kufra instead. First pick, Kufra.
Yep.
Okay. This is interesting here. When you see Todak ban out the Ling, you would think, alright, they're not really leaning towards playing the Kufra here, as the hero is designed to be a really hard counter to these high mobility assassin types. However, Todak going against the
grain?
Yes, the grain. Thank you very much. I was looking for that word. But Kufra, not really what you'd expect to pick up as a first pick here after what Todak has banned out. However, there is a benefit to this in that it really doesn't tell Suha's Evos what Todak is planning to do. However, this does indeed mean that Eve is open for Suha's Evos. They're gonna pick up the Alice as well on top of that.
I like this. Personally, I like this. Eve isn't too affected by the CC when you're in real-world manipulation, and even if you get caught with Alice, you still have the Blood Ode to buy a little bit of time. Both can build Winter Truncheon later into the game, so they have a general idea of what they want to do against Todak. However, it's really going to be about those rotations. How quick are these supports able to get from point A to point B?
You know, I understand the reason behind the Kufra here, just to kind of limit Box's mobility, considering that we've seen throughout regular seasons here, most of his marksmen here relies heavily on mobility here, such as the Yishun Sin and also the Granger there. So having the Kufra right in his face, he's not going to be able to clutch in those kind of 1 HP situations. It pretty much seals the deal. But like you said as well, I'm not a big fan of it. However, opening things up with the Claude as well as the Chang'e here. So this is going to be a wombo combo. A lot of crowd control damage here coming from Todak. And Suha's Evos, arguably they're able to sustain through this, but if you get focus fired here, that's pretty much a done deal coming from Suha's Evos. So they have to be extremely careful with the next draft.
Moon has been relegated to a tank position for the last few games as double tank is becoming a bit more popular, but Chang'e has been long known to be one of his signature heroes. I had been wondering for a long time, why aren't they giving Chang'e the Moon? Oftentimes the hero is either banned out, and even when it's not, we haven't seen him pick it up, but we're going to be seeing it here today, as well as the Claude here. So Todak has some very good damage scaling. Suha's Evos going to respond with a safe Granger pick for Box there, and that means we're going to be seeing the Eve and Granger combo to do damage from afar.
You know, based on the drafts here coming, this opening drafts coming from Todak here, pretty much, you know, one hero completely destroyed their formation, but that hero is extremely risky because rotations is not exactly going to be helpful here. So if Suha's Evos decides to pick the Lolita, it's going to be extremely risky, but it will be one way to deal with the wombo combos coming from the Meteor Shower as well as the Blazing Duet, both in together with just one type of a skill.
No, I totally agree with you here that like Lolita actually might be a really great pick for Suha's Evos. The question is D-Ace capable of playing it at a high level? And the second question is whether or not Todak knows how to play around it. Because again, it's a very linear hero. Most of the times the game-changing play is Numenon Blast into Flicker, never just the Numenon Blast.
Yeah, they are going to force them into a very, very awkward situation. So in this case, it's going to be extremely hard to play the Lolita. But if push comes to shove, they have no choice. They might go for it. But seems to me, action on Suha's Evos, how will they respond? Do they pick the high-lows here to mess with the Kufra? But they are going to forego a lot of damage being taken from the Blazing Duet as well as the Meteor Shower. So this is going to be a tough call here coming from Suha's Evos.
I do certainly agree with the Lolita. The high-lows as well is an option to allow Suha's Evos to reposition, engage, and disengage in fights more effectively as well. With the last bans coming out from both teams, Atlas and Lunox taken out by Suha's Evos. We know Atlas is a hero that Todak plays fairly exclusively and is certainly something to be feared. The Barats and Baxi are taken out by Todak themselves. Suha's Evos going to be picking up the Paquito to start out their second phase of picks.
Just to have a dominant laner, that's totally fine with me, but Todak can absolutely brick wall him if they wanted to. The Uranus is still up for grabs. Unfortunately, Barat and Baxia have been banned out, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they look for something like Angela, something with a little bit of healing. Yep, Glue as well. Great options. Oh, finally, Hayabusa. All right. Still double tank lineup. They've got 2 carries this time. One going into the side lane, one going into the jungle.
We do know that the Hayabusa has been a proven solution to the Granger Eve combo because he is able to have a lot of mobility, go in, take people out with the Ogi Shadow Kill, as well as split push across the map just to prevent the opponents from being able to take these grouped up team fights. Add on that the double tank combination from Todak, as well as damage coming from the Claude and Chang'e, and I am seeing a very solid lineup here that Suha's Evos could have some difficulty dealing with. What will they finish off their draft with as the last few seconds tick down? Looks like they are indeed going with the high-lows. We did think about this earlier. It's going to allow Suha's Evos to be more effectively able to pick and choose their fights. Todak, their lineup is solid. Suha's Evos, they have answers to it, but it's going to come down to a lot of execution from both these teams.
Yeah, I guess they wanted the versatility of Hylos's glorious pathway instead of the Numenon Blast. They don't want to just be able to disengage and play defensively. They want to be able to, as you mentioned, pick and choose exactly where they want to fight, and if they need to force a situation, they can.
Yeah, I like this makeup last pick Hylos here just because it synergizes with the heals coming in with the Alice as well. It does help out a little bit more, and it does not allow the crew front to just go out crazy here. But like I said as well, they have to worry about the Blazing Duet. They have to worry about a Meteor Shower. But aside from that, if they can sustain through that, they're going to be fine. So this is going to be an interesting draft here. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be our first time seeing non-standard metas here in the lower bracket finals. The best of the best are gathered here to duke it out in this first game of best of 5s here. Either teams looking to solidify themselves to make them grand finals. Who will it be? Is it going to be Todak? Is it going to be Suha's Evos? Why don't we find out? Because this is where it gets interesting here to start things off. It is going to be having Chiku down middle here. Thoughts on that?
Chiku down mid side. I mean, they are knowing that Suha's Evos likes to do this opening where they go for that first push on the wave, immediately go to Lethal Wanderer, and then back to buff. Todak on the other side, they don't really like to do that, mainly because their supports can't really do too much. However, Suha's taking a more aggressive approach. They steal away the bear at the same time.
No, that's the thing. The reason why I'm mentioning Chiku is where I was expecting 4 mains to be in the jungle and Chiku on the side lanes. Considering that it is a Hayabusa and a Claude.
Well, I mean, the side lane matchups aren't too difficult, and the worst part is that even if you do have Claude in the side lane, like, Hayabusa will need some help, and he can't really do too much and has to play a very passive role, while at least with Chiku, he can kind of do his own thing without too much support.
Todak wants to be able to get as much farm on Chiku as possible. Hayabusa is able to hold his own a little bit better in the lanes, especially when you consider that Suha's Evos are going to have Alice as well as the Paquito on the side lanes, which are going to be heroes that have a bit that Claude has a little bit of difficulty dealing with here. Formaze also is proven to do pretty well on the Hayabusa, so they're putting a bit of trust on him there just to be able to pull off this position here. So far, not too much happening, pretty even on both sides. However, Moon getting caught out. The Law and Order, the Flicker, not exactly where he wants to go. Chiku comes in from behind with the Blazing Duet. D-Ace gets the kill and will secure the first blood on Moon. But now he's the one getting taken out. And Destinata comes out. Eevee now the one in trouble. The Paquito going to fall for Maze. Once again starts the game with a 2-0.
Not exactly the best start here coming in from Suha's Evos. The support's got a little greedy on that pick on Moon. However, Chiku coming in from a flank angle is looking great. No Blazing Duet this time around, but HY is in a lot of trouble as they contest for this turtle. They sacrifice one member just to get this turtle. Momo bites the dust.
You know, for a second, I was a little bit worried here from Todak, considering that both of the tanky heroes here, which is Glue as well as Kufra, is all the way up top. They had no assist here, but you have to give credit towards Chiku because he clutched it it for Moon, despite a little mess up in towards the flicker there. However, you know what it means. You saw kills. You know what's up. This is going to be the first blood bounty. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you guys with a minimum spend of 50 ringgit via McDelivery by using the code MPL Nuggets.
Now, back in towards this game, Chiku is clearing out mid-wave with his ultimate as quickly as possible. Both the Ace and AJ unable to do much about the situation. However, for Mason Moon, now looking for a punish onto HY. The Blood Oath has been popped, and the OK Shadow Kill should be still active. HY survives with a sliver of health. Moon takes him out with one last auto attack to Ace. Looking for options, Moon is going to be that option. He turns back around. Moon should be going down to box. Hayabusa walks away with 50% of his HP.
Very well played by Suha Zevos there. Good response. Unfortunately, the dive just a little bit too risky. The rest of Todak not around to be able to take full advantage of it. They end up losing Moon there. Definitely not the position he wants to be in, but it's still alright for now as Chiku is working on the bottom side. Momo going to be delaying Eevee to allow Chiku to get as much economy out of this objective as possible.
Energy barriers are going to be broken here on both sides, but Suha Zevos has the manpower to muscle their way in, breaking first tower on top side, which is great. However, this is where there could be a lot of punishment. Gufra is sitting by the Bug Beetle just to make sure they want to know when they are coming so that Moon can back away. He's got a good amount of economy from the energy barriers as they rotate down to fight for this turtle.
However, on bottom side as well, Eevee is a little bit low. He's trying to challenge Chiku, but Moy is already setting himself up here. He scouts out the Ace and says that, hey, he doesn't want to fight. Chiku's a little bit low, but they are going to try and secure the turtle for themselves. Toda, despite losing a tier 1 up top here, they were able to trade off gold plating down mid as well as bottom. So economy-wise, not that far off, but they are going to lose the top objective, so which is not that big of a deal yet. But as of now, turtle priority is going to be the way to go here. Toda going to be prioritizing on getting the buffs here for Chiku. Meanwhile, Suas Evos, they are going to start off with the turtle buff. So, Moy, is he going to respond? Do they have the position to do so? They are 4 men healthy. Looks like they will not. They have not baited out the revitalize from the Ace, and they do not want to force a fight with a strong Hylos. Meanwhile, Formace is going to trade the gold plating up top instead. Here comes the Ogi Shadow Kill. It's on the HY. HY is taking a little bit too much damage, but he is going to be A-okay. This Chang'e and Hayabusa is just doing a lot of work here on the side lanes here. They're just taking small objectives instead of committing to the fights. Meanwhile, seeing this is happening, Suas Evos, they're gonna force the fight down bottom. Here comes the real woman division. They trap them all out, but Momo, he gets a really nice pick, but at the same time, he might die off here as well. Down towards the last HP. Suas Evos, do they want to go for the dive here? It seems to me, Toda, they escape with a slither of health.
They don't even bother to continue with the dive. I think they were a little afraid that Formace was able to get into the back. AJ gets a little bit chunked out here as HY into Ace. Look for the chase. Nope, it continues back into the farming sector. A lot of these fights are ending up in just preemptive strikes, and Chiku now using his ultimate. Can he pick up the Ace in the meantime? Yes, Battle Images through with the help of Moon. They wombo combo their way to earn themselves AJ and the Ace's heads. Box cannot do much about it.
Chiku getting chunked out quite a bit by that Rhapsody there, but will be able to get a very clean double kill along with Moon in the bottom lane, and this is gonna give Todak more room. They're gonna get the middle tier 1. That's a very important tower, allowing Todak to further open up the map. Suha Zevos now find themselves in a pretty difficult situation. Suha Zevos is a team that heavily prioritizes that map control. Real world manipulation, gonna trap Momo inside. He'll be able to walk away. Formace dropping really low as well, but Todak should be able to get out of that, no problem.
Yeah, this is exactly why we were talking here. Either the Lolita or the Hylos here. Look at the amount of damage that Chiku and also Moon is able to dish out in this kind of situation. Here, Suas Evos, they need to figure a way to out-sustain all this burst, because as of now, Toda, they're taking objectives left, right, front, and center. They're winning all these small fights, which Suas Evos are just lacking in terms of gold as well as XP, just because they're trying to force a fight for man, which Toda is completely dodging. However, a solo kill down bottom is not gonna make things easier here for Suas Evos.
It's just getting ever so difficult because they are being isolated. The 4-and-1 composition of Todak is making it difficult for Suhas Evos to fight as a team. HY isolated by himself is just free fodder for Formace at this point because he can't seem to get more farm than he has. 2 deaths already, 7 minutes into the game, down by 2 towers. Todak is in a very dominant position.
We've seen from experience that giving early kills to Formace on this Hayabusa is never ideal, and unfortunately that's exactly what happened. Formace already ahead of Box in terms of net worth, and besides that, Chiku is ahead of him as well. So Todak back. Definitely firmly in the lead right now with a 4K net worth advantage that Suhas Evos need to figure out how to make up. Unfortunately, Suhas Evos, they're a team that does depend on being able to take solid fights. They do manage, however, to take out Chiku in the top lane, so this is going to help them even things up just a little bit.
Yeah, finally, Suhas Evos finds an opportunity there, considering that how greedy Chiku has been playing throughout this game, considering that the entirety of the game here, Todak's objective has been finding chip damage, finding small skirmishes here in order to get a lead in terms of economy, whereas Suhas Evos is looking for 5-man commitments, which Todak is completely dodging in all will. So that's going to be the first small mistake from Todak. A little bit of breathing room from Suhas Evos, but is it going to be enough considering that they've lost so much map control, losing their tier 3s all the way from top, mid, and also bottom?
Well, I mean, overall, just losing their tier 1s, not exactly the biggest of deals. It's mainly because they can't have access to their buff as easily. Chiku now getting a huge item power spike with that golden staff purchase. This is going to be some really scary stuff because now his ult will hurt. No, he's got it. Whoops. He's got it.
He messed up his stacks. Oh.
I mean, it's whatever. It's whatever. He missed the Art of Thievery. It happens sometimes. Like, it happens. He still got the purple buff at the end of the day, and that's the important part.
Oh, he messed up his stacks. And for him to generate, if a fight happens here, that is going to be very, very unfortunate for him. However, things considered here, Suhas Evos, they did not realize that, you know, if they do, that will be, you know, them having, you know, some next level IQ, you know.
And Chiku already starting on getting the Lord here, wants to make up for that slight mistake with the Art of Thievery earlier. He's probably just gonna say he fat-fingered that a little bit. Happens to the best of us. They're already working on taking it down. The Ace gets caught out. All that damage with the Blazing Duet. The Glorious Pathway comes out, but they already are right on top of him. The tank for Suhas Evos gets taken out. For Maze, however, finally goes down, and that's gonna give Box his killing spree. Chiku manages to steal the purple buff away from the side of Suhas Evos. Once again, gonna continue taking the Lord.
Very good reactions coming from Todak here, considering that the moment 4-Ways was caught on, they immediately go in for the dive onto his DAs and also taking on the purple buff away from Chiku. So this is gonna be a very secure Lord here coming from Todak. Suhas Evos not gonna be able to respond enough time to do this here, as 4-Maze was able to bait out multiple spells on top of that.
Yeah, and as of yet, I mean, they are just... Todak right now, and especially Chiku, he is hella accelerated into the game. He's already starting to deal so much damage, and especially towards tanks, it's not going to be the most fun of times. If we look at the items, recent purchase coming in from AJ is going to be the Ice Queen's Wand. Hopefully he is able to land a couple of abilities to make it effective. Chiku, on the other hand, finishing the Athena shield to protect himself against AJ, knowing he is going to be the biggest threat in this mid-game.
Fox currently pretty well caught up in terms of net worth, but still not a little behind Chiku here. But 4-Maze and Moon have more net worth individually than the rest of Suhas Evos here. Chiku goes in, finds the Blazing Duet, chunking out almost half the HP of the Ace. When your tank is not able to tank that sort of damage, you know that if Chiku finds a massive Blazing Duet into the middle of Suhas Evos, there's not gonna be many survivors. Flicker with the Kubra catches too, but this might be overconfident. Moy loses his life for that Meteor Shower is popped as well. Suhas Evos don't end up losing anything, but that little bit of a distraction was enough to allow the Lord to finish off the top inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, HY, he's found Chiku. Blazing Duet comes out. The Winter Trunkian keeps HY alive. The Ace almost falling at the mega kill. The Ace is going to survive. Eevee gets out with the flicker, not quite enough. 4-Maze in a bit of trouble. Looks like Moon does eventually manage to pick up that kill, but that was a very good disengage from Suhas Evos.
Oh, that was a huge play coming out of Evos. They end up losing one inhibitor turret at the end of the day. They might be losing two here as the Meteor Shower comes down onto HY. No Winter Truncheon to protect him. Momo using the split to keep himself alive, but Box now in trouble as the Oki Shadow kill comes out. And here comes AJ with a real world manipulation, finding the kill on towards Momo's side. Not bad defense considering all that has happened.
You know, fortunately for Suhas Evos here, they were able to deal with the Meteor Shower here, considering that the Ace did start things off with the magical defense itemizations here instead of physical ones, whereas Chiku, he's still going to continue to hit hard, but the moment Chiku falls off, this is where it does give a little bit of breathing room here from Suhas Evos to make the comebacks. But as of now, this is going to be a tough one here. They cannot make another mistakes here. Suhas Evos needs to force a 5v5 again instead of getting picked off. So in this case, They are going to start things off with scouting out on towards Boy. He's going to be the first one to get caught out, and he will be immediately taken out here. No setups whatsoever, no information, no positions. That is going to be the breeding room that Suaz Evos is looking forward to. But unfortunately for say, 70 seconds left on the lot. Nothing much lost here from the side of Todak.
That was very good positioning by Eevee, however, standing right on the edge of the brush so that he could push someone back with knockout strike, and unfortunately Moy just happened to be that target, got pushed back into the rest of Suha's Evos. That's going to be a very clean kill there. In the meantime, Chiku is starting to build up stacks on the Art of Thievery. They found the ace. The rest of Suha's Evos is waiting. Glorious Pathway comes out. HY tries to jump in, survives with the Winter Trunkian, but Chiku already takes 2 under his belt. Killing spree for Moon as well, and they also find the ace in background. Momo falling very low underneath the real world manipulation. Looks like AJ gets that kill for Maze. In a lot of trouble here. Chiku gets a cheeky purple buff on top of that. AJ and Box, the only one surviving now, dealing with 3 members of Todak as they start working down the middle inhibitor. Will Todak try to end this right now? For Maze joining them, he's quite low. If he gets hit by a stray attack, he could meet his end here. AJ and Box, will they defend? Todak going straight for the crystal. They jump in on the back, and that's a clean end. Todak not taking any chances here. They go for the end at the first chance they get, and that means game 1 of the lower bracket finals goes over to the defending champions, Todak MLBB.
Solid gameplay all throughout from Todak's side. They just cleanly snowballed their lead out of control, made sure that they minimized the damage and the scaling potential of HY, and Moy, that guy, he has been making some really good plays.
There was some insane plays here coming from here. I know that I've seen this for a second time now here in the playoffs, but that is some insane engagements here at the edge of the corner of the map where people don't exactly expect you to come from. Flies in, expected that, hey, he might have missed it, instantly responds with a flicker Tyrant's Rage. That was something that Suaz Evos did not expect. However, I want to talk about that final fight there as well, because if you think about it here, they lost Moy rather early. It was a 4v5 situation. What Todak did was insane because they found the ace out in the open here with the Hylos out of nowhere, getting chunked out half HP. Immediately, what they respond is that from Suaz Evos, it's definitely trying to provide some sort of assistance towards the ace. But what they didn't realize was that they were choked in a purple pit spot where they were all clumped up, which pretty much allowed Chiku to go in from behind and go in for the Blazing Duet and isolate both of those fights, and just could not. There was just no exit strategy right there.
Yeah, I mean, they have to really pick and choose their fights, and Todak just took well advantage of tight corners and the Blazing Duet. I mean, Chiku, you could clearly see that he was not slowing down on the petrol there. Once he got a little bit of an ignition, it really just blew up in Evos' faces.
I really liked the game plan coming from Todak here. It was just really solid. They executed it flawlessly, and that game was just so clean coming from them. Normally you don't see this kind of play from Todak. It feels like a lot of the time we see them kind of hesitate a little bit. They'll hover, they won't really end the game decisively. But I think now that we're in this position where everything's on the line and whoever wins not only goes to the grand finals but qualifies for MSC, Todak is really putting the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, we've kind of seen this a lot, Todak coming from regular seasons here, but during playoffs, this is the first time they're finally getting a little bit serious here, and I like this change here. Moon playing on the mage is just phenomenal, and on top of that, they realizes their terrain very well. Their spatial awareness from the side of Todak has been phenomenal in choosing their fights, and you know, I really like this version of Todak. It seems like the defending champions, they're here to mean business. They're not here to mess around, and I'm looking forward to see if they can continue to do so. However, for the fans, I'm sorry. For Gideon, I'm sorry. Suaz Evos, they need to adapt quickly, and it felt like the draft, the first game's draft here didn't exactly went according to the plan of Suaz Evos. It felt like Todak was controlling the pace of the draft, forcing them into a very awkward situation where they had to decide, do they pick the Lolita or they pick the Hylos here? And it was extremely hard to do so. However, the MVP for that match here, it is going to be 4Maze with a 3-1-3 finish.
With a 3-1-3 finish, I mean, 4Maze really put in the work. He was absorbing so much pressure from the side of Suaz Evos to the point where Suaz Evos were giving up some bigger neutral objectives, like Turtles, like Lord as well, just to deal with the amount of pressure 4Maze was putting on both the jungler as well as HY. So, For this upcoming game, it's going to be a lot of thinking here and back to the drawing board. But congratulations, Todak now starting to get that momentum. And personally, I feel like Todak is a momentum-based team. Once they get that win under their belt, they really get the chains moving. They really get the chugging on. The hype train just continues to push them forward.
Yep, I can certainly agree with that. And Formaze being the MVP here, he was crowned Day 2 MVP yesterday as well, mostly playing on this Hayabusa. So you really cannot look down on the assassin play of Formaze. There's a reason he was the best assassin of the regular season, and he's really starting to bear his fangs here. As you mentioned, there's going to be going back to the drawing board for Suhasivos. It's going to be difficult for them to adjust to this because Todak is such a flexible team in comparison, and it does look like they have a pretty hard read on them already.
Yeah, this is just typical Todak as of now. But before getting a little bit towards game 2 here, I have something in store for you guys here. I'm pretty sure, Gideon, you have something for them as well, right?
Yep, it's time for Make a Wish. Let's call the fell. Hey, buddy.
Game yang bagus in the first match today, Gideon.
Yeah, it was a solid match coming in from Todak's side. Obviously, a little bit disappointed because our predictions are very similar. But hey, it's a best of 5 and it's time to make wishes come true.
Yep, and tanpa membuang masa, in the count of 3, 2, 1, go! Kita akan tengok siapa punya wish yang kita akan tunaikan hari ini.
Well, let's see. The first person on our list is Hazim Shah. Hajat aku ada 3 je. Wow, there's 3 of them. Okay. All right, no worries.
Okay.
We'll handle it. 1, nak semua skin stun. 2, tidak akan dapat tim yang toxic. Oh, okay, that one.
Itu susah.
Yeah,
itu susah,
that's a little difficult. Number 3, nak sangat dapat semua skin Lightborn dan semua skin KOF epic skin for Xboard. #GG, #MPL Season 7. Big demands here, brother.
Especially nombor 2 tu. Yang nombor 2 tu, I tak sure macam kita nak tolong. Tapi Gideon, biar I call Munton. Okay. 014. Itu je. Ding,
very
ding,
short
ding.
number.
Yes, very short number. Munton beli premium punya number. Hello Munton. Dia nak skin KOF, dia nak skin Lightborn dengan dia tak nak toxic. Yang last tu I tak sure you nak tunaikan macam ni. Tapi yang first tu macam mana? Huh? Dia bagi semua skin stun and Lightborn?
Yes. My friend Hazim, you don't know what just happened here, but on call, we are deciding to give you all the stun skins, all the Lightborn skins as well, just to make your day.
Tanya, inilah kita punya wish pertama yang kita tunaikan, di mana dia dapat semua skin stun dan juga Lightborn skin mahal. Tapi hey, kalau you nak make a wish, alalang baik minta semuanya. Betul tak, Gideon?
All right, I'm feeling a little generous here, you know?
Okay.
The Lightborn skins and stun skins, it just wasn't enough for me. We need to get more wishes done. LaFell, you know what to do.
3, 2, 1, go! Right. One more wish, Gideon. Pagi ni rasa very generous, eh?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling real generous. Okay.
Oh, panjangnya.
Oh man, Hikari-kun. Thank you, Munton, for continuously giving us the opportunity to win these awesome skins. Owning me Iori Yagami Cho skin will make me very happy. Watching MPL-MY matches while players using these skins in-game makes the action more intense. The effects gives more impact to the already awesome gameplay given to us by top caliber teams from Malaysia. #MLBB, #MPL Malaysia, #MPL MY Season 7, #Rise Up, #MLBB, #Mobile Legends, #MLBB Esports, #MPL, #Mobile Esports. #Malaysia, #Make-A-Wish. Oh, finally got through it. My mask is so wet right now. There's so much saliva built up.
Hello Munton. Nak request gaji Gideon dinaikkan boleh tak? This man needs an award. You guys dekat rumah yang tengah komen, make sure you guys puji Gideon kakak. But yeah, dia punya wish kita nak tunaikan macam mana ni? What? Gideon, you tahu Munton cakap dia akan dapat 10,000 diamonds, betul kan? Dan juga 10 random epic skin? 5 random epic skins. So 5 random epic skin dengan 10,000 diamonds. Oh my god, Hikari-kun. Message panjang-panjang, hashtag banyak-banyak. Gideon penat tapi still 10,000 diamonds and 5 random epic skins. Congratulations to you, Hikari-kun.
Well played, Hikari-kun, and obviously we're very happy to give this to you. 10,000 diamonds is a lot of diamonds. I wasn't ready for that at all.
Dia nak apa-apa dia boleh dapatkan je. Tapi macam mana pun Gideon, we have to move along because we have to see game kedua di antara team Todak dan juga Suhas Esports. So Gideon, I can leave you be. You akan pergi balik kepada you punya stream, and I akan sambung berbual dengan Arta.
Catch you later. All right, now we're going back in towards these games here, and obviously the Make-A-Wish is a good taste palate cleanser. That's the word.
Dude. Okay, for you guys watching here, I'm gonna give you guys 101 tips on how to get yourself some amazing skins here. The longer the comments,
don't do
the
that.
longer
No,
the hashtags,
stop.
the better. You'll be getting even more. The longer, the better. Okay?
These messages are really long. You know how many hashtags that was?
Dude, that's how he got 10k diamonds, man.
No, that's not how he got 10k diamonds.
Look at the previous one. It's so short. He only got like what? All Lightborn and what's the other skin?
Lightborn and stun skins.
Yeah, that's so little. You know, with 10k you can get way much more than
Hey,
that.
people are humble. And what about you guys? What would you have? What would you want as a wish from the Make-A-Wish campaign? And if you want to tell us, let us know in our social medias down below, as listed by the QR codes. We've got the Facebook page, Facebook group, Instagram page, as well as TikTok page, and you can have an opportunity to join us in this conversation. Or even, hey, maybe you're unsatisfied. How come I didn't get a wish? Why don't you DM us straight away?
We'll give you a hint, okay? Just type, you know, you want to meet us, you want to meet ICBB12, you want to meet Gideon Q, you want to meet Staffa, you want our autograph, ask for a little bit of skins here, hashtag Make-A-Wish, hashtag blah, 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 blah. Most probably, we will choose you. You know, we'll be on your side and make sure Moonton chooses you, and you'll make our day.
Or you can, you know, follow ICBaby12 directly and message him straight away about the situation. Now, coming back in towards these games, we need to make sure that you guys are up to date of what's happening here at the MPL. And you know, if you were here for the past couple of days, Championship Sunday is no different. We got our milestone shout out here. For our milestones, you guys know the drill. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, and finally 8,000 for the mystery gift. I still have no idea what the mystery gift is till this point. Nobody around has told me. Even when I asked Winton, it's like, it's a mystery for a reason. I don't know why they're like that, even though we're doing the Make-A-Wish, but man, I'm dying out of the curiosity here.
You know, like I said, right, you know, they give a random code. Who knows that code gives you, you know, Gideon's number, to ask you on a date, or
they give them my number in just tickets, in just BP.
Then we already talked about giving LaFell's number yesterday.
Like I said, we are speculating, but you know what you can definitely get here instead of sharing as well. Before we hit the milestones here, you can get yourself a brand new free Harry Fashion Expert skin for absolutely free here from May 13 all the way to 31 here. All you gotta do is very simple here. Every day log in, finish the task up in the 515E party here, and you have your chance to get away with a Harry skin for absolutely FREE free.
Imagine if you didn't spell that correctly.
Yeah, that would be quite concerning.
It was FERE.
What is it?
I'm sorry. I just can't help the fact that like I'm really dyslexic and I mess up simple words in my head.
Yeah, you guys, you see all these people getting free skins on the Make-A-Wish. You don't have to be lucky enough to be on the Make-A-Wish to get a free skin. There's an event happening right now to get one for yourself. So if you're a fervent Hearted player, or if you're just an ML player, you know,
or if you
free
like
skins,
fashion,
just go for it, right?
Yeah.
You like what?
If you like fashion.
Fashion?
That's what the skin's called, Fashion Expert. Were you not looking at the lower?
You know what's really nice? Make a wish for Moonton to dress you up, you know, take you out to a fashion boutique and dress you up as one of the Mobile Legends next cosplay.
Next?
or maybe next Hero Spotlight. Sounds like a good plan. Who knows? I don't, dude. Would you want like ICBaby12 the hero Mobile Legends here, right here, or maybe even Gideon Q as a brand new hero upcoming for next season?
I don't know. I think it's a hard pass for me. I'm very happy if I could just like voice over the spotlight, to be honest with you.
Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good plan.
Either way, we got to come back in towards this game here. There needs to be adaptations for Suhas Esports' side. Todak, on the other hand, it feels like they've got the winning formula in their DNA. Suhas is the one who's playing on the back foot.
It's gonna be very difficult for Suhas Esports to come back from this here because, again, one of the things that we've mentioned, the heaviest, most obvious weakness of Suhas Esports is how easy it is to predict what they're going to do, because they've played literally the same strategy, the same hero pool from the very beginning of the regular season. It worked out for them because of their good gameplay, their macro decision making, and obviously their individual skill. But when you're up against Todak, who has basically an entire toolbox to choose from of how to deal with your strategy, then that's not quite going to cut it anymore.
Well, all things considered here, we are jumping straight into its Game 2's draft here. Will Suhas Evos be able to make a comeback here? Speaking of the drafts, will they be bringing something new to the table? Will they let the fans down here? I don't know, because on the cast of Destiny, we have 2 Dodok fans and also 1 Suhas Evos in the name of Gideon here. Thoughts on that? Because prediction-wise, we had about, what, 90%, 80% of the teams, the audience here actually predicting Suhas Evos, and there are a lot of times that audience were right. So in this case, do you think Suhas Evos will be bringing something new to the table here, Gideon?
Well, I mean, it's the best of 5. Anything can happen. That's the beauty of the best of 5s. It gives you a good amount of time to kind of adapt to your opponents. And right now, I think my biggest issue with Suhas Evos is the fact that they're making a lot of micro decision makings that aren't necessarily correct. As we saw in the previous game, there's a little bit of indecisiveness about whether or not they wanted to commit on towards Moon in the turtle pit along the river during the 2nd or 3rd minute. And I think that already started to get me a little concerned, because side lanes, even HYHY, couldn't make a decision whether or not to go up because of the amount of pressure that Todak was able to exert. So it seems like they're a little nervous. Hopefully that first game kind of woke them up, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and now I want to bring Bao as well here. You know, since you brought up that point as well here, in the first game, Suhas Evos, they were really lacking in terms of rotation, just because they don't exactly have the tools to kind of rotate between lanes as quickly as they can. Maybe that's the reason why they banned off the lane early on from Toda. But that's the thing. If you recall regular seasons here, they were one of the very few teams who played Loi on top, not alongside with Toda. Could the Loi be a pick here, Safa?
I can certainly see it working out for Suhas Evos here, but if they're going to try something different, they do have multiple chances to go for it in a best of 5. With the first bans already coming out from both sides, Todak, they've basically kept the same 3 heroes banned out just to choke Suhas Evos out a little bit further. Suhas Evos, pretty similar, but now they've gotten rid of the Eve as well as the Kufra, so lots of respect to Todak there. This does give Eevee his signature Benedetta, so this is going to put Suhas Evos in a slightly better position, while Todak, they're gonna grab the Selena as well as the Lunox.
Selena as well as the Lunox. So they're having somebody flexing, flexed in towards the gold lane as well as mid lane mage, but they also have a dedicated support already locked in the form of this Selena. And what's scary about this is that Moon has been having outstanding performances on this Selena. Will AJ be able to kind of keep up? Because so far, the Yve, not exactly the most impressive. He's been caught out more times than he should be. They even banned out Kufra to ensure that he's going to have a better time. But now, it's time for the box Hayabusa.
This time, they're going to be taking a page off Todak here by drafting it away from Todak. But my idea right here is that Suhas Evos is thinking of targeting towards Moy's draft here, because if you do recall, almost every single game coming from Moy here, there are only a handful of tanks that he really stood out, one of it being the Tigreal and second being the Kufra. So Suhas Evos seems like they are going to be testing this theory out here. Is this going to work out? So taking the Kufra out, forcing Moy to play something that he's uncomfortable with here. Is the Tigreal a great pick here, considering that the Chang'e and Hayabusa is going to be a pick from side of Suhas Evos? Is it okay?
Not necessarily. I think they need a little bit more information. It's better to just to lock in like something like glue right now, just for the sake of saying like, okay, we don't really mind. We don't really mind if we actually go for it. But instead, they want to go for the Tigreal and they want to make sure the side lane has a better time. So I guess they're prioritizing for Maze this time round.
Yeah, looks like Terrence called it on the mark. They're going to be getting the Tigreal out from the side of Todak here. I do like Suhas Evos' idea. You don't have enough bans to really remove all these problematic heroes from Todak's pool. So what's the next best thing? Grab them yourself, removing the Hayabusa from 4Maze and getting rid of the Chang'e from Moon, putting it in their own hands. Todak, they're actually going to ban out the Atlas here, which is very interesting because That's a hero that they would normally play, not Suha's Evos. We'll see exactly what happens. Something to note, however, is you can definitely tell that the Ace wasn't the most comfortable on the Hylos pickup in Game 1. It's not really a hero you normally see him picking up. So I do think Suha's Evos needs to try and adapt to that a little bit better.
Well, I mean, if I were to put myself in the mind of the Ace, I would say Hylos is basic because he doesn't really force. He can force plays, but he's not a playmaker. He's not a Tigreal. He's not a Kufra. Things that he can definitely make things happen. Even a Jawhead would have been a significant difference. But again, most of it was banned or already taken.
Yeah, I like the Archive ban here coming from Todak here. It pretty much limits out a lot of tanks here coming from Suha's. He was trying to deal with this Tigreal here. Arguably, we had at one point here, the Tigreal became kind of like a favorite pick from Todak to deal with the jaw hit, just because of how annoying it is in terms of resetting those neutral objectives here. So, having this advantage is going to help them out, but they can also alternatively play an annoying tank role, which is, you know, forcing Suha's Evos to pick up a Hilda, which Todak did in the past when Ashi was playing from their side. In terms of invading.
I think Todak is almost guaranteed to pick up a tank here, such as the Glue, or perhaps if they want to, they can decide to go for the Grok as well, just to try and deny it over. They already banned out Atlas as well as the Akai, so they're definitely trying to remove as much possibility of the heroes that the Ace can play here. I don't think they're too worried about HY because unfortunately, I think his hero pool in the current meta is a bit difficult to play successfully. However, Todak actually going for the Yisan Shin here for Chiku.
Very, very smart here, just denying away all his boxes hero picks here as well. Now with information in the hands of Todak here, remember how we talked about the Hellcurt pickup here yesterday, and now coming into this Yishun Sig pickup as well as the Abyssal Traps for vision control. Suha's Evos, they are going into this game possibly blind here unless they try something different here. And in this spot right now, in this situation, are they going to pick the Hellcurt? Are they going to pick something which counteracts with the vision control? I don't think so, considering that Bobo Kuba is out as well. They don't have much in terms of vision here. Maybe a feeding Digi? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
I think a Kaja pickup from Suha's Evos could work just to try and deny him a little bit more, but no, they're gonna go for the Grok here, which I thought that Todak was one of the possible hero pickups that they could take to deny it over. Going for the Yisan Shin means Suha's Evos has access to this, and they also pick up the Granger, so it looks like Suha's Evos is going for a dual core style similar to Todak, most likely putting the Hayabusa in the side lane here, because I don't think Granger performs the best in the side lane. He's definitely much more efficient in the jungle. Todak, they're gonna be picking up their last hero here. Gideon, what do you think it's gonna be?
Well, personally, I think at the end of the day, it has to be a side laner that's going to be able to affect the team fight. Glue is looking really, really good overall. Like, they have plenty of damage from it.
I would really like to see a Badang just to mess around with the wall. I know it's very, very unlikely a fighter emblem of Badang, but it'd be really, really fine. But seems like they are going to go for the Rafaela old school. Okay. Not what I was expecting.
Interesting.
You know, we're back to old school. You know, it seems like support meta here, making sure the Yishun scene has a quick rotation. And considering that how Suha's Evos doesn't have the invade possibilities here, Grok arguably can invade, but not really that much here in terms of harassment compared to a Jawhead and Tigreal.
We have to keep in mind here, Todak, their early game aggression is very solid here with the Tigreal, Rafaela, as well as Selena. If they start roaming around together, it's going to be very difficult for Suha's Evos to get farm. And they definitely need it to keep that net worth advantage when you have a dual core style with the Granger and the Hayabusa. So it does look like the game plan from Todak here is once again choke out Suha's Evos from the beginning and snowball into a victory, because we have seen Suha's Evos has a little bit of difficulty when they're playing from the back foot. But without further ado, we return once again to the land of Dawn. Suha's Evos now on the blue side, one game down against their opponents, Todak.
Let's see how they're going to control the pace here. Moy already getting chunked out, forcing him to recall, use his regenerate, and unfortunately that holy healing won't be coming into effect for the rest of his team members for a while. Now, Suha's Evos, keep your eyes on the Ace as well as Momo, because they are going to be the tempo setters for this team overall. Like Momo, when he is coming in from a flank, you know he's looking for that engage.
Yeah, seeing how Tigger is going to be playing a silence here, I was hoping that they would play the Joy strat, but looks like it's not going to happen here. Moi getting harassed out, nothing much is lost here considering it is only support. Chiku able to successfully win out his early rotations here as compared to Box, who tried to go in for the aggressive invade, so he's going to lose out a little bit in terms of his timings here. However, it's not that much of a big deal. They are still leading them in terms of economy. HYHY playing the Hayabusa in the hands of 4Maze. Is this the right call? Because he's taking a little bit too much damage here coming from 4Maze, and HYHY also going to be burning from the Magic Worshipper from the side as well. The A's going to be providing a little bit of assistance here in case Toda decides to go in for an early aggression right now.
This is really interesting because most people, especially when you're playing towards that gold lane side, like you would have expected Mystery Shot being picked up by these Lunoxes to get their items faster, but instead Formace is looking to try and dominate this lane, knowing that HYHY needs to just slow farm. Now Eve, he's taking quite a bit of hits from Chiku. He has to run out of there. Mountain Chakra going to be activated here, but it shouldn't be able to kill Eevee unless he stood still.
All right, Todak already starting to move into Suha's Evos' jungle here. As we mentioned before, they want to try and choke out both Box as well as HYHY, preventing them from being able to get enough net worth. A good wall by the Ace and a beautiful flicker implosion. The Ace doesn't get caught thanks to his passive, but they do manage to find Box, a very, very important target. And that means that Retribution not available for Suha's Evos. This turtle should go easily to Todak. Moi actually getting caught out by the Guardian's Bulwark there. He probably not gonna go down. Chiku does indeed get the turtle. Shadow Kill comes out. Actually does get Chiku with the execute. Moi now in trouble. Eevee finds the Tigreal. Momo will fall as well. Moi gets away with his life, but in exchange for the turtle, Suha's Evos find two.
They got a 2-for-1 there. However, you can already see Formace just hiding around the bush and Moon baiting him into a fight. HYHY, great game sense. He made sure not to go for the full engagement or use his quad shadows. But you know what that means when the fights occur. It's going to be a free 6-piece chicken McNuggets with every 50 ringgit purchase, and with even throwing another kill in there if you use the code MPL Nuggets. Bang! You're going to be playing like 4Maze one way or another.
Yep, high five coming from 4Maze here, getting a really nice pick off here. Meanwhile, Chiku is looking good for the punish as well. The Ace, he doesn't have the wall charge. He's going to drop level pretty low as well. He's down to his last health here. Can he get his 4 enough? No, he will force the flicker out here. Meanwhile, Meteor Shower has to be expended. Death Sonata as well to try and save his life. So that's going to be major ultimates here being forced out from side Suha's Evos. And Toda is looking to transition up top. Meanwhile, bottom side as well, Eve, he's not going to be able to push out the lane yet here, as Momo is going to be here making sure that he does not get any sort of major objectives though.
Eevee just using his ultimate on the wave, you know for a fact that he's making a decision of what is he supposed to do. He needs to cut the next wave and then look to rotate. But up on top side, you can see that Moon is trying to get some good damage onto HYHY. Okay, Shadow Kill should be able to secure that. And yes, it does with the execute as well. Double kill on towards that top side now for the punishment.
Beautiful rotation by Suha's Evos there. The wall charge coming out from the Ace. I don't think he was anticipating that Moon was in the bush. Managed to get some damage in, and that secured the kill. Unfortunately, the Shadow Kill bounced onto Todak there and managed to secure that for the side of Suha's. They should be able to get this top tier 1 tower without any issue there. And that's going to give them a little bit of an advantage in terms of map control now.
Yep. That's going to be a great counter engagement coming from Suha's Evos. Meanwhile, Momo, he's trying to make some sort of cheeky plays. He's going to be stuck out here. He's forced out an early Meteor Shower all by himself, and he's pretty happy about it here, considering how tanky he is. He knows that Suha's Evos is not prepared for this, but because of this major ultimate here, he's going to force out a lot of engagements here. Suha's Evos, they might be in the choke spot here, but Toda, they don't exactly want to overcommit this, but they do have the damage. He's going over the poke as well. But Selena from behind snipes down Eevee, and that's going to be the Ace also falling for the trap. What a setup coming from Momo from the side of Toda.
That's unfortunate. That is just really, really unfortunate. Right now, Moon's Selena is looking real fine in both of these these games. He has been really, really impressive thus far.
I was actually really sad for Eevee there because he did actually walk out of that fight safely, but ran into a random abyssal trap and lost his life. Implosion does manage to find Eevee. He should be able to dash away. The Ace going to get taken out by Chiku there. Eevee now has to defend the tower, doing a lot of the kill with the execute. Electro final blow to try and keep Moy in place. HY finds the kill onto 4Maze as well. EV still chasing down to Rafaela. Will he get it? Yes, he does. That's gonna be yet another kill for Eevee. Momo chasing him down. He doesn't have Implosion available. Sacred Hammer doesn't get the second hit. HY going for another moon. Will be able to retreat to the safety of his tier 1 tower. And that's going to be the end of those skirmishes coming from both sides. Actually, never mind. They find Eevee somehow. Momo gets the kill.
That's not exactly the world. HY. Oh, he goes back in towards the arrow. Chico survives because of Moon. But Moon sacrificing his life. Bucks able to find that initial flank. Man, these fights are really coming down to the wire, and they're coming from many different angles.
Yeah, Suaz Evo is barely hanging on as well here. They're keeping Toda at their toes. Meanwhile, Toda, despite with the clutch play coming from Moon here, they are finally looking to transition to objectives here. They've been waiting for so long. Boss is going to try and slow them in the track here. Meanwhile, HY has to go in for the reset here. They don't have HY, but Evaze will be the one to start the fight as well. The Implosion has been used as well, but Momo is stuck out in the tracks as well. Mountain Shocker has been expanded, but not going to do a lot of damage. And 4Maze, he gets trapped by the wall. He's stuck. Can he survive? Fortunately for him, he has the flicker, so he's going to be A-okay. But with that small little play there, they force out also the meteor shower coming from AJ. So Suaz Evos, it's their turn to return the favor, but Toda are trying all they can to slow this thing down. But 4Maze is taking a little bit too much damage from Box. He's out of position, but they cannot re-engage here as Chiku is a little bit too far off.
Yep, they net themselves to tier 1. Now they're heading over towards Turtle's side. Todak, are they going to respond? It looks like a majority of the members are saying no. There's no point contesting. We've taken quite a bit of damage, so we don't need any more of that. Let's head towards top side, control our bottom side jungle.
With that turtle as well, Suhas Evos will firmly achieve a 2k net worth lead over their opponents here, so they're definitely performing a lot better in this game too. Todak, now the ones behind their top lane has been completely cleared in terms of towers as well, thanks to the efforts of Eevee. So there's going to be a lot of energy expended by Todak to ensure that their base does not get backdoored by minions while they are not looking. This is going to give a lot of space to Suhas Evos to continue making plays and getting farm.
Yep, and Suaz Evos here will be the one to start things out here. They've pretty much secured themselves in spots here to try and hold down the Lord, and they will catch up Momo here. Momo not going to be able to have the Implosion and will be immediately focused down. The Mountain Shocker a little bit too late to get information, but little did they know. Cuts up their track, takes out 2, gets a double kill here for Box, and just like that, Toda, they were completely surrounded.
What a perfectly coordinated strike from Suhas Evo. Electro final blow to cut off the exits. Ults to make sure they chunk down their tanks. They break an inhibitor for Maze, actually winning his 1v1 against HY, and now looking to return with the team to push Suhas out of the base.
The fantastic walls here coming from the Ace just kind of mess up the rotations coming from Toda. But with this play right here, Suhas Evos, they are looking a little bit more comfortable here as Toda needs to play a little bit safer. Meanwhile, Suhas Evos has full control of the situation. Fantastic performance from the Ace, but 20 seconds left for the Lord here, Suhas Evos. It seems like they are going to try and greet this out here, you know, go for small objectives. And in this case, Eevee will start things off by taking the tier 2, forcing rotations down bottom, and the Mountain Shocker will review his position. So Suhas Evos, they are going to back out and regroup. But seems to me, Todak's response is not going to be contesting the Lord Pit, whereas they are looking to kill off Eevee. The arrow almost connects. Oh, so unfortunate. And Suhas Evos, they are going to respond to this as well. Eevee leaving from behind, but Chiku, he doesn't have the purple buff. They are going to challenge this as well. The Holy Baptism keeps him in place, but the Eye for an Eye will keep him out of harm's way.
Oh man, you could just see the hesitation coming out of Todak. Like, you can see Chiku, he wants to go for it, and the same goes for Eevee as well. They both want to go for the kill, but they know that if they push themselves too far forward, they're going to get attacked. Now, the Ace is going to be able to get onto Momo here. The Meteor Shower will help secure the kill. Wild Charge was used, so there is no more follow-up after that. Todak, they're going to blow back away, hold on to their borders. They know now Lord is in trouble. Boy is caught. He goes down. Holy Baptism does not connect. Chiku put down a 10% of his HP. Eevee doing a great job at zoning the backline. Farming goes down to the help of Box and HY. This is looking up for Suhas Evos.
What a clutch here coming from the Ace, isolating all the members coming from Toda, taking this individual fights for the side of Suhas Evos. This is benefiting them to the max, and with that kill right there, they will lead with a 6k economy.
Really well played by Suha Zevos this game. Their net worth lead is now firmly ahead. The A's making some really great catches with the Guardians bulwark the wall, just preventing Todak members from being able to escape. And now that Suha Zevos has the farm and net worth they need to come online, Todak are not managing to win these 1v1s. Unfortunately, when Formaze is trying to go in to get some kills, get some objectives, he ends up getting bursted down despite having brilliance. And Momo not really finding opportunities to make those big plays with the implosion.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Grok, right? It's all about that information, and Grok can just walk in. EV now zoning out the entire back line single-handedly as well. They get all the tier 2s, and now Suha Zevos going to start cutting limb from limb, cutting their economy. Oh, HY getting a great dash in onto Formaze.
Yeah, and the Mount Shocker being used as well here, but the Lord is already knocking on the crystals here. Toda slowly making their way, taking to chip away the Lord, but it's a little bit too slow. Suha Zevos, they already take the inhibitor down mid, they overcommit, they take down Chiku, and just like that, the crystals are crumbling here. Momo tries their best to stall them in the track, but it's just too much for them to handle. As Suha Zevos replies with something new to the table, they even the score 1-1 against Toda.
Another clean game here. That's all we're seeing. We're not even seeing much resistance from either side for the opposition. Suha Zevos take game number 2, bringing it 1-1 in this best of 5.
Such a great solution from Suha Zevos here. It looked like they were in trouble in this series when it looked like Todak had the answers to deal with them. Suha Zevos turned it around, used that solution against them, picking up heroes from their side to prevent them from playing it. Really good rotations. Very good display of skill from Suha Zevos, and that was definitely a deserved victory, now evening up the series 1-1.
Yeah, I talked about the hit or miss here. Seems like Suha Zevos, they brought something to the table. They experimented with Todak's draft, and it worked out so well into their favor. And with this play right here, it seems like Suha Zevos is not that one-trick pony that we've been talking about here. They are able to adapt. Judging from yesterday's performance, in one day, they're able to show this kind of growth. I'm looking forward to see this more things coming from this year, because Toda, they were definitely caught off guard from this year. And starting from the drafts as well, targeting Moi seems to be working out for now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not living in a world where, you know, I'm looking at Suha Zevos during week 3, week 4. No. This is playoff Suha Zevos up against playoffs Toda. Very, very big difference here. And if we already look immediately in this clip, the ace, he gets chunked out in game 1. This is the major problem here, where a lot of the members from Suha Zevos are a little indecisive to make the play. Now, we can see early rotations here from Alice and as well as Hayabusa to run down to that bottom side. However, Chiku taking out the biggest threat to stop them, which is going to be the ace. They have no form of CC between AJ and Box. They just kind of have to hope for the best, and they both don't have their ultimates. It became an easy intersection to kill them under tower.
In this game 1 as well, the Ace often found himself overextending a little bit, not really in positions that Suha Zevos could fight him. And once Chiku got his items out, he was able to do so much damage. This was a very clean play where they were able to keep their members alive while taking Chiku out. But that was the only case of that happening. Once again, the Ace getting caught, pops the glorious pathway to disengage, but not all of Suha Zevos is completely on board with it, and the fight is completely split, isolated, and Todak take it.
Yeah, and seeing how this performance as well, like especially in this game, right? Like if you're talking about entirety of the tempo here, Moi was fantastically doing really well in just isolating some of these fights here. But when it comes to this kind of situation as compared to game 2, where he's forced to play the side lanes here, he was actually struggling to make the plays and set it up for the team, despite having a couple of beautiful implosions early on. But now, in this particular fight here, Suha Zevos, you know, in the early game 1s here, you saw how they were kind of choked into this fight prior to this fight here, where Moi kind of pulled them all the way here into the choke point and actually taken out HY and eBay. As long as the ace, you could see the Yeve out was there, but there's just nothing much he could do because his teammates just completely dropped from the Blazing Duet as well as Meteor Shower.
I mean, AJ did really whiff there, unfortunately. But let's move on in towards game 2, where we see the big difference coming in from Suhas EVOS and the difference when they have a slightly different draft against Torak. Because in a lot of these situations, like Eevee, he kind of popped off this game. Like, I got to give it to the man. If he doesn't get MVP, I don't know who deserves MVP at this point. Like, the world is probably flat or something like that. But for the most part, the Ace especially has been a huge thorn in Moon as well as Momo's side. Because every single time they want to do something, right? Momo walks up, he's like, oh great, it's Grok. Like, I literally cannot do anything when he's standing next to the wall. Grok gets to walk around the map for free, take away the traps from Moon, absorb the abyssal arrows whenever necessary, and if things get bad, he's got a wild charge to make it work.
Yeah, this fight especially was really, really impressive for the side of Suhas EVOS as well. Eevee coming in from the side, landing a beautiful 3-man Ecto final blow, and not just that, using it to act as sort of a barrier, preventing Todak from being able to retreat more effectively. Just set up really well for them. When you consider that they're stuck in this kind of choke point, this is the perfect setup for heroes such as AJ, for Box, who wants to be able to snipe down the enemies from afar. Chiku, Moon, and Moi, there was just nowhere for them to run here.
You know, this exact play is something that Toda is so familiar at doing here, and Suhas EVOS being able to implement it in the exact same fashion against Toda, it just shows you that, hey, if you can do it, I can do it too. It seems like Suhas EVOS are starting to mirror Toda once again, because we've seen it happen during the regular season, and in this particular game, in just one game, despite losing the first game, able to adapt on the fly. This is going to be some serious playoffs here. This is going to be the most closest lower bracket finals in terms of drafts and strategy here. And I talked about being warm-up games. Game 1, Toda already experimented here. Suhas EVOS already warmed up. Now it is going to be full reset for the best of 3. The remaining best of 3.
I mean, in the rest of this, it's going to be pretty tough overall. Like, the way I'm looking at it right now is both Suhas EVOS and Todak are trying to take each other's options in terms of the draft, right? Like, we're seeing, you know, Jiku going on to Yishin Shin. Eevee, he's picking up the Benedetta, which was really great for him because HY now has access to Hayabusa. Formace is like, you know what? I don't want for HY to play Lunox. She's kind of annoying. Let's get rid of it. Moon gets his own staple. So it's really about that give and take at the end of the day.
But we do have to note, Eevee on this Benedetta deserves a lot of respect. There's no doubt that he has a very high skill level on this hero. And I think after seeing his performance here in this game, there's no way Todak is going to let that through anymore. If it is any hero that they need to eliminate from Suhas EVO's pool, it is that Benedetta there. And it's going to allow them to open up a lot more opportunities when Eevee doesn't have this comfort pick.
Well, with that being said, let's look at our MVP brought to you by McDelivery. Coming in, it's D-Ace from Suhas EVOS. Okay, this is definitely my second shout out here because, again, if we're talking about what they're capable of doing, this Grok on D-Ace absolutely crushed it. He may be 0.39 match KDA with a 3.4 average KDA, but who cares? How many traps did you see activate? How many people died to traps? Eevee, he died one time. Grok, he got hit by an abyssal arrow. That's totally fine. But then after that, once he had that Athena shield, he didn't care anymore. I'll take the damage. I'll make the play.
Yeah, he was opening up the map so much here. The bulwark was just so great, good and isolating most of these fights here. And multiple times, Toda was just kind of stuck in a choke point as well. And the victims here is just Formace and Moi as well as Momo as well. They just could not handle the pressure. So I like the plays coming from DAs. And with this adaptation here, it seems like Suhas EVOS, they are very confident. And now it makes a lot of sense considering that during playoffs day 1 and day 2, we do see teams starting to ban off the Grok now. It's just, it's no longer about meta. It's all about strategy. It's all about terrain mastery. And in this case, Suhas EVOS played it really well.
Well, I also do think it's about how good you are as a player. Because again, like if you give anybody else that Grok, I don't think it would work out the same.
Exactly.
What really set him apart was his walls. His walls that kind of break the fights in half. And I think if we made a highlight reel of that, I mean, all of you guys are going to have to hit that like, share, as well as follow button on the social media pages. Guys, if you haven't done it yet, MPL official pages are listed down below. We've got a Facebook page, we got a Facebook group, we got Instagram page, we got TikTok page, we got all the platforms. And if you guys are wasting your time and you're like, I need some memes, don't worry, we got you covered.
I am actually a big fan of Grok returning to the scene here. The hero is
really?
just such good in terms of utility and presence across the battlefield. But we will be back with the rest of this best of 5 very soon. Which of these teams is going to move on? Find out after this break.
You nak pegang pelik itu? Adakah kamu bersedia untuk memilikinya?
Atau nak buktikan I'm the best player?
It's not that easy.
Semua orang juga target nak menjadi champion.
Bekas juara yang mahu juara lagi, veteran yang masih berusaha, generasi baru, challenges yang ganas.
Juara bertahan ataupun best in Malaysia.
Jika you really nak menjadi champion,
Adakah berani untuk
Berusaha keras.
Tidak berputus asa.
to make a difference? Percaya pada teammate.
Percaya diri sendiri.
Berani menjerit. Kuatkan mental.
Berani mendapat kill.
Bersinar.
Bangkit semula.
Buat yang terbaik.
Untuk fans.
Untuk teammate. Untuk impian.
Dare to rise up.
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
Thank you guys so much for staying tuned for the lower bracket finals here at the MPL MY Playoffs. Once again, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 7, which is powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, our official digital telco Yudu, partner needs Esports, TikTok, Secret Lab, and Esports Charge. And this is all supported by KBS and also ESI. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fatal 5-Way, also known as Gideon Q, Kidding, or
Daddy. That's a pretty good one too.
Yep, and also all the way at the other end, we have Staffa, as we will be your commentators for today. Anyways, this lower bracket finals here, best of 5, they even did up tying up in the first 2 games, making it towards a best of 3 now here. Thoughts on this?
Oh, I crack myself up sometimes, but honestly, don't call me that. It sounds weird coming from you, man. Maybe if you switched over to Yudu and called me over the phone late at night, makes sense. It makes sense. But guys, if you ever want to call your friends or even your dad late at night and be like, you want to play some MLBB? Maybe switch over to Yudu, because this time around they're coming up with a new MLBB deal where you can pay $3 to earn yourself 20 GB worth of internet. And when you're going through Mythic Glory with your parents, sometimes it's a family matter, and they're sprinkling in 100 diamonds as well, just in case you need a top up, get a little bit of a new skin. You're 100 diamonds short. You want to make sure that you look cool in front of your dad. This is one way to do it.
Exactly here. If you don't want those diamonds, you can call Daddy.
Don't call me that.
We're giving out Gideon's phone number as
a Make-A-Wish campaign.
Dude, I swear, people are going to be doing that all day today. But don't forget, if you are having a good family time, you're already ordering that McDonald's, you're having a little party at home with your family because it's MCO and you can't have anybody else around, make your day a little bit more special by saving 6 chicken nuggets for yourself using the code MPL Nuggets. When that spending comes in, you go to their website and you go in towards their application. There's a little section where you can type in your coupons. The MPL Nuggets will be able to get you that sweet, savory snack that you can have later in the day.
In case if you don't want those free 6 nuggets here, you can call Daddy and give it to him.
Yep, I feel like Mobile Legends and Nuggets is a really good combination. But you know what's even better to add on to that combination? Our 2,000 share milestone!
Let's go!
Thank you, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing and enjoying the stream. Make sure to use the redemption code below to get your prizes for sharing. We have more milestones to hit at 5K as well as 8K for a special mystery gift. So if you guys want to find out what that is and get it for yourself, make sure to tell everyone to share this stream.
Oh boy, it's going to be one heck of a day. Now, the score is 1-1. We don't really know at this point, Todak or Suhas, how the adaptations are going to go, but the most that we can say is that whoever is going to be deciding on the blue side generally has an advantage here.
Well, based on the games that we've seen so far, that does seem to be the case. But obviously, it's not big enough of an impact. Otherwise, people are going to address that. Still, though, being allowed that chance to pick up that very first hero makes a difference, especially for Suha's Evos, because giving Eevee his Benedetta really made a big difference in the gameplay of Suha's Evos in Game 2 compared to Game 1. So much of the map opened up. The MVP did indeed go to DAs, but if Eevee wasn't able to play his signature hero there, I think the result could have been pretty different.
I don't know. Overall, I do like the Grok. I do think Eevee on the Benedetta was extremely impactful, but I feel, to me, that this Grok, it's quite a game changer, especially when he goes around the map unpunished.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And for him to be able to play at this level here, playing the terrain to his advantage here, suiting it towards the team fights for the teams here, was something that Todak wasn't expecting, considering that they initially had the Tigreal here to kind of mess things up, but it just didn't work out. So learning from that experience here, I agree. First phase picks here allows the team to have an advantage of dictating the pace of the draft. But it seems like, the Benedetta needs to go. If you think about it here, the top 3 best Benedetta players here in the entire MPL-MY Season 7 here are in your top 3. Eevee, Formaze, and Lolios.
That's a good point.
Fair.
Those were my top 3 picks. Yeah, okay. I didn't look at it that way. All right, that's fair. So Benedetta obviously is quite impactful at the end of the day. Let's see how this is going to pan out in our next draft for game number 3. Todak this time on the blue side, Suhas Evos on the red. Prayers are being said. Everything is on the line. What kind of legacy do you want to leave?
If there was any experimenting going on or any doubts or hesitation coming from either of these teams in the previous game, well, the trading wheels are off now. They are 1-1. It's still anyone's game at this point. It still doesn't matter whichever one of them gets the second game up. However, it's going to do wonders for the morale and momentum if they are just one game away from being able to secure that final victory needed to qualify for the grand finals and to become a representative of Malaysia itself at MSEC. That's something that both teams want to be able to achieve. With the first bans coming out, Todak getting rid of the Ling once again, and as we saw earlier, it looks like they're gonna get rid of Benedetta on the side of Suhas Evos. Unfortunately, as much as they would want to give that hero to Eevee, they are on the red side now. They cannot afford to hand it over to Formaze.
Now, let's take a little bit of backseat here and recap how Game 1 and Game 2 drafts went down here. If you think about it here, Game 1, Todak was able to win the game because they were able to out-rotate Suhas Evos in between the lanes here with the Hayabusa. Game number 2, on the other hand here, very similar situation coming from Suhas Evos here, but with the Grok kind of limiting their movements, which initially Todak tried to capitalize with the Rofela rotation, just didn't work out because most of the times they were using massive battle spells in between these fights here. So now in this case, it's understandable why Todak doesn't want to play against that, just because the Ling does have so much mobility. But as of now, they have to figure a way here. Do they want to stick back to their usual Hayabusa strat? Because it seems to me it looked, if you're just tuning in, it's your first time watching and you are looking at a Hayabusa pick here, it's not because it's better, it's more like it's a targeted ban or targeted pick in respect to your opponents here, because Todak plays it a lot up on Formaze as well as Chiku. So for Suhas Evos to be able to adapt on the fly in Game 2, picking it there for themselves here, seems like taking it out is going to be the safer choice.
I can't remember what they banned out in game number 1 as their third pick, but because I was about to mention that it was relatively the same. It was relatively the same until that Hayabusa popped out. What else opens up? Selena, the Jawhead as well, but Suhas Evos, they banned out the Jawhead. So Suhas Evos' side, like, okay, expected bans similar to game 1 makes sense. Todak's side, however, Selena is going to make it through, and it looks like Kufra once again is going to be able to touch the table.
Yeah, very similar picks here coming from Todak here. They want to open things up for the Kufra for Moy here. In this case, Suhas Evos, they have to respond differently here. In this case, you know what's really a great support hero here that completely destroys Kufra?
What?
A Diggy.
A Diggy. A Diggy.
Every setup becomes absolutely useless in the journey into time.
Is it worth it though?
But
I feel like the time. I know for a fact the time journey, super effective ability, no doubt, no arguments there. But the question is, who is going to be their jungler? What is the hyper carry option that they have? And I think that's going to determine whether or not the Diggy is going to come into play. Because again, we have to remember that some of the supports, specifically high damaging supports that can take Diggy out, or at the very least give sustainability to your jungler to minimize how effective Diggy feeding can be, then yes, sure, I would definitely agree, because at least you're getting more value. If you're expecting Diggy to be effective only at level 4, you're wasting a lot of your time with the auto alarm bombs and the time journeys for follow-up kills.
Yeah, in addition to that as well, I don't think Suhas Evos prioritize the Diggy very, very heavily, so I'm not really leaning towards that for them. Todak, however, looks like they'll be grabbing the Lancelot here. We know Formaze plays it very well, but does that mean that we're going to see a Formaze Lancelot jungle, or are they going to give this hero over to Chiku? Again, this is one of those things about Todak that makes it very hard to predict. You don't know for sure which lane the hero is going to go into, and even further than that, you're not certain which player is going to play it.
Oh, this is quite worrisome here coming from Todak here. Considering that Suhas Evos has opened up the barrage here, there are not a lot of heroes can take down the barrage very, very tankly unless he gets isolated here. In this case, getting a marksman is great at chunking down his tick HP, but forcing the landslide here just because he doesn't want to get caught out by the Daytona's welcome. It's going to be rough here because, you know, he's going to be able to cut off the back lines, but if they engage onto his barrage first, pretty sure they are going to get completely shut down here from the side of Todak.
I don't know. I think Todak was trying to make a hard read on Suha's EVOS, thinking that they'll probably go for something like the Yve again, or at the very least, this is going to deter Suha's EVOS from actually picking up the Yve. So now Suha's EVOS, they see that, okay, they read the fact that we might be able to pick Yve. We decided to pivot because we showed Chang'e. Todak will take it away. Let's ban it out now.
I think Todak is kind of trying to bait Suha's EVOS a little bit here as well, because the Lancelot doesn't necessarily reveal what the rest of Todak is going for. At first you think, okay, Lancelot jungle, they're going to be playing that. But there's also a chance they could decide to go for a dual core setup and put Chiku in the side lane with the Claw once again in order to scale up against Suha's EVOS and try to bait them into a situation where, like, oh, all their damage is going to come from Assassin. However, with the second phase of bans coming out, Suha's EVOS getting rid of the Eve that you guys mentioned earlier, as well as the Yi Sun Shin from Todak, so getting rid of a box signature.
I think you may bring up a really good point, Stafa, here, but my only issue is that Barat was locked in instead of something like a Uranus, and even Claude is getting banned out now by Suha's EVOS, so I think they're on the same mindset as you as of yet, because they know for a fact that Todak could go into that dual core, and banning out Roger as well, it's starting to stack up.
Why do I have a feeling that Todak might go for the double marksman strategy? And when we talk about damage that bursts
they've already got Lancelot though.
Sorry, double core strategy here in terms of jungle and the side lanes here. And personally, I feel like the Beatrix might come up here from Todak to try and deal with the barrage. It's not the most...
That's
not the best.
I was thinking as well.
It's not the best, but it might happen. It might happen. Just a rough hunch here.
Your team is picking.
Ooh, Suha's EVO is going for a very tanky front line here with the Barat as well as the Grok. The Ace performed very well with the hero earlier, so if it's still working, no need to fix it. They're gonna be grabbing that as well, which means that they're gonna be threatening Todak a little bit in the early game. Just having that hero alone allows for a lot of invade potential. Todak, will they indeed go for the dual core lineup with the Beatrix here? They will be picking up the Kagura for their mid lane. What's going to be the side lane? Or are they going to be playing a dual tank strat that we saw earlier? Oh,
close enough.
Of course, the Wanwan, a very good option for dealing with enemy CC due to her inbuilt Purify.
Oh boy.
This close enough. You know, it makes sense. You need a marksman trying to deal with the tanks here. He's going to be able to proc a lot the crossbow and tanks very easily coming from Todak. But honestly, it's tough. You know, there's just so much they need to chunk away here, especially when the Grok and Barats is just extremely tanky. To jump the backlines, they have the Lancelot. It's a pretty solid draft idea, but very risky into the later stage of the game coming from Todak. But if they pull it off, Suha's EVOs, they are going to completely snowball all the way through from the start of the game.
I think the way Todak is handling the draft is the fact that they want to give Suha's EVOs this Granger. They're just taking out everything that has some form of burst to make sure that Wanwan at least has an opportunity to kind of dance around your opponent's marksman. And especially if it's Granger, as soon as he uses the Rhapsody, Chiku can start dancing circles around box and minimize the amount of damage. So really interesting the way that Todak has kind of designed this draft and the way that Suha's EVO's looking to adapt. However, a lot of pressure is going to be put on Box this time. There isn't a lot of physical damage besides him.
We're gonna see whether or not Box is going to be able to pull this off here. He has some good defense to hide behind now with both the Barats as well as the Grok. And if they're able to prevent Todak from farming up, once again, the dual core playstyle does depend on being able to get that early game up and running so that you are not punished too hard before your core heroes can come online. The game plan is here. The lineups have been locked in, and we're gonna be entering game 3 of this series here today. Lower bracket finals, both teams evened up 1-1. Who is going to be able to gain the advantage here? Todak on the blue side, going up against Suha's EVOs on the red side.
Let's see how this pans out here as the openings have occurred. Suha's already taking a more aggressive approach towards the lane. However, this time it's going to be a little bit different. Moon has Kagura, which is useful at being able to harass their opponents from afar and push the waves, as well as protect yourself. Look at how much damage Moon was able to deny.
Yeah, it's still too early here, but looks like they are going to try and contest this here. Suas Evos, they do have the upper hand in terms of early aggression, whereas Todak, they are looking to jump into the backlines and try and punish off Box here. So as of now, both teams going to be playing it slow here, but Formaze been playing the jungle here. This is going to be him going full on aggression here. The difference between Formaze's Lancelot and Chiku's Lancelot is that Chiku tends to be a little bit more passive and greedy in terms of his farm, whereas Formaze is always looking to make the plays.
And talking about plays, we're already seeing the moves towards Chiku's side of the map. Moy is taking a lot of damage. He hasn't even hit level 2 just yet, so Suaz Evos knows for a fact their level 1s are going to be stronger. They just need to start pushing their advantages. They've already taken the Lethal Wanderer, now also looking to take the River Crab. Nope, he gives that up, but mid lane control is going to be so important.
The lineups from both these teams here in Game 3 are actually really solid. And I'd say they're fairly even as well. So, again, could go to either side. I'm really liking how both these teams are drafting in this series right now. There's a lot of respect for each other and definitely a lot of thought put into thinking about how they can come out on top on the opposite side. Momo now getting caught here a little bit dangerous with 4 members of Suha's Evo, but the knockout strike should be able to push them back, no problem. Now with the turtle coming up, both Box and Formaze are here. This is a bit dangerous to take right now. Suha's Evos, are they going to try and continue going for this?
I guess they're trying to bait something out. The Ace, he's walking up in towards the brush. He knows which side they're coming from. He's getting kind of low, which is putting them at risk. But right now, AJ now taking a bit of damage from Momo's side. This is going to allow Todak to get in on towards the turtle pit and start it up. For Maze actually going over and using the perfect execution. Did they notice it? Did they even see it happen? The rest of Suaz Evos just back away.
Yep, Eve on the other hand is going to be left stranded here. He's calling him Box and the A's come back in as well. They are stalling up his farm a lot here. This Toda is buying a lot of time with this engagement here with Suaz Evos, where Chico is left uncontested up top. So seems to me Toda, they're not looking to challenge, they're looking to buy time, and it seems like it might work here. The A's will be starting off here as well. Moy is coming in, but there's no Tyrant Race reveal, but they're stuck in the choke point, and Box gets caught out, and that's going to be first blood here coming in from Moy, and just like that, the A's will back off. Sorry, Momo is the one that takes the first blood.
And this is why Kagura can be so frustrating to deal with her umbrella. She is able to have some great range capabilities and some strong AoE. Box falling victim to the Yin Yang overturn, but you guys have fallen victim to the MPL Nuggets, so make sure you're using that code every single time you're ordering your McDonald's if you are having a minimum spending of purchase of 50 ringgit via McDelivery.
3.5 minutes into the game, only 1 kill so far. Unfortunately, that death happened to be Box or Suha's Evos, and he definitely does not want to be put behind for Maze. Already 1 level back. Shouldn't be too hard to make up with this purple buff here. But that's good start for Todak right there. The Ace continuing to put pressure and finding information on the rest of the map. Clock of Destiny out on HY now as well. Todak currently 1k ahead in terms of net worth. Not too much just yet, but Suha's Evos need to avoid allowing them to snowball like they did in game 1.
I mean, you can already tell that the game is played at a much slower pace. They aren't trying too hard. Moy tries to get on forward. Unfortunately, the wall wasn't able to lock him in. Even Meteor Shower has been expanded, but look at the flank angle coming in for Todak's side. They're trying to get behind the Tribe Rush here. Here it comes for Maze. Going to make an attempt. Chiku survives here as Moy looks for the re-engage for the Tyrant's Revenge. For Maze gets on top of AJ. He should be able to kill. No, he misses it out. Yes, he finally gets it at the end of the day. But Box now put at 1 HP. He's way too low as Mo sacrifices his life. Moon wants a little bit more. Momo gets the initial kill with the jab, and finally with the KO punch, securing the last kill. Suha's Evos fall even further behind.
What a fantastic clutch here coming from Todak here, reeling them in, reeling them out of position and going for the Punisher. Suha's Evos was able to make it happen for the team here. But initially here, what a clutch coming from Moy here, considering that people tend to tap the Death Sonata a little bit too much here. He was low enough in terms of threshold here to actually block off one of the shots initially here when Box was tapping. So that was something that he did not expect, but at the same time buying a little bit of HP for Chiku as well. So in that small engagements here, they are winning the early stages here, and Chiku is slowly getting us some serious farm.
Yep, and when you have 2 tanks on your side and 2 cores on Todak, you definitely don't want to be losing in the early game. Maze gets the kill onto AJ, but D-Ace at the very least manages to get some retribution, gets the kill on the Lancelot in return. So he's gonna be down for the next 10 or so seconds, preventing him from furthering his farm. This is definitely a gap that Suha's Evos want to take advantage of. They see Moon, tries to get away, flicker into the Tona's welcome. Unfortunately, Moon not going to be able to get away from that. Momo in the backline trying to execute Box, but he gets away. Moi going to be yet another casualty as they home in on Momo. The wall blocks him in beautifully, has to use a flicker to get out. Meteor Shower now on top of him, gonna run out before they can finish it off. Phantom Execution goes in, doing a lot of damage to HY. He gets out with the Brilliance, but that was likely just a way in order for Todak to make sure that Suha's Evos backs off just a little bit. They should, however, be able to claim this first tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, beautiful timing here coming from Eve. Just before they start the fight, he just got his Sky Gun and helmet, and with that approach, they were able to win out the fight and soak up so much damage here. Toda, do they have what it takes? Because as of now, they're making another attempt down towards Lord once again. AJ will be the first one to bail, but the Tyrant's Rage will catch up the Ace. Seems to me, Suha's Evos, they are going to completely bail out of fight, but the Ace, with the pixel wall, he survives. They do not be able to finish him off. Toda, they will back off, so the Ace is going to go for a reset. But meanwhile, Moi going to be camping aside as well. Seems like they are not going to overcommit to this day here. Toda, they will be able to get this turtle and on top, make space for Chiku up top to farm.
Right now, even Suha's Evos has come to the understanding that it's like, hey, the only way we're winning this game is to we scale for the late game. We need HY in position. We need Box to really start catching up to 4 Ace at this point of time and not to lose their turrets. The Ace goes in for the wild charge onto Momo. It doesn't work out too well. But yeah, the same battle plan each and every time. But remember, don't forget about Chiku. He has still been hard farming up in that top side.
Yep, Todak's going to start scaling up quite scarily now, and Suha's Evos need to prevent that from happening. However, D-Ace, some of these walls have been the most perfect ones I've seen from a Grok player. You normally don't expect them to achieve this much utility. D-Ace missing the boost there, not quite able to get away. HY in a little bit of trouble, but Brilliance should be able to get him out of that with absolutely no issue. Vivi getting hit by Chiku here, but I don't think either team is looking for an engagement yet here.
Yep, it seems like both teams just, like you said as well, just buying a little bit more time. Moi is going to try and make the play. Tyrese has been expanded. The Ace is going to be the one to base things out, but Moi gets connected dot. It is going to be A-OK. The wall charge only cancels off his bouncing ball. And Toda, they want to re-engage, but Suha's Evos, they're in no position to do so here. They need the Barrage here, and the Barrage is so far away. The Ace has no choice but to stick around as he has half health, but Toda looking to disengage, but little did he know, from behind, Eve going to be joining up this fight as well as the Ace will be going for the recall here as Eve will start things up, but where is Suha's Evos? They're all running. They are not joining the fight, but Eve, he's super tanky. He's going to be A-OK, and he's going to back up because why? Chiku is forcing them back. He is going to threaten the inhibitor up top.
But they don't lose any objective, which is the most important thing. Lord still has 15 more seconds until it comes up, and even Todak losing another tier 2. Sorry, they lose just their tier 2 in the mid lane out of nowhere, leaving the minions behind.
Chiku has been making so much space for Todak here, and Todak has been making space for him in return. Getting an entire lane of towers up on top is going to be very, very good for their map control. And the fact that he's basically been left alone the entire game, his level is equal to that of Box as well as Formaze. Actually, Formaze a little bit ahead now, so Todak definitely looking quite comfortable here. And if this 1-1 starts to do more damage, Suha's Evos doesn't quite have enough scaling to be able to deal with it. They had to rely very heavily on HY as well as AJ, as Box needs to be able to find good positions in order to take them out.
Oh, look at this. Eve is so out of position, but at the same time, Toda is barely tickling him off just because of how tanky he is. And there's no point trying to take down the Barrage. And it seems to me, Toda, they need to buy time again for Chiku to get some farm. They need to cut the backlines. And Suha's Evos, they're not taking an inch. They're relying solely on Eve opening up the map alongside with DA just protecting the back lines. But seems like nothing much is gained. Toda going to be resetting here and preparing themselves for the Lord Pit fight. Seems to me Eve already in position. DA as well, and Momo scouts this out, and they are calling the remaining members from the side Toda to come in to join the fight. But the strategy here. Look at this, 4 people contesting the Lord Pit, but they're sending Chico up top again to buy time, and Suhas Evos, they're not making any plays.
I actually really love that play from the Ace, using the wall to delay the Lord from going back in his pit further. Tyrant's Raise lands onto HYHY, gets the kill with the Torn Rose. Unfortunately, not going to be getting away even with the Brilliance as well as the Flicker. Momo flickers on top of Box to try and get him. Guardian's Bulwark comes out for Maze, goes for it. Oh, he does get it with the Torn Rose. Box is slain. The Ace retreats under the tower. Eevee is here to try and give him a hand. Oh, get the wild charge onto Formaze. The Ace, he survives! Gets the kill onto Formaze.
Oh, no.
Eevee gets the Detona's welcome, manages to find Moy. Flicker has to be used by the Kufra to get out. That's gonna keep him out of range of the Meteor Shower as they continue trying to take towers here. Chiku, yet again, not even part of these fights, taking another objective for Todak.
Oh, what a big run there coming for Formaze, but Suhas Evos, they managed to defend against this, but they've lost Box another time again. So a lot of space is happening from the side of Todak, but little they know Suhas Evos, they need to force a fight anytime soon because Chiku is one more level away from level 15. This is where Chiku goes crazy, and Suhas Evos needs to find a way to shut him down. He's 1-0-2. He hasn't been joining fights, but this is what Todak has been eyeing for throughout the entirety of the fights. And Suhas Evos, they are getting desperate. They need to make something happen. And Eve opening up the map again, but they don't exactly have anything. They can jump up towards the back lines, and you can see Todak, they're just taunting Suhas Evos.
I think right now their major issue is Momo zoning out Box. He's always going for the flank and he has Formace to jump in after him, but for the most part, Box can't seem to get his damage down, and HYHY goes down too quickly if Moon is in play. So they have to be extremely careful for how they handle the situation.
Oh, seems to me Chiku is going to be forcing out the Lord. Suhas Evos in no position to contest this, and that's going to be an easy one here, but seems to me they are going to be forcing him to fight. Eve going to be going to take down his welcome, but probably to the side. Boy comes in, instantly gets shredded here from the Meteor Shower, and Suhas Evos is happy with that takedown. They won't make a run for it, but HYHY is so low. Eve will die for his cause, but he has immortality, but there's no escape whatsoever here. 1-for-1, a silent for a tank, and Todak are very happy with this trade-off because little did they know the Lord is going to be coming, and Suhas Evos, they are in for some serious pain.
Chiku was actually right on top of HYHY with the crossbow of Tang, and the Lunox just got out with a single sliver of HP. Unfortunately, the ult from the 1-1 not lasting long enough to be able to secure that kill, so HYHY able to walk out with his life. Unfortunately, Eevee had to give his in exchange. Luminous Lord now going to be pushing in the top lane. Meteor Shower expended in the bottom to deal with Chiku, so it's not available to kill the Luminous Lord. I don't know if this was the wisest choice by AJ here. Todak gonna be pushing in the mid lane as well. Top inhibitor is now down. They go in, get a good yin yang overturn on top of them. They manage to pull them together. A beautiful Tyrant's Race pushes them backwards. Finds the kill on Fox. HYHY falls right after. The Ace as well for a double kill. And that's gonna be one more for Chiku as well as they team wipe Suhas Evos. Take the crystal. Team Todak are 2-up. On top of this series, they're currently leading by 1 game compared to Suhas Evos, and they're 1 game away from qualifying for the grand finals and becoming our second representatives for NSC.
That was a clean game coming out from Todak's side, and Suhas Evos just slowly lost their grip. Unfortunately, the draft was not in their favor, and Momo was doing a phenomenal job. Well done to Todak.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance coming from Todak as well here. Suhas Evos had no respawn. It was in full control in the hands of Todak. What a game. What a game. And as you guys called it as well here, seems to me whichever team takes the blue side or the first pick here seems to be taking the game and dictating the draft. 3 games now has happened. All 3 games won on the blue side here, Gideon.
Yeah, and it seems like blue side is definitely having a little bit more of an advantage because again, Todak doesn't, Suhas Evos doesn't really want to give up certain heroes, and I think in terms of the amount of impact that it's having as of yet, it's starting to become evident that they might have to release something on the red side, and especially if Todak is on the blue.
It's gonna be very, very difficult for them coming into this now, because after this game 3, we can definitely tell that Todak knows how they want to deal with the players from Suha's Evos here. And despite their best efforts, there was some really clean play coming out from Suha's Evos in that game 3. But Todak was just outplaying them a lot of the time in these fights where it looked like Suha's Evos was actually taking an even fight. We have to remember Chiku was in the top lane the entire game, pushing the wave, so Todak was effectively taking 4v5 fights the entire time and coming out on top.
Oh, 4v5 fights. I mean, when you put it into perspective like that, then yes, it becomes it's such a brutal game, because if you look at the damage as of right now, it's 20,000 damage differential overall, but you can see the major difference in the gold, 45,000 to 36,000, a whopping 9k lead.
Yeah, and I definitely agree in terms of the 9k lead here, but for me, the whole point of having the Barats here is just because it's super tanky in terms of team fights. But the problem here, this is the exact same issue that Suha's Evos is facing in game 1. They want to fight as a team. They want to go for a full fight commitment against Todak, but Todak, they're just not giving it to them. Like early on, you can see a lot of this fight, Todak is just there, but they're just threatening a fight, but they're not there to commit at all. They always tend to back off, waste so much of the time from side of Suha's Evos, where Box can be using it to farm, but actually they're just making space for Chico on the other side of the map.
Having a look at the item builds here at the end of the game, I do like the idea that the Ace went for the Dominance Ice first after the Courage Mass in order to deal with the overwhelming physical damage coming out from Todak, the Lancelot, Paquito, as well as the Wan. Unfortunately, it just proved to not really be enough as the rest of Suha's Evos couldn't keep up. Box especially was having a really tough time because there were so many ways for Todak to jump onto him from behind. They have the Kufra jumping in, Formaze can jump in, Momo can, even Moon if he wants to, so that was very difficult for him there. But MVP for this game, once again, going to Formaze, really making himself known in Todak here. Really a strong player. His Lancelot play there really defined the gameplay, allowed the momentum, and made the space that Chiku needed to be able to continue pushing on this other side of the map, because Todak knows they have 2 cores.
With 2 cores, I mean, these 2 core strategies are working out really well, especially since there is a lack of focus on hurting the weaker lanes. And I think at this point of time, like Suha's Evos, if you do see a 1-1, you need to look to punish it. If you see a Hayabusa, you need to look to punish it every single time, because right now Todak is getting away with too much in these bouts.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. You know, it just shows to you that Todak is so flexible and adapting on the fly in terms of their drops as well. They're willing to take this kind of risk here just because they see an opportunity. And seems to me, the opportunity all began when it started with the Barat's second pick coming in from Suha's Evos. And for them to show their hands here means that, hey, Barats, you are going to be in the fight. You're going to be extremely tanky here, but split push potential? You know what I mean.
Yeah, not exactly the best. But what do you guys think? Do you prefer a split pushing composition or a team fighting composition? Let's have that discussion down by the MPL pages at the Facebook page, at the Facebook group, or even in the Instagram page or the TikTok page itself. We want to see your feedback as well as the comments. So come get the scan done. And if you are browsing the internet, might as well if you're watching MPL.
But with the end of that game 3, the ball is now in Suha's Evos' court. There is a lot at stake here. They don't want to be sent home right here. They want to be able to move on into the finals. But in order to do that, they have to overcome the obstacle that is Todak. And Todak, they're currently 2-1. One more game is all they need. They just need one more win, and they will be the ones moving on to the grand finals. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Suha's Evos now, and their momentum is definitely going to be affected by that. Morale, these kind of psychological effects is really going to play a role in how well they play in this next game. They need to be able to put all that behind them if they want to get this victory.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Considering that now it's going to be match point on Suha's Evos as well, and seeing how the match has come to this stage here, based on these 3 games here, you can see perfectly, I would say a pretty clear picture of what both of these teams are thinking, is that they want to win the first 10-minute high game in terms of rotation, and then just completely snowball the way through. All 3 games has been very similar in this situation.
Yeah, it hasn't been too even. Very similar to our milestones here, guys. You have helped us hit it so many times every single day. One more day to go, guys. Let's bring it up to get that 8,000 share milestone, and you guys can earn yourself that mystery gift. Unfortunately, the share milestones isn't as stacked as this particular game here because, again, we aren't seeing that back and forth that I was expecting to see since game one. It has been, as Terrence said, quite a landslide on one side or the other. Not so sure about this one because now Todak has an opportunity to adapt from that game 2 previously up in this game 4 where they will be on the opposite side, I assume, on the red.
You know, I'm gonna quote unquote this here from a long time ago. I'm not sure if you guys remember this term here. It seems like both these teams are playing the rat strategy. They're ratting. They're literally ratting all the way through. They don't want to fight. They just want to play on the side lanes here and just take the game. That's pretty much it.
I mean, I suppose that's one way. That's one way of handling the situation. But I do think that, like, even if they are trying to rat, it doesn't feel like a rat at the end of the day. It feels just like the indecision. Well, sorry, it's not the indecision. It's just deciding not to actually bother the side lanes. Like, as of right now, whether it be Formaze or Chiku, no one's really touching them. HY kind of does his own thing, but when the team calls, he is there.
Yeah, I think the problem with Suha's Evos is that they're putting a lot of eggs into trying to stop the jungler from farming, but because of that, they end up losing a lot of pressure on the side lanes, and they're depending very heavily on the players in the side lanes to win the lanes by themselves. And all of the time, those players end up getting pulled to join fights. And in that last game, since Chiku didn't need to participate in the fights, he was just left alone in the mid lane, farming, pushing the entire time. And although we always commend Suha's Evos for being able to move together very well, there's times when they do need to make that decision of whether or not certain players need to join fights.
You know, now that you mention it as well here, considering that it was a 4v5, Suha's Evos, it felt like they were super afraid to fight it at all just because they are afraid of what Chiku brings to the table. Because every single time when they make the split-second decisions, the moment they realize it's going to be 4 players, they were a little bit too late. They gave up so much map control. They go out so much positions here when they chose the fight. They're actually in a choke spot. Whereas if they initially started the fight, Todak would have just died then and there. So I'm surprised Suha's Evos is letting Todak get away in game 3. Well, I don't think in that situation.
I don't think Suhas is Suhas is letting Todak just have their own way. I feel like Todak has a very good grasp on what Suhas likes to prioritize. Which, number one, it's got to be those towers, because every single time you see, oh, Chiku is really starting to put the pressure on that top side, the whole team just pulls back, even though they had positional advantage.
All right, agree.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. I definitely agree. And now, coming to this game 4 here, what do you think? Is there going to be adaptation coming in here, considering that now Suha's Evos, once again, going to be taking the blue side? Are they going to pick it up for themselves? Because Todak, they finally realized that Hayabusa being banned was something that was very, very much needed in game 3. Now, game 4, are we going to see a very similar bans again? Hayabusa being taken out.
If Suha's Evos is on the blue side again, there's a chance that they could try to replicate their victory in game 2 by taking away the sort of dual core strategy that Todak did. They took out the Hayabusa for themselves. If they go for a dual core style there, they could have a chance. However, there's no way this time that Todak is going to give the Benedetta over to them. And that hero made a core part of their strategy when they won game 2. So we don't know whether or not it's going to be successful there. And unfortunate as it is to say, I think Todak has a good enough read over Suha's Evos at this point that they're not going to give an inch over to them.
And that's fair. I do think one of the more important bans is to get rid of that Kufra, because Kufra has been quite the detriment for Suha's Evos throughout this entire best of 5 so far. Like, every single time, MOY has been able to make quite big plays in the mid games, catching maybe 3 or even 4 people at a time.
I definitely agree here. It seems like, whenever Suha's Evos bans the Kufra here, it has worked out. Both the games that Todak actually won was a first pick Kufra here, considering that Kufra kind of fell out of the limelight since the entire regular seasons here, but coming to playoffs, not many teams actually picking up, but picking out on crucial situations to deal with the link. But it seems like Todak, they are going to be playing it as a meta hero for themselves, but seems to me, Suha's Evos says, I'm done with you, MOY. I don't want to see your Kufra. I don't want to see it ever again. It's going to be first phase out.
outer window. And Todak still going to commit to what their bans were every single time. They're making sure HY is going to be limited. No more Cho. Now, obviously, Matilda has been really, really good throughout the regular season. Playoffs, however, may be a different story. We have seen a fluctuating win rate between every single time we see Matilda. Whether she wins or loses highly depends on whether the rest of the team is able to play at her pace. But you can definitely feel the lack of damage that she has. Like, early game, it's like, okay, it's good. Mid-game, it's like, all right, she's falling off really, really quick. And sooner rather than later, she isn't able to pressure people out of the river without that snowball.
Todak banning out Hayabusa here. I think they're forcing Suha's Evos to make a choice between the Benedetta as well as the Jawhead. Because ordinarily in this sort of situation, when you're on the blue side, you'll be able to grab that first hero for yourself. The fact that Todak haven't removed either of these heroes from the pool yet could mean that they're going to allow one to fall into the hands of Suha's Evos so that they could grab the other for themselves. Obviously, that could change here. Suha's Evos, I think they're kind of considering that risk, so they're gonna ban out the Jawhead for themselves. I'm expecting a Benedetta ban from Todak here.
Oh, if you take a look at the glimpse of the camera as well, you can see the tensions are pretty high here among the members of Suha's Evos, whereas Todak, they're taking a chill pill here. They're still discussing it very strategically here. It seems to me they're getting ready to push themselves and prepare themselves for the grand finals as well. So this is going to be taking it a lot in terms of mental strength from Suha's Evos if they make the comeback. But who wouldn't here, considering that now Suha's Evos, they are at elimination point, match point for Todak. So it's going to be a tough one here. But it seems to me, what is going to be the next phase ban here, Todak? Is it going to be the Eve? Is it going to be the Matilda? Sorry, Matilda's out. Chang'e seems to be the picture here. So, considering that the game that Suha's Evos won was because of the Hayabusa as well as the Chang'e, they don't want to give them the exact same strategy to cheese their way through. But little did they know, they completely forgotten that the Benedetta was also a winning factor coming from Suha's Evos.
Yep, Benedetta is going to be the first one followed up by... sorry.
I did actually see this coming. When you mentioned that they forgot about the Benedetta here, but I think that was actually part of their plan. Allow the Benedetta to go through, because for the first time, Suha's Evos and Todak, neither of them have banned out the Ling. So that means that Chiku will be able to pick up this hero. The Popol and Koopa, a very good way to play sort of flexibly in the early game as well. So now Suha's Evos, what are gonna do here? The Grok for the ace is still open if he does want to go for that. Yisan Shin for box is not a bad choice to deal with the Ling as well.
The mind games being played coming from Todak here, they made Kufra look like the biggest threat out of all three games. And the moment they make it happen, Suha's Evos, hey, Kufra is a big threat. They let it slake through the DMs here, because now with Ling in the pool here, there's not much that can actually stop him in the track, considering that Jawhead and also the Kufra being taken out.
I mean, they're going to need some kind of secondary, somebody with some form of CC. Like the added Hearthguard is good, but is it good enough? Selena going to be the next pick for the side of Todak. And again, their major issue right now is that they don't have clean ways to push the wave safely.
Todak is taking map control here with both Popol and Koopa as well as Selena. They now have access to two different forms of traps they can lay around the map, and by banning out Yisan Shin, a box signature, they are preventing Suha's Evos from being able to gain information through the Mountain Shocker. So now Suha's Evos is in a little bit of trouble, and in terms of the vision game and information over their opponents, they don't have nearly as much as the tools that Todak have under their belt.
You know, we've talked about the vision game before here. We've seen it a lot of times during the regular seasons here, but not many teams has had great succession with the Popol and Koopa and Selena strategy here. But as of now here, the way to deal with this here, you know, Suha's Evos has pretty much experienced this. I'm pretty sure the Grok will be picked again to try and deal with the traps as well. So forcing them to pick it is great, and it's also a good initiative here to try and wall charge the Ling here if Todak decides to push the Ling a little bit too far aggressive. So seems to me Suha's Evos, they're not that worried yet. It's not over yet. They are going to be able to pick the Grok for themselves. But what they should be worried here is the potential glue being picked up from Todak.
Is it even worth getting glue at this point in time? I feel like yes and no. However, it's going to be about lane priority. They don't have anything that can maintain that lane priority. I think Barat is not too bad for Todak's side, but Suha's EVOS, they finally ban out the 1-1 just in case they wanted to come with secondary options. Claude is, remember, Claude is still available, and we still have things like Lancelot for the side of Suha's EVOS if they really wanted it.
Lunox is still open as well if either of the teams want to pick it up. The hero is a very solid pickup here. Todak looks like they're going back for the Paquito on Momo here. It's certainly not a standout play coming from this player in the previous game, but the hero is solid enough that he's able to make things happen.
Yeah, what is it gonna do here? Seems like they will pick the Esmeralda here. So Angela Esmeralda combo coming from Suha's EVOS. Last but not least here, it is going to be a little bit greedy here, but who's going to be playing the tank role? So they're going to be putting supports mage in the middle lane here. So what is Box going to be playing?
Your team.
Oh! Here we go. There's the Aldous jungle that we've been anticipating for the entire time.
Oh my god.
What? Suha's EVOS looks to try and one-shot the competition. We've seen this in other MPLs, and it's time to bring it here to Malaysia. Now, Todak, they need to come up with a solution for this straight away. They've got the CC to lock down the man himself, Aldius. However, they are going to need a little bit more to stop the entire onslaught of backline jumpers like the Benedetta, like the Esmeralda as well.
This is such an interesting idea by Suha's EVOS because the Angela on top of the Aldous, once he gets his stack, is going to be so difficult to deal with. And in addition to that, we noted that Suha's EVOS doesn't have a lot of vision control now that they've removed the Yisun Shin from the pool. Well, guess what other hero lets you see every hero on the map? It is the Aldous Ultimate.
Man, they're going to have so much information. This is going to be a very interesting game. It could be Suhas's last game here at the MPL playoffs as Tora will move on, or it could mean a game number 5. Let's see as we slowly load into the land of Dawn, boys and girls. Which are you leaning towards?
I want to see this Aldous work. I want to see this Aldous work, man. Like, the theory is nice, the craft is great, and I know Tora is the stronger team, but all things considered, going for the cheese shred right from the get-go here on the lifeline, on the line. Suha's EVOS, you better make this work because I'm in for some amazing Aldous game here. However, this is gonna be game number 4 in the lower bracket finals here in the MPL-MY Playoffs. Is it going to be Todak the ones that challenges RGMY in the grand finals? Or will Suha's EVOS makes it interesting, tying it up, dragging it into a game 5? It's not over yet, but the game will continue. But seems to me it is going to be, as you said here, Gideon, the Jungle Aldous.
Now, Jungle Aldous doesn't get a lot of lane pressure. Oh, is Aldous going to one-shot the dog? Please one-shot the dog. No, he doesn't get the punch off. But again, it's all about the stacks, right? If Box can stack up really, really quickly, Todak is going to be put on the back foot almost straight away. So Formaze has to be very, very aggressive on this lane.
The thing about Aldous as a hero is that even if he does get pressured, the hero will eventually farm. As long as the game continues, he will scale. Aldous is an infinitely scaling hero thanks to his stack. So Todak cannot allow this to go to a late game because of Fed Aldous.
Ooh.
There's no way Formaze is going to be a match for that. I also noticed that Formaze is actually going to be playing the Ling here instead of Chiku.
Chiku now on the Lunox, down on the bottom side against the Benedetta. This is going to be tough because Eevee has been able to dominate most of his opponents on this Benedetta. It's going to be a hard matchup to say the least. However, let's look at the current progress. Box at level 3, Formaze also at level 3. Everybody slowly scaling up, and you can already see Momo going for the lane swap.
Yeah, this is a great lane swap as well, considering how Todak is struggling in terms of lanes here with this matchup. But it's not over yet here. Box is looking to go for the fight. He gets the first blood, but he did not get the stack. So that's going to be first blood in the hands of this Aldous here as Box is looking to snowball his way through here. But I don't know, it seems like he's level 4. He's slowly building his economy here in Todak. They need to figure a way to shut him down because as of now, Suha's EVOS, they are leading by a 1k net worth.
I definitely have a love-hate relationship with this situation here, and as we can see, Chase Fate being used, gonna scan out the enemy there, and the fact that the ult is so threatening, right? It not only gives you vision of all the enemies, it allows you to fly to one of them, and they know that you're going to go for them, even if you don't actually finish it off. It puts a lot of pressure on them that something might happen. And speaking of something happening, Formaze gets the turtle, they get the kill on the box as well. Momo almost falling, he gets away with a flicker, and a double kill goes over to Chiku as he picks up the ace as well in the back line. Quite a victory there by Toda, getting 2 kills as well as the turtle steal.
Just a little too slow. They get absolutely bursted down, and they gave them a little bit more. And you guys could be getting a little bit more too, with 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for free with a minimum purchase of 50 ringgit from the McDelivery application or their website. So use the code MPL Nuggets if you want a little bit more, because this game is all about it.
Yep, and as of now, you can see Suas Evos. They have to be extremely careful here, but Toda being able to take advantage of the fight here, and now the arrow almost being set up here from the ace, but it is going to be Moy that finishes him off, so that's going to be space here from the side. Toda going for the invade here. Formaze going to try and threaten Eve here, as he does have the mobility to back off, so he's farming very efficiently for now, but it's going to be a long chase here for Suas Evos, because Box, he's died once, he's going to lose out a lot of map control and farm as well, so as of now, we haven't seen too much coming from Box, but Suas Evos, they're barely hanging on all this aggression coming from all sides of the map, coming from Todak.
But honestly, hanging on is all they need to do. Any players, any pub players that have played against Aldous, hold on down for just a moment. The Ace getting in trouble here. The Abyssal Arrow finds Box, but he should be fine. Formaze goes in with the Momo. Will be able to get knockout punch there in the meantime. Beautiful Electro-Vinyl blow on 3 members there, but Eevee taking a lot of damage into the Abyssal Arrow. Not like this. Box goes in, gets a stack. He's gonna go for Momo as well. Does he get it? Does he get the stack? The Ace in trouble. Box gets taken down. He does not get the stack. Formaze, he was not going to be able to escape as well, but these Abyssal Arrows by Moon finding their target.
That was so unlucky. The Ace, unfortunately, he was willing to sacrifice his life. The Abyssal Arrow landed on top of Box when the Ace was supposed to be spawning on the Umbra in front of him, but ended it up behind. So, Formaze gets taken out. AJ gets an amazing knock-up with the wind blow. Let's see how this game progresses even further.
What a clutch there coming from Moon, but at the same time here, Suas Evos, you know, it looks really good as well with the hard gas protection coming from Box, and for him to be dying like that here, that's gonna slow up so much of his stacks here. However, AV now gonna be starting things off with the Electro final blow, but it will intercept, and that's gonna be going down. But here comes the hard guy, keeping them alive, and Toda, they have to back up, but Moon is trying all his best to go in for the fight as well. Momo still alive, he's super low, but here comes Box, and Box takes him out. Moon needs to back off, and Suhas Evos cleans them out of the turtle pit and looking to take the turtle for themselves.
Oh boy, that worked out really, really well for the side of Suhas Evos. What looked to be something pretty detrimental to HYHY. A great save for the return. Now Formaze coming in straight away using his ult to try and clear the wave as soon as possible. It works out as Moy and as well as Moon sending artillery fire to try and catch up with him. Eve using his ult to try and get away. He doesn't land on the frost trap. They get on top of Formaze. Can they kill him? 1 HP. He survives, and they take out Eve in the process.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They were setting up the kill on Formaze to give more stacks to Box, but he was able to get on the walls quick enough to get out of danger, and Eevee, after extending himself too far, fell into the clutches of Todak. Momo now in trouble. Box going to see if we can get that stack there right after this break for a moment. Looks like they're pausing real quick. We'll get right back to the action very, very soon. But something to note, I was having this train of thought earlier before stuff started happening. Any pub player that has played against Aldous knows you don't have to win the early game to get Aldous fed. You just have to prolong the game long enough, because Aldous will always keep getting stacks. Unlike other heroes which will hit a cap in terms of damage after getting full items, Aldous will keep getting damage, so the longer the game goes on, the scarier Box is going to be.
Agreed. I understand that is how he played Aldous here, but based on this situation here, on how Toda is playing the fights here, Box hasn't had a lot of rooms to gather these stacks, because every time he dies, tries to go out, his teams are farming out most of his jungle crabs. The most important stacks for Aldous to scale here is taking turrets, taking turtle as a last hit, and also, yeah, that's pretty much it here. Those two are the major ones that boost up most of his stacks here, and by not doing so here, that's gonna progressively slow down his damage even longer here towards later stage of the game.
I would disagree. I would say Beetle and the Wave is slightly more important because that way he's going to have a consistent flow of those stacks to get in. And as you can see, he is getting progressively stronger. However, I do want to see the item build. I'm fairly confident he went into the Thunderbelt full tank build, but he is dying pretty quick. Boxes 3 and 3. Brute Force breastplate on Momo. I'm very curious to know what the build is.
Todak gonna start working on the turtle now with box down. That means that the enemy retribution is not available, so Formay should be able to get this with no problem. Moi gonna give him just a little bit of a hand. Suaz Evos, they're aware they're not going to be able to contest this, so they're just gonna give it over while continuing to ensure that the waves aren't pushing too far into them. HY gets stunned by a point blank abyssal arrow into the Alpha Wolf. Lots of CC coming out. Hard guard giving a bit of shield. The HY, but Chiku gets taken out of the picture. Formaze going in, looking for AJ. He gets out. Box is going in on top of Formaze. Does he get it? Lots of damage there, but unfortunately won't land the stun. There's too much delay, and that's going to allow Formaze to jump onto the wall. Box will continue stacking here as HY tries to zone Moon and Moi out of the jungle.
It's working out pretty well so far. Luckily, AJ didn't end up dying. If we could pull up the item list to see what's the current situation with that, that'd be great. As so far, both Moon and Moi are doing really good jobs, just slowing down any kind of aggression, or at the very least, making sure that they threaten the position of Box so he doesn't commit to the all-in.
Yep, seems to me Box is getting harder and harder right now here, but Formaze is gonna try and push against the Angela here.
Oh!
From AJ! Formaze dies! And that's gonna be the space that Suaz Evils is looking forward to as well, because bottom side, Toda, they're gonna force a fight. They're trying to take down Box, but instead they will settle down with Eve as well. Momo almost getting paid with a life here, but Box is looking to go himself back in, but they say they don't want to. They have the control of the map. They are playing the time here. So Suaz Evos is making this work for now because they finally get objectives. They finally get map control. And this is where Box is going to come up online.
I think AJ maxed out instead of CC for his ult. He went for real damage. And now Chiku is going to be biting the dust next. He has no way to escape. No flicker, no ults, no brilliance to protect himself. Well done to Suaz Evos. I am so curious to know what the build is. Oh my goodness. Even AJ, he's got the knock up. I'm fairly confident he took extra damage for the ult, and that might hurt later into the game because the CC is really, really good, but the raw damage, look at this damage. Even on an Alpha Wolf, you could definitely see the difference in what he's capable of.
The turtle is back up now. Todak wants to see if they can secure the pit here. HY keeping some distance. EV in a bit of trouble. Potential hard guard jumping on him. He has it up. Is he going for it? Abyssal arrow looks like that's not going to hit. Falling Star Moon being charged up by HY just in case they engage. But Todak not going to do so. So Suaz Evos are gonna back off. Abyssal arrow finds Box, but he'll be fine. He's gonna continue stacking here. Unfortunately, on that previous kill on Chiku, Box wasn't able to get the stacks on a hero. We know how important that is for an Aldous, but getting kills right now is going to be important for his farm as well.
He's starting to hit 2.3k now, and I'm surprised that he's getting a lot of stacks here. Meanwhile, here comes Eve sidestepping with the eye for an eye here to get out of the tracks, but meanwhile, Box will be the one to get casualty as well. Can he survive? He's going for the punches here, and he's not dead yet. And now they're re-engaging the fight, and Box finally gets taken down after eating up the arrow as well. And Suaz Evos, they're doing all they can to push Todak back, but Moon comes in for a side. Likewise from Chiku, and just like that, they clean house. Suaz Evos, they're crumbling to pieces. Formaze, they're taking all out. HY is the last one, and that's gonna be a triple kill for Chiku, and it's a team wipe.
They've done it. They've done it. Todak have done it. They have managed to wipe them all out, and they managed to net you guys some Land of Dawn loots with a triple kill, so you know what to do if you've done this before. Creative comment, hashtag rise up. But with this clean sweep of a fight, Todak now need to look for a way of punishment. They're jumping on towards Lord side and Suaz Evos. They aren't going to let this go without a fight.
Now the rest of Suha's Evos is back. They can look to contest this, but the Lord is falling very, very quickly. Box is in the area, gets a wind blow onto Momo, gets the stacks onto the orange buff. Eevee keeping an eye on the Lord, but is gonna go over the Formaze, and now he's the one in trouble. Eevee getting chased down. Hard guard gonna go up on him. Formaze pops the Tempest Ablaze. Box jumps in, tries to hit Momo. Not enough stacks to even make a dent in the Paquito right now. Toda gonna back off with their prize, and the Lord is gonna start pushing down the lanes pretty soon.
So far, let's have a look at the items. No, Box is not opting to go for the Thunderbelt build. He is going to go for the traditional Endless Battle. He wants that raw damage. He wants that pure burst.
Well, he is going to be going for the Thunderbelt next year, considering that that is his sequence for the next item. However, AJ finds a really nice view on Chico here on the side, so that's gonna open up a little bit more space here for them to actually buy time. But Toda, despite getting the team white here and the Lord, it is still manageable here from Suha's Evo. So they have a lane control, they got the kills, they got the numbers, they can still defend against this here. However, for Maze now, with the Berserker's Fury, looking to pick a fight now. The Lord is going to be pushing from the downside, but Toda, they're not going to be able to respond to this at all.
They're going to be able to get rid of this Lord. Todak don't have much of a choice at this point in time, especially when Chiku is still down. They need to start looking for opportunities to force Suha's Evos into like narrow corridors where they can just focus them down along the lane. Now we're already seeing the full engagement down towards topside. HY getting a good falling Star Moon, taking out Moy in the process with the help of the Ace. Now AJ, he needs to start pulling backwards, and the wind blow isn't going to connect. Formaze quickly going into the Bladed Tempest. Finally, the wind blows connects. The ult coming onto Box here with the hard guard. They find the opportunity. Momo takes out AJ in the process as Eevee has been cutting the waves, annoying the backline. 2 for 1 right now. Suha's Evos on the back foot. They can't seem to close the distance.
Kodak is playing against this Aldous pick so well here. Every time Box tries to go on someone, they immediately back out. He jumps on Chiku, gets the Brilliance. He tries to hit Formaze. He backs out with the Tempest of Blades. He's not being able to take anyone out of these fights at all. And despite Suha's Evos trying to make space in order for Box to get his stacks, it's not happening. The Ace gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. They jump in. They're trying to go for a Tempest of Blades. Looks like we will lose Chiku there. Momo getting very low. Box gets the kill onto Formaze. Now they're going for it. They see Momo. They want to get him. They will. Box gets the stack. All of a sudden, he just melts away. Moon disappears from the map. That is his first death. Box starting to hit fairly hard. He's not quite able to get through the defenses of Momo, but on squishies like Moon, this is definitely food for Box right now, and they're gonna take advantage of that 4-man kill.
Oh, this is the opportunity that Suha's Evos has been looking forward to here. The overextension from Toda. They could not burst him out in time here, and immediately they respond, but here he comes. They catch Moy, and just like that, they turn the tides around. They push it back towards Todak's base, but guess what? The rest of Team Toda are back in action. They lose out on the hit raider, but Suha's Evos, they are gonna respect this here as the creep waves are pushing back in towards their base. HY, they need to defend, they need to back off, and Toda, they've got to be shaking right now here, because either ways, any one more mistake is gonna cost them the game and drag it out into game 5.
This could be it. I mean, it really could be pushed to a game 5 here, because Box, he is scaled very, very well. He's just waiting for the opportunities to get on top of the right targets. Moon, he will get one shot. Chiku also pretty much getting one shot every single time. He doesn't have that brilliance. So Todak have to play around the resources smartly. 3.5k damage we're seeing coming out of Box.
Aldous hitting so hard. HY in trouble. They're going on top of it. Falling Star Moon to the other side of the wall. Eevee now caught. Looks like Formaze jumping in. Winter Trunky and keeps HY long time. They go into the back line. That's a lot of health going down. Eevee gets taken out. Box is keeping stuck. On the Chiku for the killing spree. Gets a huge chunk of moose damage. Triple kill for Box. He gets 3 of them. He's going for more. He sees Momo. AJ, does he have wind blow up? He does miss it, but Box is hitting so hard right now, absolutely dismantling Todak in these fights.
Oh my goodness. Can we get another Terminator movie based off of Aldia's? Because you can literally hear it go da-da-da-da-da-da as he punches people right back into the ground.
Well, it looks like One Punch Man is on his way here because Box now going to be treading up the Lord, but do they have the utilities here? You can see Box is looking to go into chase as well. Momo is making a run for it here. He's trying to lure him in, but looks like he's jumping the backlines. But it's a fake sucker! Surprise! That's a fake. Momo's the one is the real target, and he gets focused down. Surprise! It was a fake, but now Moi needs to run for his life. Eve is gonna try and catch him off guard, but Box gave them a little bit of fake hope, but now Toda, there's nothing much they can do. The purple buff steal.
I mean, out of all the buffs in the world, Formates really needed that purple one out of all of them. So it's fine. Bot side is going to be wide open and is forced in every single time. So they have to put some tender and care on towards that bot lane. However, that just means that Suhas is going to play on towards the top side. Fast rotations from Ling is great, but Eevee, he has to keep putting pressure.
Box is trying to put some damage into the Lord here. Falling Star Moon catches Moon in the backline. HY trying to do some damage. Box goes in with Chase Fade. Won't be able to find Chiku, but the Brilliance popped out. Moi is his target here. Going to get the stack on that. Immortality going to be expanded here. Will he get any more? Nope, AJ gets it. And he gets the double kill on top of Moon as well. They're continuing onwards. Box trying to get some damage in. Momo is going to be able to survive a lot of his punches here. The only one on Todak that can. They're oh, the beautiful wind blow knocks him up. Winter Trunkian keeps Chiku alive, and he gets away with a flicker, but not before Eevee gets to him. Box is finally shut down by 4-Maze. That is the main threat of Suhas. Evo's down for another 45 seconds.
Oh, what a setup here coming from both Momo as well as Chiku there. They were trying to get him down low enough for 4-Maze to go in for the finish, and the patience from 4-Maze to stop the Terminator coming from Suhas Evos has paid off. But then what can they do? Because right now HY also looking pretty strong here because he just won his 1v1 against 4-Maze, and just like that, Toda, they're getting pushed back. 15 seconds left for the Terminator to be back online. The Box is coming up online as well with the purple buff here. Can they secure this here? Because right now, Toda, they don't have anyone that can actually contest this here. But now from the side, Momo going to be looking to fight as well. Who gets the purple buff? It is going to be HY. They are going to force the fight here, fight against Eevee here. But he's going to back off. The electro final blow will disengage here. But HY, look at this. They're barely tickling him here from Todak.
It's quite brutal indeed. They've already taken really bad trades before, but even AJ, he is starting to hit like an absolute truck. And now, Toda, they are in the red zone. If they're going to win this fight, they have to figure out a way to take Box out really, really quick. And somehow dodge a wind blow into a windstorm, dodge HY at the end of the day, and the ace will protect anybody who even is in that critical condition.
Agreed here. Patience from Suhas Evos has finally paid off because Box now is going to be one of the hard-hitting trucks from the side of Suhas Evos. Toda, they're struggling to take him down, but looks like they will try to force the fight here against Toda. As you can see, the traps are being laid here. Momo going to be checking out the Lord as well, but the Lord slowly chunking away here. It's 2 bars down. HY will be the first one to focus down, but they're not overcommitting this fight. But Box, here he comes. He chases on Chico. The Brilliance Bait is there, and Box is out of position. They're luring him back towards their base here, and the Winter Trunking on top of time to buy more time, but Box, he's out of position. It's a trap. Toda, they've done it. They catch him, and Box, they have to run. Suhas Evos, they're all backing out of the fight, and Toda, they want that fight. The perfect setup has been made, and Toda now eyes on the prize, looking to close out this game. They're getting a little bit more map control, but Suhas Evils, they're not giving in too much here as they need to wait and buy more time for Box to come up online. But Toda says, we want to clear out of the Lord. But do they have the damage? Do they have the damage? 4-Maze is there. HY scouts this out. How will this play out here?
Honestly, that was such a good play from Chiku there. I don't know why Box would decide to go on him. True, the Lunox is squishy enough to take out, but the Brilliance as well as the Winter Trunkian bought out so much time for the rest of his team. HY in a bit of trouble. 4-Maze will indeed get that Lord. Heart Guard has to be used here to keep him alive. Gets immobilized by the trap into another Abyssal Arrow, and that's a kill over for Toda. Box is back now, but they no longer have HY, and the Luminous Lord going to be pushing in for Todak very soon. At the very least, the bottom lane is in Suhas Evos' favor, so they're not going to need to defend that. But the Luminous Lord coming down mid lane, they need to be able to protect this to keep their dreams alive.
Oh, you can see the triple immortalities up on Suhas Evo. Todak, they need to chunk out this way as well. The arrow going to be committing and scouting things out, but the Lord is there slowly on his way. Electro final blow has been used to clear out the creep waves as well. Todak, they're taking their time here to poke their way through, but the damage has been done. You can see Momo, they have to back off. Eve trying his best, but there's just trades after trades. Nothing much is happening here. They're just clearing the minions as well. Eve trying his best to soak his way through. He's going to be A-okay. He's down to his lowest health as well, but Todak says they've lost a lot. They can't get anything out about it here. But guess what? HY is going to be back in 7 seconds. Do they really want to fight this? They're thinking about it. But can they even push though? Because Suhas Evo, they're just so tanky. But it seems to me they're trying to fight against Eve as well. But where's the damage? Do they have the damage? But Todak, they're focusing on taking the buffs instead?
I mean, at this point, what can they really do? They know for a fact HY is coming back up on this regard, but they need to start engaging soon. They get on top of HY, but that's not the primary target. They've got the help. Oh no, the Ace. He is actually getting caught out. This might be an opportunity, but no. Box is there to stand right in front, being the bulwark of the defense.
My goodness, this is going back and forth. Which of the teams is going to be able to find the advantage here? One big lost fight for either side is going to be the decider for the victory, and neither of these teams is going to give it over to their opponents. Todak finally backing off after trying to siege the base of Suhas Evos for an extended period of time. 2 minutes until the next Lord is up. There's a good chance that they're going to have to wait for this next objective to be able to attempt to end this game.
This is a game of baits here. Todak, they know they cannot take a head-on fight. They need to catch them out of position here. And as of now, Suhas Evos, they're playing it extremely passive as they can. But Todak, they got to let them have control. They've got a lot of time. 90 seconds left for the next Lord fight. Moon going to be first on the bottom flicker, and HY, he might be in some trouble, but fortunately for him, he has the Purify, but the Electro Final Blow has been used as well. So that's going to be a close call there for Suhas Evos, but Todak, they're looking to snipe the Crystal under the nose. Formace is just taking a chill pill here. Does he want to join the fight? But seems like objective is going to be the key here, and the inhibitor will be the priority here as Mobo tries to zone them all back off. The rest of Todak tries to go in for the assist, but seems like Suhas Evos, they cannot engage with this as the minions, the creepers are pushing every single lane. The arrow almost connecting. Very close call there. Todak almost found the opportunity, but Suhas Evos, they're not giving it to them yet.
I think at this point, the only person who can really make the difference here is going to be AJ. He needs to hit an amazing wind blow. If not, he's in trouble. Momo getting on top of AJ now. He's going to put him to 50% HP. Flickering out of there. Chase Fate onto Chiku's side. We've seen this problem happen before. Can he get him this time? No, he cannot. Eve is going for the chase. He wants it. Winter crunch it again. Gets him. Immortality. Wait, does he have the execution? No, he doesn't. He has no way out. He gets hit by the arrow. Moon takes him down. It's going to be a 4v5 for this upcoming push.
Oh, but they do find the kill back on Momo. However, at the very least, that's gonna even things up to a 4v4. But Eevee gets baited yet again by Chiku with the Winter Trunkian. Doing so well, such an excellent item pickup here. Chiku recognizing that he is going to be a main target for some of these assassins and box as well. So being able to prolong his death for as long as possible is buying a lot of space for his team. But guess what? The Luminous Lord has returned to the Land of Dawn, and both these teams are going to be eyeing that delicious objective.
You know, interesting here. Let's take a look at itemizations here. We see Moon swapping out his item for the Divine Glaive Burst as well. And early on, I did see the Rock Potion being purchased from Formace to try to slow down the damage burst coming from Box. But like you said as well, as the game drags on by, Box is gonna hit so hard. And you can see the desperations coming from Todak to isolate and kite him out with using Chiku as the bait with the Winter Trunker has been phenomenal. But it seems to me, if Box decides to switch his target, things might not look the same here coming from Todak. And on top of that, Moy also having Twilight Armor here to try to sustain through the burst coming from Suhas Evos.
I don't know about that, because if Box is in range of Chiku while Chiku is in using this Chaos Assault, the Darkening will be enough to take him out if he's not actively hitting a target. Even the Ace, his shield isn't big enough to deal with that kind of sort of damage, especially with the combinations of a Holy Crystal as well as a Glaive.
eBay, he doesn't have the immortality. He's chunked up pretty low. There's the opportunity here, but Box, he will fake it out as you can see HY is no position to join this fight, but Todak, they have got all the immortalities here. They want to take this Lord. This is going to be the next Lord here. Will Suhas Evos be able to contest it? They're setting up everyone to come over. 3 bosses are down. Box sees the position. Here he comes. Here he goes. But the knockout stun comes in. He connects the down. But Box, a massive stun here coming from AJ. They dropped them all low, but they have the immortality. They're doing all they can to shut them off. But Chico, on the other hand, is stalling them at the back. But he's taking a little bit too much damage. He has the immortality. They lost AJ, but they will lose their lives as well as Soda. They're trying their best to go in for the fight as well. But the tempo is the bait. The Box with the Trunken sets it up. That's a bait back for you, and he takes him out. Soda, he's gonna die, but can he survive? He's got the immortality. And Formaze, he's running for his life. He's running. Can he survive? Yes, he will. It's not over yet for Todak, but a great exchange of immortalities and Winter Trunken here. Box, what a clutch there.
Oh my goodness. Box survives the entire side. AJ gets an amazing wind blow on 3 targets before unleashing absolute devastation, but he gets taken out in the same time. So again, both Todak and Suhas playing at the top of their game.
What kind of game are we watching here, boys and girls? This is so difficult right now. The Aldous ult being used to scout people out. Is he going for this? No, they do see Momo, however, but he's going to be very difficult to kill. He can tank quite a few hits from Box. HY and the Ace working on him as well. Jab gets into the other side. The hard puppet on a string manages to finish it off. The cooldown on Jab is enough for him to kite them out completely. He'll be absolutely fine. Formaze still cutting the wave in the mid lane as well. Neither team can afford to give an inch to the other, and 27 minutes into this game, the net worth is even.
Yep, and as of now, seems to me both teams here, they're looking for opportunities. The next slot is going to be a really tough one as well, and either ways is going to be an important one as well. They cannot afford to drop bodies. Both teams going to be waiting up on their immortalities timings here, but eBay, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He might die, but AJ goes in for a side step, but Formaze, he dodges it, and he gets the kill. That's the opening that he's looking forward to, but Formaze, he doesn't have the purple buff, but here comes Box. Can he survive? He sides up with the Tempest Bait. That connection with the Wind Blade doesn't connect, and that's going to be Formaze baiting them out, and the opportunity to take the Lord. The opening they're looking forward to. They take HY as well, and Todak says it's 5v3. Who needs the Lord? We're diving into your base. 60 seconds on the sidelines for Suhas Evos. How will they do this? Do they have the damage? Look at this. Todak, they're knocking on towards the doors of Suhas Evos. Box, does he have what it takes? Double immortality purchase again, and the Aurel connects on Box. He's gonna get focused up, but it's the AJ there to provide the assist. But look at this.
No,
they take down Box. It's over. Todak, they make it into the grand finals. They have done it.
They have done it indeed. Todak continue to move forward, finds the pick of a lifetime, and now they continue to move on. 3-1. Welcome to the grand finals, Todak, as they look for the back-to-back championships. GG, well played.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have your top 2 MPL-MY Season 7 teams and our national representatives for MSE. Todak, MLBB going to be joining RSG-MY in the grand finals here, and it is going to be quite a series to pay attention to. Suhas Evos, despite their best efforts, going to be taking 3rd place today as they get sent home after this loss.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. 3-1, but some of the tightest gameplay we've seen today at the best of their levels. Both sides continuing to adapt even to the last second.
Oh, you can see the sign of relief coming from Todak's faces the moment they won that. And Box, the moment Box goes down, that was pretty much it from Suhas Evos. But the amount of baits, the amount of mechanical prowess here of swapping the Winter Trunk and the Immortality has been insane.
Yeah, it really has been. But unfortunately for Suhas Evos, even though their main goal was to get into MSE, they got ever so close, one step away from making it happen. They're going to be back stronger and better next season. But let's have a look at these highlights one more time to kind of give ourselves a good idea of how tight this game was.
I'm having a look at game 3 here. This was honestly Both these teams are just so evenly matched. Unfortunately, Suhas Evos just wasn't able to get out of that gameplay where they have to play this kind of single strategy, while Todak was able to make changes to adapt here. In this game 3, all things considered, Suhas Evos put up a good fight. The Ace especially was doing really well on the Grok. Unfortunately, not quite enough.
Yeah, and coming to this game as well, like you said, Todak, they were just making sure that they were completely dodging the barrages in most of these fights, just abusing the fact that they have rotation advantage in terms of speeds here. And we've seen this trend coming from all 3 games, from game 1, 2, and 3. But Suhas Evos, there was just nothing much they can have done in this kind of scenarios here. But what really surprised us was that previous game just now. Game 4 is what I want to talk about a little bit more here, because Suhas Evos, they switched up their entire strategy, went in for an all-in cheese strategy, which almost won them the game, with Box playing on Aldos here. That was an insane game, because we saw a lot of baits here coming from both sides, and a lot of psycho gameplay coming from both teams here.
Yep, everybody's just trying to fake the other one out to see who makes the first mistake, and when it happens, it happens. Like we even see the chase fate prior to this. And now looking at this current situation, right? Most people would be thinking, okay, now Suhas Evos not exactly in the best position. They're on their purple side. They're already getting intensely ganked. But with the 2 supports of both Moy and Moon, not only do they have vision control, but they have just continuous follow-up CC. One person gets locked down, then they get locked down, then they get locked down, then they get locked down again and again and again, making it that much easier for either Momo or even Chiku to start chunking them out to let Formace finish it off.
There's a concept in RPG games known as aggro management, and when you're dealing with a huge boss, raid bosses like this, it's very important to be able to swap aggro around and ensure that although a lot of damage is being done, no one is actually getting killed. And Todak demonstrated this incredibly well against Box, constantly swapping, making sure that whenever he jumped on someone, that person backs off, uses whatever skills they can to escape. When Box swaps to someone else, they do the same thing, repeat, jump in and out of the fights, and by the time that Box was able to actually do anything, he was either bursted down or his team wasn't able to follow up.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. This was one of the big fights here where Todak was able to get a team wipe against Suhas Evos here. Box overextended a little bit too much here. Todak was already prepared for him. But Suhas Evos, they somehow needed to prevail as long as they could, and that was pretty much the strategy change here coming from Suhas Evos, knowing that, hey, all we need to do is roll for 50-50s. But after losing this fight, every single fight here has been from Suhas Evos playing from behind to drag out for Box to come online, which eventually paid off, because multiple times Todak actually overextended, and this was one of the plays that Todak actually made a mistake here, because they overextended, overcommitted to try and take down HY and Box. But unfortunately, say, with the protection of the tower, with the protection of Angela, he's not going to be able to be one-shotter from the get-go. And considering that the heroes that Todak is using here, they don't have a hero like AJ, they don't have a hero like Vale, they don't have a hero like Eudora can literally just one-shot here. It's all instant poke damage, and this pretty much allowed Box to kind of sustain way through here and force Todak to be in this really awkward position to make the comeback. And this is where it allowed Suhas Evos that opportunity to come back from this fight.
Now, if Suhas Evos had more fights like this one, then there's no doubt that they would have been the ones that came out victorious, but Todak just played around them so well. And you saw, Box could do so much damage. He could constantly execute people, run around during the fight, especially with the Ace providing the hard guard. But honestly, props to Todak. Good communication, good awareness, good spatial management across these fights. Honestly, just avoiding themselves giving too many kills over to Box. And the fact that they were able to delay his farm this long and then play around him, even when he was able to one-shot people, is just a testament to Todak overall. There is a reason they're the defending champions. It's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can pay back their debts to RSG in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a very exciting match to see, considering the form that they're looking at today. Like, Todak, I mean, we've seen them make some pretty impressive plays, but to be able to kind of dance around Box using Chiku, and the amount of times that all those abilities, when they needed to land, absolutely landed, just well done. The better team just wins sometimes, and Todak is going to be that one for this matchup. Let's look at some of the post-game stats here because, again, you can see that there's a significant difference in the damage for 40k apart, and mainly because of the constant DPS that Todak's lineup does provide. However, the burst damage was just so powerful.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Box's damage is actually, considering he's got 10 kills on board here. But this entire round is a legendary match. It's been, you know, I would say a fight between both of the strongest teams, arguably the strongest teams in MPL MY 7 Season 7 here. They just literally poured out their souls, and both teams are pretty much bleeding inside out. But it feels like with this fight right now, Todak, they've got to be having a sigh of relief because they went through a really rough game here. And hopefully in the next match against RGMY, I don't know, it seems like, could they be warmed up? Could they be really tired from this match? I don't know, because this match in particular is pretty much drawn out, or I would say worn out, us casters and both of these teams as well.
Yeah, I think they will be tired. However, it's not going to affect them immediately. I think by, you know, game 3, that's when we're going to see a little bit of slowdown coming out from Todak's side. Maybe they might use some of their subs to kind of interchange to give them a break. They'll have to do something about it, but Todak is a professional team. They've done this before. I have no doubt that they will try to perform even higher than what we saw in this game.
Yep, hopefully the fatigue from this series is not going to affect their performance too much, because the grand finals is certainly going to be a spectacle to witness. But having a look at things here, Darren, you mentioned wanting to look at the damage done by Box, 94,000, certainly quite a bit. But on the other side, Chiku, 129,000 damage dealt. This Lunox was making things happen all over the place. Honestly, well played to Chiku there. The fact that he was able to delay Box so many times. The fact that he even baited Eevee to his death once. Todak, they're in really great form today.
Yeah, I agree here. Chiku did a fantastic job, just like you said as well, aggro allocation here. In this case, for him to be able to push back everyone from side Suha's Evos enough time and enough space for the rest of the team to focus down on the Box is an impressive feat. But nevertheless here, to be able to do that and also dish out damage, now it makes a lot of sense why Lunox is a priority pick or ban to a certain degree here.
I mean, Lunox has always been good. It's the question is, how do you abuse her and how do you utilize her abilities? And Todak was able to take full advantage of that, especially since Box had to waste so much time waiting for the Brilliance to go down, waiting for the Winter Truncheon to go down, waiting to close the distance, and then getting locked down till the ends of the earth. It is very frustrating to play with, and Todak made sure that they stayed ahead of the game.
Again, this is also demonstrating the hero pool from Todak as well. You normally expect Chiku to be playing marksman. Maybe he plays an assassin once in a while. He's mainly the jungle position, but now playing Lunox in the side lane like this, honestly incredible. And he gets the MVP for this game as well. Chiku demonstrating the spirit of Todak, being unpredictable, flexible, and playing a multitude of different heroes and roles. Definitely MVP material for this game.
Yeah, I agree with this MVP here over Chiku here, because without his baits, they would not have won the fight against I would say the red boss here coming from Aldo. So Chiku, well done to him here, as expected coming from him, but that was some insane plays here coming from Todak. However, now, my question here, Gideon, is, considering that now they've won their fight, and the next match is going to be coming to its RSGMY, do you think RSGMY is prepared for what's installed for them?
Absolutely. I think they are, and at the end of the day, like, I will say that Todak has a slight advantage because they're more used to the best of sevens and how to adapt. I'm not entirely sure whether RSG is going to be at the same capability, but they have improved so much. And don't worry, guys, the Land of Dawn loots that you guys have earned, we've got them right here. Ami, flawless triple kill by Chiku. Hashtag rise up. You are 100% correct, because Chiku was absolutely popping off that game.
Indeed, you'll be getting some Land of Dawn loots as well. So this is gonna be very interesting to see. But in addition to that, we also have another triple kill winner. It's gonna be none other than Shah with the comment, Box sudah buka kotaknya untuk masukkan musuhnya ke dalam kotak. Hashtag rise up. Basically, the translation is, Box is opening his box to put his enemies into it.
into
a
the
box.
box.
Into the box. You got it right,
It's
man.
important.
Okay, you gotta. All right, fine. You gotta mention the box.
You gotta mention the box 3 times, man. Rule of threes. Rule of 3.
I like how me and Gideon are so in sync. How could you mess that up? It's so right.
It's not
But
that
the
he messed
meaning
it
is
up.
correct,
The meaning is
though.
correct. It just sounds way funnier with the extra
Execution.
box. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Now, with that being said, let's throw it over to the interview with Toda with Fira in the front.
Terima kasih kepada Aiman Lafel, Arta dan juga English caster kita untuk analisis sebentar saja tadi. Dan guys, ini bermakna kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan pertama hari ini iaitu di antara Todak menentang Suhas Evos 3-1. Ini bermakna Todak telah pun berjaya untuk melayakkan diri mewakili Malaysia untuk ke MLC. Dan selepas ini dia akan berjumpa sekali lagi bersama RSG Malaysia untuk menentukan siapakah yang akan menjadi juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini. Tapi tanpa membuang masa, saya Fira Fendi, apa kata kita interview dulu bersama pemenang perlawanan tadi. Hello, Assalamualaikum Moon. Hello. Dengar tak? Okey. So Moon.
Hello, dengar.
Kita nak cakap berbalik tentang perlawanan tadi lah. Kita tengok perlawanan yang terakhir tadi sangat-sangat sengit. Itu baru lower bracket final. Dah macam final. Jadi, apa perasaan you guys setelah berjaya untuk melawan Suhas Evos dengan 3-1?
Perasaan kita orang happy, bangga sebab kita orang penat jugalah actually sebab kita orang daripada lower bracket. And then alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dapat pergi ke final balik berlawan dengan tim RSG. So kita orang akan make sure kita orang akan buat paling terbaik lah.
Dan macam kita tahu untuk hari pertama playoff, sebelum ni Todak telah berjumpa dengan RSG dan RSG yang mengalahkan Todak menghantar sehingga ke lower bracket. Tapi selepas ini you guys akan berlawan sekali lagi untuk best of 7. Sangat penat, sangat mental semua tu. Jadi apakah persediaan mental yang Todak MLBB akan lakukan?
Bagi kita orang dah jaga mental kita orang. Game tadi pun dah sampai hampir 30 minit apa semua kan. So bagi kita orang dah ready. Kita orang dah mental, fizikal semua kita orang dah ready. Just nak menang je lah. Ingat menang je lah.
InsyaAllah. Dan kita tahu Moon mesti nak bersemangat dan nak bersedia dengan player-player lain sebab ada banyak lagi perlawanan selepas ini. Tapi Moon, ada tak kata-kata yang Moon nak berikan untuk penyokong dan juga peminat yang selama ni Moon tak pernah bagi tahu?
Okay. First sekali saya nak cakap terima kasih dekat Bos Lan, Bos Neo dan wakil-wakil Todak semua. And nak terima kasih juga kat family saya. Termasuk dengan Iwan lah sekali kan. Apa semua kan. Ashi sekali. Lepas tu saya nak terima kasih kepada mak bapak saya, dengan ayah saya yang selalu sokong saya non-stop. Abang-abang saya, keluarga saya lah. Senang cerita keluarga saya lah. And saya just nak cakap Sekejap ambil time.
Boleh.
Untuk AJ dan Box, korang boleh ambil regular season punya MVP, tapi kita orang ambil MSC dan Grand Final MPL.
Okey. Terima kasih Moon dan apa-apa pun tanya lagi sekali kepada Todak kerana berjaya memenangi perlawanan. Terima kasih Moon. Okey, kita dah buat interview bersama pemenang tadi, tapi jangan ke mana-mana kerana selepas ini kita ada best of 7 di antara RSG menentang Todak MLBB dan dekat MPL Quickie kita ada tetamu khas serta caster yang sangat special untuk grand final kali ini. Tapi apa kata sekarang anda scan dulu keempat-empat QR code yang anda lihat sekarang. Kita ada Facebook, kita ada Instagram, kita ada TikTok dan juga kita ada grup. Kerana MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini kita bukan saja bersiaran langsung di Facebook, tapi kita juga bersiaran langsung di TikTok. Jadi sebab kita dah game sangat panjang tadi dan selepas ini kita akan ada game yang sangat lama. Jadi apa kata kita berehat sebentar dan kita akan kembali selepas ini.
Pegang pelek itu, adakah kamu bersedia untuk memilikinya? Atau nak buktikan I'm the best player?
It's not that easy.
Semua orang juga target nak menjadi champion.
Bekas juara yang mahu juara lagi, veteran yang masih berusaha, generasi baru, challenges yang ganas.
Juara bertahan ataupun best in Malaysia.
Jika you really nak menjadi champion,
adakah berani untuk berusaha keras?
Tidak berputus asa.
To make a difference. Saya pada teammate.
Percaya diri sendiri.
Berani menjerit. Kuatkan mental.
Berani mendapat kill.
Bersinar.
Bangkit semula.
Buat yang terbaik.
Untuk fans.
Untuk teammate. Untuk impian.
Dare to rise up.
I definitely akan bagi advantage pada player baru. Player baru, diorang lebih hungry and diorang lagi kreatif. And diorang punya mechanical skill is actually a little bit better disebabkan diorang tak caught up dengan idea-idea yang lama.
They're willing to take more risks. They're willing to try to make the big play at the end of the day. They're trying to get into the highlight reels. I think they are going to be the most motivated out of the bunch.
Hai, nama saya Muhammad Noor Hafizan. Saya adalah pengulas untuk MPL Malaysia semenjak musim yang kedua. Tapi pada waktu tu masih lagi MPL Malaysia Singapura lah.
Nama saya Lafel, saya dah cast MPL sejak season keempat.
My name is Gideon Q Wei-Yong. I'm otherwise known as Gideon Q. I'm a professional shoutcaster for the MPL MY Season 7.
Okay, so personally untuk I actually suka split dengan MY dengan SG. So before this, yes, bila ada SG kita nampak a difference of region.
Di pendapat saya, ini adalah satu perkara yang baik untuk pemain-pemain Mobile Legends Bang Malaysia kerana semestinya kita diberikan peluang untuk melahirkan lebih banyak pemain-pemain yang lebih berbakat untuk dimasukkan di dalam professional scene.
So far, it's been looking a lot better than what I would have anticipated. So many young players willing to kind of sacrifice and try to make it into a professional league like the MPL. So it's been quite exciting.
Bagi banyak sangat exposure kepada tim-tim baru and I rasa ini naikkan entertainment value as well as the competitiveness of MPL Season 7.
Berkenaan dengan ini, kami sebagai player yang dah lama suarakan disebabkan kami mahukan ketengahkan bakat-bakat muda, bakat-bakat baru yang ada dalam Malaysia dan secara tak langsung dia akan menjadi pelapis yang baik untuk akan datang.
Sebenarnya ini adalah perkara yang bagus disebabkan nampaklah yang Malaysia ni dia punya e-sport lagi berkembang, lagi maju ke depan and lagi banyak player yang berbakat yang boleh bermain di bawah naungan MPL 7 ni lah.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Hadi Azwan bin Rosli dari tim Suhas Evos. IGN Box sebab saya terinspirasi daripada seorang YouTuber ni nama Box.
My name is Muhammad Azri bin Jamaluddin. My IGN is AJ because I love my father. So I combine my name and my father's name. So AJ.
Nama saya Muhammad Nazhan bin Muhammad Noor. IGN saya CV dan saya berasal daripada Terengganu. Dan saya bermain untuk Teen Homeboys.
Nama saya Muhammad Ifan bin Aujang. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan saya berasal daripada Kelang, Selangor dan saya bermain untuk Team Homeboys.
Before this, my family tak support sangat I main game. Dan I main game kira macam sorok-sorok lah. Main jauh semua. Bila dapat main MPL ni dan dah jadi pro player, first I just nak buktikan dekat family I yang e-sport ni tak semestinya yang buang masa lah.
Okay, sebenarnya dapat main dekat MPL ni adalah salah satu cita-cita saya. Become a pro player kan. Sebenarnya saya ingat jadi gamer ni mudah. senang. So sebab selalu kan orang cakap jadi gamer, main game je kan. Sebenarnya penat dan mental tu agak stres lah kadang-kadang. Kalau dia orang kata senang tu tak senang sebenarnya sebab dia orang tak tahu apa yang kita hadapi apa semua kan. Dia orang tak tahu belakang cerita lah. Kita main tu main ni kan selalu kena marah sebab kenapa buat macam ni, kenapa mati banyak apa semua. Dia orang tak tahu.
Ibu saya dia risau takut terjadi apa-apa yang berlaku pada saya dan dia pun tak tahu kawan-kawan saya ni asal dari mana, pekerjaan apa, dan apa-apa lagi lah.
Saya main ML start season 2. Dari situ saya just main biasa je. Dah macam season 5, 6 macam tu saya dah start buat ada team lah. Start join tournament kecil-kecil.
Pada waktu kena suruh join tu memang gembira lah sebab best lah dapat kerja sebagai professional player. Saya macam awal-awal memang takut lah mau join sebab mau flight dari Sabah pergi ke Kuala Lumpur. Jadi awal-awal takut lah tapi demi minat saya terus jalan.
I should rasa this transfer is good. A few things. Ikut sebelum ni, apa-apa yang you dah ada player tu, it's locked. So, ramai orang boleh expect, okay, so probably team ni, kalau dia tak bagus pada minggu ke-3, minggu ke-4, diorang akan kekal sampai ke habis. Tapi sekarang, because dah boleh bawa masuk player baru, it adds a lot of element of surprise untuk the players, untuk fans, as well as strategies. Banyak strategi yang boleh dimasukkan. Ada 10 players pun is actually pretty big, so the entire format of MPL sebenarnya untuk season ni I lagi suka because I rasa dia naikkan the level of creativity dan juga competitiveness untuk setiap team.
So far, Izanami has been a consistent person in the lineup, so I think he has made a difference outside of the game. I'm not entirely sure what it is. The mic checks give a little bit of insight, but overall, yeah, I think he's been a great inclusion for RSG.
Missington. Mantap lah. Kasih tahu, guys.
Mali is a game changer. He is a game changer because I boleh nampak offline stage. I boleh dengar orang punya communication. Orange has the best communication, and antaranya is because of Mali.
Mali, I hope he never changes. He is just such a breath of fresh air. Like I say MPL-MY is really boring, but when you have someone like Mali on, it's not that boring, right? I wish the audience could see this at the offline stage, but when he's like shouting, when he's like keeping the team together, I think he brings a lot of momentum, you know? He's one of the few players which I'll say, like, he doesn't have the best mechanics, but if you're talking about somebody who's going to keep the mental strong, you need that one guy, and Mali is that guy.
Offline lagi best kan? Sebab kat online, kat rumah kalau menang macam biasa kan. Kat offline ni rasa lain sikit. Rasa lagi semangat, apa semua. Kalau menang lagi, lagi lah semangat. Rasa happy dia. Kalau ada penonton lagi best lah kan. Dengar dia orang sorak apa semua kan. Lagi semangat lah, lagi hype lah kita orang kan. Lagi kita orang macam kena menang apa semua ni lah. Cabaran bagi saya itulah yang waktu season 6 tu lah. Itu momen paling sedih lah. Waktu tu kan dah 6 bulan training. Kita memang target qualifier season 6 time tu. So tak layak kan kita orang kalah. So kita orang memang nangis sikit lah time tu.
Cabaran terbesar saya untuk jadi profesional ni, kita bersaing dengan semua yang padu-padu, semuanya reti main, boleh compete dekat Pro League. So bagi saya kena training hard untuk fight dorang lah sebab saya pun off lane. So saya mechanical saya kena training personal skill, saya kena training sendiri. So bagi saya agak susah lah sebab nak buy one semua perlukan mechanic skill yang tinggi.
Pengalaman yang membesarkan kita, bukan bakat yang membesarkan kita. So kita akan tahu apa yang akan berlaku. Kita akan tahu ni yang akan terjadi. Bakat ni just only bakat. Kita boleh main tapi kita tak tahu kalau kita buat ni betul ke.
Bagi saya experience lah sebab kalau bakat tu perlu, tapi yang main dalam Pro League ni semua ada bakat. Semuanya walaupun diorang ni bukan jenis yang berbakat tapi diorang usaha, tapi semuanya sama, skill semua sama. Kita bermain offline tournament, kita pandai kawal kita punya mental, kena psycho, kita macam mana kita nak menang, macam tu je lah. Bagi saya experience lagi penting daripada bakat.
Bakat lebih penting dari pengalaman. Kalau ada pengalaman tapi tak ada skill, sama je.
Umur ni memberikan faktor yang baiklah untuk semua bidang. Tidak semestinya main game, semua bidang umur ni baiklah. Kerana kalau kita masih muda, otak kita masih fresh dan kita boleh berfikir di luar kotak. That's why umur paling penting lah.
Nak jadi professional gamer tu boleh, tapi kena ada usaha yang lebih lah.
Time and tide wait for no one, Phobius. Offer your eyes to me, and I will grant you power. Rocks need no protection from the rain.
Hi everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Road to Mythic, featuring Phobius, the Shadow of Dread. In this episode, we will walk you through the gameplay and tactics so you can grind the ranks with ease. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Phobius' first skill is his primary damage source. Each successful cast on the enemy hero grants Phobius a shield and a temporary movement speed buff. Phobius' second skill, on the other hand, forces the enemy caught in the area of effect to move, which forces forms a perfect combo with his ult. Phoveus' ult serves as the core of his skill set. When the enemy in range casts a blink or charge skill, the ult will mark the enemy, during which Phoveus can cast the ult to blink towards them and deal a forceful blow, inflicting damage on the enemies in the area. Note that before the ult enters cooldown, Phoveus can cast this skill multiple times in a row if certain requirements are met. For Phoveus' build, we recommend this set, as Phoveus' primary role in battle is a diver. Moreover, this build provides him with sufficient tankiness and regeneration, which helps him survive his dangerous role. Clock of Destiny grants Phoveus decent regen and tankiness, while Ice Queen Wand further enhances his ability to restrict enemies' movement. Next, go for Brute Force Breastplate and Oracle to get even more HP and defense for Phoveus to ensure his survivability in teamfights. Lastly, complete the build with Immortality to make Phoveus a dreadful and likely unkillable figure on the battlefield. The core technique when using Phoveus is to constantly use Malefic Terror to engage enemies in close quarter combat. The shield and movement speed boost granted by Malefic Terror guarantee that trading would always be in favor of Phoveus. Keep in mind, Malefic Terror is one of the major sources of Phoveus' tankiness. If the enemy disengages, use Astaros Eye to harass them from afar. When the time comes, cast the ult right away to finish them off. As a tanky fighter, Phoveus' primary objective in the early game is to restrict enemies' movement as well as tanking damage for the team. Choose between Astaros Eye and Malefic Terror wisely. Astaros Eye serves best when cast from afar, really gets to shine in close combat. Work with teammates or cast the second skill, Astaros Eye, to force enemies to cast blink or dash skills. Next, cast Demonic Force to blink into the fray. There is no better time than now to put Flame Shot to good use. Then follow up with another cast of Demonic Force. Once an enemy attempts to dash or blink out of the teamfight, cast Demonic Force again. If Demonic Force has entered cooldown, use Malefic Terror to deny enemies escape attempts. In the early game, Phoveus' mobility is relatively low. When laning, keep a close watch at a distance from the enemy and cast Astaros Eye to harass from afar. Phoveus will take on a different role once he enters the mid-game. Relying on his high mobility at this point, he has the potential to turn the tables. So, remember to engage where Phoveus is needed. With good equipment, Phoveus truly becomes the X factor in the late game. The frequent casts of Demonic Force not only break the enemy formation, but also deal devastating damage. Moreover, the short cooldown of Malefic Terror could bring Phoveus an everlasting shield. Not to mention the advanced tier equipment has already provided enough tankiness for him. Well, that wraps up this episode of Road to Mythic. Stay tuned for more insightful guides on our channel as you climb the ranks. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Pegang pelik itu, adakah kamu bersedia untuk memilikinya? Atau nak buktikan I'm the best player?
It's not that easy.
Semua orang juga target nak menjadi champion.
Bekas juara yang mahu juara lagi, veteran yang masih berusaha, generasi baru, challenges yang ganas.
Juara bertahan ataupun best in Malaysia. Jika you really nak menjadi champion, adakah berani untuk berusaha keras? Tidak berputus asa.
To make a difference. Percaya pada teammate.
Percaya diri sendiri.
Berani menjerit. Wow.
Kuatkan mental. Berani mendapat kill.
Bersinar.
Bangkit semula.
Buat yang terbaik.
Untuk fans. Untuk teammate.
Untuk impian.
Dare to rise up.
You're now rocking with the legendary stunt. And it ain't over until we say it's done. You know what it is.
I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches. Legends, we fight to the dawn. Heroes all along, don't have to do it alone. Nah. 5-1-5 party victory lap. Find our enemies, maniac, yeah. We're looking out for the world. Everyone, you know they heard stop. Get with the team, don't stop. Fiery heart of a dragon, attack is unlocking. If we stick together, we'll end up on top.
Feeling every challenge, the level of a queen, but we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. Don't have to go solo, cause you're not alone. Together we are heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies down to your hero.
Fight of our lives, gotta survive. Walk on the 5-1-5. About to go live, party and die. We go savage tonight. Step in the spot with my crew. Together we're stronger than ever. You know how we do. Will we start your through? Victory's ours. I would have thought you knew. We're unstoppable. MVP defeat ain't optional. This ain't hard to do. Our team achieve the impossible. My whole squad is lit. Ain't gonna target that is hard to hit. Legendary when we rockin' it. Ain't no stopping this.
Got in my mind, feeling like a sinner. Look at your eyes, I'm fighting like a winner. Triple killer, yeah. You know I deliver, yeah. I'm selling your ones like a criminal. Selling this thing in personal. Taking it one at a time. Being a beast in the ground. Face just like an angel, but I back just like a devil. That's living inside. So if you turn your back, I make sure I back. Every challenge, the level of a queen, but we double the damage when we're fighting as a team. I bring hell from below, I leave you begging for more. Together we are heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Taking all of them down to the ground. Together we are legendary heroes. Yeah, we are unstoppable. Yeah, we winning right now. Make the enemies down to your hero.
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
Welcome back to MPL Quickie dan hai guys, saya Ifra Fendi. Kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan pertama hari ini iaitu di antara Todak melawan Suhas Esports 3-1 dan ini bermakna Todak telah pun melaikkan diri untuk berjumpa lagi sekali dengan RSG Malaysia di Grand Final untuk menentukan siapakah yang akan menjadi juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini. Tapi untuk pengetahuan anda semua, MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh Mac Delivery, Digital Telco Rasmi Yudu, rakan isukan TikTok, Secret Lab dan juga Esports Charts dan disokong oleh KBS serta ESI. Tapi macam biasalah, dekat Quickie saya bukan saja bersama dengan Lafel, tapi kerana hari ini merupakan hari ketiga dan hari terakhir untuk playoff, jadi kita bawakan tetamu yang sangat-sangat special kerana kita ada Daddy Hood dan juga Solo.
Mantap lah ni, mantap lah Los.
Lagi sekali
Lagi sekali Semalam datang lagi.
Ya semalam tak habis cakap.
Betul lah, kita suka sangat lah ada Daddy kat sini.
Betul. Tak sampai habis cakap lagi. So hari ni mungkin habiskan lah apa yang nak dicakap.
Habiskan. Dan hari ini kita ada Solo sebagai caster kita lah, Fel.
Oh wow, Los ada kas
Ada kas.
Oh mantap lah Los. Grand final pula tu.
Gila Solo
Tengah mencuba dia. Aku lupa cara nak caster ni.
Boleh.
Nak caster macam mana ni?
Dan sebenarnya kita ada banyak benda lagi nak borak. Nak tanya dekat Daddy Hood dan juga Solo. Tapi macam kita tahu, sekarang cuma tinggal 2 tim saja. Tapi, Rafael, kita ada pengumuman yang penting sebab kita dah pun hit 5,000 share.
Yes, and thank you dan juga tanya kepada semua orang yang tolong like and share sekali. Terima kasih kepada semua and make sure you guys dapatkan redemption code dekat bahagian comment section. Just copy, pergi dekat website Mobile Legends Bang Bang, pergi dekat code exchange, letak redemption code and then you guys akan dapatkan you guys punya prize. And jangan lupa untuk continue share. Bila kita hit 8,000 share, kita akan dapat mystery gift juga.
Dan betul tu, berbalik kepada apa yang kita borak tadi lah, kita nak bercakap tentang Todak dan juga RSG. So soalan ni saya nak tanyakan dekat Solo dan juga Daddy Hood. Apa pandangan Daddy dan juga Solo tentang perlawanan tadi?
Solo sebagai tetamu aku dulu.
Semalam tak bercakap lagi.
Biar aku setakkan. Okey. So Suhas nampak memang kuat. Tapi bila tim Todak, diorang dah boleh katakan diorang control game sepanjang series. Lagi hujung-hujung game tu jadi. Apa kata kita just bincangkan Suhas Esports diorang pakai Aldous. Rasanya Aldous tu pick yang bagus ke kurang?
Dia agak unik tapi sebagai seorang yang selalu dapat coklat.
Ya saya.
Saya rasa mantap lah gameplay sebenarnya. Cuma dia kadang-kadang dia overextend.
Ya betul, memang betul di.
Overextend.
And Los, since Solos pun dulu sebelum ni apa namanya? Professional player kan. Dalam best of 5, apa yang buat game best of 5 tu sangat berbeza bandingkan best of 3?
Lagi penat. Lepas tu lagi stres. Kan, lepas tu awal-awal main full kan energy kan, bila makin lama so bila dah masuk ke game keempat, game kelima tu dia punya mindset pun dah lari sikit. Jadi macam takut nak buat mistake. Sudah.
Jadi macam Solo cakap, lebih banyak stres, lebih banyak main mental. Jadi macam mana kita sebagai seorang pro player nak control benda tu?
Kena banyak workout kan dia.
Yes. Sekarang kita dah go for healthy life.
Yes, healthy life.
Ya, kita lebih banyak bersenam. Saya habis stream malam-malam pukul 12 saya akan berbasikal.
Sebab saya setiap kali
lebih jalani gaya hidup sihat.
Ya.
Saya selalu pergi rumah bosku, masing-masing buat push up. Memang lain macam.
Sekarang semua tengah workout.
Betul. Tapi macam
sekarang kita turun tangga pun kita push up.
Turun tangga pun push up
Okey.
Tapi kita tahulah selepas ini kita akan ada best of 7. Tapi apa kata sekarang kita lihat dulu playoff bracket.
Ya, dan kalau playoff bracket kita cerita balik daripada awal sampailah ke sekarang sampai kita punya grand final. Kita tengok balik pada bahagian awal pada hari pertama. Team Todak lawan dengan RSG. Team Todak kalah turun pada lower bracket. Suhas Esports kalahkan Orange Esports, turun juga kepada lower bracket. Team Geek Fam keluarkan SMG daripada playoff ni terus. Red Esports buat benda sama kepada Team Homeboys. Kemudian Team Todak menghentikan pergerakan Geek Fam daripada mendapatkan grand final slot. Red Esports keluarkan Orange Esports daripada bahagian upper bracket. Langsung tak pernah menang apa-apa game dekat playoff. Kemudian game hari ini yang lagi penting, kita tengok Team Todak daripada lower bracket, dia naik balik ke atas, akan lawan lagi sekali dengan tim RSG yang berjaya kalahkan mereka 2-1.
Dan macam kita tahu lah, kali ni kita menggunakan format yang baru iaitu best of 5 dan juga best of 7. Jadi, Daddy rasakan adakah benda ni bagus ataupun sebenarnya bila ada best of 5 dengan best of 7 ni yang kita akan tahu siapakah tim paling terkuat dekat Malaysia?
Dia depend lah. Dia depend pada actually main game ni pun perlu stamina, perlu apa orang cakap, macam selalu cakap, mental yang bagus kan. Kita kawal emosi yang bagus. So best of 7 ni menguji banyak lah dari segi momentum, mental, stamina, and selebihnya mungkin sahabat
ya,
saya.
macam dulu kan main game saja kan. Macam sekarang ni stamina penting.
Speaking of which, sebab Daddy dengan Solos, dua-dua streamer, okay, main kompetitif dia pun penat. Tapi ramai orang tak tahu yang streaming ni pun penat. Macam mana? Macam mana Solos dengan Daddy boleh tahan stamina tu untuk stream lama-lama?
Jimat tenaga.
Jimat tenaga.
So, macam awal-awal tu kita macam tak apa nak hyper sangat. So serius lah, kalau macam early first hour, second hour tu dah 2 jam tu, kalau first tu buat high kan, buat hype punya ni stream, memang 3 jam 4 jam tu dah pancit lah.
Tapi kita selalu tengok kadang-kadang Daddy dengan Solos buat 6 jam atau 8 jam. Macam mana boleh tahan sampai macam tu?
Key point dia is workout.
Turun tangga pun push up.
Push up
Kita kena workout and push up lah.
Oh gila, patutlah dua-dua pada satu.
Ataupun lagi satu sebab diorang suka makan McD.
Oh ya.
Betul. Kalau nak tahu, Daddy dengan Solos suka sangat makan McD. Jadi apa kata anda semua jangan lupa untuk menggunakan kod yang tertera untuk mendapatkan 6 pieces nugget secara percuma, tapi dengan syarat minimum spend sebanyak RM50 dekat aplikasi ataupun website McDonald. Jadi Lafaz, senang je kita guna kod. Jangan tak guna kod macam kita hari tu.
Pandai jual sponsor Not bad. Tapi ya, kalau korang semua nak 6 pieces nugget free, pastikan bila dah order sampai RM50 tu, letaklah MPL nugget dekat redemption code, and then you guys akan dapat 6 free chicken nuggets.
Betul tu. Dan kita tahulah sebab selepas ini kita akan saksikan perlawanan sangat hebat. Jadi apa kata sekarang kita lihat dulu video headline perlawanan kedua yang disediakan.
Kami sudah sampai masa untuk bermula Grand Final MPL Malaysia Season ke-7. Game terakhir musim ini adalah perlawanan di antara dua gergasi di dunia Esports Mobile Legends. Toda, juara bertahan.
Pasukan Toda berjaya final lower bracket.
Ataupun RSG Malaysia, challenges terhebat.
RSG
Pasukan manakah akan menjadi juara MPL Malaysia Season ke-7? Let the Grand Final begins.
Back-to-back champion ataupun geng lama yang akan menjadi juara kali ini iaitu geng Bosco.
Ya, play RSG ramai daripada team Bosco, dan sebelum ni pun ramai daripada team SEA Games. So, Solos, RSG banyak juga you punya ex-teammates. So, apa pendapat you RSG lawan dengan team Todak selepas ni?
Lagi tak sabar nak tengok lah. Sebenarnya suka tengok tapi kena kas sekali kan. So,
itulah.
Dua benda satu masa lah. Tapi memang nak tunggulah sebab last time tengok Todak kalah dengan RSG kan.
Yes.
So dengan kekalahan tu Todak mungkin akan jumpa solution dia macam nak fix back lawan dengan RSG.
Dan bercakap tentang tim ni, macam kita tahu sebelum kan, even Daddy dengan Solos pun cakap Todak merupakan pasukan yang sangat kuat. Dan sebelum ni kita tahu Todak sentiasa di upper bracket. Tapi dengan RSG berjaya untuk tolak diorang ke lower bracket. Jadi adakah ini bermakna musim ini line up Todak tak lagi sekuat dulu ataupun sebenarnya RSG yang semakin kuat?
Saya rasa dia macam inilah. Dia dua pasukan ni, Todak is about momentum dan RSG semangat. Maknanya spirit dia. So semangat dia yang bawa dia kepada kemenangan, dan Todak dia naik balik disebabkan momentum. Dia ada momentum lah, daripada atas turun bawah, pak terus naik balik. Macam tu. Dan
untuk Todak, apa benda yang keunikan meta dia yang diorang selalu bawa yang Daddy suka? Adakah selalu bermain tank dekat side lane?
Todak ni satu yang saya suka, diorang unpredictable. Diorang sukar untuk dibaca. Diorang bawa benda-benda yang kita tak jangka lah. Contohnya macam Gatot kan.
Yes.
semalam kita nampak. Dan macam untuk solos kan, kita tahu RSG Malaysia sekarang kadang-kadang guna Sino, kadang-kadang Sino tak ada. Jadi kita tahu Sino juga merupakan dapat award untuk the best fighter. Jadi adakah Solos sebagai player dan juga seorang yang mengali Sino berharap Sino akan bermain untuk hari ini?
Tu lah, mengharap juga dia main sebab dia pun macam secret weapon kan.
Super sub.
Super sub, sebelum dia baru super sub. Tapi apapun lah Fel, alang-alang kita dah ada Daddyhood, kita dah ada Solos kat sini, mungkin kita boleh borak lebih banyak lagi kerana kita nak tanya sedikit lah tentang Homeboys dan juga Bosku. And kita tahu Daddy merupakan salah seorang pengasas untuk tim Bosku sebelum ini. Tapi dekat musim ni kita nampak macam Daddy kurang sedikit bersama tim Bosku. Boleh tahu kenapa?
Dia macam inilah sebab masa penubuhan tu kita bertujuh and mungkin sekarang masanya untuk saya bawa 6 lagi tu untuk take over kerja saya lah macam tu. So saya pergi ke satu franchise yang baru iaitu Homeboys. And untuk awal ni diorang nak tengok Jeb dulu, kita hantar Jeb dulu, tapi mungkin Jeb kurang pengalaman and by next season Solos dah ready. Sebenarnya since after regular season lagi Solos dah start nak take over macam tu.
Adakah ini bermakna untuk musim yang akan datang Solos akan take over untuk tim Bosku Mobile Legends?
Macam tu lah kan, jaga orang je, marah orang kan.
Marah orang Okey. So Lafel, dia ada apa-apa tak nak tanya?
Honestly I betul-betul nak dive in lagi dalam sebab mungkin ramai orang tak sure kerja sebagai team owner ataupun team manager apa yang diorang kena lakukan. Macam mana Daddy sekarang ni, sebelum ni Bosku 7 orang. Sekarang Daddy handle Homeboys seorang. So Solos yang akan take over untuk jaga team Bosku. Apakah fokus Solos untuk team ni untuk pastikan prestasi akan jadi lagi bagus daripada season ni?
Dia macam ni, untuk Solos akan ke MLBB saja sebab since kalau overall tu memang basically saya lah yang akan handle dari segi sponsorship, pembayaran gaji apa semua. Cuma Homeboys ni dia punya core is production team lah.
Understand.
And pro team is kita punya sub. So production team yang akan supply gaji untuk sub ni lah, sub team macam pro player ni semua. So untuk MLBB I think Solos lagi mungkin berpengalaman sebab since dia is a ex pro player. So saya rasa dia ada capability untuk menguruskan MLBB team dari segi macam nak scout player, nak cari coach ataupun komunikasi Solos dengan pihak tim-tim dari Indonesia pun agak strong lah.
Dan bercakap tentang squad player, Solos boleh tak nak tahu adakah untuk musim yang akan datang rasa-rasa akan ada perubahan roster ke ataupun masih ada player yang kekal ataupun sebenarnya akan bertambah lagi?
Akan bertambah satu. Perubahan roster pun ada juga sebenarnya.
Rombakan besar-besaran?
Nak kena check balik setiap daripada awal sampai ke habis lah. Nak kena tengok balik.
Untuk Homeboys pula macam mana Daddy?
Homeboys boleh ke kita beritahu sekarang tak ada?
Mungkin Daddy boleh bagi tahu
Hint je. 70% lah Inferni akan naik ke bahagian management. So position dia je dia akan scout seorang untuk ganti tempat dia. The rest masih kekal. Hanif, Chibi, Irfan, sepat sorry. Dengan siapa Ijat still ada. And Aul mungkin akan mengisi beberapa kekosongan yang ada. Since Aul dia nak fokus juga. Cuma season ni dia masuk agak lambat. Kalau dia masuk awal mungkin dia banyak lah dia punya caps. Tapi season ni dia masuk lambat. So untuk playoff dia sendiri pun cakap dia belum cukup yakin untuk main.
Dan semalam kita dah tanya soalan ni dekat Daddy. Daddy ada tak macam perasaan nak jadi pro player semula? Jadi hari ni kita nak tanya dekat Solos. Solos kerana ini merupakan kali pertama untuk musim ni kita jemput Solos sebagai guest caster dan juga tetamu untuk MPL Cookie kita ni. Tengok stage offline ni, ada tak perasaan rasa macam rindulah nak jadi pro player balik?
Rindu tu rindu lah, tapi dah tua lah. Bagi orang muda pula lah.
Tapi since tadi kita cerita pasal scouting, and then Daddy pun dah cerita yang Solos punya boleh katakan connection dekat Indonesia punya team pun kuat. So I pun nak tanya Solos punya pendapat sebab Solos sebelum ni pro player sampai main international scene dekat SEA Games. So bila nak build balik team Bosku ni, apa kriteria yang Solos sendiri cari kat player dan juga kat coach?
Okay, satunya dia punya attitude, disiplin. Dia boleh jaga benda tu. Macam skill ni semua ikut lah. Kalau player tu dia talented ke, kalau dia rajin ke dia usaha, dia boleh je beat orang yang talented kan. Tapi number one kena attitude kena ada lah. Dia kena dengar cakap, dia boleh terima teguran. So kalau susah nak terima teguran pun tak boleh juga kan.
Yalah betul, sebab kalau pasal attitude ni semua boleh dikatakan benda ni yang kita membesarkan diri. Kalau pasal skill, lama-lama kalau main katakan beratus-ratus match, lama-lama pun akan power juga. Ya.
Contoh.
Ya.
Okey, kita dah ada contoh paling besar. Nyata orang kita.
Sebelum ni main Cho je, sekarang semua boleh main.
Semua hero
Ayam
try.
besar boleh, Lela boleh, Kagura boleh.
Akan ada player yang menggunakan meta Daddy Hook.
Homeboys ada pakai sekali lepas tu menang.
Betul, time tu orang cakap.
Tapi tak tahu kenapa dia pakai sekali je. Tak tahu kenapa dia pakai sekali je. Tak tahu kenapa.
Mungkin dia nak try meta yang baru.
Betul lah.
Tapi rasanya kita pun banyak lagi benda nak tanya. Lafel, kita dah tanya tentang pro player, kita dah tanya tentang streaming, kita dah tanya tentang tim-tim tersebut. Tapi ini kita nak tanya sedikit out of topic lah. Untuk Daddy dan juga Solo, selain daripada untuk e-sport ni kan, ada tak perancangan lain yang nak dikembangkan untuk tim Bosku dan juga Homeboys?
Satu is production lah. Still in sport, but kita lebih kepada industri hiburan. And then kita venture into oil and gas.
Oh wow, okay.
Tapi oil and gas tu kita masih lagi study, and Solo dia akan ke property.
Maksudnya lepas ni Solo dengan Daddy Hook lagi-lagi busy daripada ni.
Ya. Sebab ini macam inilah, dia lebih kepada kita ada batch-batch yang akan naik take over tempat kita orang, and kita orang akan venture into something, benda yang baru.
Ya, sebab benda ni pun sebenarnya akan memperkembangkan industri, sebab yalah kita semua boleh katakan pengalaman yang besar, kita dah tolong naikkan industri, tapi macam mana kita nak naikkan industri kalau kita tak train orang baru, kita tak tambah lagi manpower. So saya rasa ini satu step yang bagus lah.
Betul tu. Kita pun dah tahu banyak. Tapi macam biasa kita ada segmen special, iaitu kita ada segmen komen panas, iaitu yang diberikan kepada netizen kita dulu. Jadi apa kata? Tapi sebelum tu kita dengar bunyi ting-ting. Kalau dengar bunyi ting, maksudnya kita dah ada Mac delivery.
Dalam tu ke komen panas dia?
Dalam ni.
Okay, so komen panas. Komen daripada netizen
Betul. Komen yang diberikan oleh netizen kita sendiri. Jadi apa kata sekarang kita lihat dulu komen yang pertama.
Aldos ke MPL walaupun kalah tapi gila bos Aldosnya. I mean like pada I bukan Aldos sebab yang orang salah. Macam mana Solo sendiri cakap tadi, kalau dalam game yang panjang, lagi lama main game tu, boleh dikatakan lagi banyak ruang untuk buat mistake. And Suhasil Voice bandingan Todak dah selalu sangat main game-game yang panjang. Suhasil Voice ini adalah season pertama mereka, so dalam best of 5 perlawanan panjang ada lagi banyak mistake yang diorang lakukan.
Betul tu. Tapi ini adalah komen pertama. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula komen yang kedua.
Komen kedua, Hayabusa tiba-tiba je tapi top band untuk hari last ni tak ada otak betul. Di, pada kau Hayabusa kuat ke Di?
Mobility lah. Mobility. Tapi sebenarnya komen tak cukup panas.
Komen tak cukup panas.
Tak masih biasa lah.
Suam. So nanti mungkin lepas ni production akan pilih lagi panas. Kita tengok komen ketiga, panas ke suam-suam?
Tolonglah lagi panas.
Suhasil Voice, cuba lagi nak. Ni panas betul ni.
Ini dah sejuk sikit lah.
Ini dah sejuk lah.
Ini komen masuk dalam peti ais, keluar balik.
Bagi panas sikit boleh, bagi panas
sikit lah. Okey, mari kita lihat komen yang keempat.
Match first hari ni je dah kakak. Grand final ni mesti lagi gempak.
Okey, nampak muka Solo dengan Daddy. Panas ke ni?
Tapi okey lah. At least kita bagi benefit of the doubt. Memang betul RSG lawan Todak confirm akan gempak. Best of 7. Kita kena tengok sama ada RSG, MY. Diorang boleh ke tak tahan diorang punya mental untuk lawan dengan Todak 7 game if possible.
Betul tu. Tapi kita masih lagi ada komen yang perlu kita baca. Dan apa kata kita lihat komen yang seterusnya adalah
Woi, Solos is back. Barulah MPL macam ni. Ini tak panas tapi los.
Tapi ada Solos dengan Daddy, auto panas lah.
Actually even saya selalu dengan Solos pun, saya merindukan Solos di arena lah macam tu.
Los, dalam so Solos ada dekat sini sejak season 2 ke season 1? Season 1.
MSC dekat Tropicana lagi dia dah ada.
Alright, ini sekarang dah season 7. Apa perubahan yang paling besar dari season 1 sampai season 7?
Dia punya hero pick, playstyle, face dia, pick and ban tu dah berubah kan. Lepas tu nampak sekarang ni orang lagi early game tu dah ada main agresif lah. Compare dengan dulu semua dia bercucuk tanah kat tempat dia, kita bercucuk tanah farming kan. Sekarang semua dah orang tak nak bagi dah. Lagi agresif lah sikit.
Dengan sekarang, kalau cerita pasal meta, pun dapat Solos pasal meta. Sebab sebelum ni, pada pendapat aku lah, dulu macam hero ni terlampau OP, auto ban ataupun auto pick. Tapi sekarang nampak macam banyak sangat hero yang boleh pick. Tak ada, boleh katakan semua sama-sama kuat. Ataupun pada Solos still meta dalam situasi yang hero-hero tertentu ni je boleh pakai?
Dia macam hero ni tengok team juga yang bawa. Kalau team tu dia memang dah master hero tu, walaupun ada hero OP lepas kan, dia akan ban juga hero yang orang tu expert. But tengok
mekanik
mekanik skill dia macam mana kan. Satu lagi memang semua hero kuat kan. Slot nak ban tu bukannya banyak.
Itulah tu.
So kita buat pilihan nak tak nak kena ambil risiko juga.
Ya, dalam pick and ban memang selalu ada risiko, tapi macam mana pun sekarang kita akan tengok komen yang seterusnya. Tolonglah kekalkan es krim coklat. Setiap kali offer dah habis, termenung kejap nak makan es krim apa. Es krim coklat.
Kan ni confused siapa yang bagi komen pasal ais krim ni. Kita nak cari komen panas tapi dia bagi komen ais krim.
Tak apalah, dia cakap McD punya ais krim coklat sedap. Di, kau suka es krim coklat kan?
Dia lebih macam double meaning lah.
Yes.
Coklat ni dia melibatkan saya. So
aduh, Daddy.
dia macam tolonglah jangan Daddy asyik Daddy coklat, orang lain nak coklat juga. Macam tu lah.
Okey, kita faham. Tapi kan kita tahu macam Daddy dengan Solos daripada MPL 1 lagi. Dan kita nampak sekarang kita dah berada di MPL ke-7. Nampak tak ada banyak perbezaan? Dan apa harapan Daddy untuk MPL yang akan datang? Mungkin kita akan lebih gah ke? Kita akan nampak lebih besar stage semua ke?
First of all, macam saya cakap, saya orang yang paling suka dengan production. And I think kredit untuk production di belakang tabir, di depan tabir. Untuk MPL kali ni, I think this is the best production team lah untuk
Gila lah production team kita.
I totally 100% salute untuk team production daripada diorang punya setup, diorang punya macam masa Aiman buat macam drama sikit. Okay, team ni
video opening semua tu lah.
Dia cinematic and saya orang yang sukakan benda-benda yang detail macam tu lah. Macam gameplay mungkin player-player lah. Macam saya suka benda-benda macam itu lah.
Kalau Solos?
Sama lah. Macam tu juga lah.
Jawapan senang dia jawapan senang.
Soalan Sofian. Di nombor 2 di. Tapi kita ada pengumuman yang lagi penting kerana kita ada 300,000 diamond giveaway. Kalau bunyi tet maksudnya ada benda penting lah, Fel.
Ya, and sekarang ni kita nak tunjuk kita punya pemenang. Kita ada overall 40 pemenang tapi kita akan tunjuk 5 dulu. Nick Aizuddin, jawapan dia 6 pieces, 9 pieces, 20 pieces. Dan dia punya favourite makanan adalah triple cheeseburger. As I had to open my mouth widely to eat, plus the taste is very good. #McDelivery X MPL Malaysia.
Betul tu. Dan tahniah kepada Nick.
Berapa ratus ribu dapat? Berapa ratus ribu?
Overall 300,000.
Nanti add friend
Dan setiap hari ada 40 orang pemenang yang akan dipilihkan untuk dibahagikan 100,000 diamond giveaway.
Wow.
Tapi apa kata add friend Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula komen yang kedua.
Ya, komen kedua dia kata Shark Me dan dia juga bagi jawapan yang betul. 6 nugget, 9 nugget, 20 pieces of nugget. Dan dia punya favourite makanan adalah Big Mac dan ayam goreng McD. The spicy taste like Valia's Flame and Esther's Healing by eating Big Mac. Combo Wombo Baang. #McDelivery X MPL Malaysia.
Effort of comment.
Itulah tu. Dia nak menang kan di Diamond kot.
Diamond banyak tu. Jadi ini adalah pemenang kedua. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula siapakah pemenang yang ketiga?
Ya, dan pemenang ketiga adalah Himi Husaini. Chicken McNugget ada 3 pilihan, iaitu 6, 9, 20 pieces. Dan favourite menu nasi lemak McD. Rasa dia memang sama dengan masakan mak saya. Mak dia kerja McD ke?
Bukan.
Mak dia kerja sama.
Mak dia buat nasi lemak.
Ya, betul. Mak dia buat nasi lemak. Mak dia bagi resepi kat McD.
Yes.
Mungkin Jadi ini adalah yang ketiga. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula yang keempat dan juga kelima.
Ya, dan yang keempat ni adalah Ice Frog 24. 6 pieces, 9 pieces, 20 pieces. Chicken McNugget, fillet of fish, less calorie, cheesy and healthier. Wow, tak pernah dengar orang pergi McD fikir pasal kalori.
Menu baru. Menu healthy menu.
Ni bukan McD, ni dah Madi. Kalau tiba pasal healthy ni. Ini adalah pemenang-pemenang kita. Jangan risau, mungkin ada yang keliru. Apa benda yang merah dekat bawah tu? Kalau korang nak tahu, itu adalah senarai pemenang. Tapi apa kata kita lihat dulu senarai pemenang lagi satu.
Ya, dan lagi satu pemenang adalah Muhammad Azlan. Pilihan chicken McNugget adalah 6 pieces, 9 pieces, 20 pieces. Dan The Samurai Beef Burger, rasa dia macam Lancelot Formis, ting-ting-ting ditekak dan savage di perut. Ini masing-masing kreativiti lain macam.
Tapi melibatkan perut, saya agak terasa.
Di, kau nampak okey, di serius.
Dia pasal baju hitam. Pas semalam baju pink.
Putih.
20 selfie aku delete gitu je. Teruk sangat.
20 selfie Tapi jangan risau. Untuk anda yang rasa tak menang, jangan lupa untuk cek DM Instagram anda sekarang, kerana McDonald akan kontak anda secara direct di Instagram untuk umumkan bahawa anda adalah salah seorang pemenang. Tapi kita dah bercakap tentang giveaway, kita dah berborak dengan Daddy Hood dan juga Solos. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula siapakah yang menjadi pilihan caster-caster kita untuk perlawanan terakhir hari ini. Okay.
English caster. I see baby seorang saja yang pilih Todak, yang lain semua pilih RSG.
Rasanya diorang pun dah okey, ni best of 7. Kita kena pilih yang betul-betul. Tapi apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula BM caster kita. Siapakah yang menjadi pilihan mereka?
Semua sekali ambil Todak. Okey.
Semua sekali ambil Todak. Sekarang ni kita dua ni tak apa. Kita nak tahu pilihan Daddy dan juga Solo sama ada Todak ataupun RST. Jadi apa kata kita lihat apakah yang menjadi pilihan mereka. Aduh. Kan kita terki pula.
Sekejap, kita berdua dah okey dah. RST. Kenapa tak ada soal ni?
Sebab saya tak kenal tu muka siapa.
Adakah tu masa Daddy Hood masa muda?
Itulah masalahnya.
Itu season 1
Sebenarnya macam inilah. Siapa pun menang, dua-dua tim dah ke MSC. And ini adalah satu bonus untuk diorang. And dua-dua ada kekuatan dia. Todak ada momentum and RSG ada semangat. Maknanya semangat untuk menang sebab since diorang ialah masih baru dalam MPL. Macam Solo saya tak pasti kenapa dia memilih terus.
Apa aku nak cakap tadi? Kau dah cakap tadi.
Oh ya ke? Bukan kau pun kita tak siapa.
Aku pun tak tahu siapa tu.
Kenapa ambil jawapan dia? Aduh Di.
Oh itulah patutnya kau tanya Solo dulu.
Betul.
Kita punya pilihan memang kita pilih RSG lah. Tapi kita still tak tahu siapakah yang sebenarnya menjadi pilihan Daddy Hood dan juga Solos. Tapi ini adalah pilihan kita. Apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula audience prediction. Yang menjadi pilihan penonton adalah okey, 64% memilih Todak MLBB dan 36% memilih RSG.
The curse of audience. Semalam pun
kan audience ni
sebenarnya bukan the curse of lapel, sebenarnya the curse of audience.
Dah berubah.
Jadi backup saya. Malah nak cakap jadi backup saya.
Bosku selalu dapat paling tinggi and bosku paling banyak kalah.
Adakah tu salah satu curse juga?
Yeah, the curse of audience.
The curse of audience tu lagi kuat.
Okey, katanya apa ni? Sebenarnya dia macam nak gelak tapi macam tak apa, tahan dulu. Okey, kita dah lihat talent prediction, audience prediction. Tapi apa-apa pun kita nak cakap terima kasih kepada Daddy Hood dan juga Solos kerana sudi bersama kita. Selepas ni Solos akan cast.
Wow.
Yes.
Mantap.
Tapi sebelum tu, Daddy dengan Solos, ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada semua fans yang tengah tengok MPL sekarang?
Alright, kepada semua fans, teruskan menyokong pasukan kegemaran anda and tak perlu kita jatuhkan pasukan lain untuk kita naikkan pasukan kita. So, pada saya, kita fokus on apa yang kita punya direction je. Itu. Bukan jawapan sama
Bukan jawapan sama Solos.
Lebih kurang tapi itulah sokong je tim kegemaran korang. Buburlah hashtag banyak-banyak kat bawah tu ke nak sokong macam mana. Tak perlu pun nak jatuhkan player ke apa ke. Diorang nak buat yang terbaik sebab tak ada orang daftar tournament untuk kalah kan. Kalau ada aku sanggup bayar dia. Kalah aku. Macam itulah. So semua nak main nak menang. So support lah yang mana-mana. Hashtag lah banyak-banyak.
Yes.
Alright, and biasanya kita akan cakap guys, korang yang tengok kat rumah tolonglah follow social media Daddy dengan Solos. Tapi sebab diorang rasanya
follow social media Aimal Lapel.
Itulah rasanya diorang banyak sangat.
Dan selepas ini akan ada something special daripada Dona Army.
Yes.
Oh ya.
Aimal Lapel and Fira Fendi, please follow diorang. Banyak info-info menarik dari Aimal Lapel.
Terima kasih Daddy.
Terima kasih Daddy.
Daripada Fira Fendi, yes. Follow diorang.
Caster kat atas Syah. Kenapa aku tak ada
gaji? Caster macam Daddy tak nak mention kita orang ke?
Dan semua caster IO Esports je semua.
Okay, so kita pun dah tak sabar nak mulakan perlawanan kedua hari ini. Tapi apa-apa pun kita nak beritahu tentang MSC yang akan bermula selepas saja MPL kali ini, iaitu bermula 7 Jun sehingga 13 Jun.
Ya, MSC kita dah tahu kita punya representative di mana tim Todak dan juga tim RSG MY akan melawan di international stage bersama dengan tim Indonesia, tim Philippines, tim Singapore dan yang lain-lain. Kita kena tengok macam mana tim Malaysia kita lawan dengan semua dari negara lain.
Yes.
Betul. Ini juga kita lakukan online. Sebab kita tahu situasi sekarang kita still masih lagi COVID. Dan untuk pengetahuan anda semua, walaupun sekarang kita berada di MPL Cookie dan caster-caster kita di sini, kita masih lagi mengikut SOP dan juga jaga kesihatan mengikut apa yang ditetapkan. Tapi Lafaz, rasanya semua orang dah get ready. Caster pun dah get ready. Tapi apa kata sebelum tu, korang scan dulu keempat QR code yang anda lihat sekarang. Kerana kita ada Facebook, kita ada Instagram, kita ada TikTok dan juga kita ada grup. Kerana MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini, kita bukan saja bersiaran langsung di Facebook, tapi kita juga bersiaran langsung di TikTok. Macam kita tahu semalam, Daddy cakap suka guna TikTok. Tapi saya tengok orang cakap Daddy selalu cakap CEO of lagu.
Saya baru jumpa lagu terbaik untuk video-video saya, iaitu Aku Budak Girl.
Ya Allah, Daddy, saya pun dengar semalam. Mungkin Daddy boleh bagi hint sikit lagu tu macam mana?
Lupa dah, tapi lagu dia memang catchy lah. Mungkin Aiman Lapel boleh atau Fira boleh pakai untuk engagement yang bagus.
Itulah tadi saya buka Instagram. Nampak tak Daddy? Muka penat. Ini apa? Ratapan aku Budak Girl.
Yeah.
Belum dengar lagi tapi buat curious pula.
You memang kena dengar sebab semalam saya dah tengok lagu tu banyak kali dekat YouTube dan juga TikTok. Tapi apa-apa pun rasanya kita semua dah get ready. Audience pun dah get ready. Apa kata mari kita lihat perlawanan kedua hari ini, iaitu Grand Final. Siapakah yang menjadi juara? Dan caster, take it away.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes sir.
Sepanjang regular season MPL Malaysia musim ke-7, semua pasukan dan para pemain sudah cuba sebaik mungkin untuk menyinar. Namun apabila ada kejayaan, pasti juga akan ada kegagalan. Sebagai seorang professional player, tidak ada jalan lain melainkan kehadapan. Bermimpi setinggi langit, lalu bekerja keras untuk mencapai impian itu. Masanya, dua tim ini akan membuktikan bahawa hanya pasukan yang terbaik dari yang terbaik akan dinobat sebagai champion. Lagipun, juara hanya ada satu. Winners take all. Marilah kita bermula Final MPL Malaysia Season ke-7.
9 weeks, 10 teams, 2 survivors as we turn the pages on the final chapter of MPL MY Season 7. Our competitors prepare to face off in the final arena. But will it be the defending champions or the greatest challengers that end the symphony of bloodied competition in a thundering crescendo to etch their names in the annals of MPL history? Ladies and gentlemen, you now bear witness to the writing of the playoffs final chapters, and we are honored to bring it to you. My name is Mustafa. Here with me is Gideon and Terrence once again telling you that MPL Malaysia Season 7 is powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, official digital telco Udo, partners in Esports, TikTok, Secret Lab, and Esports Charge, and is supported by KBS and ESI.
Oh boy, it's been quite the beginning of the championship Sunday, and it doesn't end here just yet. Remember, with a lot on the line, you guys should be choosing the best possible option, which is going to be Yudu, powered by Cellcom, the official digital telco of the MPL-MY Season 7. So scan the code below. You know what to do. Get that plan, reach that mythical glory, and here's 100 extra diamonds to make your day. However, only one team is going to achieve what very few people will ever experience in a lifetime, being a champion amongst the best of the best.
Yes, that's absolutely right here. Coming to this stage here in the grand finals here. RSGMY's first time ever here at this stage here. Will they be able to stop Todak, the defending champions here, considering that they've had a long day for today? This is the apex. This is it. Is do or die. Can they rise up to the challenge here? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one here as well, because why don't you guys start sharing the stream right now? Because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to know what's going to be happening right after this series.
Yeah, with a lot on the line here, we have many predictions and everybody shouting for their favorite team. Is it going to be RSG or is it going to be Todak this time round? With so much on the line, both legacies could be cemented here, because if we take a quick look back in history, RSG has been able to attain a championship with the Singaporean squad. But once they're out, now can this new squad be able to take a potential two-time champion back to back away from Todak?
It's gonna be very, very exciting to find out. But of course, we have to introduce you all to the competitors that are going to be facing off in this final match. It's gonna be Todak and RSG.
Now, when this dark moment comes upon us here today, we've got to make sure that we're supporting the right teams here. We all have different ideas of who's going to be able to get that championship, but at the end of the day, it's a 50-50 split. We don't know how they're going to perform. We don't know how they are going to execute, but we can speculate. Boys, are we going to see anything out of the ordinary coming in for both RSG and Todak in terms of their picks, their strategies, or even their lineup?
Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to be expecting anymore here. At this stage of the game here, it's so unpredictable here, coming from both these teams here. No one expected RSGMY to be sitting right here in Grand Final. You know what I'm talking about. Nobody expected that at all. And guess what? They shut down Todak. They shut down Suas Evos, the top twos coming from a regular season, and now they're in the Grand Finals. Who would have thought? Joke's on you. But, of course, a lot is riding on the line as well. Todak, you know, a defending champion. A lot of people are expecting them to take the back-to-back here, redeem themselves from the lower brackets. Now, it's their revenge match. And in this case, I don't know. As much as I'm supporting for Todak, I don't know what I'm going to be expecting from this match at all.
It's going to be really, really tough here. But, I mean, after watching that game with Todak, I mean, that's got to kind of invigorate you stuff, huh?
Yes, but invigorating is one thing. For Todak, that does mean that they're going to be under a little bit of fatigue. They're having had to play 4 games before this in order to make it here into the Grand Finals. Those of you who don't know, the Grand Finals are going to be a best of 7. The first and only only best of 7 in the entire tournament here. So we'll see whether or not Todak will be able to get through that. But before that, we gotta look at the player lineups here. RSGMY, you know him, you love him. Gonna be Lexia, Loliels, Izanami, Zakus, and Kaiser.
Now, really, this team has been quite the work in progress. Different types of lineups, different types of members switching in and out, trying to come up with the best possible team, and this is what they landed on. Lexia, Lolias, Izanami, Zakus, and Kaiser. Both Izanami and Zakus, great acquisitions for the team. Kaiser has been quite an outstanding side laner that nobody really talks about. He has been able to hold his lane against some of the best.
Yeah, and seeing how RSGMY has improved tremendously here, and on top of the moment Zach is stepping in, I'm really surprised how quickly they were able to adapt in the 3v break here. And now, I agree with the quickie segment here as well. Civ did bring this up. Who is this RSG? This is not RSGMY, this is RSG Le. And I definitely agree. This is a different, refined RSGMY that none of the teams has pretty much played during regular seasons here. A lot of them has been caught off guard, one of them being Todak. And guess what? This is them right now up on screen here. No changes coming from the lower bracket finals. Both teams starting with their strong lineup right here.
It's going to be Chiku, Momo, Formaze, Moon, as well as Moi. We have to talk about the performances of their two newer players, Momo as well as Moi, because they have been doing such a great job building some strong chemistry with the team and the more veteran members. It's becoming a little seamless with their movement.
No doubt about that, but if you're talking about seamless, the gameplay we've been seeing for RSGMY thus far, I think is a pretty good depiction of that. The fact that they were the ones to claim that free ticket through the upper bracket here to the grand finals is an indication of how well their team has meshed together, an indication of their individual skill, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. I think some kind of fate is at play here for the very first match of the playoffs to end up being the same lineup we see in the final match as well.
All right. I mean, deja vu almost, some may say, right? And if you haven't noticed it just yet, and if you haven't heard about it just yet, MPL Nuggets, the code that you're going to need to start typing in away, especially if you're ordering family during this time of strife. If you want, just make sure you're not going out too often. We've got an MCO for a reason. There's a lot of lockdowns happening. COVID, it's still a problem. But if you still want to have that delicious, delicious taste of McDonald's in your mouth, don't worry. Their application and as well as website will be running, so you can get a little bit extra off of your order.
Yep. And on top of that here as well, you guys better brace yourself, because why? We're in for a long day and a long ride here. Best of 7. Best teams coming in from the entire MPL-MY Season 7 is here. I don't know. Let's talk shop right now. Let's talk drafts. You know, we've seen Todak being able to be very flexible in terms of drafts. They play around the fact that they have a huge variety of hero pools. They targeted certain players in terms of their hero pools, in terms of bans as well. When they were playing against Suaz Evos, it seems like they were targeting the fact that they don't exactly want Box to be playing their for heroes here, putting challenging Box at their spots. And in yesterday's games where they were challenging against RSGMY, it seems like they were targeting Lolio's hero pools here. What are your thoughts? Do you think it's going to be the same pattern again coming from Todak, or is RSGMY prepared to bring you something new, which might be experimental, that was brought out from Suaz Evos, didn't work out for them? Do you think RSGMY is going to bring something new to the table?
Well, there is absolutely no doubt that one of the easiest ways to deal with a strong team is to choke out specific players, especially those that form the backbone of their composition. If you manage to ban out enough heroes that they feel pressured to play something outside of their comfort zone, you usually have a very clear gap in the team's defenses that you can take advantage of. However, I don't think the strategies that Todak used against Suaz Evos are going to work as well against RSG, because even if they were to focus down certain players, such as for example Loliels, who has proven to be a very talented rookie, they still have to watch out for other players like Zakus, like Izanami, like Lexia. All of them have a fair number of heroes that they can play, and even if you focus down on one of them, they still have options that I think they haven't shown us yet.
I think it comes down to the different hero picks that they're going to start focusing down on, right? Because again, when you're a pro player, a lot of your favorite hero picks and the ones that you're most comfortable with are going to overlap with your opponents. And I think one of the major ones that have stood out today on Championship Sunday is going to be that Kufra. Now, Zakis is on RSG, and Zakis has been a profound Kufra player. He has been doing it ever since the beginning of the regular season when he was on Reborn, and has taken a lot of teams by surprise with how effective he can be.
Yeah, when we're talking about the Kufra play here as well, Zakis and Moy has very identical playstyles in catching people off guard, which is not commonly found in a lot of Kufra players. For them to be able to execute it here in playoffs, it just shows you that any hero can be played into its meta as long as you have mastery here. I quote-unquote solos from the quickie segment. If you guys don't know what happened in the quickie segment here, he did quote-unquote that in terms of bans here, you know, it's not about meta, it's not about the strongest OP hero here. If a player has an expert mastery of that hero here, that is going to be the hero you got to be picking though.
Yeah, we certainly saw proof of that in the regular season when Chiku brought out the Mia and Layla, which are certainly heroes you would never expect to see at a level of MPL MY. Still made it work, however, but we're probably not going to be seeing similar pickups here as we enter the very first draft. This is going to be the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the top of the screen. There's 4 bars on each side. This is a best of 7. The first team to claim 4 victories against their opponents will be crowned champions of MPL MY Season 7.
All right, let's see which of these contenders for the best team in Malaysia. How are they going to start drafting here? Is Torak immediately making sure that Lolius isn't going to get his iconic Alice down? RSG looking to reply.
Yeah, this is going to be the first ever, I guess our first ever in the history of MPL to have a best of 7 from our region. Yeah,
Very first.
This is going to be an interesting one here. Well, starting things off here, Toda is going to be respecting like Lolio's heroes. Benedetta heading towards 4 mains as well. Both teams play an extremely insane Benedetta here. So, but seems like both teams going to be respecting the side lanes a little bit more here. So, I don't know. Is the second ban here from Toda? What are they going to be setting up here? Are they going to ban the Link here? Do they want to set the Kufra for themselves again? It seems like a trend, considering that we've seen Suaz Evos kind of do it on the lower brackets as well. If RSGMY realizes this, they might consider banning the Kufra again. Toda has first phase picked Kufra in the lower bracket finals. Now, they might set it up for themselves again.
Your team is
Yeah, I actually had a bit of a talk with some of the other casters, the Malay casters, before the day started here on what kind of heroes we would expect to see banned out against RSG and what kind of heroes you probably don't want to give over to RSG. Alice being one of the predominant ones after seeing what Lolios is able to do with the hero, and the Barats that has been played very well by Kaiser so far. In addition to that, we've also focused down on the Jawhead and the Kufra from Zakis. The fact that Todak is on the blue side means that if they ban out one of these heroes, they could elect to grab the other one for themselves.
It's going to be tough. Personally, I think it's going to be tough because now that Barat is going to be gone now, I'm guessing Benedetta on top of things like Paquito and Jawhead are going to be hardly targeted.
Yeah, but at the same time here, I'm looking forward to see what is going to be the target here coming from them. But it seems like they will realize the threat here is actually the glue. So first phase ban glue, this is going to be something pretty interesting. But at the same time, RGMY, they've showed themselves they can actually play really well. But at the same time, it hasn't been a priority yet for RGMY for the glue here. So I'm surprised Toda will play it safe, ban off meta heroes, threaten some other heroes here, in this case, which is going to be potentially the Eve, I guess.
Well, it certainly looks like Todak is focusing down Kaiser a little bit. We saw the smile on his face when they banned out the glue. They can definitely tell that they're getting rid of these side lane options and trying to see if they can use Kaiser as a bit of that weak point in between, because admittedly, we haven't seen a very varied hero pickup from him so far, with him playing a lot of the Barats during the playoffs. The show going to be the final ban from RSGMY.
I think that's why Todak sees it as a sign of weakness, right? Because I mean, Loliels has been the playmaker for the team. He has been the one looking for that hard carry. While Kaiser is an absolute rock down on the bottom side of the map, especially when he is in those EXP lanes. He ensures he maintains that pressure, has that priority, and is the foundation for the rest of RSG to play around.
Yeah, it seems like they might consider decide between Lunox and Kufra as well, considering that both teams kind of play it. And Loliels plays a really strong Lunox, likewise coming from Izanami as well. But at the same time, Todak, they can open up with their El Clasico here, with starting things off with the Chang'e and Cloud first pick if they want. But oh yeah, this is something we completely forgotten here. It is going to be the Matilda to start things off. So Todak is looking to get a little bit aggressive, we might expect to see the Hayabusa and also the Landslot being brought up again coming from Todak. So RGMY, they've seen it happen. They have a little bit more data as compared to Todak, just because of how it went down between both Todak as well as Suez Evos earlier today in the lower bracket finals.
Under ordinary circumstances, one would think that Todak would want to prioritize the Kufra first, but I think part of the strategy here is they want to allow RSG to pick up a few heroes first. Primarily, they want to see if Lexia grabs the Ling and Loliels plays the Harif, and then pull out the Kufra as a bit of a counter, because if they were to show the hero first, and it would prevent RSG from actually picking up those heroes, and I think Todak wants to take advantage of that. However, RSG instead going to be grabbing the Selena as well as the Lunox.
Already some really good picks here, mainly because it gives a lot of options while still denying Moon Selena. However, as Terrence mentioned, Todak is going to go for that Hayabusa, and they've already locked in the Kufra as well. This is going to be a good classic on their side. No marksman's being shown by Todak just yet, but we know from RSGMY side, they are going to be looking for something like a Uranus. So they're trying to think of another way to kind of deal with the problematic side laner.
Well, I'm really surprised that RGMY did not prioritize and take the Kufra here, considering that Matilda is pretty much shown their hands here. So now that Kufra is down for the count here, they need something with a very strong knockup to actually cancel the pouncing ball, or something that can actually punish him. We've seen Suasi was trying to deal with it with the high loss, but it didn't exactly work out. So I wouldn't be surprised if Todak decides to bring the Chang'e later on. And RGMY, they pretty much set themselves up in a situation where they can't exactly pick another third mage. So they need a solution, and maybe taking a Landslot for themselves would be really nice for Lexia. But the Ling is also something that can be considered here, as Lexia does play a really strong Ling. But Baxia seems to be the safety net right here.
I agree with the idea that a Landslot would not be a bad pickup for RSGMY, but so far I'm really liking the way that Todak is drafting. It's actually drafting in a really smart way that prevents RSG from picking up comfort heroes without the need to actually directly ban them out. Grabbing the Hayabusa means that it's not very safe to pick up Granger as well as Eve. Having the Kufra there means that Ling or Harif are also very difficult to actually play. All of these heroes known to be picked up by RSGMY. So without actually needing to waste bans on these heroes, Todak has made it difficult for RSG to actually go for that play. RSG the ones to actually ban out the Landslot themselves.
Seems to me the Ling will be taken out as well. So that's going to be showing respect towards Lexia as well in that regards. Loliel's pretty much going to be secure himself to play the Lunox here. I don't think he will be playing anything else. And if RGMY decides to force the Harif here, which we kind of saw in the regular season, they have the Kufra as the solution here. So right now RGMY, they are in a very peculiar spot. What is Lexia going to play? Because if you think about it, Lexia's hero pools are very similar to Todak, but Todak has even bigger hero pools in a sense where they are not afraid to take crazy risks here.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take any crazy risks for now, but at the very least, they got rid of the 1-1, which is starting to make me feel that RSG is probably looking for something of like either Alice or arguably even Uranus. My guess it's going to be Uranus. It feels like the safer pick at this point of time. Yishin going to be the ban for Todak's side. Red side now in the second pick ban phase, going to be first.
I'm pretty sure Todak is going for the Claude Hayabusa combo here again. The fact that they banned out the Yi Sun Shin as well as the Ling, not only to prevent Lexia from getting it, but just to further narrow down the marksman pool. If they grab the Claude for themselves, it's going to be pretty comfortable for them as well, as they will be able to scale pretty well into the late game. With 1-1, you can definitely tell that RSGMY was watching the previous match against Suha's Evo. They want to avoid having that hero constantly pushing. And it looks like they've made the read to Todak's idea here, grabbing the Claude for themselves.
Now from Todak's side here, I know where this is going here. They might forego the fact that they might not pick a single marksman. They might pick the double assassin here composition to try and punish this here. If you think about it here, a Harley jungle would be really nice here from Todak if they want to go for it. But at the same time, they need a late game side laner. So I don't know, it might happen, it may or may not happen. But considering that how RGMY needs a lot of time to scale to the later stage game, but it's going to be a questionable decision right now.
I mean, if you're talking about a late game side laner, they've got a Hayabusa, and I don't think, personally, I feel like, yes, that it would have been an interesting choice to go for the Harley.
Oh, I am right. I am right.
They are going to go for the double assassin.
Wow.
It's just not Harley. Instead, it is going to be the one and only as he drops the Dark Knight to ensure that he gets those kills. Hellcurt is going to be the pick, and Paquito going to be the final lineup.
This is risky.
I'm in this situation. I know for a fact that, you know, they have no choice but to go for the Hellcurt. And considering that when it comes to engaging fights here, Hellcurt will excel most of the time. It's just because he was able to get the early silence here. The Darkness Force completely decimates RSGMY in the fact that they won't be able to see anything. So I like it, but this is going to be hyper aggression coming from Todak.
I don't know how aggressive it's really going to be, because if we're thinking about like the relevant heroes to actually find and catch, like Claude is almost never going to be by himself, and now even the Yuzong is going to get picked up for the side of Kaiser. Ooh, for Kaiser as well. All right, so we're having Lolios on the Lunox, Izanami on the Selena, Zakis on the Baxia, and Lexia on the Claude. This is going to be one hell of a bout.
The lineups from both sides looking fairly solid here, but I'm curious to see how the Dark Knight's Falls coming from Todak is going to affect their play. As you know, RGMY, they have heroes that do require a good look at the battlefield. They have the Selena that wants to go in, they have the Yuzong who wants to run around in the Black Dragon form, and obviously the Claude wants to find key blazing duets, all of which are difficult actions to perform if you don't have vision over the map. So Todak has ways of denying that. However, we've seen that Hellcurt's weakness is that his damage is not that consistent and he gets bursted down very, very quickly. We'll see whether or not Chiku will be able to play that hero effectively here, but this is going to be Game 1 of the MPL-MY Season 7 Grand Finals. Todak on the blue side, playing against their competitors, the greatest challenges, RSGMY on the red.
And now the games shall begin. We're starting to see both the openings from Todak and RSG. RSG opting to go for a quick rush on towards the orange buff before capturing the first wave in mid. However, Todak, they're going to opt to actually split up the defenses, make sure that they are covering their ground, taking away, stealing a camp, as well as obtaining Lethal Wanderer at the same time.
Yeah, seeing how this is going here, Moy is going to start things out to go and harass the Claude, but seems like he is going to catch out Izanami here. Oh, does not have the bouncing ball on level 2 here, so Izanami will be forcing the flicker immediately here. Moon going to go for harassments, but Zakas takes the full amount of the whisk here coming from Todak. So immediate pauses are coming in. One of these teams got to realize that something is up. This first trade-off here is pretty much put RSGMY at a deficit here, because that's a little bit too much damage coming in from Todak now.
I don't know. It could be possibly just not equipping the right page. It could be just, you know, the emblems aren't assembled correctly. It could be one of those many reasons why he isn't being able to tank as much as he should be. Then again, he is Baxia.
And we do have to note the wisps from Matilda are especially painful. There's a reason the hero is so often banned out by other teams. But in this game, as the game goes on, I am a little bit worried about Todak, because when you compare the cores, On RSG, they have Claude and Lunox. On the opposite side, they have Hayabusa and Hellkurt. Todak is going to start falling off very, very quickly unless Formaze can make a very strong lead for himself. If he can get those early kills like we saw him on his Hayabusa before, he'll be fine. Otherwise, once it hits the late game, RSG is going to take complete control.
Yeah, I don't know about that because the matchup is tough. This is Lunox against Hayabusa. When both of them reach level 4, you know for a fact that Lolias is going to be holding up on that brilliance to ensure that the Oki Shadow Kill doesn't inevitably execute her.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but at the same time, they will have the power of Chiku here to set up with the silence here, so it is going to be up to Chiku to set up the game, but it seems to me we are going to be jumping in towards the pause again here, so I don't know, could this be it? Is this the Todak pause?
Looks like it looks like it is. It looks like it is for now, but hopefully that they get the issues resolved quickly as possible so that it has to be a nice, smooth game. We want to make sure that these players are playing at their top level despite what's happening all around the world.
We mentioned this earlier as well. There's definitely going to be a little bit of fatigue on Todak's side. They just came from a grueling series against Suha Zivos earlier, and not a lot of rest in between, only about 30 minutes or so to really take a break, re-strategize, and like reset their mental state so that they can go in here. So I think a few pauses here and there are going to be expected as they really need to bring their energy levels back up.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but for me personally right now, based on the current situation, is that Todak, they are looking to get extremely aggressive. They are looking to go and slow down the farms coming in from Lexia on the cloud here. But we know Lexia is an extremely well-refined marksman in terms of mechanical skills and split-second decisions here. In this case, Lolios as well. So right now, in this opening here, Todak wasn't able to kind of harass him that much. It seems like they might need to rethink their strategy here and go in for the hunt here, but it seems like the setup coming for Todak here is going to be jumping down bottom here. You can see Chico instantly going for the melt. Lolios is going to be next, and Moy a little bit short there, and he's going to back off a little bit too much in that regards. And Chico as well. Not exactly sure what Chiku was doing. He actually ran into the tier 1 tower and soaked out a couple of damage there.
Well, I think it's okay for now, but they're doing the exact same thing on towards top side. Momo doesn't get hit by the Abyssal Arrow coming in from Izanami, but I think the person who's biting the dust the worst is Lolias. He hasn't even hit level 4 just yet. Down on bot side against a Hayabusa at level 4. You can just see that Formaze is just not letting him touch the wave.
Yeah, look at bottom side as well here. Formaze instantly just camping Lolios, you know, in the bush, getting a solo kill onto it, knowing that Lolios is not even 4. And seems to me, Todak, they are starting to target Lolios, and guess what? Lolios out of the picture. Zakos is going to be next. He's a little bit out of position, but here comes the Black Dragon coming for Kaiser to save the day, but it's a little bit too late. He's diving into Chico. Darkness Falls came as well, but Kaiser, he's so blind, he can't see anything but Chico. He's looking for the setup, but guess what? Doesn't even need it as well because Moon manages to find Izanami all by himself. So Todak, in the midst of confusion, rips them apart, slice and dice, and they're all down for the counter.
Yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about here. The Black Dragon form from Yuzong is usually a very good skill, not just for damage, but for utility as well, because being able to see a large chunk of the map while you're flying across it allows him to reposition and set up for fights properly. However, when you pop that Hellkurt ultimate, suddenly he's not really able to chase him down anymore, especially since Hellkurt has such high movement speed that he just can't follow it.
With that being said, first blood bounty has been achieved. Boys and girls, if you haven't heard of it yet, type in MPL Nuggets in the Mick Delivery application or even on their website to earn yourself 6 pieces of chicken nuggets for every 50 ringgit that you spend on their application. Oh no, that's sad. That's so sad.
Oh, what a clutch there from Lolios. They're just slowing down his farm, but at the same time, he's looking for a pick a fight as well. Formaze tries to go in as well, but looks like he will pay the price. Moy trying to set up, but at the same time, there's just no follow-up whatsoever as RG, they are biting back, you know, and I like this retaliation here. The angriness, the jumpiness, the jitterness coming in from Lolios from that fight.
Good rotation from Zakas, helping Lolios get a little bit more pressure onto his lane. They definitely don't want to allow Formaze a comfortable lane here. They've already seen what he's capable of doing with that Hayabusa, and any team going up against Todak knows that's not a good idea. Moy jumps in, gets the flicker, but doesn't land it on Kaiser, and a beautiful Black Dragon form keeps the Kufra in tower range long enough to finish him off.
Here comes the rest of the team. Zakas and Kaiser holding that Tri-Brush as they rotate back in. Lexia, he's got no mana, but he's getting attacked by Moon, who pulls in the entire team with the Soaring Eagle. They drop down the Revitalize, and now here it comes the Oki Shadow Kill. Not finding the right targets. He's on top of Izanami. One Shuriken is going to be enough as Momo slowly punches down Kaiser, who is actually tanking the entirety of all three. Execute, taking out Momo in the process. Moy is going to have to tell Kaiser to leave, but Yu Zong still has his relevance.
Yeah, that's a strong performance coming from RSGMY, but Toda, you know, taking the risk actually going for the jump here might have actually cost him the life, considering that there were just so many people around for Kaiser to actually abuse the fact that his passive is going to chunk a huge margin of the health. But nevertheless here, I'm surprised they only lost one, but that opened things up for them to secure the turtle for themselves. Now Chico immediately transitions for objective. Meanwhile, bottom side RSGMY also going to be taking a fight against Momo here as he's taking a little bit too much damage, but he stalls it enough time for Moon to come in for the assist. He does have the Soaring Eagle. He's thinking about it here. Zakas needs to go for a run for it. He's waiting for it, but he aims the wrong target. It's going to be Lolios that takes up the aggression. So Zakas is going to be able to escape this fight, but seems like they do not want to let Lolios off the hook here. Here comes the OK Shadow Kill. Brilliance has been popped, and Formaze will seal the deal.
That was some great aggro trading coming in from both Moon and Formaze. Moon making sure that he is first initially tanking the turret so that he minimizes the amount of damage he takes later on in comparison to Formaze, who even after coming out of the Oki Shadow Kill is still a little low. He uses the quad shadows to get away from that boxer. He's got backup coming in soon, so he's going to tease him a little.
The Formaze Hayabusa taking names once again. That was actually well played by Moon earlier, using the Soaring Eagle on Lolios to try and close the gap onto Zakas, actually nearly getting the kill as well with the whiffs. Unfortunately, the Baxia did manage to get away with just a little bit of HP. He finds Moon again, and looks like he's not going to go for it there. I don't think RSG are in a position where they want to look for fights. They are notably behind in terms of net worth right now. Todak making good use of their early game advantage to try and prevent the multi-core of RSG from farming once again. Finding the kill onto Lexia, that's going to be a killing spree for Formaze.
Not going too great coming in for RSG. 3K down.
Oh,
no. Oh, no. They find another opportunity, setting up a double kill for Momo. Easy work with the help of Moy.
Yeah, fantastic performance here coming from Moy, and for Moy to actually clump them all up together just allows his Momo to just do out so much damage. Kaiser comes in for the day, but there's only so much the Yu Zhong can actually do here, considering that the Black Dragon plays an important role in some of these team fights. But the problem here is that Toda, they're initiating fights without a damn about where Kaiser is or is not, because if he's blind, he won't be able to help his teammates.
I mean, sometimes it happens, and you're just gonna have to believe in the power of friendship or just raw guessing sometimes. But now, I think at this point in time, RSG really needs to start buddying up, right? Especially the more important members like Claude, like Lolios on that Lunox, because again, if they are by themselves, the potential for them just dying to Formaze is way too high. He's 4-1, and he's really starting to snowball out of control. Don't forget about Chiku. He's already level 12, by the way.
You have to note that it seems like Todak's idea of focusing down the picks that Kaiser could grab is working out for them fairly well here. Formaze very easily getting away from the shield unity with a quad shadow and goes back in one more time just to throw a sort of a sneaky little shuriken toss onto the enemy team there. Another pause yet again coming from this game here. Both these teams, there's definitely some difficulty going on behind the scenes, but Todak looking to be quite comfortably ahead right now.
You can see the faces on RSGMY and Toda, and also Toda, right? The difference between both teams right now is that Toda is pretty sure that they have a clear win game strategy. But for RSGMY, they look super confused just because of the threat of the Dark Knight's fall. They don't exactly know what they should be doing. Should they be clumping up as 5? Yes or no? If they do that, they're losing out a lot of map control in the sides as well. But if they split off, they're gonna get picked off. So what's the win condition right now that RGMI needs, right, as to actually make a comeback right now?
Well, personally, I think they have to kind of bide their time. There's no real way unless Todak makes a significant mistake, especially when it comes down to some of their more important members like Chiku and Formaze, who are going to be the majority of the damage dealers, right? So they have to play for the 12th to 13th minute it kind of sucks, of course, and you're going to have to face the biggest issue, which is going to be contesting around the neutral objective Lord. That's not a fun time, especially since they want them all clumped together with a team fighting composition. Well, not really a team fighting, but a 4-in-1 composition coming out of Todak.
Yeah, right now, Formaze and Chiku are a little bit too far ahead for RSG to really be able to contest unless they find a really good gank. So they do need to wait a little more for their cores to get farmed. But something to point out is I feel Todak's strategy of homing in on getting rid of Kaiser's picks I think has been fairly effective here, because while Yuzong is still a solid hero, he doesn't perform the same role that the Barats as well as the Glue does, which Kaiser excels at, being able to zone out the enemy. Unfortunately, Yuzong is no longer that big of a threat because it takes him too long to actually kill anyone. That's why he has to take the execute in order to actually add to that damage. So since there's nothing pressuring Todak away from the side of RSG's half of the map, they can just keep going in. Baxia unfortunately doesn't really fulfill that role either. He's just more of as a defensive option. Maybe once in a while he can go into engage, but Todak is taking advantage of the cracks in this armor.
Yeah, I'm surprised they went all in with the Yuzong strategy here, considering that, hey, Baxia arguably is one of a very strong side laner as you deal with the Yuzong. But for them to pick themselves here after seeing the Hellcurt and also the Hayabusa pickup here, I'm surprised he still went with the Yuzong, because as of now, Kaiser, despite having his skills, is super tanky. I don't know, it feels like they need to find a way to stall it long enough for Lexia to come online, and despite all that, at least stall it long enough for Lexia to have the Wind of Nature. At least.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. The Winds of Nature is going to be a very crucial item in this well, not in this this current matchup as of now, but I think Riot, they also have to play for information, because I think their biggest issue right now is having to deal with like a blind side flank from many pixels away, which is going to be that Kufra, super annoying. The Tyrant's Revenge has been a detriment, especially putting them in awkward positions, and not to mention Moy has been finding these really interesting engage angles with it.
You can see as well that Izanami not having a good time despite playing on the Selena, not really able to catch anyone. And that's because on the side of Todak, the ones you really want to catch obviously are Chiku and Formaze, but Formaze can get out easily. Oh, hold on for a moment there. Moon was in a little bit of trouble, able to get out with no problem. Kaiser now getting punched down by Momo, but they're just making space for Chiku to get that tower down in the bottom lane. They're looking very comfortable right now. Lexia only level 11 in comparison to level 13 on Chiku. He's having a very good time.
Yeah, and they continue to push on through. They've taken all the outer turrets. Only the inhibitors are left, and Todak are in a very comfortable position to just take away Lord and look to start crushing down on RSG's defenses. They are 9k behind.
Yeah, that's exactly the strategy right now here. They just need to wait out for Lexia to get up the Wind Nature as well. And I like how Todak was able to secure the tier 2, and having Moy preemptively set up with the Tyrant's Revenge pretty much gives them the audio key for RSG-MY to say that, hey, you might jump by the Kufra, do not contest us. Safely takes all this map objective and control. Todak, they're looking to end this game as quickly as they can. Very smooth sailing thus far, but RSG-MY, they've got a long way to go, and seems to be the strategy they are going to be going to play here is going to be clumping up S5, and they don't exactly have any much choice right now.
Well, I mean, there's nothing on the map to really take besides the lane minions, and neither does Todak want to shove it in so that RSG can free farm. They want them to work for it. So come on out, come on to the mid lane, right up to the river so that you don't have a lot of space to run back.
Yep, RSG, they need farm on Lolios and Lexia, but the fact that Todak have taken out every single outer turret means that they have absolutely no map control and barely any space to farm. So while RSG still has the stronger late game, Todak want to try and end this before that stage even comes about. Having a look at the net worth as well as item builds on both sides here. Have a look at Chiku, already 9k gold. In comparison, Lexia actually below Kaiser here, only about 6k net worth so far. Lord pushing in the mid lane now.
Kaiser is already going into the Black Dragon form. They are shredding this Lord super quick. Kaiser losing 50% of his HP, but Zakas, he misses the engage, and now Formaze is going to bait everybody into a big Tyrant's Revenge from Moy, cleaning up shop straight away. Blazing Duet comes out as well as the Brilliance, but it's not going to be enough if Chiku is going to die. No, he makes it out. Lexia manages, almost survives, but Formaze sacrificing his life with the Oki Shadow kill to ensure that he stays in the dirt. Now it's a 3v2 situation as Izanami and Loliels continue to run around and defend, but Moon, he needs to pull him back. Momo biting a little more than he can chew, and that's going to be the end of the attack.
Wow, that was an overcommitment coming from Todak there, considering that they pretty much won the initial engagement, but considering that Moore has follow-up with the Flicker Slam onto his crystal, Todak had no choice but to commit to this fight, and because of that, RGAMO is able to slow up some sort of aggression, get some sort of farm, and because of this, it is going to give them a little bit more breathing room to farm as compared to before when they were choked all the way back in base.
And now the important core items are coming out. Finally, Lexia getting that golden staff.
It's taken so long to be able to grab this, and RSG, they lose an inhibitor in that last engagement. Luckily, Todak, as you mentioned, overextended just a little bit, so RSG are able to survive for now. But with the position that they are in the game right now, Todak doesn't mind that at all. Abyssal Arrow hitting Moon here, but there's absolutely no way Izanami can go for that kill.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one, but at the same time, Todak, they don't exactly have real means to actually push in unless Moy makes the play again. Considering that they are going to be waiting up on Momo to sync up the lanes from the top side here before making the next assault, Todak, they have pretty much got full control once again. They can still make another 10, but they cannot afford to lose fights in the hands of Lexia. Every single fight they go from now onwards, if they die, they need to make sure that Lexia doesn't not benefit if they decide to go a little bit overconfident in their plays.
True.
Speaking of overconfident here, Momo getting into a fight he cannot win, especially with 4 members of RSG sitting on top of him. Loliel still on the bottom side to protect the inhibitor, and now Zakas now threatening to engage. The rest of Todak just back away.
I'm really loving the game plan that Todak went with here, putting Formaze in the lane against Loliels because he knew that he would be able to put a lot of pressure on him. And they know that Loliels is the one to really aim for, because Kaiser playing on the Yuzong is not going to be a problem naturally thanks to their team lineup. So by effectively choking out the key members of RSG, they've made things difficult. Zakas jumping onto Moy, but Moon is here to provide backup. Are they trying to steal the purple buff? Chiku jumps in, finds his Anami, gets the kill. Formaze will take it. Black Dragon form is popped. Shadow kill comes out. Unfortunately, Formaze is dragged a bit too deep into RSG territory. Loses his life there. Going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
This is what I'm talking about from RGMY. If they stick together, that's going to be the great plan. They are going to stop up in terms of economy, but considering that how they'll be able to get off perfect trades off, it's the best out of the worst situation. And it's manageable, it's salvageable. And in this case, forcing out all these massive ultimates here, it seems like they want to try and contest the Lord, considering that they've got themselves... they've actually lost the buff as well up in Malaysia early on. So this is going to be a really tough one. Todak, they have a lot of position. They have a lot of room to work with. But RGMY, they just need one more opportunity. One more mistake from Todak, and they are back in action.
I don't think they're going to be making a mistake here anytime soon for now, especially when they're just setting themselves up like this in front of the orange buff. Now, Todak, they're playing it slow. They've already got to push down on bot side. They spot out too. It's a pretty good time to look for the rush onto Lord.
Yeah, Formaze working on that Lord already. RSG is in the area. They know this is happening, but it's dropping very low. Zakas comes in, gets caught by Moy. Beautiful knockup from the Lord there. The Lord gonna go over the Moon, and now Zakas loses his life. Kaiser tries to jump in with the Black Dragon form, but the fight is already over. I don't think that was a good idea from Zakas there. The rest of his team wasn't ready to follow up. No point going in to try and contest that without Lexia to provide the retribution damage.
No, that was a very clutch moment coming from Chiku here, because he was able to pop the Dark Knight Fault and synchronize with the timings here where RSGMI was deciding going for the jump. But like I said, they were pretty much blind in that situation. They don't exactly know what they were walking into as well. The idea was right, the initiation was smart, but the Dark Knight's Fall seems to be the biggest problem right now.
Now, they break the final inhibitor, and they break their second inhibitor. They're going for the final one with Empowered Lord, Luminous Lord, crashing into the crystal. This could be possibly the last fight. Dark Knight falls, and here goes Moy, looking for an opportunity to get into the time surge, but quickly goes in towards that bouncing ball. It doesn't really matter, though, as they take out Helker at the same time. The Toys Play Slots works out, but they rush for the base. Todak make sure game one is in the bag.
That was clean. Very, very clean victory by Todak there. RSG not even able to put up a fight. A beautiful snowball from them right from the early game, identifying the weaknesses in RSG MY's strategy, understanding that as long as they don't allow their cores to get farmed and they're able to shut down Lolils in lane, they don't have anything to worry about, and the plan worked out to a T. First game going over to Todak.
Todak has done a really good job here, a commanding game one. Can they push this effort all the way throughout the series?
Well, it seems to me they are really warmed up as well in terms of drums. They've pretty much brought their A game. Moon did mention as well during the interview as well, they are prepared. They are ready to steamroll their way through. However, this is our only RSGMY's first game. This is a best of 7. It's all about stamina. It's all about playing the reads here. And it seems to me, right from the get-go, Toda is bringing up the big boys right from the get-go, and immediately you can see the lack of vision is going to be the biggest problem coming from RSGMY. And I wouldn't be surprised they will first phase ban the Hellcat from the get-go.
First phase ban Hellcat, is it worth? I'm not 100% on board with it because I don't think it's that worth it. I feel like a lot of this had to do with just side lane matchups and just some really intelligent counter picks.
Yeah, and that's the problem, really, because Hellcat really proved to be a problem here. RSG is a team that wants to play together, but it's very difficult to do that if you can't see anything. However, Hellcat is a hero that is not really in meta, and I don't think it's worth using a ban against it. So Todak could actually keep this pocket pick for themselves if they decide that, hey, if this strategy works, we can go on with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, overall, Chiku's Hellcat has just been hard farming this entire game. He hasn't even gotten the kill. He's got 11 assists at the end of the day, and a large majority of the damage was coming out from Formaze.
Yeah, and seeing that Forme is able to make so much space in this kind of team fights as well, you have to not also forget that Moon was able to make so much space again. It seems like it's Suha's Evos versus Todak all over again here, because it seems to me, like, if you do recall that match here, Chiku didn't even need to join in fight. It was a 4v5 situation, and in this exact scenario here, most of the fights, they don't exactly need Formaze in the fight, and Formaze is just there to ensure the kill or get a solo kill all by himself.
Having a look at the items here, everything does look to be fairly normal. I don't think anything stands out too far based on what I can see.
Not even the double blade of despair coming out of Chiku.
Yeah, overkill.
Oh wait, hold on. I did not see that.
That's an overkill right there.
I thought it would have been a Hunter Strike at first, and I thought I was like, maybe it could be just like I'm just seeing things. But no, really, there are 2 Blade of Despairs. Now, it's time to check out who the MVP is, brought to you by McDelivery. It's going to Moon on his Matilda from Toda. His 2-0 and 10 match KD and his 3.6 average KD allowed him to be aggressive, but more importantly, pull his team members towards key targets in RSG's team.
Yeah, I like it as well. This is Matilda from the early stage of the game here was pretty much dictating the tempo against RSGMY. You saw how Baxia was completely bullied out of the lane here, right from the first encounter down mid. And everyone from the side of RSGMY, they had to back off. And because of all these little spaces they were making, they found a crack, which is pretty much Lexia, yeah, it's okay. We don't get to harass you here, but if you're blind, that's a completely different story. So Moon, undeniable, the MVP, making space for them to actually set up the composition to come up online. Fantastic stuff. Great start here in the grand finals. Game 1 in the hands of Todak, and more games to go.
I really like the read that Todak had on that game 1, because they effectively choked out any game plans that RSG had. We know that RSG is a team that likes to fight a lot. They have good teamwork and coordination. And a lot of the time, Lexia likes to participate in fights. Though, before we continue this train of thought, Gideon.
Yep, it's time to make some wishes come true. Let's call LaFell.
Gideon, best of 7. How are you feeling, buddy?
Bro, I'm telling you, it's pretty exciting. Game 1, obviously quite a landslide here, but that's the beauty of the best of 7s, right? You never know until it's over.
Ya, best of 7. So, kita kena tengok sama ada RSG MY mereka boleh comeback atau tidak. Tapi, Gideon, sekarang kita nak kena tunaikan wish seorang fans kita. So, tak apa buang masa. In 3, 2, 1, kita nak tengok siapa punya wish kita akan tunaikan.
All right, the first wish that we're going to be making true is from Azizul Fahmi. Hajat saya ialah saya nak tengok playoff MPL season 7 kali ini berjalan dengan lancar walaupun sekarang COVID-19 sedang merebak. Saya harap semua staff, player, caster dan semua yang terlibat untuk playoff nanti sehat, selamat dan tiada benda buruk berlaku. Harap Muntun bagi iPhone XR atau Diamond 100k. These demands, let me tell you, I think production has been being very kind to us, giving the previous ones. This one, wow.
Okay, phone ataupun Diamond 100k. Dia start dia puji dulu. Dia macam, oh thank you very much. Dia harap kita semua selamat. Lepas tu dia, oh yeah, by the way, I nak 100,000 Diamond. But, okay,
boy.
I akan call Munton 0143444. Hello Munton. Macam lebih pula dia ni. Walaupun dia suruh kita take care, tapi 100,000 Diamond macam banyak sangat. Kalau bagi 50 je boleh. 100k juga. Nak bagi juga 100k. Gideon, Munton tak nak bagi discount.
I don't know what to say. Like they're just giving these out to people, man.
Sebelum ni kita bagi 10,000, bagi sikit, tapi sekarang 100,000 Diamond.
They're crushing it. Don't worry, Azizul Fahmi, you have just earned yourself 100,000 diamonds. Let me repeat that. 100 diamonds. Congratulations.
100,000 diamonds, guys. Pastikan korang puji puas-puas. Baru minta apa yang korang nak minta. But yeah, Azizul Fahmi tanya 100,000 diamond. And kita nak teruskan. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Gideon, I tengok muka you muka walaupun pakai mask, I boleh tahu yang you very, very excited untuk tunaikan lagi satu wish. So,
we need more.
In 3, 2, 1, kita tengok. Let's
Rank
go.
it.
Siapa yang harap-harap janganlah sampai 100,000 diamond, banyak sangat.
It's gonna go to Nazrul Lezwan. I wish all the teams good luck. Saya nak skin Ranger Legend je. Muah, saya sayang Munton. I added a little bit just for a little bit of personal touch there.
yang ni Gideon suka sebab dia pendek je.
Yeah, very, very simple. I didn't have to read like 12 different hashtags before we got there. But this seems simple enough.
Yeah.
Personally, I kind of think it's
Skin Legend mahal juga tu, Gideon. Skin Legend kot.
True, but it sounds kind of boring though. It's like, oh, you just want to let it. Okay, sure, no problem. Let's call up Muntu and see what they think about it.
Preet.
Hello. Yeah, this guy wants just the Granger Legend skin. I mean, that's what I like to hear. Nazrul, my friend, you have just earned yourself all the Granger skins, not just one, the whole lineup.
You get that Granger skin, you get that Granger skin, you get all Granger skin. So yeah, tanya kepada Nazrul is one. Dapat bukan saja legend tapi semua sekali. And this is grand final, Gideon. How about last eh?
Just for you, my friend. Let's do one more.
Okay. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Kita tengok siapa lagi yang bertuah yang dapat dia punya wish ditunaikan.
Well, here it is. Oh
my God.
My God.
I'm so sorry, Gideon.
Okay, here we go. Deep breaths. Hajaku mau telefon baru supaya tidak lag bila main game lagi. Tank mendapatkan skin legend, mahu skin squad venom full, mahu juga skin barang epic yang bukan limited edition dan adapun sekarang dua-dua limited edition punya, mahu kill elimination untuk player-player yang free user. Buat skin lagi mahal dari legend iaitu skin mythic special edition untuk 515 promotion diamond harap diadakan sebanyak 2 kali dalam setahun bagi denda yang lebih berat bagi player yang koyak pastu mahu troll guna hero pelik-pelik sebab koyak dengan draft pick teammate quick break. Let me just... My mask is real wet right now. Bila dapat last hit Lord, dapat buff macam waktu kill turtle dan buffnya. Buat satu skin Epic Special Edition yang free boleh didapatkan dengan habiskan quest-quest yang diberi Natu Jat Hajatku. Well, I'm really out of breath out of that one, man.
Tak apa, I ada monton on speed dah.
Thanks, mate.
You faham ke? I tak tahu. I tak tahu nak minta dia apa sekarang. Kita nak bagi dia apa je. What? Okay.
You're joking. You're joking. That can't be true. Really? Really?
Okay. Untuk senang kita bagi tahu apa yang Munton bagi tahu kita, Muhammad Khairul Nizam, dia akan menang 1 Black Shark phone, 1, nombor 2 semua Venom skin, 2 dan nombor 3 10 random epic skin.
Man, wow, that is a crazy number of prizes. So congratulations, and hopefully you'll have a good time smashing the ranks in Mobile Legends.
Minta 10, dapat 3. Okay lah, not that bad. Dapat phone juga. But anyways, Gideon, I tahu you punya mask dah start basah-basah. So let me just handle this outro. Thank you very much, Gideon. You have been such a great sport. Tapi sekarang, I akan lepaskan you untuk teruskan pada bahagian English stream. Dan I pula akan terus dengan Arta, di mana kita akan continue dengan kita punya game Grand Finals.
Appreciate it, man. My mask is so wet. There's so much. Oh, wow.
Gideon,
Yes.
Can I take out my headset and walk off? Because that guy just walked away with 100k diamond. That's, I think, wait, I don't know.
Really? That's the shocking one? Not the Black Shark phone? Like, come
Gideon,
on,
Can I have a phone too?
I said you don't ask me. I'm not Munton.
Hey, that's the thing, right? If you're talking about Black Shark phone here, yeah, you know, it's something that, you know, if you work 1 month, you'll probably be able to get the phone. But 100k diamonds, if you convert it into RM and etc.,
it's a lot of money.
I'm pretty sure that's more than my entire salary.
Wow. That's
a couple of months. I think so.
That's crazy.
I think that's the conversion right there.
So, what about you guys at home? Tell us, how much does 100,000 diamonds compare to your regular salary on an everyday basis? Let us know at the MPL-MY official pages, on our Facebook page, on our Facebook group, our Instagram page, our TikTok page. Don't rage quit just yet. We've got an entire grand finals to take care of here. He'll be back. He'll be back for sure.
Okay, I imagine it's very funny if we like measure your salary based on how many diamonds you get with it. Imagine like someone comes out, hey, how much do you make at work? Oh, I make like 10,000 diamonds.
Oh my goodness, that's
Dude.
just one tier.
Imagine this, right? 100k diamonds, right? If you give me cash, I don't mind. But I don't mind getting diamonds here. You know, with real diamonds, imagine 100,000 pieces of small little diamonds.
Now you're starting to sound more ridiculous than the last guy in the Make-A-Wish who made the longest comment I've ever seen in my life, bro. You're really pushing the limits here. Like, it's not even like grant me a wish. It's like, give it to me.
That's the thing about a Make-A-Wish, right? I talked about greedy. Come on, people are getting soft here. You guys have, you know, not easy here, but with that full 10 list and 100k diamonds, that's just...
It's called Make-A-Wish, not make a demand.
It feels like it's making a demand.
It's not blink twice and call for help.
You know, I think our parents always taught us not to be greedy when we're young. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case.
You know what? I'm going to be extremely greedy with Munton now. Next time, I'm going to tell them, give me 200,000.
I want 200,000. I mean, if you come up with really sick comments, then obviously it's going to be different. But you guys have been absolutely awesome, so it's very easy for us to do that. Remember, the share milestones is still ongoing. We are yet to hit our 8,000 milestone. We've already hit the 5,000 milestone, so we only have 3,000 to go. I don't know what it is currently, but it's probably less than that. So hopefully you guys can help us figure out what the mystery gift is.
Definitely, it should be better than 100,000 diamonds. It might be better than the Black Shark phone.
You're really pushing the boundaries here.
Maybe give me, like, what, 10 Black Shark phones?
Wow.
I don't know. Okay, you know what?
What are you gonna do with 10?
Ask for 5 Black Shark phones, you know, give us 3, you keep 1, and the other one you can use it to bribe your girlfriend or your boyfriend.
Wow, coming into the bribes here, it's such a weird flex, but the weirdest flex that you could be pulling off on your friends is the 515E party with the fashion expert. If they're like, you don't really know what skins are like, you show them, yo, check out my Harith, bruh. Check out my Harith, sis. Tell me I don't know fashion from the best of the best.
Yeah, if you just log in every day, there's only a few days left on the event, do some tasks, you'll be able to eventually get a free Harith skin, guaranteed, absolutely free. You don't have to be a winner on the Make-A-Wish, and you will be able to get a skin irregardless. But moving on from all of that, we're about to enter the second game of our grand finals here. Todak currently 1 game up. Will RSG be able to even it up?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see, because RSG looked a little confused, as Terrence mentioned previously in that cast. Like, yeah, they had no real direction to kind of take Todak on.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And coming to this draft as well, they have to take into consideration that Glue is going to be a threat. They kind of set themselves up in the draft, in the sense of the draft where they picked the Baxia, okay? If this was a different kind of draft against Todak, that would have been a great pick. Considering that yesterday's performance, Glue has been a priority. Sustained heroes has always been a priority for them. And judging from their performance right now, they were kind of expecting that Todak brings that to the table, you know? Oh, okay, it's going to be a solo jungler, it might be Hayabusa, but joke's on you, it was a double assassin, and I'm surprised they still picked the Yuzhong into that.
I think the Yuzhong pick might be kind of unfortunately, because I don't think Kaiser has that big of a hero pool. I think once they took out the Barats, once the Glue was gone as well, they just went for the next best thing. We know Kaiser can play the Yuzhong pretty well. He managed to demonstrate quite good skill with it in the regular season. But I think ever since, Yuzhong isn't quite as good as he used to be anymore, and the meta has definitely shifted away from these sustained damage sort of fighters. So I think Kaiser is finding himself in a really awkward position, and Todak are definitely taking advantage of that, because a lot of the other members, you can't do the same thing. They have good enough hero pools for that, so they're just locking in on one target.
I would disagree there, because I don't think there would have been a better pick other than Yuzhong at that point of time. Like, a Lapu Lapu would not have been tanky enough to sustain the amount of damage. Uranus would have been bullied in the lane and put no pressure whatsoever. Alice was already gone at that point, so I do feel that it's not necessarily Kaiser's fault in this case.
Well, it's differing opinions in that sort of situation. Who knows? Who knows? You guys watching at home might have your own ideas as well. Make sure to tell us on social media. But once again, we're here in the draft. RSG going to be on the blue side this time. Todak now on the red side. Their first ban from RSG going to be 4 mazes Hayabusa. So we're seeing that taken out yet again by another team. It seems like once teams have had a taste of 4 maze playing this hero, they realize, yeah, we can't let this through.
Oh boy. I mean, Hayabusa has been quite a menace here, especially on Todak's side. 4maze has been absolutely like demolishing teams with it single-handedly and throwing enough curveballs into the plays. Now, RSG need to make some more decisions here, because if you're banning out Hayabusa, do they still want Matilda to be in Todak's hands? Or are they just going to leave it up, maybe even get a jawhead for themselves as long as they ignore it?
Nah, I think it's more like the Matilda needs to go. Banning Hellcard here, yeah, you guys are kind of right as well in terms of the flexibilities here. But what made it so hard was that the Matilda was able to provide a lot of assistance here, was able to do a lot of damage here. Moon did a fantastic job at that. And I've talked about the synergy, the fact that, hey, if you pair the Matilda with an assassin here, you're going to be able to go, instead of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, you're going to be able to go 4 steps forward, 3 steps back. So it's going to be something that they have to take into consideration when they're drafting against Todak. And considering the fact that now they're setting up for the Matilda for themselves, Izanami does play it as well. Todak, they have to understand that this is bound to happen. So if they ban the Matilda now, they are going to leave the Benedetta out for RSGMY. So they have to choose the best of the lesser evil. So which one, which will be the poison right here for Todak?
Well, I mean, it's either everything is open or nothing is open, and they decided to ban out the Kufra instead. Rather shocking, but hey, I mean, it is red side when you get 2 picks. Moy definitely making some really big impact and really big impressions to both EVOS as well as RSG.
Pretty sure RSG wants to try and get the Benedetta for themselves here. So unless Todak bans that out, I think that's what they're going to go for. Matilda is of course still open, but I do think that Todak will prioritize that a bit more than RSG. I don't think RSG will mind giving it over if it means that they can secure a strong hero for Lolials to play as well. Todak going to be picking up their last ban here. What else is on the field? Gonna actually get a thing there. So focusing down on Lexia. Will RSG grab the Benedetta first?
Okay. Lolios now. RGMY, they have to decide now. Do they straight up pick the Benedetta for Lolios? If they do, Todak, they need to figure out how to deal with it as well. Because if you think about it here, we've talked about it here. We've had a couple of rumors here. If he picks the Benedetta, what better hero is it able to actually keep up? Is the Phoveus going to be at the meta pick here? We haven't seen a single Phoveus thus far.
It's grand finals, man. Like, experimenting now, like, unless
Todak we're talking about.
Unless they've been severely practicing this beforehand, I don't expect to see it come out. But you know what? I won't hold my breath, that's for sure. RSG, they lock in the Benedetta.
Okay, Todak has options now. They can go for the Eve if they want to. Glue also open. They'll grab the Matilda on top of that. I was wondering if Todak was gonna let that glue through, because obviously that's going to be second choice for RSGMY here. Todak not gonna allow that to happen, gonna grab it themselves. Here, the hero has proven to be an incredibly strong zoning tool and is also able to jump on someone with the grab and pull him out of the clutches of his team. So RSGMY, Eve is still open if they want to go for that. If they want to secure it, Lancelot as well for Lexia, but this is going to be difficult for them here.
They have to pick the Baxia right now if they want to have a chance to go fight against Todak. But at the same time, when it comes to Major, Chang'e is something that they may consider as well. But it looks like they will play it safe. They will play the old school here. I've talked about this. The Benedetta Paquito combo throughout the entire regular seasons here had a 100% win rate strategy. And now they're bringing it to the playoffs now.
I mean, they were highly contested heroes during the regular season. Everybody wanted to get their hands on it. Todak, they lock in the Claude. Kind of interesting, mainly because I'm guessing they're expecting RSG to pick something that they can abuse and put, Claude with the Avarice to start farming gold off of Uranus, maybe. Mainly because Kaiser, a lot of his hero pool has been cut out. The Barat is gone, and they've already gotten glue for themselves, and Benedetta is definitely not going into his hands.
Most likely Kaiser will be playing the Paquito here. I think it's a good pickup. It's certainly a solid hero. Yeah. You don't need to be particularly good at Paquito to be able to pull it off. I'm sure Kaiser will have no problem with that. Chiku grabbing the Claude here yet again. This is something that Todak has been doing recently. Even when they grab a marksman or an assassin, you can't say for sure if they're going to go for another core. We don't know whether or not this Claude is going into the jungle, going into the side lane. Are they gonna grab the Lancelot? Are they going to add on another marksman like the Beatrix or the 1-1? There's so many options for Todak.
I like the Todak's decision of keeping the options open as well, banning the Yushin scene to, in case giving the impression of the fact that, hey, I have a Hellcurt up in my pocket. So RGMY, you gotta respect this. I might pick it again. Instantly denies the opportunity for them to take Yishun Sin. However, Harif as well heading towards low Lius as well. Respect towards that vicinity. So I like that this is all Todak's prediction, but I'm smelling, my friend. Phoveus might be a great pick here. Look at it. Everyone from inside RGMY has so much mobility.
Yeah, it is true. It's a lot of dashes.
I'm smelling it.
I mean, it could go either way because Todak, as long as you have Matilda, no matter how many people dash towards with the guiding wind, that's going to trigger Phoveus as well. So, I mean, there's also that. RSG now coming up with the final ban. What do they need to get rid of here, Stafa?
The Hellcurt that Terrence has been pointing out is definitely a problem for them, but we still don't know if it's really enough of a priority to get rid of. Lancelot is a risk as well. Interestingly, they decide to go for the Farsa. Okay, I can see this making sense, because they do have the glue to zone people out, so the Feathered Airstrike would be very scary. Interestingly though, they go for the Farsa instead of the Eve.
Yeah, they might be setting it up for the fact that it might be a Paquito tank, but seems like Todak, they will pick the Cho. Okay, 4 mains Cho. Wow.
Okay. I mean, they want things that are flexible, they'll get things that are flexible because they just want to make sure that they have some kind of good matchup somewhere across one of the lanes. Now, as you can see, RSG looking for the options themselves. They don't have a dedicated tank. They need one more support, and they still haven't locked in their jungler.
I don't know. This is so hard to predict here from RGMY. I don't exactly know what they're up to. It seems like they are getting extremely confused. They need some way to deal with this this glue here, and I don't see a solution yet. But seems to me they are bringing in the Lolios 1-1. Okay. Okay.
This is the hero we have seen Lolios play before. It kind of slips under the radar because it's not really something he goes for first, but we do know that he's able to play the hero very well. Zakas going to be grabbing the Grok here, which I think is a pretty good way to sort of counter the glue. Moon, his pick going to be left until last. It is the Chang'e, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Todak here. RSG has some very strong picks, as you mentioned, the Benedetta as well as the Paquito, though we have seen Paquito fall off a lot more recently due to the recent revamp to the hero, the adjustments that reduce the damage of his ultimate here. Will RGMY be able to bring this back? I noticed Lexia might be the one playing on the Benedetta here, so are we gonna see a jungle Benedetta?
Yeah, it most likely is going to be a jungle Benedetta.
It really does look like it, yeah.
At the same time as well, I was hoping to see the Phobias pick up, considering that everyone from RGMY is going to be so nimble. But I don't know, they're the pros, we're not, we're the casters. Welcome back, because Wiley Gemma here. This is going to be the grand finals here for MPL-MY Season 7. It is going to be between RSG and Todak. Game 2 is going to be on its way here, as you can see. The teams are getting ready to party.
It's time to get this show on the road here. We can already see that Zakas is trying to open up the map almost straight away, but he can't necessarily do that as convincingly, especially with Moy on this Matilda. He wants to harass as much as he can, already putting Zakas to 50% HP.
My goodness, those wisps hurt. There's a reason Matilda is such a feared support here. Izanami getting poked out quite a bit as well. The amount of range coming from the Matilda as well as the Chang'e are going to be difficult to deal with. Chiku taking quite a bit here from Zakas. Well, it looks like he was at the very... Oh! Hold on a second!
Dead.
Oh!
He's dead.
Just like that!
That's all it takes. Never, ever forget. Selena, level 2. Don't matter who you are, you get hit by the full combination, you'll be crying.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm surprised Moy is just here as well. He's actually going to try and harass that, because I'm surprised they're actually challenging this here. Moy, what I have to, he's dropping so low, he calls in Moon for backup, and Moon also missing the spell, and that's going to be another death in the hands of RSGMI. What is going on? Todak, they're making really weird mistakes here. Moon also missing his skill. What was up?
It happens sometimes, and you know what that means? It means the first blood bounty brought to you by McDelivery is already here. Use the code MPL Nuggets to earn yourself 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets with a minimum spending of 50 ringgit via McDelivery.
You can notice as well, look at how low Chiku's health is after that, due to the fact that he got killed, and after that Moy lost his life. He wasn't able to help Chiku take the buff, and Claude tends to have difficulty taking that very first buff. After all, he doesn't have quite enough damage. That's definitely going to hurt his jungle abilities. Lolils dropping quite low here. Moon and Chiku trying to see if they can get the gank. He'll be absolutely fine. Meanwhile, Kaiser cutting the wave behind Momo.
They've already taken Turtle with no problems whatsoever. Glue unable to really respond to it. But here comes RSG trying to run straight down into Moy. He's already chunked out. Kaiser! Knock up punch towards him. He moves forward. Chico with a blazing duet already takes out Paquito in the process. Zakas the next to fall. Lexia now on the run. Before Mace getting a great flicker into the way of the dragon. Momo now says hello, but the tower is a little intimidating. That is going to be the fight 3-4-3.
Okay, for a second I thought Toda almost gave up that fight, but nevertheless here, what a fantastic clutch coming from 4Mates to set things up. So they were waiting for the moment, and the moment actually caught up to him. So that's going to be Toda going for the abuse here. Meanwhile, Lolios is thinking challenger fight here 4Mates, but he misses the initial first kill. So he's going to go back and reset his health. Meanwhile, Zakas is going to be extremely annoying here. Oh, there's going to be a mistake here. Zakas needs to make a run. The wall charge was there, and he's making the smiley face here. He messed up.
Yeah.
At the very least, though, he's gonna be doing quite a lot of damage. Oh, hold on. Speaking of damage, will the meteor shower find it? Nope. Izanami was ready to block it. Unfortunately, Moon not quite in position to be able to finish him off. Wave the Dragon finds Loliels in the upper lane. Soaring Eagle finishes the kill, going over to Moy there for Maze. Really putting Loliels arrow. The Abyssal Arrow just barely missing.
Great game sense coming in from Moy. Moy's really stepping up in this playoffs. You can see how invigorated he is to try and continue to make these plays for Todak's side. Chiku now having that free farm down on bot side with the help of Momo to kind of give him that extra bit of protection. I don't see much of a response coming out of RSG.
Yeah, and RG, all they gotta do is just buy time for Loliels to come online. He's farming okay, he's not having the best of all, but Lexia hasn't been extremely active in some of this fight here. He's died a couple of times, but Toda, they finally got the comeback that they need here, considering that they've lost a lot in the early stage of the game. But still, 4Maze keeping things alive here. 2-0-1 is not over yet. Chiku is going to be starting to farm with his Claude as well. He gets a full chunk of our gold plating here. That's going to be a lot of economy. And the contrary as well, they will concede a turtle in the hands of RGMY. So that's going to be the second turtle in the hands of RGMY.
Lexia not farming too badly. Blazing Dwarf comes in. Chiku gets the kill. Does he get out? He does! The Bell image allows him to escape. Ooh! Detecting that Zakas could throw the Guardian's Bulwark in, that would have actually been enough damage to finish him off. Izanami flickers in, finally gets the killing spree, but that might have been overextended by the Selena here, and that's gonna be a shutdown from Moon, allowing him to finish off his glowing wand.
Well, at the very least, it does put Chiku behind. Look at Lexia, now 2 levels up on him, and now he's going to go Electro Final Blow onto 4Maze. He's gone for the full dive, and 4Maze can't do anything about it. No way of the Dragon, no more flicker. He was just there to, he was just left there to die.
Yeah, and considering that Toda is finally, you know, slowed down a little bit more, RGMY will finally get their timings up available here, as Lexia is going to be able to do a little bit more damage here. Paquito is able to just go in for the one-hitter KO as well. Lolios, however, he does have the crossbow and tags, but it seems like he doesn't want to commit onto his Momo here, as he's expecting a potential ambush. But it seems to me Chiku is going to be the ambush here. Here comes the Blazing Duet coming from Chiku. He's going to chunk out Izanami a little bit low here, and he's going to take him down. He immediately backs off, and Moy will finish him off, and that's going to be RSGMY crumbling to pieces again here. So it seems to me both teams trading 50-50s all the way through now.
Great reaction time coming in from Moy. He used that Soaring Eagle at the very last second, waiting for the amount of charges oh no, wait, Zakas now in trouble getting hit by the weight of the Dragon. Alexia finally in to join the fight, and he knows 4Maze doesn't have anything left, but he can't really continue the fight without some backup. They pull away.
Yep, Todak very quickly catching up in terms of net worth. They are now the ones in the lead, making their presence known across the map. Unfortunately, RSG not quite able to deal with them here. Very good trades coming out from them right now. Momo on top of Kaiser here, probably not gonna get a kill. These are two very tanky heroes. Chiku taking the turtle. Kaiser, he sees it. He's gonna transmit this information over to his team. Zaka's coming over to give him a hand. A nice knockout punch. Turtle does get slain by Chiku. Lots of damage coming out onto Kaiser. Zakas has to use the wall charge to get away, but Momo already on top of him with the grab. Will he be able to finish him off? Yes, indeed, he does. Kaiser falls in the turtle pit as well. Lexia wants to secure this purple buff away. He will be able to take it with the retribution. In the meantime, Chiku giant jump onto Izanami. The stun doesn't come out under the tower. Chiku gets the last hit onto him.
You hate to see it, but Chiku is very happy indeed. He got put down to a very lethal HP, and so far, Todak continued to dominate this matchup against RSGMY. Todak continuing to press their advantage from top side, now moving towards the bottom.
What? Lexia getting a little bit cheeky here, tries to snipe the purple buff, but instead he's gonna get caught out. Here comes the Wave of the Dragon coming from 4Maze as well to catch him off guard. Lexia is trying to run for his life. He's gonna escape here, but Chiku going to be joining the party here. Moy missing up his Soaring Eagle, and that's going to be A-okay. But the retreat comes in. Chiku tries to go for the bait as well, but re-engage coming from Toda. RSG trying to look for the punish, but no follow-up whatsoever here. Izanami also missing up the arrow, and Toda will fully disengage from this fight. Meanwhile, Chiku going for a couple pokes as well. Battle Mirror Image has been used to dodge the arrow, but Kaiser just not revealing himself yet. He wants the bigger picture, and that's going to be Moon coming from RSG. Meanwhile, Toda, they're just buying time. Again, it seems like the strategy of buying time from forced rotations coming from RSGMY is all solely to make space for 4Maze going for the rats.
Lexia getting some good damage onto 4Maze right now, but even Lexia knows that he needs to get some kills. He's allowed Chiku to catch out, which is not good, and Izanami now in some trouble. Momo goes in with a split, and finally Chiku with a blazing duet is going to take them out. The meteor shower in the back line, making sure whoever's under the turret is not going to live for very long. Zakas next to go. That's 4. Can they get one more? Lexia walks away. Chiku purchases a golden staff, and this could be the end.
They're not just giving them any sort of breaks here, because if you think about it here, when RGMI rotates up top, you had 4Maze up top already sending out a play, but immediately they know if they find out RGMI rotates up top, they are going to abuse the fact they are going to make a jump. They're not giving any sort of space or time for RGMI to react at all.
Lexia trying to defend the tower here, gets hit by the last hit of Jikun though. I don't think they realize that Moon is in the bush. Kaiser goes in with the jab. The meteor shower comes out. The minion wave should absorb most of it. However, taking a look at things, you're telling me that Chiku is 7-2 before he hit his golden staff. That is absolutely ridiculous, especially on a Claude. This is looking very bad for RSG. They're already 5k behind. 4Maze going in, trying to find Kaiser. Flicker has to be used. Oh my god, 4Maze, that's ridiculous. Gets a beautiful flicker behind Kaiser, kicks him back into the team. That's gonna be a mega kill over the Toda.
Brutal indeed. Momo is allowed to kind of walk wherever he wants. Zakas and Izanami have to run. Zakas with the wild charge bails on out of there. Here comes Lexia. No ult committed to it just yet. Chiku getting absolutely destroyed by the crossbow of Tang, but no more progression from there.
There was some insane reactions coming from 4Maze here. Way of the dragging setup in towards the flicker. So that's a interesting playstyle here. It's starting to happen a lot, especially in this coming season here. So I don't know. I have the right term for you, Gideon, but I don't think it's the right place to say here. But as of now, Chiku is gonna get dived on here. He's gonna drop a little bit too low, but at the same time, there's just no follow-up here. Kaiser will be taken down, and that's gonna be told out. Going for the push here, but aggression might be costly here because Moy is gonna back out. But told out, they focus on tier game tier 2. Lexia is trapped out and open. They want to go in for the commitment, and Momo latches onto him, catches him, pulls him back, and takes him out of the picture.
This is just a clean game overall, and Todak is just manually pressing RSGMY's buttons. They're 5-20 right now, 6k down. Oh no, even more than 8k down. Todak is in prime position here, and there's nothing much that RSG can really do.
My goodness, this is not the type of games we were expecting coming out from RSG here. Todak just respecting them to the degree that they're not gonna allow them to play the game at all. Such a different result from what we saw in the very first game of the playoffs. Momo doesn't get hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Chiku this whole time soloing the Lord in the background. RSGMY, they have absolutely no idea this is happening. They're only seeing it now, but it's already too late. The wall traps Momo. He gets on top of Lexia with the grab. Going to need to get out of there. Lexia trying to drag him back into the rest of RSG. Meteor Shower comes out, going to zone the rest of RSG back into their base.
Yeah, and as of now, Toda, oh no, they pretty much start their nonsense again here. It seems like Zakus will be scouted out. 4Maze looking for the pickup here, but it seems to me they will back off. They know exactly what RSGMY is thinking here. Chiku finally gets the wind of nature. Here comes the block coming from Zakus, but no aggression whatsoever because Toda, they know they have the upper hand. They just need to wait for the Lord to push up in, and RSGMY, it seems like what's the win con here? You know, they're trying to buy time for Lolios, but he's 0-4-0 on this 1-1.
I hate to say it, but for RSGMY right now, I don't think there is a win con. Chiku is too fed at this point, and even if Lolios and Lexia were to come online, Lexia taking so much damage. The fight has begun. Mega kill for 4Maze onto the 1-1 as well as the Selena. They do get a shutdown onto Chiku, but they've already lost 2 members on RSGMY. The Lord's still alive here, going to get the middle inhibitor. Lexia at least finishes that off, so avoid that. But 4Maze takes the bottom inhibitor. They're going straight for the crystal. Kaiser going to be able to prevent Formaze from doing more damage. Zack is taking quite a lot. Formaze has to back out, taking too much damage there. The minions pushing up the top lane as well. Alexia has to use Electro in order to clear out the minion wave. The rest of Todak still alive. Zack is taking a lot of damage. Almost falls to Momo. Momo taking a turret shot. He's going very low on HP. Todak does have to get back out of there. RSG mounts a successful defense but loses all of their inhibitors.
They've lost so much at this point. And Izanami, can he finish off the Formaze? Yes, he does before Formaze could finish him off. Now, great defense by RSG, but the cost was so much. 7K deficit, Todak already at 46K now.
Yeah, this is a pretty impressive run here coming from Todak, but nevertheless here, RSG, they are going for a desperate attempt right now. They have to make a play onto his Chico. It seems to me they finally got a little bit of breathing room, but at the same time, Lolios is just so on the farm. It's all up to Lexia to make the plays, and Lolios, look at this, only level 13. He can't find the opportunity, and Lexia, he's going to want to be the one to get caught out. Moon just flying around here, and that's going to be him down for the count. Chico also forcing out a Blazing Duet. It doesn't matter, Kaiser is there, but I don't think he can take out Moy. This is a tank Matilda, and I don't think he's going to be able to do a lot of damage here. But Moy, he's going to be setting up for Chico as well, trying to save the day. But Kaiser is just getting melted.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus. Immediately gets shredded as well. But here comes Lolios. Is he going to be able to set up a crossbow and tank? But it seems to me, no, he cannot. As Todak, they're just, you know, just shoving in, and this crystal is going to be explosive for now. And RGMI, what can he do? Soaring Eagle comes in, instant meltdown with a meteor shower. Lolios gets completely shredded. The Blazing Duet is there. The Cricket still gets focused down, and that's going to be 2-0 for Todak.
Wow, very, very solid game coming out of Todak here. They are moving ever so close to the champion in the end of this tunnel. Oh my goodness. Todak is going to hold this next game. However, 2 more to go before they can be crowned.
My goodness, children, avert your eyes, because that was dirty coming from Todak. The gameplay was just so clean that RSG wasn't able to do anything against him. Formaze on that show. What is that finger speed? You don't even see what's coming before it hits you, Lolios. We've been commending over him for a long time for his strong mechanical skills, but now that he has to play 1v1 in a lane against Formaze, he seems to be putting him in his place.
Yeah, I mean, for the large majority of it, I mean, the bottom matchup when it was when he was playing 1-1, I thought it would have panned out a little better than that. I definitely thought he would get at least maybe a kill or push him out of the lane once just to get that level lead, but it just seems that, like, most of the time, just a lot of heavy punishment on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm surprised RGMI decided to make the switch here, considering that they have been very comfortable with Lexia playing on the side, on the marksman role and jungle role for the longest of time. So I was expecting Lexia to play something else and have Lolios play on the Benedetta here, but the moment they went for this risky gamble here, it was extremely hard to predict. I was expecting maybe a side lane Benedetta and side lane Paquito, but after seeing the jungle plays here, it's just really iffy. There was nothing much Lexia could have done and benefited despite having the double buffs here. And you could see that Lexia was struggling to find some sort of kills everywhere, despite Zakos being able to open up the map. But he's not able to find any sort of opportunities to find any sort of pickoffs here.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights here of that previous game, because my goodness, was it spicy. Game 1 already, we're seeing, you know, Todak just taking the full initiative against RSG, coming up with picks like Hellcurt to ensure that they go blind whenever they start the fights, especially people who can rotate fast, which we're looking at Kaiser specifically, and even Zakas.
Yeah, but this game 1 here, Todak just completely online. Lolios, unfortunately, yet again, not really being able to show his stuff, and really great pickoffs by Moy as well. Here we saw jumping in with the Tyrant's Revenge, getting a 2-man Tyrant's Rage against the wall, securing the kills onto 2 members of RSG. Despite the fact that they did have Flicker to be able to get out of the way, they weren't able to even use it. Honestly, good plays by Todak overall.
Yeah, the positionings as well here. I like the fact that Lafayette is pointing out these triple brushes here. These are very important positions here if you want to try and go in for a flank on towards the turtles up top. But the problem here was that position here is also used to actually cut off any sort of rotations or stragglers in this regards. In this case, RSGMY, they weren't expecting this rotation. And this was a beautiful catch here coming from Tora, considering that the moment they jump on one, to synchronize with the Knock Nice Ball, everyone from side RSGMY just could not do anything. So I would say there's nothing much to talk about this year. It's just that the drafts that played from the side of Tora here is just pretty much outplay from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wombo combos have just been really too much for RSG to handle, and I think they haven't been able to get like a pretty decent early to mid game for a while now. So hopefully that does end up changing. Maybe RSG at this point in time, they need a more aggressive draft, or is there anything else that they can do to really start adjusting? What's the major problem that they're dealing with here?
It's very difficult because at first you were thinking, okay, Todak are focusing on banning out Kaiser's heroes. Alright, that's manageable. As long as they're able to get farm on Loliels as well as Lexia, they should be able to bounce back from it. But they're not just doing that. They know that Kaiser is not going to be too much of an issue to deal with. So they just kind of leave him be. They focus everything into shutting Loliels down, and it doesn't take very much. It seems like Formaze is able to handle him 1v1 in lane. Izanami, unfortunately, not really able to find much with Zakas here, despite playing the Selena and Grok combo. Part of that, probably because Moy doing a very good job on this Matilda.
Yeah, I think, man, I really wish Izanami was able to land more arrows, because I think by the time this reached the late game, right, their major win condition was if Chiku walks into an Abyssal Arrow and gets one shot by Izanami. That's pretty much their only hope at that stage of the game. Now, trying to break this fight down, Moy instantly already dies. Loliels, you can tell how low he is already. He hasn't even used Flicker, and he still has Crossbow of Tang. As soon as this fight starts, Loliels is like, I cannot do anything for you guys. You're going to have to play on your own, including getting Izanami involved.
Yeah, and seeing how all this is actually happening here, it's really hard to see this, that RGMY, the aggression they had from yesterday's performance seems to be crumbling in this particular game. Is it because they haven't exactly warmed up, or is just Todak just so much far better here? Because it seems like Todak was completely dominating the entirety of the game, and I can't make sense of what's actually happening, considering that how RGMY was able to just, you know, I would say take a win against Todak in yesterday's game. So I'm really surprised to see that RGMY is just not prepared. It seems like there is some sort of internal struggle, I guess.
Maybe. I suppose internal struggle or not, it just feels like RSG might be a little nervous this time around. Like, you can tell that they're not exactly playing at their very best, and even when they're trying to make the play, it comes off a little sloppy.
It does seem like Todak is demonstrating a higher level of mechanical skill, and that's obvious. They are the veterans, they have more experience, and they're definitely more confident in this sort of situation. However, I believe RSGMY has the capacity to be able to outplay it with good macro play. Todak, however, using very solid drafts, is not giving that ability over to RSGMY as well, though, and just completely choking them out from any ability they have to return the favor.
Yeah, the Benetip Pakedo, you know, finally this is going to be my personal first loss coming from regular season all the way to here. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of this. Like, playing both Bennett and also Pakedo on the side lanes would have been something that I would have liked to see. But forcing up the 1-1 on Lolios here, which I think during the regular season, we did see it happen coming from Lolios, didn't exactly work out. It seems like RGMY is pretty much revert back into their old selves from the regular season. And where is this RGMY from yesterday? What happened to the yesterday's RGMY? Because these two games seemed like they're not ready to rumble. This is the grand finals.
It could be grand final jitters. You know, it's a lot of pressure to be up there in the grand finals after so many attempts. And now RSG, a lot of their players are going to be relatively new to the league as well. So they need to get over their nerves to start getting the confidence to start making these aggressive plays against Todak.
But unfortunately, Todak, their skill, their experience, there's a lot of thought going into their drafts here. The MVP of this game, once again, presented by Mech Delivery, is going to be Chiku on the Claude, ending the match with an 8-3-12 match KDA. Claude is a hero you typically expect to only start coming online towards the mid to late game once he gets that golden staff. But we saw earlier, Chiku had 7 kills before finishing the golden staff. When that happens, you know that the game is very one-sided.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous as well. Look at this damage. 5,559 damage per minute. That's, I think, by far the all-time highest I've seen. Think about it.
Can't confirm. We'll fact check it in a little bit. But 32% of total team damage, that's still a lot. He has contributed at least 1/3 of a team, even though a team consists of 5 people. So kind of tells you how much damage he was able to start pumping out. But now, with all things being said, adaptations here. What else can people do for RSG? Because I'm running out of solutions here unless they have something in their back pocket, or at the very least, just revert back to comfort picks.
The problem is Todak isn't letting them play the comfort picks.
Very important to keep remember that, guys. But now, with you have done it with the share milestone. 8,000 has been hit. The redemption code is down below, and please claim your mystery gift.
Thank you very much, everyone watching at home, for sharing out our stream. We obviously couldn't have hit this milestone without all of you, but just because we've hit it now doesn't mean you should stop sharing out the stream. We're in the grand finals, people. We're about to crown our champion of MPL-MY Season 7. If you have any friends who are interested in this, make sure that they're watching and not missing out by sharing out the stream further. But of course, in addition to that, if you're gonna share the stream on social media, why not join our communities on social media? We got Facebook page, Facebook group, Instagram page, TikTok page, all sorts of things right here bundled into a very neat QR code that you guys can scan to access all of our social media platforms.
So guys, make sure you come and follow to get the latest updates, the latest memes, and more importantly, a community of people who absolutely love competitive Mobile Legends.
But yep, all things considered here, we're going to be taking a short break, and right after this break, we'll be continuing the journeys in the grand finals. So as of now, we'll see you guys in a bit.
You nak pegang pelik itu? Adakah kamu bersedia untuk memilikinya? Atau nak buktikan I'm the best player?
It's not that easy.
Semua orang juga target nak menjadi champion.
Bekas juara yang mahu juara lagi, veteran yang masih berusaha, generasi baru, challenges yang ganas.
Juara bertahan ataupun best in Malaysia. Jika you really nak menjadi champion, adakah berani untuk berusaha keras? Tidak berputus asa. To make a difference. Percaya pada teammate. Percaya diri sendiri.
Berani menjerit.
Kuatkan mental. Berani mendapat kill. Bersinar. Bangkit semula. Buat yang terbaik. Untuk fans. Untuk teammate. Untuk impian. Dare to rise up.
Protection from the rain.
All right. Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 7 Grand Finals Playoffs here. The match of the entire season is happening right now here, and this is going to be Game 3 coming up next very shortly here. However, MPL Malaysia Season 7 is actually powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, official digital telco Udo, partner in Esports, TikTok, Secret Labs, and Esports Charts. And all this is also supported by KBS and ESI. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q as well as Stafa, as we will be your commentators for today. In this Grand Finals here, Todak has taken a significant huge lead with a 2-0 against RSGMY in this best of 7 Grand Finals. The first time ever. Seems to me the first 2 games seems to be a little bit too easy here for Todak. I don't know. What do you think here, Gideon?
Well, personally, I think the momentum is on their side, and if you don't join them now, it will be too late for later. I'm not talking about Todak here. I'm talking about Udo, and you guys could be on board with the official digital telco sponsoring the MPL. Scan the QR code down below, get their deal, get 100 diamonds on top of the extra 20 GB worth of data. It's only $3, so it's quite a steal. But if we're talking about this particular games, like right now, Todak is actually kind of stomping right now. RSG feels like they've taken a back foot with the momentum and the amount of pressure that Todak is able to really express upon them.
I do still want to give props to RSG, but looking at their gameplay so far, it's very difficult to do that. We know that this team is capable of better gameplay, but is it the draft that Todak is completely choking them out with? Well, I hope when you're not choking out on is some food from McDonald's. Make sure to order 50 ringgits worth on McDelivery, and if you do, there's a code that you can use, MPL Nuggets. You know what that gets you? It gets you 6 extra chicken McNuggets on top of your order for free.
So make sure you're using that code and maybe taking a step from this ad read. Maybe that's what RSG needs. They don't need 4, they don't need 5 players. They need that one extra. The one and only who has been able to earn themselves the best fighter of the season, who's also playing as their sub, Sino. Do you think it is time for the change of pace?
It seems like they might need to actually pull it here, because Sino's Cho has been a formidable foe, and I'm surprised that Cho was able to slip off into the second half the bans here and picks here, considering that Cho has pretty much been banned all the single time coming from the previous games here. So game 2, surprised to see it up on 4Maze, and 4Maze has been really crazy as well, considering that despite losing early on in the matchup against the Paquito, he was able to redeem himself later on. So I like how this is going on for Todak here. The momentum is great for them. They are banging on the fact that they are going to be steamrolling their way through, coming from the lower bracket finals, and now taking the whole season, the whole teams here, RSGMY as well, by storm.
Something definitely needs to change on the side of RSGMY. If they don't decide to bring in Sino, I think the plan is here, Todak understands the draft a little bit too well. They've done their research. They know exactly which points they need to push on RSGMY to completely make them choke out. So, RSG, I think the plan here now, they have to just give up on the idea of countering Todak and just try to play whatever they can at 100%. I think they're trying too hard to deny picks away from Todak, and it's just not working out. Obviously, Todak is too flexible for that. So, we know Todak is banning out a lot of their comfort picks. They just have to take what's left and really go 100% with it.
Well, let me rebuttal a bit on that a little bit here. It seems to me what Stafa is trying to say is here, RSGMY, back to basics. Play something they're comfortable with. That's going to be the plan. It seems to me Sino is not going to be playing. The secret weapon is not here. So,
I mean, we'll know when he is going. Production is very attentive to these things. That being said, let's have a look at what the draft is going to be. Todak going to be starting off the ban with Alice once more. Todak has a really good read on RSGMY's hero pool as of yet. I really do want to see Zakas get his hands on
look
this.
At this.
Bro.
It seems like RSGMY, they're really stumped. You can literally see every single player looking at Lolios. Guys, something is up. Lolios, your heroes are getting shut down. So what do you think is the best way to counter here? Because Todak, they're just... I would say, they found a weak spot and they're just pressing their advantage right now.
Oh, I think they're doing a lot more than that. I think they're not just pressing their advantage, but they're just seeing this, open wound, and they're really just making it gape a lot more than it should. Really, just allowing it to hurt their opponents. And so far, like, unless RSG has something that Todak does not expect, that's the only way that they're really going to break out of this.
And that really is the only step forward now, because Todak, this is the exact same kind of strategy we saw them when taking down Suha's Evos. When a team is easy to predict, it's very easy for Todak to walk over them because they have so many ideas, so many different strategies, and such a large hero pool that they can leverage. RSGMY need to be able to bring a game back in order to regain their momentum in this grand finals, or find themselves in a situation where they might very well get swept. The following bans have been out: Hayabusa and Jawhead removed by RSGMY. Todak banning out yet again the glue.
Yeah, RSGMY, they have to completely get rid of the Matilda. 2 games in a row, the Matilda was one of the biggest threat in those 2 particular games. RSGMY have found no solution. Considering that the Kufra was banned in 2nd game, 1st game was one of the biggest threats as well. RSGMY says, you know what, I'm gonna let the Kufra slide. First phase pick is gonna be on for Todak here, and considering that Todak has been first picking Kufra here, they're banging on the fact that they do not first pick that Kufra. That's a really rough one, but seems like Todak, they will play it safe, ban the Matilda, forces RSGMY to ban the Kufra instead. Maybe it might happen.
I don't know.
It might happen.
I don't know if Todak is going to first pick this Kufra, and I think at the end of the day, like RSG, they're probably going to have to leave it open unless they've got a counter pick for it, because I just feel that it just hurts them too much if they decide to ban it out when they could be banning other things. Selena has been quite a bit of a problem, especially when Moon gets access to it, and Izanami unfortunately isn't able to make as big as an impact in comparison to Moon.
I think RSG should not ban the Kufra here. They need to let it through so that at the very least they can either get the Kufra or the Barats. Neither of these heroes have been in their hands the entire time. Indeed, they're going to be banning out the Cho, so yet again, respect for 4Ms. Todak, they now have the ability to make the choice. Both the Barats and the Kufra are open. I think they will lean more towards... No, wait, hold on. We forgot about this. It's the 4Ms Benedetta.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised they actually banned the Cho, considering that Benedetta is going to be one of the threats as well. But you can see the smiles on Moy's face as well. It seems like, hey, Kufra's going to be in action. We might play a Kufra. What's up? However, taking this into account here, Todak is pretty much let the Link slide. So RSGMY, do they want to pick the Link? Do they want to pick the Kufra? Yes, they will break the Kufra, but guess what? It is going to be the Lolios Harif.
They're bringing in the classics back. Maybe this could be the new breath of fresh air that RSG needs. And if they can get this win, they can start the ball rolling to compete against Todak in this grand finals. But, well, let's see. Todak is a huge wave of momentum behind their back. And if they want to take them down, I mean, there's still plenty of good options. The most surprising thing thus far in the entirety of playoffs is that nobody has really been prioritizing getting Kaja in any of these situations, where Kaja might actually be some solid picks here.
Yeah, Todak might consider that as well.
I can see that being the case, but I'm not sure if it's quite as effective when the enemy team already has a Kufra. Todak, they're gonna start with the Popple and Koopa, and as you mentioned, Terrence, Selena is an option if they want to go.
Oh no.
They're going for the high-lows.
No.
Are we going to see a potential Ling here from Todak, or perhaps even an Estes con?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I like the Hylos pickup just because it just messes and deals with the Kufra really well. It just stops the aggression coming in. However, RSGMY, they will respond with the Lancelot. So, 2 of the most important side laners cores here from side RSGMY has been picked here. No marksman for them. Todak, they can play it slow. You know, their marksmen look pretty solid, and there's just so many to pick from here, considering that it's all let off the slide here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Todak pick up the Clot again if they want to, but they can option to kind of mirror RSGMY if they want to here. Helker seems good again, for sure.
I wouldn't.
Oh no. Yeah. There's a Kufra. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, but hey, you know, RSG
No. Sorry, you were saying wait, what? Gideon, wait, what?
Yeah,
wait, what?
I mean, personally, I think it's a bit of a wasted ban overall. Like Todak, they're taking the smarter option. They're getting rid of the Yeef because again, even if you decide to drop down the glorious pathway, a simple real-world manipulation, no matter how much movement speed you have, you walk into the box, you're getting stunned. It's just as simple as that.
Yep, the Chang are going to be removed from the pool as well. They don't want to give that over. The Moon and Todak are going to finish the draft off by getting rid of the Lunox. If RSG-MY want to, they could decide to go for an Angela here just to really allow Lolios and Lexia to pop off during fights.
I don't think they would play defensive here. Knowing Todak, they are not a defensive team, and considering that there's so many mage pool that Moon can play with here, Kaja seems good. Eudora seems good. Valir seems good. Veil seems good to just literally one-shot them. So, I don't know. I don't think this Kufra is going to be able to set up anything. But at the same time, if Zakas plays the Miracle Slam Dunk gameplay, that's going to be a different story. But now, Farsa being picked, forcing them to open up with the potential Yishun scene here. Thoughts on this, Gideon?
I don't think they're going to go Yishin Shin. I think they're going to go Granger instead. I mean, they can still go for Yishin Shin, sure, but I feel like Granger are going to be... Oh, wow. Hey, Kaja, finally.
Looks like that's going to be the case here. In terms of the carries that are remaining, I actually do like a potential Roger pickup here because it's very good at following the speedy heroes like Harif as well as Lancelot.
But that's the thing. That's a Kufra.
I mean, no matter what, Kufra is always going to get in your way, right? So if you get caught by Kufra, you're caught by Kufra. There's no going around that. So it's what you prefer. Pick your poison. Do you prefer extra range? Do you like the vision with information? Or do you like just a really solid mid to early game marksman? Instead, they want to play with that information. They want to have something with hyperscaling. They want something that clears the jungle fast.
Wow, I'm actually surprised the Barath made it this far into the draft. Todak has really made it a point to get rid of this hero the entire time. Looks like they're gonna give RSG-MY a bit of a bone here, so they're gonna be able to grab that Barath as the final pickup. This is definitely a much more comfortable lineup we see from RSG-MY. Todak, they have a pretty scary team fight. They have good pickoff with the Kaja as well. Can RSG play around this to secure their very first victory of this grand final series?
Well, ladies and gentlemen here, why don't we find out? Because this is going to be the grand finals of best of 7 between both Todak as well as RSG. And I agree, this is going to be an interesting one here as well because RSG is finally picking comfort picks in their favor here. A little bit of adaptation is coming in, but I'm looking forward to see how it goes down. Is this going to be the comeback coming from RSG-MY, or is Todak going to steamroll their competition? Because as of now, ladies and gentlemen here, we're jumping straight into a game 3 of the grand finals here in MPL-MY Season 7. This is Todak going up against RSG-MY.
This third bout, hopefully RSG is willing to bounce back as Todak's overwhelming splendor has been taking over these games. Now let's see the openings here as both Harith and Kufra sitting in the side lane waiting for Benedetta to actually show up as Lexia trying to solo the purple buff all by himself.
Loliel's going up against Formaze again. This time he's on Harif, a hero that we know he's very comfortable with. Moon is gonna come over to give Formaze a little bit of a hand. This lane is going to be incredibly important to determine what happens in the game here. We've seen so far that Formaze has been able to 1v1 victoriously against Loliel. So if he's able to find some space in that matchup, it's going to be very good for them. After all, Formaze has been a very key player in Todak's victories so far.
Yeah, Moon going to be harassed as well here. I'm surprised RSG-MY start things off with the opening of Zakas protecting Lolios down bottom from the get-go. And Lolios, he doesn't have a really strong health as well because he's going to get taken down. Formaze goes in for the dive, but he will trade his life on top of it. Great trade thus far. That's going to be more space for Chiku. However, Lakeshare is still in the pool. So side lanes for side lanes. 1 for 1. That means that is going to be the first blood bounty for you guys. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets. 4 with a minimum spend of 50 ringgit via McDelivery using the code MPL Nuggets. Better get those nuggets right now.
Get them all there fresh, boys and girls. But let's see. Chiku now using his ult. Zach is now in some trouble. He gets revealed almost straight away. Moon luckily isn't level 4 to pull Zakas to his doom. However, bottom side control is under Todak's supervision. Now, looking at RSG, they're sitting on turtle side, and they can already see Momo as being really annoying. He's getting a lot of free hits onto Lexia here. How long can they commit? Turtle has been taken away, and now the rest of Todak is coming to catch them up. Kaiser is going to sacrifice his life to make something happen here and to buy enough time for Lexia to run away scot-free.
Dude, the amount of damage Momo was bringing to the table is just ridiculous for this tanker in the early stage of the game. And now Formace, he needs to back out. The Feather Airstrike doesn't seem to connect. And RSGMY will get the turtle, but they will lose Kaiser's life. So that's going to be a little bit breathing room for Lexia to get some farm. All things considered is not over yet, but Todak, it seems like they are feeling a little bit challenged now as compared to before, but Chiku is still leading in terms of net worth as compared to Lexia.
Both teams for this game definitely will need quite a bit of farm. We can see on Todak's side as well, Moon on the Kaja has magic worship, so we're definitely going to be seeing more of a magic damage build rather than a tank build or support Kaja here. So that's going to be a good source here. However, Zakas finds a very good Tyrant's Rage onto Moy with the flicker. Gets him, knock up, will keep him off just for a moment. Lolios gets the kill, but now they're in trouble. Zaman Force already popped, not in the most ideal spot. Electro doesn't quite hit. Lolios dropping very low. Zakas as well, doing a lot of damage to Formace. However, Lolios, will he survive? Doesn't survive. Not for too long. At the very least, he will outlive Formace, but that's a double kill for Chiku. Is he in trouble here? Yes, he is. Gets stunned. Kaiser finishes him off for a 2-for-3 trade for RSGMY.
All right, finally, RSG, things are looking up for them. 4-5 as Lexia finally finishes the Hunter's Machete on his side. He's going to start hard farming to get that extra bonus attack damage. Now, the rest of Todak's side, as we can see as of yet, everybody has their ultimates, even Moon. He's already hit that level 4. The next upcoming fight is once they've refreshed all their ults, and then in 5 seconds, the turtle will be up.
Exactly here. Lolio is doing a fantastic job just shoving them down as well. Toda, they overcommitted for the counter flank, and RSGMI very quick on the response there now with the breeding room here. Toda going to be contested as well. Momo, who's going to get it here? It seems like it's going to be Lexia, and now Toda, they have to make a run for it. Momo is going to be the first one to actually be focused down, but he's surviving. His tank is there, but Moon from the side goes in for the Divine Judgment. He catches Lexia, he drops it down low. Can he get the finish? Lexia, he survives. Moy gonna go give chase. Formace wants to go in for the finish, but Lexia sidesteps his way through, and Toda will back off. But Lolios, he's looking to continue to fight. The Diamond Force is there. He's abusing the shield. He's not dead yet. And Toda, they're covering, and he still survives. He's looking to kill more. His team goes in, and Moon is dead. Here comes the Diamond, and Formace gets taken down. This is the RSGMY that we have been looking forward to. Here it comes. RSGMY fights back.
Oh boy, the warm-up is over. RSG is here. Loliels makes the play of a lifetime. Unfortunately, they can't press their advantage, but by God, did he earn them 2K.
Loliels, the rookie player of RSG, the master of the Ego Challenge this season, going in on 3 members of Todak with half HP, coming out alive, getting 3 kills for Todak instead. Zakas jumping on top of Moy. He could be overextending here. Lolios is here. Good Tyrant's Rage doesn't quite reach the wall, but pushes them back, allows them to get the kill onto Moy as well. Momo a little bit late to the party. You can see he's used the Glorious Pathway as well. And since Momo is down here, Kaiser is up there taking tower.
Wow, RSGMY just taking advantage of this Harry play coming from Leos, finally giving something that he's super comfortable with. As Toda underestimates his Harry, but the game's not over yet. But Zakas looking for the setup, immediately sees him out in the open. They don't exactly want to push the pressure here, but Toda, they have to wait for the right moment here. They need to buy a little bit of time. Here comes the Divine Judgment. He catches the Lolios, takes him out. And that's going to slow up with the aggression. They finally realize that Lolios is the biggest threat. But Formace now, He wanted tier 1. Zakas is all by himself. What are you doing? He's gonna try to make play. Tyrant Sage comes in, but he's gonna pay the price.
Yep, this is actually worth it. This is really, really smart. Zakas may have died for himself, and unfortunately, Loliels took the biggest brunt of damage. However, they were able to get the Lord. Now, Moi is going to instantly die down on bot side. Now, Chiku, he's in trouble, and Lexia, he's just going to auto-attack him to death. Nothing Chiku can do as they walk away. RSG managed to profit off of a very interesting situation.
Beautifully done. This is what earned RSGMY the title of the greatest challenger here. After 2 very unfortunate games, they're finally coming back in. Formaze doesn't get hit with the Detona as well. Electo comes out. Zakas misses as well. Feather Israel comes out, gets the kill onto the Forza. Kufra manages to find Moon in the back line. Zakas getting chased down. Formaze. Will he escape from Lexia here? No, he doesn't. Gets taken out. Zakas loses his life as well. Kaiser getting stunned. Will he fall? Yes, he will. Chiku finds it. 2 for 3 trade in favor of Todak.
Oh boy, Lexia is just looking at them just like, sweet kills that I can't earn if I don't have my ultimate. Unfortunately, all of his abilities are on cooldown, but Loliel's able to actually open up that bot side is going to be extremely helpful for this next upcoming turtle fight.
Yep, the pressure continues here. The pressure continues here as RSGMY. They are going to be getting some sort of pickoffs as well here. As the game drags on by, they are going to be able to get a little bit more damage here. But Chico as well, he's struggling to get some items. He's got to play the Despair. But at the same time, here comes the Slam comes in. He catches on Momo as a tank versus tank. But the slow is keeping him in track. But here comes the rest of RNG. They're going for the setup. Momo used the golden spell, but he's not for defensive plays. Moi's going to back up, but RNG has fully committed, but Todak says, you know what, I'm out of here. I messed up, but Zakas pulls them all back, and that's going to be Moon getting taken now, and they are going to look for more. Nexia cuts the backline, he takes down Moi, he takes down Momo, and that's going to be a double kill for Izanami. Chiku's left all by himself, but he's going to get focused down. Are they going to commit? No, they will not, but Todak, they crumble, they lost 3, and RSGMY with their fantastic engagement there.
Crazy play by Zakas there, finding Moon, pushing him into the wall on the side of the mid lane to be able to secure the kill onto Moon. And once the threat of the Kaja's Divine Judgment is no longer present, they're able to find him stun landing on Formate. Eye for an eye will allow him to dodge down, get away with the stun. They find him, but they also get the Divine Judgment onto Loliels. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh my goodness. I'm betting that he's looking at Izanami. He's like, come on, man. I know you were trying to predict the feathered airstrike, but unfortunately didn't work out the way that they wanted to. But now RSG have broken open all the tier 1s. This is going to be extremely helpful for taking away and stealing away economy from Chiku. Now, Zakas looking for opportunities. He's making a blind guess here. He sees Moi, but nothing he can do about that right now, as he needs to wait for Loliels, the big team fight turnaround man, to come and rejoin the team.
Yep, and as of now here, Todak, they are going to be able to worry about this here, but Zakas goes for the slam move, gets caught down, and he's going to get instantly bursted down here. Momo pumps the Glorious Pathway, tries to stall them in track, and it doesn't matter. RSG, they ignore him here. They're going to go for a finish. The Feather Airstrike is going to catch him off guard, and they take him down as Todak not going to be able to respond to this. They need Moon up online, and that's going to be very, very unfortunate here, because what that 2 takedown, RSGMY is going to focus up on the Lord. Meanwhile, Todak, they will have 4 mates going for the split push, and the Lord is going down as RSGMY looking to push and make a comeback into this series.
Oh boy. This game is really intense. You can see that RSG is tired of losing 2 games in a row. They are pushing back not just hard, hella hard right now, as Lord is already spawning on that top side. It's going to be crashing down. This could be the final few moments that Tora is going to see in this game. Formate's getting run down by Lolias. The eye for an eye is already out, so the biggest problem is done. Lolias just needs to run him down with the Chrono Dash, but on bot side, Zakas has found 2 for himself, allowing Lexia to get another kill on to Moi.
Oh no, Moi thought he was gonna be able to save Formaze, but Formaze ran out of escapes here, so that's gonna be their downfall here with the Lord pushing in. I don't think Todak can do anything about this, as RSGMY, they're looking to close up this game with Loliels Harrier here. Momo start things off with the Glorious Pathway to try and soak this up. The Lord comes them down here, but Zakas wants to go for the follow-up. Where's the Tyrant's Rage? That's going to be the flicker popped up from the side of Momo, so that's not going to be a commitment coming from RSGMY, so that's going to be the inhibitor down for now.
Yep, they managed to take the top lane inhibitor there. Zaman Force being popped in order to secure it. They should be able to get this bottom tier 2 as well. RSG and
Oh, the Divine Judgment!
They find the Divine Judgment onto Kaiser. Will be able to eliminate the Barat from the equation, but that's not going to be too big a hit for RSGMY. They already got what they came for, and they're going to be happy to retreat away after taking an inhibitor turret.
So far, I mean, the inhibitor turn was good. They only lose 1 for it. They're definitely ahead, but it's not a very comfortable lead. Like, we're looking at 3K here, something that RSG has been continuously doing since day 1 and day 2 of the playoffs. Like, they get a 3K lead, they maintain it the entire way, 1 big fight, and that's that.
So they definitely need to be careful here, but RSG are looking so much better here in this game compared to the previous 2. If they're able to keep up this momentum, they have a very good chance of ending this right now. However, Chiku getting items here. He is starting to scale up on the Yi Sun Shin. He is level 15, highest level in the game right now, even ahead of Lexia. So Chiku has been getting his farm despite the fact that Todak is still playing from the back foot.
Yeah, now with the Mountain Shotgun expanded as well, they know exactly where they are, but it's too late. Zakas catches them off guard. Moon will be the first one to get sniped down as well. Momo goes for the Guards pathway, he backs out, and that will be it for Toda, because RSGMY will continue to get the objectives here. And the Queen Wing ups on Chico. Is he going to be able to keep him alive? He tries to chunk away Zakos. He won't fall, but the dive comes in for Lexia. Will seal the deal. And the amount of damage coming from RSGMY, this swipe from Lexia is just insane. He manages to go out with 1 HP, and RSGMY, they're taking out bodies, but Formay is forced to come back. He needs to save the day. He's trying to he takes down Lexia. He's gonna clean out. He gets a double. Can he get a triple? Yes, he will, but Izanami's still alive. It's all up to Moy and Moon to defend against this here. But with this play coming from Toda, they will still hang on.
Huge. So huge coming in for Formays. Land of Downloots has been unlocked. You know what to do. Creative comment, hashtag rise up. Todak and RSG trade 3 for 3. And if that situation went any worse for Todak, RSG would have ended this game.
Formay is really carrying Todak on his back, not just in this game, but in the recent days of the playoffs here, managing to secure 3 kills in return. He does lose his life, but that is going to be very worth it, as it does not allow RSGMY to continue to push into their base. This is going to give Todak some time to be able to bring things back, and that did certainly narrow up the net worth difference by a little bit. So about 3K difference now. Lord coming up in 1 second.
You know, it's surprising to see that Chico, despite having the Queen Wing, still melted like pancakes there, as RSGMY just completely shuts him off. So now, what's the key win con here coming from both these teams? Because it seems like slowly but surely Todak is still giving back some punches here.
In terms of how much they can hurt them back, it really does come down to the engage, right? Because Zakas has been finding... Oh no, there, that's what we're talking about. Moon has already caught Lolios in the fight. The Zaman Force has already been popped out. And Izanami gets all shots of the Phantom Execution down. It's not looking good for the rest of Toda as they split up into all 3 directions. Feathered Airstrike has allowed them to breathe. And now here comes Formays, takes that kill onto Lolios, tries to go for another, but the Daytona's welcome is here. Chiku wants the free hit, but he knows for a fact he can't get past Kaiser or Zakas by themselves. Zakas now taking a lot of damage here. Thank you for the true damage from the orange buff, but that isn't what we're needing now.
Lolios actually survived in that fight for a surprising amount of time despite being caught by the Divine Judgment. And if not for the fact that Momo managed to land the Law and Order stun, there's a good chance that he would not have popped his immortality until much later into that fight and could have survived in the end, all things considered. So, well played by RSG, but Todak, Formay is proving to be quite a threat here. RSG tried to chase Momo a bit too far, and this resulted in allowing the Benedetta Room to come in from behind and snipe their back line. They cannot allow that to happen. RSG, they're now trying to see if they can get the next Luminous Lord here.
Yep, and as of now, MY, they're already in position to set up ambushes here. It's up for Todak going for phase, but the Zaman Force has been expanded here. Do they know it's going to be the opportunity here? The Lord's going to come in. Momo comes in with Glorious Malphite. Who's going to take the Lord? And it's going to be Lex here, but now here comes the welcome. Daytona's welcome, but from the back lines, Izanami stops Moon in his track alongside with Zakas. There's nothing much he can do. They lose 2 from the get-go, and Toda, they're crumbling. They're losing a lot of players here, and Chico getting focused down for Lex here. And look at this, the dive comes in, but the sidestep from Chico keeps him alive. Can he survive? No, he cannot, but he will take Lexia down with him. But that's going to be the immortality available for him as well. As you can see, MY, they're pushing back. It's up to Formace and Moy, but how can they defend this here? No, they cannot. The Feather Astra is there. Formace, he takes down the Kufra, but he will pay the price here. It's up to Moy to catch it for the team, but he's only a support. There's nothing he can do. RSG have done it. They have made the comeback. They tie things up with a 1 win against Toda. 2-1 from the side of Toda. 1-2 now for MY.
We move on to game number 4 here. RSG still in the running to become the MPL-MY Season 7 champions. You don't see happy faces. You see relief from the side of RSG. This is their moment. They are going to start the snowball now.
But you can definitely see the mental fatigue coming out from the players of MY right there. That was a hard-earned victory, all things considered. Even with a lineup that they're very comfortable with playing, there were opportunities that Todak could have used to bring that back. And now that Todak has dropped the game, I think they'll definitely be looking at MY even more seriously than before. Will they allow themselves to drop a game yet again to their opponents?
Well, I don't know. They're going to be switching sides this time, right? And so far, as we have seen, that there is quite an advantage depending on which side you're actually getting, and mainly it's coming from that blue side because, again, we are seeing... Sorry, it's actually the red side because for a lot of it, right? A lot of it has to do with whether or not Kufra is being let through. Kufra has been an outstanding performer here at the playoffs, and now more than ever, people really need to consider throwing him into the ban section. We've seen it happen once already. It would make sense technically if they did this, just disregarded it for the rest of the playoffs, ban it every single time, first rotation.
Makes sense. But at the same time, it's difficult to say because both of these teams have a big priority on the Kufra. Obviously, both Moy and Zakas want to have that hero on their side. So depending on which side of the game they're playing, they could decide to let it through just so they have the chance of picking it up. In that case, Todak themselves didn't actually decide to go for this Kufra, letting it go through to MY. But after that performance, I don't think they're going to allow that to happen again.
I think a lot of it has to do with just priority. And right now, like Zakas, I think the team discussed very well that they wanted to get rid of the biggest problem, which was going to be Moon's Divine Judgment. And they made sure that Zakas had his laser sights on to ensure that Moon did not get an inch worth of damage with that Divine Judgment onto either Lexia or even Loliels. Sometimes he does, and when he does, you can see how much punishment he takes.
Yeah, I like how MY realizes that, hey, you know, to play against Bobo Kuba here, just take out the aggressors here. And this time, every single fight that pretty much starts here, Moon is pretty much the first one to get focused down. And the moment he goes down here, there was nothing much that Todak could have done here because they needed that magic reduction here, especially if they want to take down the Barrage. And in this case, Lexia and Loliels was able to go uncontestedly in all these fights. And seeing how Loliels is able to just abuse the fact that he's going to be able to generate so many shields here, Todak will not have enough damage to shut him down, considering that, look at this, they don't exactly have a damage mage dealer besides Moon.
Loliels, so in that game, there's a reason other teams ban out this Hardif of his playing like really incredibly well there. That one fight in the river where he jumped into 3 members of Todak despite being half HP and then coming out alive while grabbing those kills for his team is really, really impressive. I don't know if Todak is going to let it through anymore after this, but at the very least for now, he will be able to secure the MVP of Game 3 presented by Mech Delivery.
Yep, our MVP of the game, Loliels, with his 11, 6, and 10 match KDA and 3.8 average KDA. Need I say more? He kind of crushed it this game.
Yeah, he completely just destroyed and outplayed Toda from the get-go. And I agree. He was a phenomenal player. And we talked about how mechanically skilled and gifted he is. for him to be able to put Todak in for their money here, it seems like Todak, considering that they do kind of target certain players in the drafts, especially when it comes to this kind of in this stage of the game here, for him to get completely slid off into his comfort picks here, this is just low Leos being low Leos. This is what RSG MY wants here. So now, considering that Todak has pretty much won the earliest 2 games, now coming to game 3 here, they kind of slid off in towards the drafts a little bit more. They let off a lot of comfort bans coming from Loleos here.
Oh, yeah.
With now Loleos picking it for themselves, it just shows you that there is a reason why you ban their heroes. His hero.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, it only just makes sense to get rid of it after that kind of performance. And with that performance, you get lots of triple kills and Land of Dawn loots. Xander, Atip, Formaze is freaking good at any hero. Go Todak, #rise up. You've just earned yourself some free skins here. And more importantly, it's completely right. Formaze is kind of cracked on whatever he plays.
Yeah,
I agree.
Such a huge hero pool coming up for Maze so far. He does well with the Hayabusa. We saw some incredible play with the Cho. Even here on Benedetta, his team didn't end up winning, but we definitely saw that he was a key to keeping them alive. What do you guys think about Maze as well? Make sure to share it with us on our social media platforms. MPL-MY has an official Facebook page, Facebook group, Instagram page, as well as TikTok page, which you can access simply by scanning the QR codes below. Make sure to join the community and contribute, as well as enjoy the things that other members make as well.
Plenty to have up there, but the show isn't over just yet. We've got a game of 4 to deal with, and I don't really know. I'm more surprised than ever that Todak was willing to let a lot of these comfort picks that they were actively banning initially to now just give it to RSG and think, you know what? They're probably not going to do anything.
You know
with
what's
it,
that
right?
called? The experimental Todak.
Experimental.
Yeah.
Here they go again.
As much as I'd hate to say it, it does kind of feel like Todak we're experimenting in the grand finals.
I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit of disrespect. They're like, you know what? You know what? Based on what we've seen so far, we'll give you the comfort picks and we'll still try to beat you. And if we do, we just know we're better. But this time around, at least this kind of puts them back in their place, gives them a little bit of perspective when coming up for the next draft.
Agreed. I definitely agree that that's something that they need to consider as well here. But now, after testing the waters here, considering that it is a grand finals, we are looking for 2 more games from the side of Todak, 3 more from the side of RSG-MY. Will RSG-MY make history and make a reverse comeback? Do you think it's possible if this keeps up?
If this keeps up, yes. Will Todak let it keep up? I don't really think so.
I'm with Stafa on this one. I don't think Todak is going to let this kind of slide after that game because that was quite a devastating loss, especially after the first 2. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit of sweet revenge for RSG, but this is a best of 7. There has to be some kind of adaptation that they're willing to bring out.
Agreed. And coming into adaptation as well here, it seems like they might consider just right from the get-go ban off all of Lolia's heroes here. And if this keeps up, I don't know, RSG-MY, they have to bring something new for Lolios here, and forcing him to play a Lunox is not something he's comfortable with it, but it seems like the Benedetta on Lolios would help him a little bit more.
I mean, of course, he does do a lot of devastation with it, but personally, I think that if it comes to it, what I feel is going to happen is that RSG is going to get pushed to the edge, and then they're going to whip out Aldous.
Wow.
Okay, wait, I'm going to call it. Kufra needs to be first phase banned from the get-go, all the way through.
Yeah, I think Moy and Zakas are kind of cracked on it, and it's not okay. It's not an okay thing for whoever has it. Unless it's like a duplicate battle, then sure, it's like whatever. But man, those guys really make the difference when they have access to Kufra.
And we need to see exactly what kind of adaptations will come out. I will agree, getting rid of the Kufra in the first phase is something that these teams need to consider. But at the same time, they want to be able to play it. I think especially RSG-MY, they're hungry for that Kufra. Maybe Todak a little bit less because we know that Moy can play other things. Zakas obviously is comfortable with Jawhead as well, but that hero I don't think is going to get through the draft. So he wants to get that Kufra at least so that he can really set up these fights for his team. So that's something that RSG is going to be looking to get. and Todak is going to try and take advantage of.
Now, is it possible to allow the Jawhead slide?
No, I don't think it's possible because like Jawhead is already so good against so many different heroes. Lancelot becomes almost unplayable to a certain extent. A lot of marksmen really struggle to get in on fights because they don't have the mobility to deal with the Unstoppable Force and the Ejector. Not to mention, we haven't even talked about Ejector just being an annoying spell to begin with. It's just one of those things that you have to you can't let slide. And I think in this case, it makes perfect sense. However, Harith, very specific to Loliels though. I feel like, yes, it is a little bit of a waste of bet, and I like the way that Todak actually decided to go for Kaja, but at the end of the day, if he dies, it's pretty much game over.
If you think about it here, when we talk about amazing Harith players here, we immediately think about Aaron from Red Esports. Now, Loliels is pretty much, I would say, a Harith player. Do you think Todak will take up the challenge and have Moon play the Harith?
In the side lane or as just the regular mid laner? Big difference there.
Either ways. Or will Formace bring the Harith here?
I think Formace is very capable of actually pulling off the Harith. It's not... Overall, Harith isn't a difficult hero to play to begin with, but with Formace's extra precision, I think it will be something even more extravagant. However, it does come down to whether you have CC or not. That's the big trend here at the playoffs for some reason. A lot of Kufras, a lot of high losses we've seen thus far. I want to see Atlas at some point.
Yeah, Atlas is a hero that we have seen Todak pull out a few times, but it has actually been banned by RSG-MY throughout this series so far, so they definitely don't want to deal with it. And understandably so, RSG is a team that fights together quite often, and Atlas is a hero that wants the enemy team to fight together very often so that he can set up the fatal links. For that reason, RSG-MY is not going to allow that through. Looks like the Hayabusa ban for RSG-MY is going to become a staple. They really don't want to give that over to Todak. The same thing goes for Alice. Loliels very cracked with this hero, similar to the way he plays his Harith. Both teams sticking with the same first bans, but I think we're going to start seeing some variations here.
Yep, let's see what the variations are going to be. I saw a lot of leniency when it came to Selena this time in the previous picks and bans, but now things need to be opened up. I don't think Jawhead is going to get through. RSG need to make a decision. What needs to go?
Kufra. Definitely Kufra. They cannot let it slide, but
unless
they want to pick it for themselves.
Unless they first pick it, but then they're giving up Benedetta. So unless RSG is banning out Benedetta, they might be able to force Todak to do it.
Nope, they're going for the Jawhead first here. Looks like they will wait for Todak to go in for the response here. Once again, with the Alice ban respecting on towards Leos. Seems pretty solid.
RSG-MY being on the blue side means that they definitely
whoa,
with the Jawhead or the Kufra. The Harith being banned out by Todak, so they're not going to allow that through anymore, respecting Loliels there. But since RSG have indeed banned the Jawhead, that means most likely they're aiming to grab the Kufra from themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ban it here and go for something else, such as the Cho. We saw Formaz that play that very well and leave the ball in Todak's court to decide if they want to ban the Kufra anyway. If they do that, then Kaiser's Barats is open for them to grab if they want to.
Yeah, and coming to the Barats here, it feels like the Barats is just okay. It's not the biggest threat of the game. It is a strong mechanics here, but it seems like Todak, they might consider just focusing on the glue, but nope, never mind. Never mind. RSG-MY, they immediately ban it. They know what's up. They know what's going to be happening here. But the Barats also going to be the respawn here. Both of the very tanky side lanes is going to be taken out. Now, Kufra. Is RSG-MY going to respond to this here?
There's so much on the table. Matilda's on the table. Popon Kupa's on the table. There's still Benedetta as well. And it looks like they're going to first pick Kufra. The Todak most likely going to go for the Benedetta in response to it. Secondary...
I think Matilda, right?
Matilda.
Yeah, they have to.
Okay, so with these picks out here, Todak, we know Moy plays the Matilda really, really well and can be very, very dangerous to deal with. Does RSG have a way to be able to deal with this in the early game? They could go for some healing options just to keep their heroes alive against the Wisps, but I'm not sure if healing supports are going to really be the way to go here unless they want to play something like an Angela Ling composition.
I mean, they could. If they want to make an Angela Ling composition, they have to do it right now. They've got 2 picks on their side on the blue, so at the very least, they secure the combination, and then after that, they can look for counter matchups later on in the side lane.
Yeah, remember what we talked about where Toda has pretty much played the whole day? And now we've talked about, you know, fatigue might kick in coming from Todak here. Coming that it is going to be game 4 now. Do you think that Toda is going to slow down anytime soon here?
Well, I think they're already slowing down in some of their decision making. So you can definitely see like Moon is getting caught out more times than he should when he was up against Zakis. And I mean, you know, credits to Zakis for finding really awkward angles to catch Moon off guard. But I think, you know, that's going to teach him real quick that, okay, I got to shape up, got to stay focused. I can't afford to get caught out like that again.
I think admittedly Moon as a player, when he plays mages, he gravitates more towards the heroes that want to stand at the back and deal damage from afar, like the Farsa, like the Chang'e, the Eve as well. So I don't think Kaja is really something very comfortable for him. That's also why we don't often see the Harif pick up from the Moon as well. Todak going to be grabbing the Paquito for themselves to finish off the first phase of picks.
Well, we've seen the Benedetta Paquito combo throughout regular seasons. I'm going to bring this up again here. RSGMY tried to bring in game 2, didn't exactly work out. Hopefully Toda, they will finally put it both on the side lanes here, unless they decide to have Chiku play the Paquito in the jungle, which we've seen during the regular season. Once.
Yep, and only once.
Now, only once. Oh, even the jungle Benedetta. Only once too.
Yeah, it's rough. It's really, really rough. But Kufra is up on the table, so at the very least, they have some form of counterplay. Now, Todak, they banned out 1-1 on their side. RSG looks to reply with the Farsa. No Farsa for anybody this time round. Yves is still on the table. Are they going to ban that out as well for RSGMY? But first, looking at Todak, they ban out the Cho.
They might get rid of the Chang'e from Moon just to make it a little more uncomfortable, but Eve is indeed still on the table. Instead, they're going to be aiming down the Chiku Claude here. Okay, makes sense. They don't want to allow Todak to scale into the late game if they're playing a Lancelot. So the bans for both sides going to be complete here. Let's see what else they're gonna pick.
They might pick the Link for themselves with Chiku, you know, just to play the lane control.
Kufra though?
Well, knowing Toda, they don't exactly like to fight here. Both of the games that they pretty much won was pretty much them out-rotating RSGMY.
I mean, that is a good point. That is a good point, but I'm still leaning more with Sadafa here, where it's like Kufra is a little bit of a pain to deal with in general. And although I would like to believe that it's going to be the pick, I highly doubt it. But hey, I could be wrong here. It's going to be the Chang'e pick coming in for Moon on Todak's side. Let's see how RSGMY finishes off the comp.
Ooh.
What if they grab the Lolita here just to double tank it and block the meteor shower?
Honestly, I'm kind of all about it though.
Yeah,
like I'm really into. Yeah, I'd be sold on the Lolita for sure. However, having 2 of them in one composition, having a Kufra and a Lolita, that's like you're pushing it. You're kind of pushing it.
Yeah, they might even force out the Hellcat here from RSGMY, considering that Toda, they might have a taste of their own medicine if RSGMY decides to do that. But considering that how Toda left Chiku's Hirupu in the last phase here, they are going to be keeping options for the fact that the Yishun scene might need to come to play, but the Uranus and also Esmeralda is coming in, and they will pick the Hellcat instead. Uh-oh, Vision game, here we go again.
Yep, here we go again indeed. At the very least, this time, Kaiser is not going to be playing the Yuzong here, so it's not going to affect him as much as... Well, the Uranus just wants to run up to people anyway, and you can see in a very small distance around you, but Zakas is probably going to be the one the most affected, since it'll be very difficult for him to set up the Tyrant's Revenge if he's not able to see where his targets are standing. However, unlike the previous games with the Hellcat, Todak don't really have a secondary core here. They do have Moon playing the Chang'e and Formace playing the Benedetta, but if Chiku gets choked out in the jungle by RSG, then Todak are going to have a bit of difficulty in terms of consistent DPS. That's something that RSG can take advantage of, but we'll see what happens. Currently, the score is 2-1, favoring Todak in Game 4 of the Grand Finals here. RSG now on the blue side, going up against Todak on the red side.
All right, let's get the show on the road. Fourth match in the grand finals, and immediately we're gonna hit with the game pause. Bam!
You know what's up?
What?
You know what's up?
What?
You know what's up?
What's up?
It's the Todak pose!
Oh, yeah, man. Join the Ninja Clan. Put on your face mask as well as your face shields because you're going to need it for this pause. Unfortunately, that was already kind of anticlimactic overall. But hey, at least it gives us an idea because I've been like, you know, brewing the idea of both compositions. And I'm thinking at which point are they going to get really, really strong? The first turtle, I feel, is going to determine everything.
Yeah, Lancelot versus Hellcurt are two assassins that tend to come online pretty early on. Once they start hitting level 4, they can really start participating in team fight. The last time we saw the Hellcurt, RSG was kind of in the back foot because they were relying heavily on a double core marksman that needed time to get farm up. So now that Lexia has the Lancelot, which can directly fight into the Hellcurt, they have much better chances to work with. But it'll depend on which team is able to outplay the other in the end.
You know, seeing how this is going here, I agree that the fact that the Hellcurt is all about the outplays coming in from both sides of the teams, right? Like, if you're talking about vision control, the Hellcurt is great, but if you think about it here, the Hellcurt's win rate here is mostly because of the fact here they have double cores, they have double late game potential, they have double marksman in this regards, which scales really well in the late game here.
Okay.
Previously, they had the Lancelot, they had the Claude, they had Beatrix as a backup plan as well. But this time being the single core, which oftentimes all the Hellcurt games that Chiku played here wasn't exactly high kill volume. It's more of making attempt, making ganks all the way through. And at one point in the game, I think Chiku had 0, 1, and 8 in terms of the score as well on that Hellcurt.
No, 0, 1, and 11 actually. But yeah, you know, I definitely get your point here. Oh, wait, hold on. What's happening for Maze? At level 1, he's already getting attacked and forced out of the lane. He doesn't even get to touch the wave at all. The immediate proxy here. Great adaptations from RSG. Really looking for that hard punish onto Formaze early in the game.
That's actually such a good idea. You can see Zakas and Lolils are still in the bottom lane. They're proxying the second wave as well, trying to keep Formaze behind for as long as possible. This is similar to what Todak was doing to Lolils in game 1. Just prevent the 1v1. Kaiser, however, his attempts to proxy the lane up in the top lane, not gonna work out. The first blood goes over to Momo. Chiku going to give him a hand with taking that kill.
Yeah, I think he should have known a little bit better there. Like the rest of the team walked in and they saw pretty much, oh yeah, the purple buff is already gone. But look at Formaze, he is slightly behind, but not too far. Chiku already at level 4, put some damage into Zakas. He barely feels it, but now when it comes to magic damage, different story. He tries to go in, Stingers connect, but Zakas still survived. The backline absolutely demolished here. Lexia was able to get one onto Moon, but he has no way of escape.
Yeah, Lexia is just buying time right now here. He knows he's no way he's going to escape this fight, but he's got the cooldown. He's going to go in for a set. You can see Chico also waiting for him as well, and he knows he's going to come in and he's going to get the kill here. So a lot of space being made here from Lexia, but Todak, they are going to be running into his position. Meanwhile, RGMY, they're going to continue to farm here. With that small space being made from Lexia, that's going to be breeding room and farm heading towards RGMY. Todak, they say, you know what, we lost the farm game, let's immediately force out the turtle. Zakas is there in position as well. Chico going to get jumped on, but nope, doesn't connect. Hazer also going to be coming in. Izanami, Lexia, Lolios, everyone from RGMY wants this turtle, and that's going to be Chico taking the fight, but RSG will come up on top. They completely swarm Todak with a 5v3 fight despite taking the turtle coming from Todak.
Very well played and very good trade coming from RSG MY here. And you guys know what that means. That's gonna be the first blood bounty happening here. Make sure you guys use the MPL Nuggets code in order to get a free 6-piece chicken nugget on top of your order if you spend at least 50 ringgit. But you're talking about earlier when Todak surrounded Lexia up in the top lane. I really like their positioning by spacing out enough so that Lexia couldn't actually dash through multiple heroes and get away. That allowed them to secure the kill. Unfortunately, Todak invested just a little bit too much in order to get that turtle. And while they did get it, I don't think it's worth trading 3 of your heroes in exchange.
And you can see both Chiku and Forme sitting down. Zakas trying to cut off Moy, but now they're going to go for the full commitment onto Zakas. He chose the wrong target to fight today. Brilliance has been popped up. It's now Lexia looking for opportunities to take out somebody, kill anyone. Phantom execution does not connect. Nobody dies to the side of Torak, and Zakas bites the dust.
Yep, it's going to be a game of snipes here between both the assassins here. As Torak, they get a very quick execution onto Zakas, but on the contrary as well, if the game doesn't go in the favor of Torak here, things might go south here. As you can see, MY, they have very, very strong late game potential, especially up on that Esmeralda.
Loliel's going to be playing on that hero this time. We certainly don't see it very often. Now he's in trouble, falling Star Moon into the backline on top of Moy. But now that he's joined by Zakas, he's looking more confident. Could be in trouble though. Alexia gets the killing spree, finds Chiku, but they do lose Zakas in exchange. Loliel's now in trouble. Formaze is chasing him down. I don't know if he's gonna get out of this. The shielding keeps him alive. For how long? Surprisingly, quite
very
a bit
long.
of a time. He does eventually fall, but keeping Formaze occupied for a very long time while the rest of RSG take this turtle.
Oh no, that's really unfortunate for Lolios. If he landed the second skill on towards Formaze, he might have procced the second shield there. Unfortunately, he didn't, so that's going to be Formaze taking round. But considering that how much space is created here, once again, Torak, they're taking a sip of their own medicine here as MY just completely stalling them down in rotation. Meanwhile, Torak, Formaze is going to try and trade off a couple of platings here, trying to keep up in terms of the economy. Is doing fantastic as well. Momo forced up the flicker, but MY, they will trade the tier 1 up top. Not even 5 minutes game, they are already focusing tier 1. They take it down, but here comes the Dark Knight's ball. The Colt comes into a Zakas here, but Chiku, he messed up his sight, but here comes Moy to provide the assist. They will take down the Kufra and Moon with the meteor shower to push them all back.
Oh my goodness, that was so quick.
Oh no!
Alexia was able to get at least a trade kill against Formaze in the jungle. Nicely done there. But overall, these fights are happening lightning fast, and Torak really following in RSG's footsteps, where they just stack together, work together, eliminate targets together. Kaiser now has no way out once Momo is coming in. The knockout punch will be too much to handle. Not even the consecration will be able to help.
Yeah, a lot of space are being created here coming from the members coming from MY here. One's from Lexia making space, one's from Lolios, and one's coming from Kaiser as well. And it seems like they are taking turns to get some sort of space and farm, and it's working now coming from MY.
And they're shutting down Formaze pretty well too. They're kind of doing what Torak was doing to Lolios in the first couple of games. They recognize the mechanical skill of Formaze is a bit of a problem to deal with, so just keep shutting him down, keep chasing him away. And as he mentioned, being able to buy time to get objectives is very good. Lexia doing damage to Moy here. They're trying to gank on Kaiser, but I think they'll be satisfied with just getting this tier 1 tower. RSG not even gonna try to defend it. However, with the turtle coming up in just 1 second, both teams are probably going to want to go for this.
And that's exactly what they want to do. Zakas is Alexia, and Izanami managed to get Chiku in the back line. Nicely done, but they're so low. Formaze will be able to get this double kill without an issue, but Formaze went the wrong direction. Zakas slows him down. Pirate's Rage cuts him off. Torak now trading 2 for 1. Here comes Loliels. He's absolutely indestructible at this point in time. Momo pushes him back with the KO punch.
Oh, that was a little bit of a mistake here coming from Formaze, expecting Lesia to come behind, but instead he will pay the price here as Torak, they're trying their best to stall their tracks here, but Lolios is up in action. He's 0-1-3, but he is going to be so strong in these situations here. Once again, Lesia going to be taking the third turtle coming from MY, and Torak not going to be able to keep up in terms of tempo here as Chiku is struggling to find pickups here. He did massive damage, man. Look at this. He got a full stinger and Lolios is still healthy. Oh no, this is not looking good here.
Lolios is a chunky boy.
I think at this point, Lolios and Kaiser will basically treat the deadly stingers as simple mosquito bites, no more than that. Chiku already starting to fall off here. This is the problem with Hellcut. His damage is not consistent enough, and although he is fairly strong in the early game, he falls off very quickly. Lolios finds him yet again. He does get the orange buff, will be able to get away with that first skill there, but the Meteor Shower has to be expended in order to ensure Chiku gets out safely.
Now
Lexia.
On the run as Lexia goes for the chase, but now Moy and Momo trying to catch up. Oh, Zaka's trying to get in between Formaze and Lexia. Moy now going to be bringing the soaring eagle on top of him. Kaiser trying his best, turning onto Moy. Momo with the KO punch pushes them back, but the bulwark of defense isn't enough. They leave Moon wide open for the flank on Izanami.
Yeah, fantastic flank here coming from RGMI. Great retreats as well. You give credit towards Zakas here because he completely stopped them in this track. And meanwhile, this is all happening here. This entire fight was without Lolios on top of that as well. Now Zakas is going to re-engage against Toda. Formaze is going to get focused down. Will he survive? His drop so low, but the rest of RG is there. Lolio catch him, and he's going to get focused down. That's going to be Toda losing one. Sorry, Eagles there trying to push onto Zakas, but here comes Zakas to re-engage. The Tyrant's Rage catches onto Momo, and RSG Izanami messing up his downers there, and that's going to be Toda losing for Maze as RSGMY looking to tie the scores here against Toda. And this grand finals is what I've been looking forward to here because it's not over yet. Chiku gonna get some farm here, but RSGMY, they seem to found their mojo.
Whether this mojo is going to be enough to win them this game is a completely different story here. Zakas gets ready for another engagement. The stingers come through. Both Zakas and Kaiser don't really feel it. But if you're looking towards top and mid side, quick rotations are being called. They want to get priority before sitting on this Lord. But Formaze with the Electo final blow just clearing the waves instantly.
A fight over the orange buff here, but RSG going to walk away. They don't want to take risks right now. They're definitely ahead, and by fight quite a bit as well. 4K ahead of Kodak right now at the 10-minute mark. They're looking very comfortable, and they want to avoid giving the lead back to Todak now. But the problem again with this Hellcurt pickup, for the first time, they've grabbed the hero without really a secondary core to rely on, depending heavily on Formaze as well as Moon. Not sure if it's enough, because I don't think Chiku is gonna do enough damage to take anyone out unless he finds the squishy individual. Beautiful Tyrant's Revenge, lands on 2 in the backline. Is Lexia alive? No, Formaze finds it. In the meantime, they do eventually trade out Chiku. Loliel's in a bit of trouble. Zakas taking quite a lot of damage, gets a Tyrant's Rage, will secure the kill on 2 for Maze. That's a double kill for Izanami.
That is some insane reaction coming from Zakas here, immediately knowing that the Dark Knight ball comes in, preemptively running to save Lexia's life and also trading with Chiku there. And RGMY, they were able to respond with this Dark Knight's ball, and because of this, Toda, they don't exactly have the damage. If they lose Chiku, they will lose a lot of magical damage. Likewise coming from Formaze as well. But with this play coming in from Zakas here, they will secure the lot potentially here. But as you can see, Toda, they're coming in. They want a contest. They drop it down half HP. Matilda is here, but Moy, does he have the damage? Momo as well, going to be trying to isolate them here, but Zakas will start to go tighter range. Sets it up with the Lord Star, but Formaze, a little bit too late to join the party, but our SGMY will finally secure the Lord.
Yes, they do. Lord is in their hands, and now they gotta make the Lord work for them. They need inhibitor turrets. They need those tier 2s down, and when they do, they have to use that advantage and look to end the game.
In that earlier fight as well, I found it kind of funny that the Tyrant's Rage into the Lord Pit wall ended up with Momo getting knocked off. Had to use the flicker to get out of that. Zakas now zoning out the rest of Team Toda. The net worth lead of RSGMY increasing by quite a bit here, and Loliel's becoming a real threat. Falling Star Moon on top of Moy, he's gonna continue this while the rest of his team escort the Lord on top. Momo going to try and push it back, get some damage in on Kaiser, but the Uranus isn't gonna fall anytime soon. The Lord, however, is the one that ends up losing his life. They won't be able to get the top inhibitor, but they will get the middle tier 2.
Yep, this Kufra place is just super annoying. You can see Momo struggling to rotate in between the KO punch as well. And just like that, Toda, they lose. They manage to somehow defend. You know, they lose a lot of map control, but it's not the end of the world yet. But you know what's end of the world? What? Lolios is going to be saying hello because he is super tanky right now. He just purchased his Holy Crystal here, and Toda, they might be in for some surprise.
Well, let's have a look at how it's going to go with Lolios committing all immediately on towards his targets. You can even see Chiku, he's just like, I'm out of there. Moy now getting caught. He has to use the Inspiration Mask. Soaring Eagle to buy a little bit of time. However, he's getting literally hit by everything that RSG has to offer.
Ooh, unfortunate for Moy there, getting caught out. Zach is using the Tyrant's Rage even without the wall just to keep Moy away from his base, and it was enough for them to secure that kill. It's not gonna hurt Todak too much to lose a support at this point in time, but they've been relegated to basically surviving within the confines of their base. And RSG, they're looking for
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge. Gets to Formaze, melts immediately. Momo almost dropping as well. This is the room they were looking for. They're gonna be able to get the top inhibitor. They're going for the middle one now. Will they get it? The minion wave is dead. That's unfortunate. I don't know if they're gonna get any more. Formaze, 20 seconds before he comes back up. Kaiser trying to zone him out. Sakas looking for it.
no.
Wow! Actually catches Momo. Mid-knockout punch there. Chiku dropping real low next to the Brilliance. Deadliest thing is Izanami. He doesn't have Brilliance. That's going to be a shutdown onto the Lunox. RSG get the middle inhibitor, but with Izanami down and Zack is not looking too healthy, they have to back out of there. He finds Moy into the Tyrant's Rage. Kaiser is nearby, Lexia as well, but with the rest of Todak coming in, this is not safe. They want to get Zakas. Will they find him? Formaze is back. Electro final blow, drops it, absorbs the Torrent Rose with the eye for an eye. Zack is still alive. He's got immortality as well. Quantum Execution drops on top of the Formaze. Guiding Wind gets him back with Moy. He's still surviving. Kaiser chasing him down. Meteor Shower going to chase him away.
Oh, that was so close there. Toda looked so good for the re-engagement, but little did they know Lexia was hitting really hard in those situations here. Meanwhile, they had to back off. This overcommitted to stay, but RSG-MY, it just shows you how tanky and strong they are. Despite having the Meteor Shower coming from Moon, it's just not working out. They just don't have the damage, and on top of that, Izanami just got his Divine Glaive. This is where this mage is gonna start hitting and chunking away at the armors of all from Todak.
I mean, how are they going to crack them open, right? I think that's the main question, because right now RSG has this indestructible front line that Todak can't seem to melt through, and even Chiku, with all the stingers that he's got, he has to make them count. He needs to land on either Izanami or Lexia. That's about it. Like Kaiser, he's taking the damage, but he's kind of like, whatever. I don't really care about this. Formaze takes a little bit more from Izanami from one Darkening, but it's not going to be posing a big threat.
Lord being taken by RSG now. I don't think Todak is in any position to contest this. They will see it. Momo and Moy trying to find it, but Chiku not close enough. This Lord should fall very soon. Lexia gets it with the Phantom Execution. Moy now out of position. Flicker's out of the way. Will he get away? He's gonna be able to walk out. Flicker from Momo expended as well. Dark Knight's Falls comes. Meteor Shower catches him in the choke point. Lolios is already down. Where did he go? Not enough shield to keep him alive. Zakas gets found by Formaze as well. Phantom Execution comes out from Lexia yet again. He still be able to walk out. Izanami finds the kill onto Momo. Melts straight away thanks to that Divine Glaive. Momo now the next one. In trouble here. Yup, one more kill. Izanami gets the double. But Formaze and Chiku, a beautiful pinch in between. Lexia gets the immortality. Down onto Chiku in return. He has to run away from Formaze now. Kaiser trying to make space. Will Lexia get out? Torn Rose allows him to escape. They have to respond to the Lord, so they have to back it up. Kaiser, he sees an opportunity.
Just be annoying, Kaiser.
Will he get more?
Just be annoying.
All right, he's fine. Will be able to defend that. A Meteor Shower will kill the Lord as well.
Oh, that is a breeder here coming from Todak. The amount of setups and base coming from Todak here. The double Inception, and RSG-MY, they still managed to pre-hold here as Lexia was able to outplay Chiku in that fight here. What a game, what a game. Todak, to start things off, they had Moy to start things off with the Courage Mask to set up him in the choke point here for the full amount of Electro Final Blow to completely destroy Lolios in the initial fight here. But nevertheless here, it was a really hard and well fought here coming from both these teams here. But Todak, it seems like they're pulling out every single strat here, and RSG-MY, they're prepared for this as well.
Now, with control over the bottom side, they're going to continue rotating around, looking for another opportunity. 17. Oh, wait, hold on. Lolios, he's found an opportunity to get on top of Moon. He flickers forward for it. Doesn't get anything, and he has to pull away. Kaiser, as well as Lexia, looking for opportunities. Zakas missing the Tyrant's Revenge. Electro Final Blow is coming through the mid lane as well. Nobody is hurt for now.
Chiku.
They're turning it around. Oh, no! Chiku actually got clipped right at the edge of the Tyrant's Revenge. That has got to suck because now RSG will now press the advantage in towards the base as they're looking for opportunities to get on top of Momo. Knockout punch is going to hit once, but it's not going to be enough with the bouncing ball. Momo Moon is getting some good damage with the meteor shower, but it's not going to pull through. He gets hit. Phantom execution. Lexia takes the game with Formis trying to cut the wave in half with the Electro final blow. It's not working out well. He wants to get Izanami, but Izanami says no. Lunox Chaos Assault. All I need to end this game. And now Momo, he's trying his best, but it is futile. RSG take the game.
Ho ho ho! RSG MY even it up 2-2. The first two games, it looked like they were dropping the ball there, but the RSG MY, the greatest challenges of MPL MY Season 7, looks like they're back here, and we have quite the grand final series on our hands.
Hey, we asked for the amazing, intense grand finals. We've got it here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into a game 5 with a 2-2 tie between both Toda and RSG here. Seems like after that short break, RSG is ready to party. They are warmed up, ready to fight Toda. And the contrary as well, Toda, despite having a long day, it seems like they were slowing down, but not at all. It didn't look like that at all.
Absolutely. I think RSG, they've come out with a new opening that really is putting a lot of punishment towards their stronger side laner Formaze, and he had not a lot of time to breathe, was very, very late to a lot of these turtle fights because of the level disparity. Towards the mid game, it got a little smoother, but until then, it was RSG all the way.
Yeah, I think after this performance here, Todak is not going to allow that Kufra 2 anymore. You cannot afford to give that hero over to Zakas. He can make too much happen with it. But having a look at the highlights here, this was game 3 at this point. Toda still 2-0 up. It looked like RSG was in trouble. They're able to come back with that. And Loliels, look at him go. This game, he was really demonstrating his ability with the Harith.
Yeah, I mean, Harith on Loliels is just a different story. He really knows how to kind of gauge the situation and knows how much damage he can take with the shield while pumping out. And in this situation, he knows for a fact, hey, Lexia's kind of low. Hey, Formaze doesn't have any of his abilities right now. He's going to be heading off real soon, and I've got the help of the rest of my team to make it through. So Loliels, he thinks, I just need to get the damage down so that the rest of my team can go for the big executes.
No, is there no way to actually shut down the Kufra right now? Because if you think about it here, going through old school meta here, they used up the high loss. It still didn't work out here because little did you know here, Kufra is not the biggest threat. You know, it's annoying, but the synergy between the composition of RSG and MY is what makes it so strong. Likewise, coming from Toda as well. It seemed unstoppable, but it all comes down to execution. In this case here, his saves has been so spot on, and it's just ridiculous here. And later on into the clips as well, we will see moments where the Kufras do, you know, make a huge impact, especially when it goes up against a Lancelot.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally get what you mean, because like it comes down to whether or not they get that one big ult, right? Does the ability land or does it whiff? And when it lands, it really lands because there's such quick follow-up from the rest of the team, and that's only just game 3.
Yeah, this is game 3, right? We're talking about the Kufra and Lancelot combo. But initially, coming to his game 4, Toda kind of thought that, hey, the biggest impact was actually the Harith here. But little did they know, it was actually Lexia on the Lancelot with the Kufra setup. Because a lot of these times, even Lexia kind of messed up this position. This was the right moment here. The moment Lexia was caught out position, the moment he got jumped on with the Dark Knight Fall, normally, you know, you won't be able to react to this here. But in this split-second decision, in this split-second vision control, Zakas was able to react immediately, stunning Lexia, buying him 1 second of time to go in for the swipe and take Chiku low enough for the kill range before dying.
It's honestly pretty crazy how quick Zakas was able to react to this situation, and obviously it didn't pan out the best for them, but they managed to get out with 2 kills for 1. Now, Todak, they always look for the response, right? They look for the opportunities. Formaze, he gets the execution on the right targets. Both Zakas and Lolios are down. RSG The main issue in this fight was the way they decided to take the fight, because Formace was able to get a perfect Electo final blow just along the two lines parallel to each other from the jungle entrances, making people like specifically Loliels die super quick when you're just plowing through that ult.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially in this choke point as well, for Formace to just completely take Loliels and Zakas out. This is where Todak looked to have won the fight, but as the game kind of drags on by here, you can see Lexia was actually making so much space to buy time for the cooldown to be reset here, and Izanami was able to just completely one-shot the competition. But as the fight kind of drags on here, Izanami was actually, I would say, the true MVP, because he was able to shut down a couple of fights with a 1v1 between him and also Moon on the sides here.
I mean, what do you think about this, Rafa? Because for the most part of the fights, RSG has been the aggressors, Todak forced to be defensive.
Yeah, honestly, RSG was playing this incredibly well. I feel like all of your players really performed here. And while Todak tried their best, I think once again, this is the problem of not really having sufficient damage to deal with the enemy team. Again, the Hellcurt, I don't really find it to be that effective if you don't have a secondary carry to rely on. Hellcurt is kind of meant to make that space between the early to mid game in order to allow the rest of your team to farm, and unfortunately, they weren't able to do that. Very smart play by RSG as well, putting Zakas in the bottom lane with Loliels just to really mess with Formace and prevent him from having a comfortable early game.
I mean, okay. Yeah. No, I get what you mean when it comes to the early game at that point in time. But I think that Todak have kind of acknowledged the fact that, yes, Formace is going to get hard targeted. Hopefully, Benedetta should have been able to help it out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But when it comes to the breastplate purchases here coming from all these teams here, it seems like not many teams actually going for the Antikyras. But it's understandable considering that the fact that there is not really a marksman coming from both these teams here. It's more like assassins versus assassin. And there were a couple of moments where you can see Chiku is not even 6 slotted yet. He was struggling to get some sort of farm. And even a couple of fights where before Izanami actually got the Divine Glaive there, Chiku was actually struggling to one-shot Izanami. Every single time he goes in to jump with a full-fledged Stinger here, he needs the help of Formace to actually take it down. As compared to Lixia, he's a one-man army. He can take anyone down from Todak, and this just begs the question here. They forced the Hellcut. Arguably, it's smart, it's great to abuse the fact they have strong AoE, but when it comes down to true damage and raw damage here, Izanami was actually the true carry.
Yep. The Chaos Assault is a really, really powerful ultimate that really just shreds through people. And worst comes to worst, even when you think it doesn't do a lot of damage, Brilliance, it catches a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, the damage coming out from Izanami towards the end game was huge. He ended that game with 8 kills, 3 deaths. Even at the points where you would think, okay, Lexia's the only one we have to deal with. If we can get rid of him, then we're fine. Suddenly, Izanami comes in from behind. And of course, we have to mention Loliels as well. He didn't get a lot of kills in that game, but he was very effective at being able to split the fights along with Kaiser to kind of isolate people and make it difficult for Todak to take things into their own hands.
Well, with that being said, that's going to be games 3 and 4 concluded. We still have more to show. This best of 7 isn't over just yet, and with equal grounds 2-2. I don't know what's going in through the mind between both of these teams. It feels like both RSG and as well as Todak are taking this very calmly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But on contrary as well here, what do you guys think of this grand finals thus far? Because, you know, it seems to me both teams playing it as close as it gets here. Coming in towards the grand finals here, both teams looking to take the championship title here. This is going to be a rough game. What do you guys think? We have a pretty long day. I know you guys want to watch more games, but before you do that, be sure to scan the QR code down on below here, and also check out our Facebook page, Facebook group, Instagram page, and TikTok page, and let us know what is the most amazing moments that you've witnessed today here in the MPL MY Season 7 Grand Finals.
There have indeed been many impressive moments, and RSG MY have come back into this series in a very impressive way. But when we come back after this break, will they be able to continue that streak? We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
You nak pegang pelek itu? Adakah kamu bersedia untuk memilikinya? Atau nak buktikan I'm the best player?
It's not that easy.
Semua orang juga target nak menjadi champion.
Bekas juara yang mahu juara lagi, veteran yang masih berusaha, generasi baru, challenges yang ganas.
Juara bertahan ataupun best in Malaysia. Jika you really nak menjadi champion, adakah berani untuk berusaha keras?
Tidak berputus asa.
To make a difference. Percaya pada teammate.
Percaya diri sendiri.
Berani menjerit.
Kuatkan mental.
Berani mendapat kill.
Bersinar.
Bangkit semula.
Buat yang terbaik.
Untuk fans.
Untuk teammate. Untuk impian.
Dare to rise up.
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
Good to catch you guys back already at the MPL Malaysia Season 7, powered by Monton, presented to you by McDelivery, official digital telco Udu, as well as our partners in esports, TikTok, Secret Lab, as well as Esports Trudge, and is supported by KBS and ESI. Welcome back, everybody. We are very, very close. Well, I wouldn't even say very close, but in the middle of this decisive battle between both of the two top teams in Malaysia, RSG versus Todak, 2-2. We haven't figured out who's the victor just yet. Like, I have zero idea like who's better at this point. It's quite the 50-50.
I think your guess is as good as anyone's here, because who would have thought that RSGMY would come back in such a big way after such devastating losses in the first 2 games of the series here. It's really, really impressive. Todak, we know they can come back from this, but as a momentum-based team, this is definitely going to put a dent in their spirits.
Meanwhile, while you guys watching as well here, don't forget to scan this QR code up on screen here, because why? Udu has an amazing plan where you're going to be able to get yourself 100 free diamonds if you subscribe to the MLBB 20 add-on for only 3 ringgit.
Yep, guys, you could be on your way to earning that extra 100 diamonds to get that new stun skin, the new Harith skin. There's so many skins for you to be earning and achieving, but for the most part of it, let's get back into this particular game, because again, a lot to discuss about. A lot of things aren't making sense, because it feels like in the first 2 games, RSG was like, you know what, let's a bit of testing ground. They're trying something out new. They're hard locking some of our heroes, but all of a sudden they turned it around. They decided, hey, we know exactly how to punish.
Yep, but let that not deter you from picking up some mech delivery today. In fact, with more games coming up, you'll definitely want some snacks to make sure that you have all the sustenance you need to keep up with the rest of the grand finals. Make sure to use the code MPL Nuggets for any order above 50 ringgit, and you'll get yourself a free 6-piece chicken nugget add-on.
Yep. Get those nuggets here, because we're going to have more exciting games coming up for you guys. This is the grand finals. All 7 games might be on its way here, because considering how close it is, seems like Todak is finally starting to bleed and struggle here. It is no fluke that RGMY deserved their slot in the grand finals, because they finally bite back, tying the score with Todak, making it towards a reset from a best of 7. Taking it in towards a best of 5. 3.
It's okay. It's been a long day. It's understandable that we can't do math anymore.
I'm sorry, that made me crack up way more than I should have. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Wow, the brain, I could literally see the brain fart occurring. I could literally see the gas coming out of your head.
We're not okay on this caster's desk, guys. I hope you appreciate the
We need your energy. I need your energy, you know?
His math is very terrible. But for the most part here, we've got 30 more seconds. Let's talk about adaptations once more, because I really feel that people are falling into this wrong sense of security when they are playing these assassins, whether it be Helkert, whether it be Lancelot, whether it would be Ling. Personally, I think they need to start going back into the marksmen, because they are more reliable. We haven't seen Bruno, we haven't seen Granger. I feel like RSG and Todak have this little meta of their own that they're trying to figure out.
But we also did see the marksman when Chiku picked up the Yi Sun Shin in Game 3, and well, we know what happened there, so it's curious, but it's understandable that these teams want to go for assassins that play a little bit safer. There's a lot more mobility that they can rely on, but after Lexia has had 2 very successful games on the Lancelot, will we see Todak decide to ban the hero out or secure it for themselves? As we know, Formaze plays a pretty mean Lancelot himself.
You know, I don't know what to say, you know. I made a brain fart, and by the same time, look at the players here. The faces of both teams, RGMY and also Todak. They look pretty worn down here. This best of 7 series here, you know, really pushes you to the limit. Likewise coming from the casters, likewise coming from the players here. Us casters, we seem pretty bummed out, but I'm enjoying some games. But I don't know about the players here. For them to continue playing and top tier here just shows you that if you want to be a pro, this is the amount of energy and stamina you need to go. And I don't know, man. It seems like I might take up Daddy Hood and Solo's advice and go to the gym here because I feel out of shape now.
I can definitely understand where you're coming from here, and it makes total sense because I mean these players you can definitely see like they are mentally worn out, but they've got a lot of energy to keep on pushing through. They want to be coming out of this as champions and not as second place or first place runner-ups. It's not that fun when you're this close.
RSGMY, their first band's going to be the Jawhead as well as the Glue. Todak really homing in on Lolios, once again getting rid of the Alice as well as the Harif. Seeing that RSGMY is still on the blue side here, this gives them the opportunity to once again go for a potential first pick, Kufra, but will Todak allow that to happen?
Yeah, they have to actually ban it from the get-go here as well. They might need to slide off the Benedetta instead here. At least the Benedetta is something that they can actually manage with. But it seems like they will continue to ban the Hayabusa. Toda, what's going to be the response? Do they ban the Kufra? No, they do not. They ban the Lancelot instead. It seems like the bigger threat here is still Lexia here. Kufra is still something they would like to challenge again coming from Toda. So RGMI, do they go for the first pick Kufra? I don't know. But nevertheless here, right now, this is going to be the most crucial part of this best of 7 series, okay? First game, second game, not that important. This match right now is the most crucial part because why? If you take this series here, you are 1 point away from taking the crown of being called the champion of MPL-MY Season 7. Match point is going to be after this here. So either teams needs to have a 1-up because nobody wants to play from behind in this regards.
Yep, they want to make sure that they are neck and neck. And once again, RSG, same exact opening here as they are going to go for the Kufra once more. Matilda being picked up and Barat going to be the adaptation from Todak's side.
Alright, so they don't want to give that over to Kaiser there. Once again, looks like Moy going to be reprising his role as Matilda here. I feel like in that last game, his performance was a little bit lacking, but we do know that he's very good with the hero. So as long as he buckles up a little bit, he should be absolutely fine. But you can definitely tell that fatigue is starting to set in for all of these players here. With Barat's taken out by Toda, and as well as Lexia's Lancelot. RSG, they have the option of going for the Ling if they still want to have Lexia play an assassin type playstyle, and Lunox or Eve still open if they want to secure that for Izanami.
Wouldn't be too surprised if they got the Lunox as well as the Benedetta this time round. I'm rather surprised that Todak didn't want to get the Benedetta for Formace, but instead wanted to go for the safe pick in Barat.
Yeah, it seems like they need something up something else for Formace here. His Benedetta is doing well, but at the same time here, if you realize this, Lunox was actually one of the bigger factors as well here. If you think about it here, we didn't exactly bring this up a lot from the lower bracket finals and also yesterday's games, but the games that Todak won were games such as Chiku playing the Lunox. And even in the previous game here, when Izanami got the MVP for Lunox here, seems like Lunox might actually be the big threat of all. And considering that we are playing this best of 7 here, the more games go on here, the clearer the picture gets here. And it's easier for us to actually identify who was actually the true damage dealer. In this case, Lunox has been a big threat coming from RSGMY, and Izanami looking to demonstrate himself, feeling a little bit confident, but they will still pair it up with the Kufra.
I think it's just more than that at this point because, like, no matter what they're pairing, they're bringing in the Claude as a pair, right? But they've already banned out that Lancelot. RSG decided, you know what? We're not even going to be playing the Assassins. If not, they would have picked it within the second rotation itself, but they got Benedetta instead. So Todak sees this and says, okay, let's completely get rid of the Assassins this time round. We've already got our Hyper Jungler in our arsenal. There's nothing to worry about there. Now it's about the side lane matchups.
Now it's just all about getting rid of Lexia's heroes. In this case here, Lolios, they know that he's got a huge hero pool. And in this case, they have to try and focus down on Lexia's heroes instead. And it seems like they finally switched things up. But, they will ban the Hellcat for themselves. So almost every assassin is down for the picture. Means that RSGMY can comfortably take a standard marksman for themselves. In this case, RSGMY, do they pick the Yushin for themselves? Do they pick the Brody? Do they pick the Granger for themselves here?
I'm wondering if this is going to be Alexia jungle Benedetta again. Obviously, I feel like
Didn't work out.
Loliels is the way to go, but if they want to try that again, then Loliels might be the one playing on the Lunox instead of Izanami. We can't say for sure, but Chang'e going to be the ban from the side of RSGMY after getting rid of Formaze's Cho as well. So these are two key picks from Moon, and Formaze removed from the pool.
I don't know. Is it actually? I feel like Loyals is probably going to be playing the Benedetta rather than it going into the jungle. That's my speculation. Todak now not going to show too much. They're going to lock in that Grok because at the end of the day, he isn't going to get punished by either Lunox or this Kufra. Both of them can't really do too much to each other, so Grok is going to be able to open the map a lot more comfortably for the rest of the team.
Yeah, you will have the Matilda trying to make way for Moy to actually escape as well in the midst of all this confusion. So I like this pickup, but this just means that they are lacking a lot in terms of damage here. So it means that Moon will be playing on the Matilda, which kind of won the game in game number 1 against RSGMY when Todak played it. So RSGMY, what's going to be the marksman here? What is Lexia going to play? What is Kaiser going to play as well? Yuzhong again? Do they want to force the Yuzhong here?
I do like the Grok pickup because after banning out all the assassins and forcing RSG into a marksman, that means that they'll be able to kind of invade the jungle with the Matilda and Grok. However, RSG coming out with a Paquito and Wanwan, and I don't think we're gonna see Wanwan in the jungle.
Yep.
So this could very well be a jungle Benedetta, Lexia, and they're gonna put Loliels on the Wanwan in the side lane again.
I think you're absolutely right here. The Wanwan is quite a big dead giveaway because again, Barat is able to push the lanes well, but Wanwan, it's just free hits. Like, why not? And if Todak wants to go for Uranus, even more to their own detriment at this point of time. So they're going to need something that's able to kind of provide damage, or at the very least clear the wave effectively without getting hurt by a Wanwan, just in case they choose the wrong lane.
I don't know. It seems like Formaze heroes. Oh, finally!
Okay.
Finally, they bring the Beatrix. This is go time for Toda. The Beatrix up on Formaze is something that people kind of forgotten, and I like how Toda is bringing it up. He's gonna go for the mix-up, but is it gonna be enough? Because we've seen Beatrix destroy Lolios before with the Benedetta, and this is I like this draft coming from Toda here. This is going to be the double marksman that they are known for during the regular season.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea from Todak. Normally when you draft a double marksman, you are at risk of being punished in the early game, but since they do see that RSG's lineup as well requires a fair amount of farm, that means that they're both playing the same kind of strategy. Todak don't have to worry too much about the early game, especially since they're the ones with the Grok and Matilda, and that could be the space they need in order to get Chiku and Formaze their farm.
Yep, I think this is going to be a very bloody matchup here. It's going to be a lot of lane-to-lane ego challenges, so let's keep our eyes on Zakas as well as Moy, because they are going to be the main factors to skew the lane into their team's favor. RSG versus Toda up in game number 5.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen here, this is going to be game number 5 here. Whoever takes this series will be 1 point away from taking the whole championship away from each other here. It's been a long journey for some of these teams here. How will it fare out? Starting things off, Moy is going to go and harass the purple buff against Zakas as well as Lexia. But look at this, round 2 from Moy. Can he steal it here? He's going to force the retribution, but looks like Moy doesn't want to risk it here. So he's going to try and back off. He's going to force rotations coming from RSGMY. Izanami going to go for the poke here. Moon also going to be provided an assist. He's got level 2, but that should be all. So a couple of interesting pokes, but nothing much yet. Both teams going to be respecting each other's boundaries for now.
And up in the top lane here, both Wanwan as well as Beatrix have been able to trade flickers against each other. The only difference is that Lolios was able to push the wave just a little bit faster than the Formaze this time around, but Formaze winning out the trade at the end of the day. So now you can see that Zakas, he's moved up forward. He's got the call from Lolios saying, hey, he's got no flicker. If he makes a mistake, he is dead.
I think it's also interesting to talk about this, the fact that this is the second time we've seen Moy play the Grok in this series so far, and both times he has elected to take Sprint as the battle spell here, which is kind of rare. You don't really see anyone go for this battle spell, especially since Grok usually is able to move fairly quickly himself. Guiding Wind gonna get him out of the clutches of Lexia there. Lolios gets taken out by Chiku. Good job there. Zakas now out of position. Moon comes in. Will he be able to find it? Lexia and Izanami not gonna let that happen. Electro final blow comes out to chase down Chiku. They do eventually find Zakas, but very nice battle mirror image from Chiku. Very cheeky. Gets out of that, no problem. Moon, now the target of Lexia. Will he find him? Nope, the flicker gets him out in time to safety.
The outplays here coming from Toda. However, one interesting fact I want to bring out is that Formaze is actually going for the rocket launcher. Before that here, a massive knockout comes in. RGMY takes two into the takings here. That's going to be Momo and Moy taken down here from side RGMY. But like I said as well, the one interesting fact is that Formaze actually prioritized on the grenade launcher instead of... But no, he's not over yet. Kaiser looking for the fight as well as Toda is going to get completely dived on. This is something they did not expect as well, but the wall is going to be keeping them and distracts here. And looks like Zakas will be the only one that gets stuck here, and Toda wants to continue the pressure, but they don't exactly have the damage. And on the sides as well, Formaze losing their lanes here. What happened?
How did he lose his 1v1? I think he... Oh yeah, Lolios used his ult, so there's just no way that Formaze was able to do anything once that ult comes through. First blood bounty is up for grabs, as you guys could be earning those chicken nuggets like how Zakas is sitting right on top of Chiku in the orange buff, as Formaze says, hello, goodbye, we don't need anybody else in our jungle, and they tell that to Izanami as well. Stay back, this side is ours.
Overestimation by RSGMY. Momo in the bottom lane gets a very nice Detona's welcome. Flickers into tower range just to ensure Kaiser gets hit there. Chiku here to follow up, and he gives it over to the carry just to ensure Chiku gets some better farm. In the meantime, Moy separates Zakas away. He gets out with Tyrant's Revenge. Lexia will be able to secure the purple ball with the Retribution. Moy gets caught with Tyrant's Revenge, and Izanami finds the kill with the Darkening.
Oh, that was a little bit misplaced there coming from Moy there. A little bit slow on towards the Guiding Wind tab, so he's going to get caught up by the bouncing ball. Super, super unfortunate for him. However, trades after trades, that means Chiku is getting some sort of farm here after taking out Kaiser with the assist of Momo. However, Momo scouts this out. They know RSGMY wants to go in for the flag, so he's going to back off instead. Whereas the RSGMY looking for another casualty here. Lexia forcing out the electro final blow to steal the purple buff, and he will successfully do so. So that's going to be Chiku without purple buff for the next 2 minutes.
He is going really fast in this, and even Kaiser has been doing a pretty good job overall. Chiku is going to quickly blow this lane as Kaiser looking for an opportunity to try and go in. The mechanics are great. He makes sure he gets the empowered heavy left hand to minimize the damage when he's jumping at Chiku, who also had the orange buff.
RSG now working on taking the turtle here. Lexia definitely having a much better time than in game 2. Oh no, Chiku finds the kill on Kaiser. At the very least, Lexia will get the turtle in exchange. Definitely not what they would like to happen, but it's alright for now. But not if Izanami gets caught. Brilliance avoids Detona's welcome from being able to consume him. Lexia gets the kill on Moy as well. Soaring Eagle finds Moon. Oh, not quite enough. Almost turned it around, but Moon secures the kill. They lose the bottom turret, but RSG will be able to take the top tier 1 in exchange.
Wow, what an aggression coming from Moon here. Fortunately for you, he was able to take down Izanami. Meanwhile, Toda seems like they are getting some sort of control across this map here because they're trading between farms between both Formaze as well as Chiku to scale into the later stage of the game. And RSGMY, it seems like they're getting desperate to make some sort of plays here.
And even Zakas, he's getting so desperate, he even bothered to try and flicker mid Tyrant's Revenge, and unfortunately, that didn't go out the way he wanted to. But now here comes Moon getting on top of Loliel's 4 now, getting some good damage.
Wow, that hurts. That's really something to respect here. You have to recall, Moon has... Oh, hold on a second there. Chiku gets cut down by Lexia, and Zakas get the shutdown on top of the Claude there. Very nicely done. Lolios and Izanami working on the mid tower. Zakas tries to find Moy. Moon doing quite a bit of damage to Izanami and Lolios. Izanami, he's looking for it. Oh, 1 shot away. Formaze gets the kill on Zakas in the backline, but Lexia will get the revenge. Brilliance comes out to save Izanami from Moon's advance here, and Lexia is looking for the support, but realizing that Momo is in the area, will back out.
Numbers advantage is going to be pretty significant. Kaiser, even on top side, continues to push on forward.
Yep, and at the same time as well, it's just really, really interesting to see that Toda, they are just, sacrificing everything to make sure that this middle tower stays alive despite, losing out so much in these fights here. And I'm really surprised that Toda is just, looking a little bit slim here. It seems like they are struggling to read what RSGMY is doing here. And on top of that, the aggression from RSGMY is just so quick.
So far, I mean, it just holds on well. Zach is taking a brunt of the damage here. He should be going down as Chiku is able to kind of gun him down. Lexia now on the run. He can't deal with the amount of damage they have, but Moon is going to be bringing with him Soaring Eagle, pushing him towards Lolies. He can't get out or even trigger the crossbow of Tang. What a series of unfortunate events.
Moon being quite a standout here. The pure rage emblem on the Matilda doing so much damage. Already 5-0 here. Looks like Chiku will be able to get a turret at bot while they get the middle one as well. Izanami gets the kill while Chiku is attempting to take their orange buff. But Izanami in trouble now. Moon, lots of damage coming out. Zakas will be able to zone them away from the Lunox. In the meantime, though, it does look like something's happening between Kaiser and Momo on the map, though Kaiser has walked away from that.
Now, on contrary as well here, Toda, you can see Moon is going to be the hard carrying for the team here for the mage side here. He wants to go in for a couple of fights to begin with. They've lost Chiku, but they still have 4 mages in the fight, so it's not over yet. Meanwhile, they continue to go for the farm here. Zaka's going to be checking bush by bush to make sure they have some sort of map control, but look at this. RSGMY is so split off the map here, and finally Kaiser realized he needs to back out, but he's still holding up the bush here. He's looking for an ambush, but Zakas, he will get caught out. But here comes Toda. Momo going for the Dithosama welcome, doesn't connect as well. Soaring Eagle connects and drops Lolios pretty low here, but he's gonna survive. And RSGMY disengage here. Meanwhile, Lexia is gonna get completely shut out from 4 mages in his 1v1 fight. A fantastic big buff coming from Todak.
Taking Wesker in the face is going to hurt really bad. Moy not really able to find Kaiser with the Guardian's Bulwark. Zakas getting a lot of damage done by the Blazing Duet. Chiku is starting to hurt a fair bit here. RSG needs to watch out. If these two are able to scale, then the marksmen from the side of Todak are really going to shut them down. Moon as well on this Matilda, playing more like a mage than a tank support, is going to really hurt the side of RSGMY. Even Zakas, the tank on the team, is not really able to survive these fights anymore.
What is the damage coming from Moon here? He's only got an Enchanted Talisman as well as the Necklace of Durance, and despite all that, he's able to dish out so much damage here. And I don't know, it seems like this itemization here is just going to allow Moon to just constantly spam his whiz and just poke around in the bushes here. And his next item's coming up, what's possibly going to be the glowing one on top of that.
Well, ever heard of Impure Rage? Because that's the emblem that's giving that extra bit of damage, that little bit of kick, and if he does it on the same target multiple times, it just stacks and stacks and stacks to get stronger and stronger. Now that we have the pause, I got a quick glimpse of the items while you were talking. Right now, as we speak, we have Beatrix with 2 items, and it's going to be the Blade of Despair and the Winds of Nature. A very interesting quick rush build to make sure that he wins his 1v1s, especially against the upcoming marksman.
Interesting here. So far the game is incredibly even, like to a degree that you would not have expected. Lexia is definitely performing a lot better on this jungle Benedetta as well compared to game 2, but Todak is evening things up, and with the dual marksman core as well as Moon on the Matilda, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out if RSG isn't able to start shutting Todak down. When you have a Benedetta as the jungler, while it's very good for doing damage and getting in and out of fights effectively, it doesn't have as much burst or consistent damage compared to what Todak is able to output.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that here, but that's the thing about consistent damage, right? If we're talking about RSGMY, right? Like 1-1, he needs a certain requirements to actually proc on the crossbow tanks. You know, arguably we've seen Lolios, he's very, very mechanically skilled, but the problem here is that they're just so tanky to actually shut them down, and the crucial people to actually kill here is actually Chiku as well as 4 mages, but they just don't have the opportunities. But speaking of which here, looks like Toda, they are going to be forcing up the fight as well, and Zakas is going to be eaten up alive, and he's going to be the first one to fall, and there's just nothing that RSGMY can do at this stage of the game. And Toda, they are going to be immediately transitioning for Lord with this double marksman calm. Look at how quickly the Lord comes away, but RSGMY looks like they want to go for the fight here. Izanami gets caught out. There's no way he's going to survive this, but looks like he does. Todak just gives up and just focuses on the Lord instead. They force it all out. Moon is going to keep chase onto his legs and splits out the fight, and Todak will immediately take down the Lord. Kaiser looking for the plays. Unfortunately, there's just no way they can. Even more with the Guardian's Barrel on top of that for the security. Moon will sacrifice his life instead for the Lord secure.
Wow, that was great. That was great coming out of RSGMY. They made some very logical decision making. They went for the bottom tier 2, using Lolios to get that push while the Lord was happening. They used Lexia as well as Izanami as a way to kind of distract their opponents, as Kaiser himself was pushing on that top side. Great macro play coming in from RSGMY, compensating for the fact that they already lost Zakas in the mid game.
Yeah, that's very smart indeed. The fact that they don't have their tank means there's no way they're going to be able to contest Todak for the Lord here. So if they're able to get this many objectives in return, it is going to be a fairly worthy trade. This is going to be a normal Lord pushing down the bottom lane. RSG should have no problem dealing with it. But Todak cutting the wave up top lane. Formaze will take this down with no time at all. Nibiru proving to be a very quick turret killer.
Yeah, Nibiru is so good.
Agreed. And on top of that here, with the Demon Hunter sword here, you can see that any tank heroes here from side RSG in the name of Kaiser as well as Zakas is going to get completely shredded very soon here. Meanwhile, Chiku going to be poking on the tier 3s here as the top side as well. Formace and also Momo going to be buying a little bit of time, but Izanami is dropping very low. He's going to die. Momo's going to take him down. No brilliance for him, but Kaiser will try to finish the job, and he is trying his best. No, he does not go down, and here comes Chiku, and Kaiser is pretty much given up on his life here, but looks like he's got a tankiness here because Lexia is going to join the party. He takes out the Momo, but at the same time, he wants to join the fight. He wants to finish off Chiku, but somehow, somewhere, how Todak just lost all 4 members and Chiku being the last man standing.
I mean, that's what happens when you've got marksmans on your team. As Lexia was rotating towards mid, he was able to help take down another person with the help of Lolios and as well as Zakas, who were by his back. This kill ball of a team. Oh boy, they are pushing back, and they're pushing back extremely hard. 2 more minutes until the next Lord comes back up, but Todak need to learn their lesson.
37k compared to 36k on RSGMY right now. In terms of net worth, the teams are not that far apart at all. Zakas gets caught by the wall here, but not going to be a problem for them. The problem here is that Todak has taken double the towers of RSG, so they have a lot more map control, and it's very difficult for RSG to be able to make rotations and find farm across the map. Lexia is the only one that can really do that. That's exactly what he's doing, but he needs to come back for the fight if it does happen. Otherwise, Todak is going to start storming the base.
I think the scariest part here, and I think this is really smart from RSG Kaiser, he is just making sure he's absorbing a little bit of the wave just to kind of slow push it to figure out where exactly the members of Todak are.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Meanwhile, we do see that Moy is trying and stop them, get a little bit of information, while Todak is trying their best to kind of set things up for the Lord push. So this piece up top here is a little bit questionable because if you think about it here, Formace is going to take advantage of the situation to try and crack open at the tier 3s here as well as Lolios all by himself here. Zakas is going to be engaged as well. Here comes Momo with the Daytona smoke come here. Zakas is not going to be able to escape this here. Instantly goes for a flicker, but little did he know, Chiku was getting focused down by behind here. Lexia and Izanami instantly melts him out, and just like that, told that they were not successfully able to take out Zakas here. And guess what? Here comes the crossbow of tanks as Lolios will push everyone from Todak back. Formace single-handedly needs to back off because Moon and Chiku is down, and RSG fights back because Lolios is online. He is go time for RSGMY.
Oh, Formace could have gotten the kill there, but unfortunately with Wesker, he mistimed the ult, so he missed out so much damage on Lolios for free. Now he's going to have to play a little bit further back as he continues to push forward. Zakas looking for an opportunity against Formace, but he doesn't collide with the wall. Unfortunately, the Daytona's welcome sucks him back. Moy is going to die to the crossbow of tank. Formace doesn't have the winds of nature. Lolios can't push anymore forward as Momo and Chiku will be there to blockade.
Wow, RSGMY pushing the game into Todak's court. They're now the ones with the net worth lead. They're going to be able to take the next Lord, the very first Luminous Lord of the game. Momo a little out of position here. He should be fine though. He's tanky enough to be able to take it. Chiku going in. Kaiser finds him. Blazing Duet already used here by Todak. Not going to be able to engage on that. But RSG are happy with being able to take the Lord. They're going to retreat, reset, and prepare to escort it down a lane in order to get more objectives.
Great stuff here from Kaiser as well here. You know, instantly cancelling the blazing duet before things get a little bit worse. So that's going to be a massive out down for the count from side of Toda. Hopefully they'll be able to get a pick off here because as of now, Lexia is going to scout this out coming from Toda, and they know they're holding down the middle fort once again from Toda. And RSGMY, they're trying to bait them out into this fight here as the Lord is slowly pushing them to the top side, and Zakos completely scouts this out from the side of RSGMY. Now, with the dominance eyes on Momoy, not sure it's going to be a major pickup here, but the Lord is going to be priority coming in from Toda now. And from the other side of RSGMY, they're looking to pick off the 4 maze on the Beatrix here, and it's not really working out. Meanwhile, Zakos is actually going to focus out here. He's dropping a little bit though. Here comes the shots coming in from 4 maze, but it's not enough to take him down. But as of now, it is going to be a really, really rough defense here because Toda, they're expending everything they can to defend against this here. They are back into the tier 3 and they are able to defend against this onslaught here as all the outer turrets is the only one down. So tier 3 still stand and Toda still has more room to work.
Both teams really neck and neck. 95.5 to 46.9. The max amount of items that you can get is going to be 6. So as you can tell by now, Loliels as well as Izanami probably already have their full build. Loliels just completing the Queen's Wings as they find that catcher on top of the right target. There goes Moon. He's gone. Formace tries to disengage the rest of the team, but it's a little too late as the damage has already been done. Formace trying to switch over into Wesker's fort to get maximum damage from Nibiru. It's not working out. Chiku with the blazing duet. He finds one. He's trying to kill Zakos, but Zakos gets the initial hit. He doesn't get to go back to his battle mirror image. Chiku goes down. Loliels is going to be the other tank crossbow. Tank has been pulled up, and this might be the opening they're looking for. Maze can't get out. Winds of Nature has been expanded. Zakos makes the play.
Oh, this could be the end here. Momo, the only surviving member of Todak as the waves start pushing in. Zakos finds him yet again. Tyrant's Rage into the wall. He's fine. Izanami gets shut down by the tower. Unfortunate. Loliels gets the monster kill. Moon is back. He gets Loliels. That's gonna be a wipeout on Todak. Back in time. Kaiser now the only one alive. Moon survives. Gets the double kill, leaving the Paquito the only one alive. Will he finish it off? There's no minions. Moon is distressed. Oh no! Gets the damage out with the whip. Moon, is he doing it? Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. Killing spree on the Matilda and a beautiful defense. 1-on-3 by Moon.
Oh my goodness, Kaiser, he kind of dropped the ball there. He forgot about where the wave was, and Moon played it just a little bit smarter, delaying its progression, and he wasn't able to end it in time. Poor Kaiser there, but now Toda on the backhand. Lexia still alive. He's looking for an opportunity to cut those waves because Lord is coming back up in 40 seconds, and that's going to be the next big fight occurring in this game.
Yep. Toda, they still have the damage capabilities here, and either team, they cannot afford to lose the next fight, and whoever loses next fight is going to be over for them in this match here. However, continuing to do so here, Toda with an amazing clutch coming from Moon as well as Momo. They were able to hold on this long, but it is now do or die. 15 seconds left. The Lord is going to be up on his way. Toda finally pushing out the waves here. They're setting up for the Lord push, and RSGMY, well, how will they respond? Because Lexia is on the bottom side here, and Zakos is going to be the first one they always meet here coming from RSGMY as Kaiser and Lolios reveals that they are up top. Meanwhile, bottom side as well, Lexia already starting to make the creep waves here, anticipating that Toda might go for a full commitment, potentially sniping the crystal from behind and under the nose of Toda.
They continue to start pushing on forward as Moy, he's getting a little bit of trouble, but Lexia is getting into the back line. Moon might be in some trouble here. He's doing so much damage overall, and Zakos and Loliels will try their best, but Lexia has to get on it. Oh no! They find the right target. Moon finally goes down to Loliels after getting chunked by Izanami. Now Loliels, he has an opportunity to get out of this. He flickers on 4. He finds the pick off the Chiku. This is great for Mace. Now, when the Nibiru's ult is going to be cutting it out on 1. It's not going to be enough, though. The rest of the team, they only lose Zakos, who's able to body block, and Paquito is the one who takes him out. Todak now on the cusp of defeat. RSG have the numbers advantage. Momo will be going down, and Moy can only watch the devastation.
And it's not going to be over yet. Moy does have the immortality. He's trying to choke on towards the crystal available, but it is going to be over. Ladies and gentlemen, here, RSGMY, they will take the lead. They will take game 5, and they're 1 game away from taking taking the championship title away from Toda, the defending champions here, RSGMY, with a fantastic game coming in from them.
Oh boy.
Wow.
This has been a grueling series. You can see both teams starting to get a little sloppy in their line of play, but this exhaustion is only the lead to victory. RSG now at match point.
Oh my goodness, what a series here. What a grand finals. Amazing play by RSGMY. Despite being down 2 games in the beginning, they brought it back. They are now the ones in the lead, and as you mentioned, 1 game sits between them and the potential championship title. Can RSGMY steal the title away from the defending champions Todak?
Oh boy, I mean,
yeah.
This game, you can definitely see the players who have experience and who don't. The people who don't have experience, you can definitely see them being a little bit more aggressive, but also forgetting some of the basic concepts. Again, Kaiser, unfortunately, he forgot about the minion protection rules. Moon able to kind of stand in between to make it work out. But unfortunately, the same goes to Moy, who really didn't do too much towards the later 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. There was a little bit of sloppy mistakes here and there, but overall, they still came up on top coming for RSGMY. But the problem here is that based on the drafts here, Toda, they had a clear picture of what they needed to do, but you can see that the fatigue is starting to kick in here. Is because a lot of these fights, Toda could have won very convincingly. Even Moon as well, getting a little bit aggressive against Lexia, which initially he could have just taken down Lexia right from the get-go, but instead, he was holding out his spells in case of any kind of rotations coming in, but literally no, he held on too long to a point where Izanami was able to just one-shot him. So this is just super unfortunate for him though.
Yeah, but we're talking about how on the side of Todak, if Claude and Beatrix were able to get farm up, they'd be doing a lot of damage along with Matilda on Moon. But then we neglected to mention the fact that RSGMY isn't only relying on the jungle Benedetta here, as Loliels and Izanami were able to get enough farm to really come online, and the ones that were doing all the damage towards the late game came down to these 2 heroes. Todak just couldn't survive it.
They really couldn't. Like, I was rather surprised that Kaiser was still rather relevant compared to when he was getting shot by both Chiku and as well as Formaze. They did a good amount of damage, but Kaiser itemizing extremely smart. He doesn't really care about Moon at the end of the day. All he cares about is protecting himself and getting rid of Formaze and Chiku, both on marksmans themselves. So again, that blade armor, huge buy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of that as well, Kaiser and Zakas has been extremely smart in choosing their fights as well, making sure that Chiku, when every cast is Blazing Duet here, they will always have to knock out to instantly cancel off Blazing Duet here. So I would say the Kufra is a threat. Undeniably, the Kufra is a threat. Zakas has been doing so well in his engagements as well. And even in the final moments where Moon got caught out, Todak could have won that fight, Todak could have re-engaged, but Zakas, instead of going for the finish area, he went for the Tyrant's Reach and stopped them in his track. So that was very nice start coming for RSGMY. And once again, Izanami on the Lunox, 2 games in a row, the MVP, because he was hitting like a truck.
Absolutely, and that's why playing brush tactics, especially against a Lunox, is rather surprising, because 2 Chaos Assaults is all that you need to really send someone back into the death zone. It is not fun to play with, especially if you are a marksman, and especially if he has his light form, because again, Brilliance, you may go invulnerable, but with that many items, it really hurts.
Yup, in the draft phase for this game, there was a lot of focus from Todak from shutting down Lexia's heroes, removing a lot of assassins from the pool, but Izanami being the one that comes out on top. Now they have to give respect to this hero pickup as well as we move on to the next game.
I definitely agree here, but nevertheless here, I'm excited to see how the grand finals is gonna happen here, because right now, we're almost at the peak. We're almost at the end, because RGMY is match point. 1 more game is all they need to take their first championship title, defeating the defending champions. And of course, why don't you guys let us know what you guys like in your favorite comments as well, and the moments in this game here, because on the screen as well, we have the QR code for the Facebook page, Facebook group, the Instagram page, as well as the TikTok page. Let us know what you guys like, and who knows, we might be giving away another Make-A-Wish here, are we?
No. We're going to see who the champion is, and that's going to be a wish that's
Alright.
coming true for me, boys. But with that being said, guys, enough of us here at the casters table. We're going to take a short on break. We're throwing it over to the quickie section to see what they have to say.
Welcome back to MPL Quickie dan anda semua masih lagi bersama saya di segmen MPL Quickie dan kita baru saja menyaksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Jadi sementara menunggu perlawanan seterusnya, apa kata kita bincangkan dulu apakah yang terjadi tadi bersama Lafel dan juga Arta serta Uncle Chicano.
Ya, thank you very much Fira. Agak penat kita orang travel daripada tempat analis.
Sangat laju
sampai
tadi.
Sini.
Jauh tu.
Walaupun kita pakai mask tapi kita berlari soal laju kita macam gini kan. Dash macam ayam besar. Tapi anyways, kalau cerita pasal perlawanan antara RG MY dan juga tim Todak, kita kena tengok macam mana diorang punya team fight because tim Todak pada sekarang ni nampak diorang punya penat because beberapa kali mereka out of position, berjaya untuk kena tangkap dengan Zakus, berjaya kena tangkap dengan Izunami dan sebagainya, menyebabkan setiap kali mereka nak join team fight, damage tak ada.
Itu antara salah satu sebab. Dan saya mungkin akan tanyakan kepada Uncle. Uncle, apa pendapat Uncle tentang game tadi?
Okey, masa awal-awal series tadi, Zakus main dengan sedikit agak gelojoh, mana dia cuba open map tapi dia berseorangan saja. Dan kemudian bila masuk ke game yang ketiga, Zakus nampak lebih orang kata well composed. Dia boleh berkomunikasi lebih baik lagi dengan ahli pasukan yang lain. So dia tak lagi melakukan kesilapan tersebut dan betul-betul critical point untuk pasukan RSG adalah Zakus dapat guna Kufra. Kufra dia, oh my god, memang betul-betul tepat pada masanya. Dia sentiasa ada untuk selamatkan sesiapa saja yang tengah sesak nafas kat situ.
Uncle ingatkan saya dengan Cortex pula.
Itulah, cakap pasal Kufra.
Kan? Macam ini semalam saya, actually bukan semalam lah, pagi tadi saya baru nak keluar rumah. Tiba-tiba Cortex call. Dia cakap, kau tahu tak Zakus kuat pakai Kufra? Aku cakap, ya.
Wow. Tu tak apa, dia cakap bagi tahu jiran dia lagi.
Itulah. Lepas tu saya macam, okey aku nak gerak ni. Macam, jap. Aku cakap, kenapa? Baras dengan Pakito. Tahu tak siapa lagi kuat? Tiba-tiba saya punya phone terus mati. Saya terus D&D letak tepi, drive balik datang sini.
Lepas tu pagi ni lagi dia datang balik jumpa kau.
Pak Kito awal-awal dia boleh lah lawan. Tapi nanti sustain barat, uish.
Aduh, memang maksudnya dia betul-betul semangat sebab ini merupakan hari terakhir iaitu playoff kita untuk menentukan siapakah yang menjadi juara. And kita dah tahu RSG dah dapat 3 poin. Todak dah dapat 2 poin. Ini bermakna selepas ini menentukan sama ada Todak ataupun RSG yang akan menang.
Sambutlah Aita.
Tak, dia dah sambut. Dia dah tapi dia tak was lagi. Dia
dia bagi ada feel sikit.
Okay.
Bagi macam kita nervous lah, macam baru first time Quickie kan. Dia macam ni, apa yang saya nampak tadi, tim Todak, diorang dah ada satu momen yang awal-awal tu diorang punya semangat ataupun hype diorang dah start let's go to be champion. Tetapi RSG, diorang macam mungkin diorang baca ataupun salah satu strategi yang diorang pasang kat situ, okey kita bagi diorang all out dulu, kita ada banyak game lagi, kita boleh tengok apa yang cuba diorang nak bawa. Dan kali ni RSG menang berturut-turut.
Dan cakap tentang tu, boleh tak Lafel dia bagi tahu sebenarnya di mana kesilapan yang Todak lakukan tadi di game terakhir tadi?
Dia dua fasa. Nombor satu, bagi Zakus hero yang dia boleh set up, which is Kufra. Which kalau tengok game pertama dengan game kedua, kalau Zakus pakai hero just a frontline tank, just hero yang absorb damage, dia punya performance taklah bagus sangat. Kalau bagi dia hero macam Kufra, macam Johet, dan dia boleh lakukan macam-macam. So, I rasa the first kesilapan is bagi Zakus hero yang boleh start sesuatu, dan kesilapan kedua bukan salah diorang. It's just that memang disebabkan mereka start daripada low bracket dan mereka main sekarang dah penat. Diorang dah start buat kesilapan. Pada bahagian saya rasa 7 minit ke atas, communication dah out.
Betul, kita tahu tadi mula-mula dah best of 5, sekarang best of 7 and kita tahu Todak sangat penat daripada mental dia. Tapi Uncle apa yang Uncle boleh berikan sedikit kata-kata untuk player Todak dan juga RSG untuk perlawanan selepas ini?
Yalah, untuk Todak dan RSG, Uncle tahu series ni sangat panjang untuk Todak especially. Diorang dah main 9 perlawanan. Tapi apa pun Yang angka harapkan adalah kedua-dua pasukan masih terus berusaha untuk beri yang terbaik, ya. Sajikan persembahan yang cukup-cukup mantap untuk semua penyokong-penyokong pasukan mereka.
Ya, and saya just nak cakap satu benda sebelum kita move on kepada kita punya game. Special shout out kepada the true MVPs, the true star of the show. Kita punya caster semua yang dah cast game best of 5, cast game best of 7, cast sambil pakai mask, cast sambil pakai face shield. Dorang cast dengan sangat-sangat semangat, and I rasa player semua dorang penat. Player semua dorang punya mental tu kena kuat. Tapi kita punya casters juga yang sama. Kita punya production crew pun semua lakukan terbaik. Kita akan cakap ni disebabkan kita hampir saja crown kita punya grand final champion.
Betul.
Jadi again, special thanks kepada kita punya casters semua. You guys are doing great.
Betul. Dan tak lupa juga kepada kita punya sponsor seperti Official Digital Telco Yudu, rakan isukan TikTok, Secret Lab dan juga Esports Just. Dan MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini disokong oleh KBS serta ESI. So kali ni kita punya sponsor best-best.
Ya, ramai orang yang betul-betul sokong esports sekarang, especially Mobile Legends Bang Bang, disebabkan boleh dikatakan kita punya community, kita punya industri dah grow dengan besar.
Betul.
Ramai orang dah ada career yang bagus dan ramai lagi yang nak masuk dalam industri ini.
Betul tu. Tapi Lafaz, sebenarnya kita ada banyak benda lagi nak borak. Tapi rasa semua orang dah get ready nak tengok perlawanan seterusnya sama ada siapakah yang bakal menjadi juara. Adakah Toda ataupun RSG?
Yes.
So, rasanya tanpa membuang masa. Ya, Atta nak cakap apa?
Betul lah tu.
Itu je.
Senang betul jadi Atta ini.
Atta senang buat kerja.
Tak, dia sebab dia ada soalan tau guys tu. Di antara pasukan RSG dan Toda. Masalahnya game dua-dua best.
Tak, RSG dia macam okey. Betul tu.
Itu sebenarnya satu fikir yang panjang tau.
Okey, rasanya player pun nak get ready. Semua orang dah tak sabar. Jadi tanpa membuang masa, apa kata kita lihat perlawanan seterusnya. And caster, take it away.
The climax of a story is defined as the point in a narrative of which we've encountered its highest tension and drama. And I think we can firmly say we are at that point of the MPL MY Season 7 Grand Finals here, as RSG MY have successfully taken 3 games in a row against defending champions Todak after being down 0-2. What's going to happen? Very excited to find out. Will this be the final game? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're about to witness history here at MPL MY Season 7, which of course is powered by Moonton, presented by Mech Delivery, Official Digital Telco Yudu, partners in Esports TikTok, Secret Lab, and Esports Charge, and is supported by KBS and ESI. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Dafa, also known as Dying in His Chair, and here with me is Terrence and Gideon once again.
that was a little too relatable there. That got too real too fast, man.
It's okay. Don't worry about it here. At least we got, we got praised by Lafel, shouting us out for us well. Thank you guys so much for on the quickie segment here, giving us support here. And of course, we need your energy as well, because why? We are at the championship tie, bro. We are at the final game of MPL MY Season 7. RSGMY is down towards their final game. However, Toda might make it in towards game number 7. We might see the full game here. We've heard a lot of rumors among the community, among the casters. Even Arta and Lafayette also predicted it early in this morning as well here. And I really hope, Donut Army, please do not go for the 100 prediction curse, because it might actually happen. However, I'm looking forward to see it though.
No, yeah, I am excited to see how these games have been going, and you can definitely see the different adaptations. We saw in the earlier section of this best of 7 how everyone is like, we want assassins, and they gave assassins, and slowly now it's turning back into marksmen where they didn't have enough of it, so they put in 2.
Pretty much. In that previous game there, the double marksman core coming from Chiku's Claude and Formaze's Beatrix ended up not really working out, as the burst coming from Loliel's 1-1 as well as Izanami's Lunox proved to be a little bit too much once it reached the late game. Usually you'd expect marksmen to be the strongest at that point, but if you get bursted down immediately when the fight begins, what's the point of all your net worth? It's just gonna go into the grave with you. That's exactly what RSG-MY took advantage of and what allowed them to secure Game 3. Well, their third victory, not Game 3. That was Game 5. We've been here for a while.
It's been a long day. Oh no, the brain maggot's got to you too. Now let's jump in towards this draft. Todak versus RSG in this next game number 6. This is match point for RSG, so Todak can't just go waffling around.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. RSG-MY, they're down towards the final match, and in this case, game number 6 here is going to be the deciding match here. Will Todak make the comeback as well? They bound to have to respect the Kufra here, because the Kufra has been the biggest threat for both these teams, and it feels like whoever teams get the Kufra seems to take the game. But at the same time, Todak has pretty much tested their waters against the Kufra not once, but 3 times now, and he's not succeeded thus far. And ever since they let the Kufra slide, they've lost 3 games in a row in the hands of RSG-MY.
I mean, absolutely. The 2 games that Todak won even had Kufra in it as well. So at this point, like, when are you going to call it quits? When are you going to hard ban this Kufra? Because it is causing way too much havoc no matter which side it's on.
Well, admittedly, Todak, they're the ones on the blue side now, so if they wanted to, they could be the ones to pick up the Kufra from themselves. That is the right they have as the people to be able to pick the very first hero. However, we'll see exactly what happens here. If they do start with the Kufra, it does still give RSG-MY the option to pick up a few heroes for themselves. We'll see what happens here as they get rid of their third and final ban of this first phase.
Here it comes. What is their third and final ban? It's
No.
the Lunox.
Smart. You know, they've lost 2 games to Lunox, but considering that it is first phase pick, guess what, Todak? They want to make it Game 7. They want the Kufra. 100% win rate Kufra for today out of this grand final so far. All 5 games, Kufra winning games. 6th game, guess what? Let's pick a Kufra for ourselves. But RSG-MY, will they take the read? Will they ban the Kufra? Ban the Kufra! Ban it. Do not let Todak take it.
I don't think they're going to risk it for the biscuit, man. I think the most they'll ban out is Matilda.
All right, I'll take it, but they could deal with the Matilda, but that's one thing as well.
Or the Benedetta. One or the other. I don't think they're going to do Kufra.
True, but the
Oh!
Well, never
I'm
mind.
wrong. I suck. I just suck now, man. That was a very bold assumption of me, huh?
All right. That means Todak
You
now
were
have the
saying,
option.
my friend Gideon, I'm standing up. Look at you. You were saying.
All right, and Todak now are the ones with the option to grab the Benedetta or the Matilda for themselves. However, we have to note, since they've decided to get rid of Izanami's Lunox this time, that means that Lexia's Lancelot is open for RSG-MY to grab if they do decide to go for that. The Barats played very well by Kaiser, also open, but he's actually been performing quite well on the Paquito as well. So we had mentioned earlier, Kaiser didn't seem to have a very solid hero pool. Guess we've been proven wrong.
Yeah, but as of now, Todak, they can't all go for the option of going for the glue, but seems like they are going to save here with the Matilda up on Moy once again. So RSG-MY, how do they respond to this? Because the Matilda, you know, seems to be a really strong factor here. We saw how Moon was able to still chunk away at a huge margin of damage here. But without Kufra, Matilda's Guiding Wind is able to be performed at its highest performance now. And in this case, they're looking for the double assassin strategy coming from Todak. RSG-MY, what's their response? It's going to be the glue and the Cho. Okay.
Oh.
Very nice.
Changing things up, RSG-MY, the glue hasn't been allowed through the draft for a pretty long time. And just to ensure that Formays can't pick up the hero for themselves, the Cho going to be locked in by RSG-MY. I think this is probably going to go into the hands of Kaiser, unless we're going to find out that Zakas can apparently play tank Cho here. Very interesting to see exactly who is going to pick up this hero on the side of RSG. Todak now have to make a choice. What are they going to go for? Do they want to grab the Benedetta, the Ling, as well as the Lancelot still open if they want to go for that? And it looks like that's going to be the choice. And it looks like swapping heroes here. Lancelot as well as Wanwan going over to Todak now. RSG, what are they going to do to respond to this?
Interesting. Lancelot, it was something that was kind of expected to actually go for, but the blind Wan to maybe go against either even a Cho or a Glue. This puts RSG in an awkward position because now it's like, yes, we want to play Glue, but also there's Wan. But Glue's kind of fun in the side lane, but Wan is going to bully me out. So we're going to need something that's going to completely zone her off if necessary. Farsa going to be that answer.
Yeah, and considering the Farsa is being picked as well here, they are anticipating the fact that Toda might bring the Eve comp coming from them, but I don't think they should, considering that the 1-1 has been drafted out. So RGMY, they need to go in for something that really kind of messes up the tempo and get a little bit aggressive here, which we've seen Lix have done it. Ling is going to be the priority here. That's going to be one of it that kind of slows down their aggression here. In between rotations here, if you think about it, Toda doesn't have a great rotation opening right now. In between lanes, not the best, except for the Lancelot.
I mean, if we're talking about rotations to begin with here, I would say that it's like it really doesn't matter. The only person who really can rotate is going to be Farsa, and for the side of Todak, like, you're only going to lag behind ever so slowly. You can't compete with Farsa. Benedetta is going to be the next ban coming in from Todak, and Paquito followed up by RSG. So really, it's about these individual lanes more than it is about the overall team comp.
Now, here comes the composition here. Considering that most of Loleo's heroes have pretty much been banned here, do they want to force the Esmeralda to try and deal with this Matilda shield here? So it is going to benefit a little bit, but at the same time, as the game goes by, they are going to be extremely tanky here. They've got a pretty solid frontliner. They don't need to force out the marksman yet. They can still kind of hide it out for the later stage of the game. But RGMI, do they want to pick the marksman, or do they want to pick the Esmeralda up for Loleos?
Esmeralda is kind of good though, but 1-1 absolutely destroys her in lane. So,
agreed.
I mean, there is that kind of payoff. You're trying to bank in this, you're trying to invest in this 1-1 until the later into the later stage of the game. I think it's much smarter to go for this Yishin Shin. At least then you can kind of vouch for your options and see what the matchups are going to be.
I'm very confused by this game personally. I think I've used all my brain cells in the previous game already. But
no, they need a strong sideliner for sure. They need a strong sideliner that can actually tag their way through here. Forcing Toda to go for the Uranus is going to be okay. Tamus as well on the sideline is okay, but this pretty much just shows that Toda needs to be extremely flexible right now because they've lost the Barats on the side. They've lost the Benedetta. They don't have a Paquito. Cho is not in their favor as well. What else? Yep, it is going to be the Uranus. They have no choice, no other strong frontline tank sideliners that can out-sustain and tank through the miss of damage coming from RGMY. And the Kagura on top of that, I like this comp coming from Todak.
B-Tricks. Come on, RSG, let's go! Let's go, B-Tricks! Let's go! There is a very good possibility because, again, they could also play Claude. Claude or Beatrix, one or the other. I personally like Beatrix.
I think they will go for Claude instead. No.
I think Claude is a lot more reliable in this case.
I'll see. Todak's lineup right now isn't exactly.
Dude, they've already got
it's not gimmicky anymore. All right, Todak has a very traditional lineup now with the dual cores, with the Lancelot, the Wan, the Kagura as well. So it's going to be a very solid playstyle. They can't afford to drop this game. Oh, Leos with the Zask. It's back. It returns. What a good counter for the Uranus.
We got completely forgotten that Loleos was a top Zaz player. We brought it up a couple of times, but did not work out. But seems like they're pushing Loleos to his limit to play all his comfort heroes. And now with the Zaz pickup from RGMY, will this make it? Or will this break it?
Well, there's only one way to find out as we roll right into the game, boys and girls. What are you thinking about the lineups here? You leaning more to RSG or you leaning more to Todak?
This is very interesting. Todak, as we mentioned, their lineup is very orthodox here. It's definitely easy to pull off as long as they get enough farm on their cores. RSG, I'm very interested to see if the Zask on the Loleos is still going to perform as well as it did that one time when he pulled it out during the regular season. Otherwise, this is going to be a very interesting game this could very well be the final game of the Grand Finals if RSG is able to secure the victory. Will the greatest challengers dethrone the defending champions RSG versus Todak? Game number 6, let's begin.
Yep. RSG MY looking to cheese their way through here. Is it gonna happen? Let's see. Because as of now, Todak, they mean business here. They're going for standard plays and hopefully things will work out for them. However, as you can see, Chiku going to be prioritizing his farm on the 1-1 and Formay is going to be in the jungle here. So they switch up a couple roles, but on the top side as well, we do a little bit of harassment on towards Momo, but Moi now. He's going extremely aggressive with his plays right now.
Yeah, I mean, level 1 is where it's at, man. Level 1 is where you really start putting the damage into your opponents. But now Momo is getting some good hits on the Kaiser because, again, this is what we call the wet noodle fight, where two tanks punching each other. It's really not exciting, and honestly, you don't expect anybody to kill each other at this stage of the game.
I'm also very curious to see whether or not Zakus is going to be able to pull off this show here. We have confirmed indeed it is Zakus playing the tank show. I can't recall if we've seen this hero out of him yet during the regular season.
Oh, we did.
We did.
We did a lot. Coming from Reborn, it was insane.
Okay. All right,
nuts.
that's something to keep an eye on here then. Will Zakus be able to set up kills for his team? Will we be seeing some mechanical plays like we saw from Formay earlier when he was playing the show? Very excited to find out.
Yeah, this is a comfort ping come from Zakus as well. I remember the regular seasons here, he was one of the MVPs for this show play here. So this is going to be something that he's going to be very familiar with. However, on the top side as well, we do see an attempt coming from RSG and MY. Momo is going to be extremely tanky. He's got the 4, but he's going to bleed out. But here comes Soda with the save. Kaiser is going to be out of position. He goes for the stack as well. He immediately goes for the split. Zakus is going to be provided assist, but the feather airstrike will finally take him down. But RSG MY look to party here as well, but here comes the pullback, and that's going to be Moi getting forced out. He has the shield and taser, going to be tanking a little bit too much on the turret here. So that's going to be a 1 down from Toda, and RSG MY looking for the contest. Formay scouts out Izanami, and the flicker from Izanami. What? A flicker Farsa saves the day? That's going to be the opening that RSG MY gets to take the turtle.
Huge. He would have died in the wings by wings if he just kept on committing to it, but he was able to get out there. Ishin takes out Chiku in a nice attempt there. Nice mountain shocker. That is fun. Some good hit. Zakus able to get the stun. That's it. Up. That should answer your question, Sadafar. But the kill was picked up by Izanami.
Looks like my question has been answered indeed. Beautifully played by RSG, taking up kills all over the place. And when you know kills, you know it's time for the first blood bounty. Make sure to use MPL Nuggets, the code that will get you free 6-piece chicken McNuggets on top of your McDelivery order as long as you spend 50 ringgit here. But Zakus definitely the show making lots of plays around the map here, and I did actually see on the map that for a moment Chiku survived the skirmish with Lolias with the tiniest bit of HP. Lexia realizing that fact. Mountain Shocker, very nice when you're able to pick up a kill with that ultimate.
Yep, nicely done for him. However, RGMY, they have the advantage. They are looking to press it as well with the feather coming in for Leos here. This Zas is going to hit a little bit truck here. I'm surprised, despite the rotation lacking coming from RGMY, Toda is not able to respond to these movements here just because of how quick Zakus manages to pick them off. So Toda, they're playing a little bit more passive than usual here. So this is something that is quite worrisome for them. As you can see, Zakus getting annoying as well. Moi might go in for the finish as well, but it's only a tank. Meanwhile, the rest of RGMY chunking away at the flank.
Ooh, that
as well. Momo taking a little bit too much damage. What is he doing? He's going to get completely shredded here, as Leos does have the feather, taking advantage of the spawning here coming from Zaz, and that's going to be immediately taking him out of the picture.
Now he's going to move the spawning up just so they can absolutely shred this tower so fast, and that's already going to be one up. 3K ahead for RSG. The magic number and the magic number for leads, as we so called her, Izanami able to outmaneuver for Maze here, but Moon looking for an opportunity. Kaiser looking for some target to stick onto, but unable to push them out of position. Moi is going to have to back off.
Momo already 0-2 here. That was just a really unfortunate thing. I think any player should know, you don't walk up to buffed Nightmaric spawn there. The amount of damage coming out from Lolios completely melted him. This is why he uses the hero to deal with these tanky frontliners. Lexia gets the turtle. They find the kill onto Chiku as well. Chasing down Moi. Kaiser gets on top of him, pulls him back, gets the kill. Lexia now getting ganked by Formaze and Moon in the mid lane. Does he get out? Flame shot doesn't land. Formaze could be in trouble. Will they find him? Yes, they do. Lexia gets the kill.
What a clutch coming from Izanami here, blocking the flame shot, and now RSG, they're looking to go in for the aggressor as well. Moon is trapped out in the open as well. Kaiser gonna give chase, he's slowing them down. Izanami going for the feather airstrike here, gonna miss the mark. Mook is gonna pull a little bit of aggression here. Meanwhile, Moi down mid is gonna get dived on from Zakas here. They're buying time, but RSG MY, they are the true ones that are taking advantage of the time as they take down the tier 1 down middle.
They're going to continue to start rotating around, and even though that their top side already busted at this point in time, like RSG is so far ahead. Loliel's already getting a Holy Crystal as his item, first item on top of Feather. Like, my goodness, Loliel's, he's got some pain to give.
RSG playing this game like their heart depends on it. 5k ahead, 6 minutes into the game. This could very well be the end for Todak here. They find Momo going in. Nightmaric spawn is used. Zakas the way of the dragon right underneath the turret from Lolios. Could this be it? They find yet another kill. Take the tier 2 up top. Todak playing from behind now.
It's not over yet because Izanami is trying to stall them back here. Zakas looking to go in for a little bit of flanks coming in, but Lolios, look at this, he's using the spawning, he's poking on tier 3s. Only 6 minutes in the game, but now he's gonna be out of position. He doesn't have the out, he's gonna be focused down, and Lexia's not gonna be able to do anything about it here. So there's gonna be a lot of cheeky plays coming for RSGMY, and you guys smell it. The desperation, the starvation, the thirst to hold the championship title. RSGMY is getting thirsty to take the taste of the trophy.
They want it badly, and you can see how hard they're trying to make these plays work, desperately looking for an opportunity. Zakas, he finds one, and there we have it. He should be able to get this kill, but no, Formaze gets on out of there. That's going to be a huge ultimate. 2 ultimates actually being used to try and obtain it. They're going to sit on top of the turtle for now. Nobody is going to be able to get close as long as Zakas is there to guard it.
That was unfortunate. Izanami just a little bit out of range. If the Way of the Dragon had ended within the range of the feathered airstrike, there's no doubt that we would have gotten the kill onto Formaze, so he's able to escape there. They find Kaiser in the bottom lane as well. Momo just splitting the waves up here, trying to prevent RSG from putting more pressure on their team.
Yep, here comes the feathered airstrike to zone them out. Moi looking for the play, but he's gonna get forced out as well. The Way of the Dragon, the stuns connects as well. Lolios joining the body as well. The spawning also being forced out. Toda, he needs to back up, and Moon, he goes for the side split, but he gets focused down from Lexia. They're looking to close out the game here, but at the same time, it's only Moon down for the side as well. Meanwhile, is all the miss of confusion here. Momo is actually split pushing up top, so that's gonna be a clutch here coming for RSGMY as they will take the lead in 4K.
So far, I mean, even with the goal lead that they have, it could easily be turned around in one team fight, so they can't be too aggressive or give up too much to the side of Toda. Now, if you look at the current state of the map, right? 2 turrets down, Izanami as well as Lolios finding the items that they need. Feathered airstrike being called upon. Here comes the soaring eagle from the side. Zakas is able to stop one, but Lexia, he's able to pick up 2. Lexia in now, the only one left. He takes 1 out. Formaze in trouble. Chiku takes him down as well. 4 kills for 2 in favor of Toda, and that 5k goal lead cuts down to 3.
Oh wow, that is happening as well here. Momo is cutting the creep base back in the base of RSGMY. They want to keep up the pressure. They want to take a little bit more objectives coming in from them, and just like that, Todak, they will win that fight. And that is just the perfect timing for Todak to actually catch Lolios off guard when he just purchased his fleeting time.
That was actually a great engagement from Moi there, doing quite a lot of damage with his whiz. Lolios in trouble, get into the Nightmaric spawns fast enough. Formaze will be able to get away from Zakas with the guiding winds. Good engagement. That's going to force the ultimate out from Lolios. Not going to have that available for the next fight. Zakas looking for Moon here, but gets slowed by the umbrella. Won't be able to find the angle for the way. Never mind, he does. Gets the kick. Moon will be able to walk away, however, thanks to Moi. Moi going in to try and disengage from them, doing a fair amount of damage to RSG, but both teams gonna disengage.
Well, I mean, Zakas, he's taking quite a brunt of the damage. He even finds Chiku as well. He knocks up 2 with the 3rd hit of the G Kundo, and now he's in trouble. Now he's in so much trouble. crossbow of tank should be able to take him out. Chiku brings Kaiser down to 50% of his HP, but now they're going to be jumping on towards him. Moi sticks on to him. He's trying to make an obvious play, but it's not working out. Moon ends up dying for his sins, and Lexia, he's walking forward, but look, he's waiting in the punch.
Wow.
He goes down instantaneously. That's the fun for RSG. 3 members down 4-1. They look to turn to the Lord. Topside in trouble.
Uh-oh, this is going to be a really rough one here. Lexia going to be faking quick works off the Lord as well. RSG-MY, they want to take more objectives here. What a clutch coming in from RSG-MY. Lone Leo's able to just completely shut Moon out in the protection of the spawnings here. Meanwhile, Momo is going to try and make something work, but the Lord is already taken down. Kaiser going to be immediately recalling back towards his base here as Toda needs to find a way for Chiku to come over line. He's down 3-3, and now on top of that, the Wind Nature purchase up on Lexia here. He's going to be able to tank the crossbow tanks. However, the triple kill coming from Lexia means the land of the loots is up for grabs. Remember the hashtag rise up with the most creative comments and stand a chance to win a random elite skins here. However, the grand finals continues here. Is this going to be the match? Is this going to be the championship point for RSG-MY? We don't know yet because the Lord is coming from the top side. Zako's going to looking to fight a play here. Momo going to be scouting things out, but nothing much is happening yet. The calm before the storm.
Yep, RSG not going to be prepared to set up for a kill on Momo if he decided to kick that. So that is certainly a good idea from them there. If RSG-MY are able to secure this game, it's going to be quite a story, as it will indeed be a reverse sweep after being 2-0 down from Toda. The Lord pushing the top lane now. Are they gonna look for it? Better there, so it comes out to zone him out. Nightmaric spawn gonna keep them away. Kaiser dropping fairly low here, but RSG still healthy.
The crystal!
Lolios, is he going for it? No, okay. That probably a bit risky to be going for that right now. And wow, going to be pausing the game right there at that moment here. Both teams need to reset right now. You can see Todak, there's a lot of stress on their faces there.
I mean, I can understand the stress on their faces. This is moments away from making something big. Moments away for this team to possibly be holding up the trophy down by our stage. This is the first time these people will ever taste glory. Todak, they know what it's like. You can see their faces. They're calm, they're collected. They've been in these positions before.
No. I saw Moon. He was super stressed up. He knew he made one mistake in that regards here. It feels like he was pretty much slapping his face here because that was almost really close here, because little did they know, they did not expect the Lord and the Nightmare Spawn to hit that hard, and neither did RSG. Immediately calling for the pause there means that, hey guys, we can throw our bodies for this crystal. Should we or should we not? That was the split-second decision with the pause there. I don't know how it's going to go. Will they respect this and back off, or will they go all in? Because that seemed like the moment for them.
Well, I'm guessing that it's a technical issue, not a tactical pause in many of these cases. But hopefully they kind of sort that out, because they're going to have to make some serious split decisions as soon as that pause ends.
I don't think the idea is to go all in for this right now. RSG are in a comfortable position. They can wait for the next objective to be able to take it. If they go all in to try and take out this crystal, there's a lot of risk, because if they do get taken out without ending the game, that's going to give Todak the net worth they need to come back in and risk going to a final game. And when they're ahead like this, RSG is not going to take that risk.
Well, let's check back in towards this game here and see the conclusion of what happens. Now, they've completely backed off here. The Lord is clear. All the lanes are done, and the only damage that was set was that top inhibitor turret.
Yep, meanwhile, here's RSG. They are going to be looking to close out this game. As you can see, the Cho going to be scouting around the vicinities here. As Toda, they have to push back. They're not that far behind in terms of economy here. It's just one small bad play. They kind of mess things up here, but it's not over yet for Toda. But RSG-MY, they're feeling very, very much confident here with this glue play. Things are going to look for the better here. Chiku, he's down 3-3. He needs this level up. He's only level 13 as compared to Lexia, who's 15. Now, with the Mountain Shocker here, they have the vision. Zakas looking to hold a play here. Moon is going to go for the slow as well. But you can see Borbase desperately trying to make the attempt, but it's not happening here. Meanwhile, Kaiser is an army. They're going to check it as well, but nope. They are not going to be quick. They're able to burst him down, but Kaiser, he's going to sacrifice his life potentially here. But the split comes in. He's super tanky. They will reset the fight. Wow, that's actually happening here. Lexia is slowly chipping away at the top side lanes though.
Was kind of unlucky there. They were waiting in the bush to see if they could set something else. Did not realize 4Maze would use the Phantom Execution to finish off the jungle tree to get the buff. and in the perfect direction that it would hit them both. So they had to back out of that very, very quickly, but good decision making. If they had gotten caught out there, well, let's just say that's not something that RSGMY wants right now.
Honestly, that would have freaked me out as well. Who does that? Who does that sometimes? Now, if we're looking at the items, we're already seeing the Holy Glaive already being purchased by Loliels. He's going to be able to cut through a lot of the oracles, especially on Momo. He thinks he's tanky, but he doesn't realize he's putting himself in some extreme danger when he steps in front of the Nightmare spawn.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really worrisome moment here. As Toda, the only win con right now is make sure that Chico hits his 15, whereas RSGMY, they've got full control of the map. They've got 45 seconds left before the next Lord comes in, and that's going to be the big Lord fight that RSGMY needs to desperately win. And Moon now, he's level 11. He hasn't been able to do much. He's got the flame shot, but at the same time, he's a little bit worried of what's about to happen to him. Moy as well. Face checking the bushes here, sees the members coming for RSGMY, immediately backs up instead, and Holy Crystal Purchase coming from Izanami as well is not helping out Toad out as well. That's gonna escalate and help RSGMY to scale even more.
Moon's actually been having a really tough time in this game. Only level 12 at this point, the same level as Moy. Definitely something that he wants to avoid happening. But Kaiser dropping quite low here to Momo. Is he in trouble? Split allows him to get out, no problem, he'll be fine, but the Luminous Lord has arrived. RSG want this objective. Todak is not gonna give it to them.
Well, remember, no split for now. Kaiser, wait, hold on. There is a bit of an engagement. Moy trying to pull it backwards, and they already dropped the feathered airstrike. They already get rid of 4 maze. He's in trouble. Moy now in trouble. He gets picked up by Lexia as well from the traces. Zakas, he doesn't care anymore, but he knows better than to walk into the crossbow of Tang. RSG, this is their moment. They've been waiting for this our whole lives. They break into the inhibitor turret. We're looking for another opportunity and find another kill.
They got it.
RSG now will continue to force it down. RSGMY are your new MPL Malaysia Season 7 champions. Look at the best team in Malaysia representing us for MSC.
Blood, sweat, and tears have been shed throughout 9 weeks of grueling competition between 10 of the top teams in Malaysia, and now only one will emerge victorious as the MPL-MY Season 7 champions. It's going to be none other than RSGMY successfully dethroning Todak, the defending champions of Season 6.
RSGMY, they have done it. You can see the faces of everyone. No one expected them to be champions. And guess what? They proved all the haters with a reverse 4-0 sweep against one of the best from Malaysia, taking the championship title from MPL-MY Season 7. RSGMY.
They've done it. They've worked so hard for this. Congratulations to RSGMY one more time. We're throwing it to the front desk. Fira, take it away.
Your champions for MPL Malaysia Season 7, RSG! RSG, performance yang merisaukan pada minggu pertama hingga minggu ketiga. Tetapi dengan kemasukan player-player baru, Loliels, Izanami dan Zakus, RSG tunjukkan championship potential mereka bermula di upper bracket dan kekal di upper bracket sehingga menjadi champions.
Dan betul itu, siapa sangka penambahan player di saat pertengahan regular season merupakan perubahan yang sangat-sangat besar kepada tim RSG Malaysia. Dan ini menunjukkan bahawa pemain OG masih lagi berbisa. Walaupun mereka tidak bermain sebagai player, tapi pemain veteran ini membawa tanggungjawab yang sangat besar untuk membimbing player-player baru untuk menuju kejayaan.
Untuk menjadi champion, semua kena contribute. Daripada veteran players hingga kepada player baru, management, coach, analyst Dan yang paling penting adalah training dan juga applykan kepada MPL.
Betul tu, dan ini bermakna RSG dan juga Todak rayak ke MSC. Tapi peluang ini ditujukan kepada RSG. Seperti yang kita tahu, mereka telah mencuba sebegitu baik daripada permulaan awal season sehingga kini, iaitu hari terakhir playoff MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-7. Walaupun mereka berada di upper bracket, tapi ini menunjukkan mereka sekarang adalah pasukan terkuat di Malaysia.
Walaupun tim Todak berusaha untuk menjadi back-to-back champions, tetapi RSG menunjukkan yang mereka adalah tim yang lebih kuat. Dan selepas ini, kita akan acknowledge player-player RSG di mana mereka bermain sangat-sangat kuat daripada minggu pertama, minggu kedua, ketiga, hinggalah minggu ke-8 dan sekarang ni di playoff di mana selepas ini, Fira, kita kena tengok siapakah kita punya playoff MVP. Walaupun RSG Malaysia semua sekali bermain dengan sangat bagus, tapi kita kena award satu anugerah kepada yang terbaik.
Dan oleh itu, mari kita umumkan playoff MVP untuk Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-7 adalah
Lolius! Tahniah kepada Lolius daripada awal lagi dia masuk tim RSG. Performance dia, hero pool yang luas, mekanik yang sangat tinggi, dan yang paling penting, dia punya attitude di mana dia tak pernah give up. Walaupun nampak macam tim RSG tengah kalah, dia masih cuba sedaya upaya untuk menangkan game itu.
Tapi sebagai tanda penghargaan daripada McDonald's, Lolius sebagai playoff MVP mendapat 1K worth voucher daripada McDonald's.
Selama setahun, Lolius akan mendapat McDonald's percuma. Terima kasih banyak kepada McDonald's kerana anugerahkan 1 tahun free McDonald's kepada Lolius, dan pada pendapat saya, dia memang patut untuk dapat award tersebut.
Betul tu, tapi ini kita bercakap tentang MVP, dan selepas ini kita akan menemu ramah bersama satu tim, iaitu tim RSG. Tapi sebelum tu, Lafel, kita ingin memberitahu anda semua bahawa terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kita daripada awal rancangan sehingga ke penghujung rancangan, dan jangan ke mana-mana kerana selepas ini anda akan melihat sendiri apakah yang akan terjadi dan apa jawapan player-player kita sepanjang apa yang mereka merasakan di playoff hari ini.
Ya, kerana kita perlu ingat, walaupun Lolius ada kita punya playoff MVP, Lexia selaku jungler main dengan sangat baik. Kaiser dan juga Sino, dua-dua experienced laners yang menangkan lane mereka sendiri dan menjadi front line yang bagus. Zakus, addition yang baru kepada team RSG, tetapi setiap kali dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan hero yang boleh setupkan team fight, dia akan pastikan kemenangan untuk dia punya team. Dan akhir sekali, jangan lupa kita punya role winner, role champion Izanami untuk role support juga membawa impact yang sangat besar kepada team RSG.
Dan rasanya ini adalah momen yang sangat mereka banggakan kerana kita tahu ini merupakan kali pertama untuk line up ini bersama di MPL, dan ini merupakan pertunjukan terbaik mereka. Ini kita tidak boleh melupakan terima kasih kepada veteran iaitu Chiving, Zaraki dan juga Sino. Walaupun mereka kurang melibatkan diri di dalam playoff sama ada online ataupun offline, kita masih harus melupakan terima kasih kepada mereka. Tapi Lafel, tanpa membuang masa, rasanya semua orang dah tak sabar nak tengok interview bersama kita punya champion, dan sekarang mari kita interview bersama mereka.
Hello RSG MY champion MPL musim ke-7.
Alhamdulillah.
So, dekat sini soalan pertama, apakah perasaan bukan sahaja menjadi champion MPL season kali ini, tapi juga mewakili Malaysia ke MSC?
Geng, apa perasaan kamu, geng? Happy!
Tapi kita tahulah diorang mesti dah happy sebab dah menang champion. Tapi Ciri, boleh tak kita nak tahu di antara MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 ni, apa momen yang paling korang semua tak boleh lupakan?
Hari inilah momen champion. Memang tak boleh lupa.
Momen.
Ramai orang nak jadi champion dan mereka berjaya untuk menjadi champion walaupun awal-awal ramai orang yang tak mempercayai mereka, tapi macam mana pun ada tak apa-apa ucapan terima kasih yang tim RSG MY nak cakapkan kepada semua orang yang menyokong mereka?
Okey, geng, kepada semua penyokong kita, kita mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih. Ya. Blue is love.
Alright,
terima kasih banyak sebab support kami daripada kami blue streak dulu masa mula-mula season sampailah dapat bangkit semula sampai menjadi champion. Thank you geng sebab doa kamu semua dapatlah tolong kami untuk ni champion. Terima kasih banyak dan syukur kepada Allah juga. Alhamdulillah.
Alright, terima kasih banyak Chewing dan kepada semua players, management, coaches, analyst untuk tim RSG Malaysia. Kita pastikan yang anda semua nak celebrate, jadi kita akan lepaskan dulu celebrate dan lagi sekali tanya kerana berjaya untuk menjadi champions.
Thank you Chewing dan juga RSG. Okey, kita sangat-sangat terharu daripada ucapan yang diberikan oleh Chewing dan juga player-player daripada RSG. Tapi sebelum tu kami juga di sini ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada anda semua yang masih setia bersama kita di awal regular season sehingga ke playoff. Tak lupa juga kepada kru-kru di belakang tabir, production dan semua talent yang terlibat. Tapi sebelum itu, untuk pengetahuan anda semua, MPL Malaysia musim ke-7 kali ini dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh Mac Delivery, Digital Telco rasmi Yudu, rakan isukan TikTok, Secret Lab dan Esports Chat, dan disokong oleh KBS serta ESI. Dan rasanya Rafael, kita sangat happy.
Kita sangat happy. RSG Malaysia, mereka sememangnya wajib untuk kita orang celebrate kerana mereka adalah champion pada season ini.
Betul tu, dan kita sudah pun sampai ke akhir rancangan dan saya Fira Fendi
dan saya Lefel.
Kita akan berjumpa lagi di MPL Malaysia musim ke-8. Oh, ya.